Hey, thanks for tuning in. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of Rebirth in 1983, becoming a tycoon right here on GMT Recap. Suddenly, a regular ring fell into this young man's hands. Immediately, its value was magically multiplied 10,000 times, causing buyers to frantically chase after it. Even from a small clothing stall, he was able to build a multi-million-dollar fashion empire. The flowing cash made industry giants envious, wishing they could be in his place. So it turns out you are Joe Fong, a brilliant businessman, and the owner of a conglomerate that has been listed on the stock exchange. Due to a sip of poison wine, he was reincarnated into the body of a scoundrel. This man was constantly drunk and even physically abused his beautiful wife, causing her to cry her eyes out. Suddenly, a rush of memories flooded his mind, revealing that this was the 1980s. The woman in front of him was named Xiao Duo, and his parents had just died in a factory accident. At that moment, his younger siblings, Wu Na and Wu Jing, came to the door. Upon seeing his sister's bruised face, Zhou Feng couldn't help but ask, could it be because of Hu Han? Are you coming to find him to talk about our parents' accident? But in response, he was met only with Wu Na's cold face. If it weren't for the fact that there was nothing left to eat at home, she would never want to meet her weak brother again. Immediately, he turned back to the table with his wife, giving the last 5 coins along with all the food coupons to his siblings. Just keep 1 kilogram of flour, enough for us to last a few meals, and I will figure something out. After making the arrangements, Zhou Feng walked straight to the door and said, "Leave the matter with Hu Han and the food to me." In that tone of utter determination, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. Has he really run out of uselessness? Stepping out onto the street, Zhou Feng saw nothing but bicycles and old houses. At that moment, he truly believed he had been transported back to the 1980s. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at the home of Hu Han, the workshop manager directly responsible for the accident. If he reported to his superiors and asked for burial money for the family, he could earn a good reputation, which would benefit his future promotion. However, he didn't do it, so there must be some hidden reason. As soon as they saw him, both Hu Han and his father reacted strongly. However, contrary to their expectations, Zhou Feng only gave a gentle smile to diffuse the tension and even apologized for the trouble his younger sister had caused, making Hu Han a little more relaxed. Immediately, he put on a pitiful expression, as though he had been wronged. Of course, Zhou Feng could still detect the insincerity in his attitude. In my past life, I had seen all sorts of situations, but I still had to go along and play along with this old man first. He then mentioned his reason for coming, which was to ask for burial money. Now, there's nothing left to eat at home, so I'd like to ask you to help me request the factory leadership for some burial funds. In the end, the kid had come here just to ask for money. When he saw that Hu Han seemed ready to refuse, Zhou Feng immediately spoke the prepared words, "If the factory doesn't provide it, then we won't be able to survive. I'll come and cause a scene every day until I get the money." Upon hearing this, Hu Han started to worry. If Zhou Feng made this a big issue, all the secrets would be exposed, so he had no choice but to speak in a softer tone, advising him that causing trouble would get them arrested, and then what would happen to his younger siblings at home? The incident at the factory was caused by a mistake made by the worker, so the funeral expenses cannot be covered. Uncle and my parents are old acquaintances. According to the hierarchy, I should also call you uncle, so I will take the responsibility of giving the money on behalf of the factory. When Zhou Feng heard this, he immediately bargained with the old man to see how much he could get. If it's too little, then it wouldn't be worth causing a ruckus at the factory. By the rules, it should be 600 yuan, but the old man claimed that his family wasn't well off, so he could only give 500. This wasn't a small amount, so Zhou Feng accepted it immediately. However, this was only the first step in the revenge plan he had already set up. The first thing he did with the money was buy a Tonghulu as a birthday gift for his wife. Along with that, he used half of the money he had just received, reserving the rest for his younger siblings. The first thing he did was treat the whole family to a lavish meal. Zhou Feng personally went into the kitchen, applying all the cooking skills he had from his previous life to make noodles. However, when Wu Na came home and saw that the flour meant to last the whole month had been used up by her brother, she couldn't help but get angry. Why did you use so much? What do you even know how to do other than selling stuff, gambling, and hitting my sister-in-law? Seeing his younger sister's sharp words, Zhou Feng was a bit startled. In my previous life, I was a president. I never heard anyone speak about me like that. He then reached into his pocket, pulled out a wad of money, and made her eyes widen. Sitting down at the table, he began explaining in detail the death of their parents. Mom, this is clearly not simple. There's no way a worker with 20 years of experience would make such a mistake. Not to mention, both of them ended up in the same trouble at the same time. An NI is the equipment that Hu Han bought for the factory, which has safety issues, yet he stubbornly blamed it on his parents for operating it incorrectly, probably because he feared that an inspection would expose the problem. All it takes is to find the equipment invoice from Hu Han's side and contact the supplier. He won't be able to escape. The younger one stood there, stunned, probably not understanding what was going on. Come to think of it, I'm someone who time traveled from the 20th century. With such convoluted thinking, it's no wonder they can't catch up. Anyway, you don't need to worry about it. I'll make sure my parents get justice. On his way home, Zhou Feng took the opportunity to enjoy a cold ice cream on the first day of autumn, even though it was still hot as if it were summer. The scenes from his childhood that he used to dream about were now becoming reality. It's true that every era has its own unique charm. While relaxing, he suddenly ran into a group of friends, one of whom was Hushan, the son of Hu Han. The girl next to him, dressed very well, must have been Shen Ziran, his wife's best friend. Suddenly, Hushan rushed forward, pointing a finger at him and scolding, "What are you looking at? Where did you come from, daring to act like a thug? I don't understand how Xiao Duo could like someone like you." Ran right into my wife's schoolmates, all of them giving me that look. The person who hates me the most is Shen Ziran. After a moment of scrutinizing Zhou Feng, she remarked, "Hushan, just let it go. After all, we're classmates. Let's go." But only he knew that the weakness she showed now was just part of his plan for revenge. "Hushan, Huhan, you won't have peace for much longer." Once those people left, Zhou Feng sighed in relief and headed to the vegetable market, planning to make a hot pot for his wife. As he walked past the street corner, he ran into Xiao Duo, who was heading in the same direction. She was holding a cracked watermelon. When she saw Zhou Feng, she quickly wiped the corner of her mouth, still smeared with ice cream. She stammered, "I haven't had ice cream in a long time. Also, I bought this watermelon for you." Zhou Feng could only smile at her cute expression. He wondered just how unpleasant he must have been before for her to be so scared of him. Gently ruffling Xiao Duo's hair, he said, "Now that I have money, you can buy whatever you like. And there will be even more money in the future." He then took the watermelon from her hands and thought to himself, "It doesn't matter what happened before, from now on, things will only get better." At that moment, Xiao Duo was secretly looking at his back, as if she was remembering the autumn afternoon when they first met. After dinner, he went to Lu Dichang's casino. Before he could open the door, Lu Dichang rushed out as if he were trying to escape. The nagging of his wife could be heard from inside. Zhou Feng didn't even care, his attention focused solely on the third name at the gambling table, which was Chen Guode, the son of the steel factory director. Before even stepping inside, Lu Chang had already started asking to borrow money, promising to cooperate in the game. However, Zhou Feng was no longer the same Zhou Feng as before. He directly refused, using the excuse that he only had one coin left in his pocket. It wasn't until he showed signs of leaving that Lu Chang hurriedly stopped him. He pulled out 20 coins from his pocket, even more skillfully hidden than money tucked away in underwear. But who would be deceiving whom later, that was still to be seen. It turned out that Zhou Feng had long since noticed that in the previous rounds, these two had been working together to make him lose everything. So, in this round, every time Lu Chang was about to win, Zhou Feng would deliberately block him, while he let Chen Guode, the son of the factory director, win and take the money. These little tricks were nothing new to Zhou Feng from his previous life, so controlling the game was child's play. In the end, Lu Chang lost everything and, frustrated, wanted to bet more to recover his losses. The moment had come, and Zhou Feng made a sarcastic remark. "You dare speak to me like that?" He stood up without hesitation. "So what? I'm saying it like this today. If you want to keep playing but refuse to pay up, then leave. Let me remind you of something, from now on, stop causing trouble for my wife, Xiaoduo. Otherwise, I'll take you down." It seemed that Chen Guode was also a smart person, and having realized that Zhou Feng had the intention to collaborate, he didn't say anything to stop him when he saw that surprised attitude. Zhou Feng took the opportunity to speak up. "Mr. Chen is truly generous. Let's call it a day for today. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal to make up for it. This time, consider it as an opportunity to get Chen Guoda's plan for my future. If not, at least it's a chance to get to know him. This is the method you used to build a billion-dollar corporation back then." The early years of the 1980s were at their peak, and many of the wealthiest people were beginning to explode in this era. Zhou Feng sat sipping tea for 5 cents, while casually eavesdropping on a nearby conversation. It was about someone's son who had quit their job at a factory to start a business. But no one knew that their jokes and conversations after dinner would later become the paintings of an era. Zhou Feng stared thoughtfully out the window. "If I go back, wouldn't I be missing out on this golden age?" He thought for a moment, "But at 20, I still have the career I've worked so hard to build." In the end, he decided that after resolving things with Hu Han, he would return to his own time. After everything was settled, he suddenly heard the roar of a motorcycle engine. Realizing that the person he had been waiting for had arrived, Zhou Feng quickly ran downstairs, pretending to say, "Mr. Chen, what a coincidence." Chen Guode scratched his head upon seeing Zhou Feng. "Right, I just finished harvesting the fruit, I'm so tired." Hearing this, Zhou Feng realized the opportunity had arrived. He invited Chen Guode into the restaurant, a perfect chance to talk about yesterday's matter. Chen Guode just laughed. "What's so special about yesterday?" Zhou Feng couldn't let this opportunity slip away, so he invited him to the most upscale state-owned restaurant in the area. Seeing this, Chen Guode immediately agreed. At this time, state-owned restaurants weren't places you visited frequently, and dining there could cost a whole month's salary. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhou Feng called the waiter to bring the menu, and just seeing the prices made him jump in shock. Here, a plate of fish and sauce only cost 2 yuan 90. He ordered a lot of dishes and even spent 7 yuan to buy a bottle of Mao Dai liquor. Seeing this, Chen Guode couldn't help but be amused and warmed up to him. "Zhou Feng, you're ordering so much?" At that moment, Zhou Feng stood up and poured him some wine. "It's not easy to treat Mr. Chen to a meal, so just make yourself at home." Just then, Hu Xiaoshan and Fu Dahai also walked into the restaurant. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, Hu Xiaoshan froze for a moment, then started mocking him. "Oh, you're here too? Truly a person of low stature. I wonder what your wife is doing at home, probably scavenging for leftover food." Zhou Feng paid no mind to these words and continued eating as though he hadn't heard anything. After the group left, Chen Guode lit a cigarette. "Zhou Feng, do you have some kind of conflict with the Hu family's son?" Suddenly, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Zhou Feng shook his head. "It's just a small disagreement between some friends." Chen Guode took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore." He unexpectedly shifted to discussing the events from last night. "Last night, you kept giving in to me, do you think I didn't notice?" Zhou Feng asked. "Mr. Chen, it seems like your relationship with Hu Han isn't that great, right? I feel like you're not happy whenever he's mentioned." After drinking a few more glasses, he began to talk about the relationship between his family and the Hu family. It turns out that back then, when the position of director was being elected, Hu Han supported Su Changjiang. This led to Chen Guode losing a vote and not being elected as the director. "I remember when your father was still working, he was the one who helped Hu Han get the position of director in the second production team." He couldn't help but feel angry and slammed his fist on the table. Hu Han is truly the type to bite the hand that feeds him. Zhou Feng quickly poured more wine for Chen Guode. "Mr. Chen, calm down. Hu Han is indeed untrustworthy. And what kind of person is Su Changjiang?" Chen Guode finished his glass of wine and said, Su Changjiang has very close ties with suppliers from outside the province. Hearing this, Zhou Feng began to calculate and leaned in to whisper. Then why don't you consider moving to another province? Why continue working for that factory? Chen Guode sighed and said, I would love to, but my father doesn't agree. When it came to the idea of starting a career in another province, he began to speak at length. Last year, one of my friends went to Shanghai to work in the electronics industry, and within a short time, he earned over 100,000 coins. Zhou Feng suddenly interjected, Oh, Mr. Chen, isn't your factory about to distribute the summer bonuses soon? I heard it's quite a lot, right? Chen Guode nodded in confirmation. If the bonuses are given directly to the workers, wouldn't that summer contribution of yours be yours as well? Chen Guode immediately waved his hand. That won't do. If the bonus is given and someone doesn't like it, they'll immediately file a complaint, and that would cause a big mess. Zhou Feng stood up and confidently patted his chest, saying, Mr. Chen, it's not your company, it's mine. Chen Guode widened his eyes, confused. Zhou Feng explained, We'll change the intermediary and use my name to provide the fruits. Upon hearing this, Chen Guode seemed to have an epiphany. He happily slapped Zhou Feng on the shoulder and said, Why didn't I think of you being this smart? In his heart, his admiration for Zhou Feng grew even deeper. They drank until after 11 p.m. before leaving the bar. Chen Guoda's face was flushed from the alcohol. Zhou Feng drove him home, then walked back to his own place. As soon as he arrived, he peeked inside, fearful of waking Xiao Duo. However, he noticed that she hadn't fallen asleep yet. She was sitting upright on the bed, waiting for him to return. Zhou Feng entered and asked, Why haven't you gone to sleep yet? I'm sorry I'm so late coming back. Xiao Duo suddenly remembered the conversation from the morning. It turned out that Ziran had visited her that day and said her mother was ill and had to be hospitalized. A few days ago, her mother had repeatedly called Xiao Duo's name, implying that she wanted Xiao Duo and Zhou Feng to divorce. Xiao Duo had reassured her that he had changed, but Shen Ziran had replied, Rivers and mountains can be changed, but one's nature is hard to change. A man who's drunk all the time and beats women like he does, what do you expect from him? Seeing Xiao Duo lost in thought, Zhou Feng hurriedly asked, Are you troubled about something? This question pulled her back to the present. She lowered her head, tears welling up, and with a trembling voice, ran towards him, saying, Zhou Feng, tonight you can do whatever you want. Sensing her vulnerability, he didn't know how to react. Pushing her away, he said, I've been drinking tonight, so I'm not really in my right mind. He then stepped out into the courtyard, splashed cold water on himself to sober up, and reminded himself that he needed to face reality, not linger on things that shouldn't be. The next morning, Xiao Duo went outside and looked at the small house that had once been their happy home. Can the tenderness from these past few days erase all that painful history? Thinking this, Xiao Duo became even more determined. If Zhou Feng changes in time, that would be great, but I no longer have the time to wait. She immediately called her father. When her father answered the phone and recognized it was his daughter, he was surprised. Xiao Duo, what's going on? I'm here, do you need help with something? Oh, nothing? You just want to come home? He hurriedly shouted, Xiao Duo, don't go anywhere, stay there and wait for me to come back. At that moment, Zhou Feng had arrived at Chen Guoda's fruit garden. Chen Guode happily said to him, My father has agreed to the matter we discussed last night. Zhou Feng was overjoyed. Well, next we need to see how your relationship with Chen Guode goes. Right now, he still seems very happy. And once the matter is settled, I'll reward you with 100 coins. When he got home, Aunt Wang saw him and announced that there were relatives visiting. He was surprised and thought, it could be Xiao Duo's family. When he opened the door, he saw his father-in-law, Tang Yongguang, and mother-in-law, Zhang Xian, standing in the house. They seemed to be waiting for him. He cheerfully stepped forward and greeted them. Mom, Dad, when did you arrive? Xiao Duo did not say anything to her son. Her father coldly stared at him, and he spoke again, Have you eaten, Mom and Dad? Let me go buy some food for you too. Suddenly, his father-in-law stepped forward and slapped him hard. This slap is on behalf of my daughter. Xiao Duo turned pale at the sight and quickly shouted, Dad, stop it. Zhou Feng stood frozen, waiting for another slap from him. Just as he was about to strike again, Xiao Duo immediately rushed up and said, Dad, that's enough. She approached and asked Zhou Feng, Are you okay? He lowered his head and replied, Xiao Duo, this is something I owe you. I wasn't good to you before, and I'm sorry. Stop pretending. Today, you must make up your mind to divorce Xiao Duo. The mother-in-law whispered, pleading, Zhou Feng, please let her go. Zhou Feng ignored her words and turned to ask Xiao Duo, what do you think? Influenced by the memories of this body, Zhou Feng's emotions clashed violently. He felt suffocated by the pain, but still decided to respect her wishes. Xiao Duo, unable to look him in the eye, turned away and said, Zhou Feng, I've thought it through, let's divorce. The two of them then went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. She approached Zhou Feng, took the money he had given her earlier, and said, There's still 285 coins left, you keep it. He gently pushed her hand away and said, Xiao Duo, take it. I owe you so much, how can I take this money back? Moreover, if I return to my old position in the future, you must completely sever all ties with me. After I've settled things with my parents, I'll go back to the modern world. At that time, the original owner of this body will return. To protect this foolish girl, this is the only thing I can do. Xiao Duo felt confused, but he didn't elaborate any further. He simply pushed her away and said, Your parents are still waiting, you should go. Watching her figure leave, he choked up and said, Xiao Duo, take care of yourself. Xiao Duo couldn't find the tears, she still loved him deeply. A few days later, Chen Guode came to Zhou Feng, good news. The factory has decided to convert the summer welfare funds into fruit. Oh my god, just one bonus payout and we've made more than 150 coins. How awesome is that? Zhou Feng, I'll give you a 200 coin bonus. Zhou Feng replied, Now we need to prepare the packaging. If we don't do this step well, all our efforts will be in vain. He asked Chen Guode, Do you know Duo Jin Chang? The factory isn't just dealing with one person. Wow, I thought you knew him, said Chen Guode. Zhou Feng remained calm, I don't know him either, but let's go find out. You won't know unless you go. Chen Guode sweated nervously, this isn't a joke. Without the packaging, we'll be exposed. Soon after, the two arrived at the nylon production factory. Chen Guode asked why they weren't going inside. To his surprise, Zhou Feng drove straight in, and the guard immediately ran over, asking who they were. Zhou Feng gave a familiar expression and said, I need to find the owner of the factory. Why isn't anyone answering the intercom? Hearing this, the guard believed him and pointed out that the factory owner was Mr. Li. Zhou Feng continued to pretend, Where's his office? The guard directed him, It's the first room on the left on the third floor. After thanking the guard, the two quickly drove inside. However, Chen Guode still didn't feel at ease. Even if we go in, we don't know anyone here. Zhou Feng reassured him, Don't worry, just stay quiet once we're in there. When they arrived at the factory owner's office, Zhou Feng knocked on the door, and Mr. Li quickly allowed them in. Seeing two unfamiliar faces, he looked suspicious and asked, Who are you two? Zhou Feng stepped forward confidently and said, Mr. Li, hello. I'm the chairman of Guode Agricultural Products Company. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hearing this, Chen Guode couldn't help but sweat, while Mr. Li didn't seem very pleased and immediately asked, How did you two get in here? Zhou Feng calmly responded, Actually, we were planning to stop by the sea to buy some plastic bags. On our way, we wanted to drop by here because we heard your plastic bags are of high quality. We mainly export fruits. Mr. Li lowered his voice and said, Exporting fruits? The plastic bags we produce are not suitable for fruits. Zhou Feng then took out a cigarette, offered it to Mr. Li, and smiled, saying, Mr. Li, we came to Lin Shui to purchase olives. We're just at the packaging stage. I want to find a factory with reasonable prices, which is why we stopped by here, but the quality needs to be guaranteed because we are a large enterprise. Mr. Li put his teacup down and asked, "Are you a state-owned enterprise or a private one?" Zhou Feng knew that the packaging product the factory needed had its own specific criteria. If it were a state-owned enterprise, an application from higher authorities would be required, but if it were a private one, it would go back to square one, and having money wouldn't necessarily guarantee an order. So, Zhou Feng immediately asked Mr. Li if he had any tea. Mr. Li was taken aback but then invited the two of them to drink tea. "Oh, I forgot to offer you tea. This is local tea, please enjoy it, and don't be too polite." Zhou Feng tasted the tea, then quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Li, our demand is quite large. I wonder if your side can produce 1 ton within half a month." Mr. Li's eyes widened in disbelief at what Zhou Feng had just said. If it's 1 ton, it might require overtime to meet that. After those words, the room fell silent. Mr. Li thought to himself that the other party must be a state-owned enterprise. If this order were successful, the factory's profits would increase, and the workers' wages would improve. But now, he was worried that he might not be able to meet Zhou Feng's requirements. Hearing this, Zhou Feng replied happily, "That's great, Mr. Li, we need some samples for testing." "It's no problem, that's only natural." He then led the two of them to the warehouse to pick up some products for the tests. Once they had enough plastic bags, Zhou Feng didn't stay any longer. Before leaving, he shook Mr. Li's hand again. "I will have someone called tomorrow to inform you of the testing results." With that, the two of them left. Chen Guode, holding the plastic bags, couldn't stop praising Zhou Feng. "I didn't expect you to be so skillful. You got the bags without spending a penny." Zhou Feng turned to him and said, "Mr. Chen, call Mr. Li tomorrow morning to let him know the test didn't meet the standards. Don't let him hold on to false hope." Chen Guode nodded in agreement. "No problem." Then, the two of them headed towards Lin Shui. Chen Guode cheerfully put fruit into a bag, while Zhou Feng approached and spoke. "Stop pretending, Mr. Chen, didn't you say you'd invite me to Guizhou restaurant?" Chen Guode mumbled, "This kid really has a good memory, it's not easy to deal with." At that moment, Zhou Feng thought to himself, everything must be reciprocal. I need Lu Chang's support for my plan. Therefore, he asked Chen Guode to call Lu Chang as well. When hearing that name, Chen Guode seemed displeased. He also brought up the previous incident when Lu Chang had tried to make things difficult for him. However, Zhou Feng remained determined. "Don't hesitate, just call him here. We're in the same neighborhood, it's inevitable that we'll run into each other." Soon after, at Guizhou restaurant, Lu Chang was eating as if he hadn't had a meal in days, looking like a hungry wolf. Both Zhou Feng and Chen Guode could only shake their heads. After finishing his meal, as he was seeing Chen Guode off, Lu Chang suddenly asked, "Are you and Chen Guode doing business together?" "No, we're not." Nevertheless, Zhou Feng secretly felt a sense of relief, knowing Lu Chang had fallen into his trap. Lu Chang immediately responded, "Don't lie to me, I overheard everything while we were eating. Let me join you." Zhou Feng feigned hesitation, scratching his head in confusion. Lu Chang continued, "Zhou Feng, we've known each other a lot longer than you and Chen Guode, right?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Feng decided to tell Lu Chang everything. Upon hearing it, Lu Chang couldn't hold back and shouted, "What? You're selling fruit to him, and he already gave you 200? Of course, Zhou Feng kept certain details to himself, such as the trip to the plastic bag factory. Lu Chang went on, "It's not that I'm jealous or anything, but the last time we played cards, he forced me into a trap. Don't let him fool you." Zhou Feng thought to himself, "Does he think I'm an idiot?" But his face remained calm. "Thank you for the reminder, but I have nothing to deceive. If you really want, I'll give you 50. Seeing Zhou Feng hand him 50, Lu Chang happily nodded in agreement. When they got home, Lu Chang quickly invited Zhou Feng to sit down. "My wife must have gone back to her mother's house." As they entered, he asked Lu Chang whether the house was bought or rented. "Ah, I rented it, I don't have the money to buy." Zhou Feng pretended to be surprised. "How could that be?" I heard you're the only locksmith in the village, you must be making quite a bit of money, right? Lu Chang turned his head. Don't bring it up again, I quit the trade a long time ago. I used to climb into a neighbor's house to steal, but I got caught in the act. Zhou Feng seemed interested and immediately asked him to demonstrate. Lu Chang quickly got to work. He took a piece of wire and inserted it into the lock. After a few twists, he successfully unlocked it. In his mind, Zhou Feng thought, wow, he really does have skill, though his personality is a bit strange. Immediately, he asked Lu Chang to teach him, but Lu Chang waved his hand to refuse. This can't get out, I'm afraid you might go down the wrong path. Zhou Feng made an offer. Tomorrow, after we distribute the fruit, I'll give you 100, is that all right? Hearing that he could earn money, Lu Chang's eyes lit up like headlights. Fearing Zhou Feng might have second thoughts, he quickly gave him the instructions. The next day, both of them arrived at the Lin Shui steel factory. Zhou Feng, dressed as a farmer and wearing a straw hat, looked no different from a genuine fruit vendor. Chen Guode couldn't stop praising him. You're really professional, the fruit has already been delivered to the warehouse. After that, he didn't want to show his face too much. When the clock struck 12, the factory employees gathered to have lunch. They distributed the fruit here, saving both time and effort. Just as they were handing out the fruit, Zhou Feng suddenly exclaimed. Lu Chang immediately asked, what's going on? Zhou Feng held his stomach and seriously said, I have a terrible stomachache, I think I need to go to the bathroom. Before Lu Chang could notice anything unusual, he saw Zhou Feng running to the restroom, while shouting, I can't hold it anymore, you keep handing out the fruit, I'll be back soon. No one knew this was part of Zhou Feng's plan. While everyone was eating, he had to act quickly. He headed to Hu Han's office and found the door was still locked. This guy even locks the door when he goes to eat, truly a crafty old fox, Zhou Feng thought to himself. Luckily, he had prepared in advance. Using a steel wire, he unlocked the door and quickly entered, but the purchase receipt inside didn't contain the necessary information. His eyes scanned the items on the shelves. Zhou Feng thought to himself, Hu Han can't possibly not read books, there must be a clue here. When he opened one of the boxes, he found a receipt for machinery inside. Old man, you'll pay for this, Zhou Feng muttered. A while later, Zhou Feng returned to the dining area. Lu Chang could not hide his anger. He said, you spend way too long messing around in the bathroom. I just finished my meal and you're only coming back now. Zhou Feng took out 100 coins from his pocket, threw them straight at Lu Chang, and then turned to leave. Lu Chang pretended to be submissive, thank you, Mr. Zhou. Please, feel free to go outside and relax. I'll take care of everything else. On the way, his thoughts suddenly shifted. He thought, a small-time production supervisor dares to falsify notarizations to embezzle 2.5 million coins? Truly, he's asking for his own downfall. Not long after, he met Zhang Zier and Hu Shaoshan. As soon as Hu Shaoshan saw Zhou Feng approaching, he immediately challenged him, Zhou Feng, do you still have time for a stroll? Guess being divorced gives you a lot of free time, huh? Shaduo should have broken up with you a long time ago. Zhou Feng ignored the mockery and walked straight toward Zhang Zier. Hu Shaoshan, feeling ignored, couldn't contain his anger and rushed over, grabbing Zhou Feng's arm and shouting, Kid, you dare to look down on me? Zhou Feng could not stay silent any longer and immediately responded, how dare a lowlife like you pick a fight? With that, he shoved Hu Shaoshan's hand away. Before long, Hu Shaoshan fell to the ground. With his face red with anger, Hu Shaoshan grumbled, just because you got a little help from your dad? Why do you look so proud of yourself? Zhou Feng waved him off dismissively, Hu Han, you mean? He won't be around much longer. Hu Shaoshan, think about it, has your dad shown any signs of something strange since April? Hearing that, Hu Shaoshan immediately felt worried, his mind flashing with the strange actions of his father recently. He stuttered, unable to say anything, while Zhou Feng, after a brief sentence, turned around and walked away, leaving behind the words. Didn't you already understand in your heart? He directly went to Zier's place and asked, can I borrow your phone for a moment? Zhang Zier agreed and led him to her house. She asked where he wanted to make the call. The thing was, Zhou Feng had noted down the factory's phone number on the invoice earlier. He replied, "Shinan Equipment Factory, I need to contact Ma Qinbao." He read out the phone number and quietly waited. After a moment, the call was connected. As soon as Zhou Feng picked up the phone, he heard a deep voice on the other end. "This is Ma Qinbao." Zhou Feng informed him. "I'm looking for Ma Qinbao. I'm calling from the Lin Shui steel factory." Ma Qinbao glanced at the screen and, seeing the number wasn't from Lin Shui, suspiciously asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Feng explained that this was a new number, and since it was an urgent matter, he had to borrow a phone to make the call. He then raised his tone. "You need to listen carefully. On the 6th of the month, the batch of equipment that Huhan purchased from your company had quality issues because the parts you provided didn't meet the requirements, which led to a serious incident at our factory. It even caused a death. Now we have to pursue criminal liability against you." Ma Qinbao couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What are you talking about? Huhan called me back then. He clearly said there was no need to change the parts." Zhou Feng emphasized, "Why does the invoice clearly state that you said this?" Hearing that, he immediately responded, "Impossible, I need to contact the owner of the Kongjinzhong factory right away to clarify the situation." After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. At that moment, in the office, Kongjinzhong was leisurely sipping tea. When the phone rang, he quickly answered. "Mr. Kong, I have not signed any sales contract with Huhan." Kongjinzhong was stunned. "What? Does that mean Huhan has not signed any contract with you in the past 3 months?" "That's right. Just now, someone from your factory called to question me and demanded that I take responsibility. What exactly is going on?" Kongjinzhong felt something was wrong, so he hurriedly asked for the phone number that Ma Qinbao had provided. After hanging up, he looked at the number and thought to himself, "This isn't from the factory. Could it be a report? Furthermore, they might have evidence." Right after September, the peak of the second shift's production buying happens, with numbers reaching up to 3 million coins. If Huhan forged the invoice, where did the equipment come from? As he thought about this, a terrifying idea suddenly flashed through Kongjinzhong's mind. The incident was related to the death of the couple who had mistakenly pressed the button on the machine earlier during the second shift. Could this be because of that? He quickly ran to the phone and ordered the second shift to stop all machine operations without informing Huhan. Then, he called Zhou Feng's number. Meanwhile, he was calmly waiting for the call he had anticipated. As soon as the phone rang, he felt a surge of joy. Hearing Zhou Feng pick up, Kongjinzhong quickly introduced himself. Zhou Feng confirmed, "You are holding enough evidence to charge Huhan." At that moment, Kongjinzhong was drenched in cold sweat, thinking that if things went as expected, the other party was likely demanding some money. If his superiors found out about this, his position as the factory director could be over. Zhou Feng continued, "Huhan forged a sales contract with the Shinan Equipment Factory and embezzled over 3 million coins. Then, he signed another contract worth 500,000 coins with a different construction company, purchasing exactly the same number of parts from Shinan." Upon hearing this, Kongjinzhong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He trembled and asked, "Do you have the evidence in hand right now?" Zhou Feng replied, "Absolutely." Kongjinzhong quickly reassured, "I will come to you immediately." Zhou Feng agreed to the plan. Before ending the call, he reminded him to report to the police first, and it would be best if he did so in his capacity as the director of the Lin Shui steel factory. Doing so would help him avoid harsher penalties. Kongjinzhong nodded, "I understand." After hanging up, he began to reflect on what Zhou Feng had said. Although he didn't know him well, he was surprised by Zhou Feng's foresight and careful thinking. In fact, Zhou Feng was helping Kongjinzhong so that he would owe him a favor later. Moreover, reporting to the police in his name would be far more effective. Zhang Zier observed Zhou Feng and wondered, "A few minutes ago, you called the owner of the Lin Shui steel factory, right? And it seemed like you were discussing something important. Why has Zhou Feng suddenly become so unfamiliar?" Outside the Lin Shui steel factory, Kang Jinzhong drove to Zhang Zier's house. When he heard the knock on the door, Zhou Feng didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. He opened the door and was stunned when he realized that the man standing before him was the father of the ill-fated couple. Kang Jinzhong took the evidence from him and looked at the receipts in his hand. These documents were enough to implicate Hu Han. He patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder and said, "Young man, this is impressive. What's your name?" Zhou Feng waved his hand and said, "Factory owner Kang, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just trying to gather evidence for the factory." There was another sound of hurried footsteps from outside the door. The police had arrived. Kang Jinzhong turned to look at Zhou Feng, who again acted as if he didn't know anything. He understood that this was his opportunity to make a contribution, so he handed the receipts to the police. These receipts had been found in Hu Han's office and were directly linked to the deaths of the two individuals. The specific details, however, were for Zhou Feng to explain. After saying this, he patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder again. Before long, the police had a clear understanding of the situation. They asked Zhou Feng, "Did Hu Han know he was in the red?" He calmly replied, "Perhaps not, but if we control his family members, it might be easier to catch him." The police were surprised. "How do you know these things?" But they didn't dwell on it further, only feeling that Zhou Feng was not an ordinary person. One of them turned to Kang Jinzhong, inviting him to come to the station for a visit. At the Lin Shui factory, Hu Han was leisurely enjoying tea in his office, completely unaware of the imminent danger. Suddenly, he felt something suspicious near the books, which made him startle and drop his teacup. When he opened it up to check, he found no receipt. He suddenly remembered the farmer in the hat from the morning, and that feeling of familiarity came rushing back. Immediately, he thought of Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng arrived at the house of his younger siblings, Lin Chang and Lam. Nam was surprised to see him. Wu Na asked, "Why are you here?" "Ah, I have something I want to discuss with you." Lin Chang and Lam exchanged looks, feeling it wasn't appropriate to stay, and said they would come back another time. Zhou Feng then explained to them that he had taken care of Hu Han's matter and that they didn't need to worry anymore. Unexpectedly, Wu Na pointed behind him, shocking everyone. "That's Hu Han." Zhou Feng immediately turned around and saw Hu Han standing at the door, furious. He quickly positioned himself in front of his younger siblings and signaled for them to go inside, determined to handle the issue himself. Hu Han blared, "It's really you. Give me back my things." With that, he rushed forward to attack. However, Zhou Feng skillfully dodged and twisted his arm. "What are you talking about? I haven't taken anything from you. Tell me clearly, is it Shinan's stuff or someone else's?" Hu Han began to worry and urgently asked him to produce the contract. Zhou Feng immediately kicked him to the ground. "Hu Han, it seems like you still don't understand the situation," he said while grabbing a broken bottle from the shelf. "Do you understand now?" Hu Han trembled and replied, "I understand." Zhou Feng immediately punched him in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Now, what do you want to do?" He stared at him with cold, sharp eyes. "Right now, I want to settle the score regarding my parents and my sister." Upon hearing this, Hu Han started to justify himself. "Your parents' issue has nothing to do with me. Honestly, I'm also very upset about what happened. Just hand over the contract. That belongs to the state. If it's discovered, we'll both end up in prison." Zhou Feng threw the bottle down and put his arm around his shoulders. "Is it that dangerous? Then let's go find it. There has to be a way to hide this. There's no way it can be carried around like this." As they left, he turned to his siblings, signaling that everything was fine. Once outside, Hu Han immediately asked him where he had hidden the contract. "Don't rush, Mr. Hu. First, let's talk about the money." "I don't have any money." I gave it all to you last time. Zhou Feng didn't say much, he simply punched him again. Stop wasting time. If not, I'll hand the contract over to Kong Jin Zhong. He asked him where he had hidden the 2.5 million coins he had embezzled. Seeing that Zhou Feng knew about the matter, Hu Han no longer bothered to hide anything. Zhou Feng continued, let's be straightforward, I don't need much. Seeing that Hu Han was still hesitating, he continued to affirm, don't worry, I've already joined forces with you. If you're not careful, you'll fall into your own trap. Wait until July when we buy the equipment, buy an extra batch of new equipment, then exchange it with the inferior equipment. By then, no one will know what happened, right? Hu Han trembled and stood up, then let's go. Afterward, the two of them went to the tomb of Hu Han's family. He didn't expect the man to have divided the money into several parts, one of which contained 100,000 coins hidden in the ancestral tomb. He handed the money to Zhou Feng, don't go back on your word. Zhou Feng opened the bag, looked at the money inside, and thought to himself, the plan is complete. When they got back to the street, he told Hu Han to wait for a moment, I'll go into the store and buy a few things. A while later, he came out of the store and turned to him, change out of those dirty clothes, otherwise, people will definitely be suspicious. Ha, you think ahead so carefully, he replied. After changing his clothes, Hu Han asked Zhou Feng where the contract was hidden. Zhou Feng answered that it was under the red tiles, next to the trash can under his house. Hu Han was upset and scolded, why would you put something so important there? Hurry up and go home to get it with me. When they arrived at his house, the factory president was waiting for Hu Han, and it seemed that he was very surprised. Seeing him, the chairman immediately exclaimed, he is Hu Han. Suddenly, police from all directions rushed in to arrest him. Hu Han, behave yourself, they shouted. Hu Han looked at Zhou Feng, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. It was at that moment that he realized why Zhou Feng had asked him to change into clean clothes, it was to avoid suspicion. With these neat clothes, it was hard for anyone to associate him with someone who had been digging around in the cemetery. Surely, taking him along hadn't been an easy task. From the very beginning, when Zhou Feng demanded a compensation of 500 coins, it had all been part of the plan. Thinking this, he looked up at the sky and screamed, let me go. Before fainting. Hearing the shouts echoing in his ears, Zhou Feng simply said, Xiaoduo, it's time to wrap up the Hu Han matter, you should go now. When he returned home in the evening, he informed Wu Na that Hu Han had been arrested. He said that tomorrow, the higher-ups would announce this information. After that, he told everyone that he would be bringing something out shortly and asked them not to scream. Don't get too excited, he emphasized. The younger siblings exchanged curious looks. Zhou Feng took out a money bag, raised it high, and then money spilled out onto the table. Wu Na and Wu Yu couldn't help but gasp. He quickly put his finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. The two girls asked, where did you get all this money from? His gaze grew somber, this money was paid for with my parents' lives. Then, he recounted the entire plan and everything that had happened to his younger sisters. Wu Na, keep this money safe. If you ever have more than enough in the future, discuss it with Wu Yu. And if I ever become as wicked as I was before and come asking for money, do not give me a single cent, Zhou Feng said, shaking his finger as he spoke. Hearing his words, the two sisters seemed confused, not fully understanding the meaning behind them. He stood up, preparing to leave. Wu Na, make sure to keep the money safe. As he was about to leave, Wu Na called out, Big brother, stay and have a meal with us. Zhou Feng smiled and shook his head, now that we have money, let's go out and eat together. Outside, he sighed, this might be the last time, I must go back now. Zhou Feng planned to return to 202 in the evening, to continue his journey towards becoming a big boss. That night, he stopped at a shop and bought 2 bottles of Hanoi beer, which he drank non-stop when he got home. In his drunken state, the image of Xiao Duo, his current wife, vaguely appeared in his mind. He murmured in his stupor, Wu Na, Wu Yu, Wu Jing, goodbye everyone. After saying that, he continued drinking his beer. Slowly, he lost consciousness. In his dream, it felt like he had returned to 202, seeing his own altar and the experiences of the past. The next morning, as Zhou Feng slowly opened his eyes, he realized that he was still in this era. He let out a frustrated yell. Damn it, can I not go back? Who on earth is making a memorial altar for me? And the cremation too, that means there's no hope of returning anymore. Thinking of this, although irritated, he accepted the reality that he could not go back, and thus decided to continue with the unfinished tasks here. If I had known from the start that I couldn't return, I wouldn't have let go. Looking at the photo taken with Xiao Duo, he couldn't help but think, Zhang Zier will definitely contact Shen Ziran. In the end, Shen Ziran will find a way to reach Xiao Duo. With that thought, he felt somewhat reassured about losing contact with her. Realizing he couldn't return, Zhou Feng was about to go into the kitchen to cook some noodles when a few younger brothers came to visit. He grabbed a packet of noodles and said, "Let's eat together." Wu Na hesitated for a moment, then called out, "Big brother, today we bought some meat, come to our house and eat with us." Zhou Feng happily agreed, and on the way back, the younger brother looked up and said, "Big brother, from now on, stay at home." Zhou Feng smiled and ruffled his head, replying, "Take it slow, we'll figure it out when my house expires." At this point, Wu Na also spoke up. "Big brother, the story about Hu Han is spreading all over Lin Shui now. Not only him, but even his relatives involved in the case have been arrested." Zhou Feng smiled and sniffed, saying, "It's all been planned. Besides, the chances of him escaping the death penalty are very low." At the same time, Liang Liang and Man Man also arrived at Zhang Ziyer's house. As soon as the door opened, Man Man rushed in. "Let Ziyer go, help us. You have a good relationship with Dai Hai and Zhou Feng, please ask him to help us." She spoke while crying, leaving Ziyer feeling confused. At that moment, Fu Dahai came out from inside, hearing the sound of crying. "What's going on? Take your time and explain." Tian Liang immediately spoke up. "Here's the thing. Xiao Shan's father is attracting attention all over the city. I heard he's been arrested, and Zhou Feng is a witness at the police station." Fu Dahai sighed in relief and asked, "What does that have to do with me? You didn't interfere, so why worry?" Tian Liang replied, "Maybe it's not what you think. That day, Man and I ran into him on the street, joked around with him a bit. When we were leaving, he said, 'The evidence is still in my hands and Man's.' We didn't think much of it at the time. But after Xiao Shan got arrested, I found out that Zhou Feng had told the police he got the evidence from him." Lu Man quickly spoke up. "Normally, Liang and I have a close relationship with Xiao Shan. Do you think the police might arrest us too?" As soon as she finished speaking, her legs suddenly weakened. Hearing this, Fu Dahai thought for a moment, "I wonder if Zhou Feng is reporting to the police right now. Should we go check?" Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was at his younger sibling's house, feeling very happy. His sister had bought a lot of vegetables and meat today, and he had gone into the kitchen to help. He turned to Wu Jing and asked, "How are your cooking skills?" Wu Jing picked up the chicken leg and took a bite. "This is the best. You're so talented." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Zhou Feng stood up to open the door and saw Fu Dahai standing there. He teased him. "Hey, don't tell me the smell of food has lured you here." At that moment, the people who had been hiding behind Fu Dahai stepped forward and greeted Zhou Feng. He was surprised and thought to himself, "Are these people from the Black Suit organization?" He then invited them in, turned around, and called out to Wu Jing to bring 8 more pairs of chopsticks for the guests. But Tian Liang immediately waved his hand and said, "Zhou Feng, it's fine. We've already eaten. We're here mainly to settle a few misunderstandings." Zhou Feng took another bite of the chicken leg and asked, "Misunderstandings? I don't remember any misunderstandings." Tian Liang looked at Fu Dahai. Fu Dahai cleared his throat. Zhou Feng, have you reported the situation with Tian Liang and Lu Man Man to the police yet?
No, not yet, but I was planning to eat first and then go.
Upon hearing this, Tian Liang and Lu Man Man were so frightened they nearly cried. Standing behind Fu Dahai, she pinched him, causing Fu Dahai to wince in pain and quickly beg for mercy. Fu Dahai immediately turned to Zhou Feng and said, "Actually, it's not like that, Zhou Feng. The two of them have nothing to do with Hu Han. You don't have to be so heartless." "Alright, you're right. Then I won't report it to the police." Upon hearing this, Fu Dahai's face lit up with joy. He patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder and affirmed, "I told you, Zhou Feng wouldn't be that heartless. He never really wanted to report it to the police. He just wanted to scare the two of them." To him, their actions were like children playing around. After Fu Dehai's people left, Wu Na began to study. He sat next to her, checked her work, and said, "Wu Na, you got this one wrong." Wu Na looked at him and then stood up to make room for him. He sat down and corrected the mistakes for her. When Wu Na saw the answers, she couldn't believe her eyes. "Oh my God, is this really my older brother?" After finishing teaching Wu Na, he started thinking about the future. "When Wu Na finishes her exams, my plan is to go to Jiahai to start a business. Interestingly, my ex-wife, Xiaoduo, also lives there." Looking at the expressions of his younger siblings in the family, he couldn't help but feel warmth and happiness. This is what a real family is like, so cozy. Time passed quickly, and Wu Na was about to take her college entrance exams. One day, after dropping Wu Na off at the exam site, it suddenly started to rain. He thought, it's time to prepare for the move to Jiahai. On the way back, the rain had stopped. He suddenly remembered, we're out of pork at home, so I'll make crispy fried pork for the kids. On the road, he overheard two old men selling vegetables discussing Hu Han. Not only had they found money in Mr. Hu's tomb, but they had also discovered many valuable items from the tombs of other relatives nearby. When Zhou Feng approached, he crouched down to eavesdrop on their conversation, accidentally breaking a vegetable stalk in his hand. Embarrassed, he said, "I'll buy this." Afterward, he quickly returned home and suddenly realized something. It was terrible. How could I forget that this world is so different from the one I used to live in? In this era, goods don't circulate as quickly, especially in a small place like Lin Shui. I have taken a large sum of money from Hu Han, and it's hard to imagine when I'll ever spend all these 100,000 coins. If the amount that Hu Han embezzled doesn't match the money he mined, the police will surely investigate immediately. At that point, Hu Han won't let me off. Even though I've contributed to this case, if the amounts don't add up, they will definitely start investigating me. As soon as he got home, he shouted, "Wu Yu, bring that money here, something big is happening." He then took the 100,000 coins to Hu Han's grave. When he was sure no one was around, he approached a particular spot and saw that the earth was still intact. Lucky the police haven't been here yet, everything is still possible. Zhou Feng let out a sigh of relief and quickly buried the money. Meanwhile, at the temporary detention center, Officer Zhao was interrogating Kong Jin Zhong about the disappearance of the 100,000 coins. Hu Han was adamant that Zhou Feng was the one who had taken the money. "It's unbelievable. This matter was a collaboration between me and Zhou Feng. Would he really harm himself like that?" Officer Zhao sternly repeated every word. "Factory owner Kong, these are the 100,000 coins, and we will now proceed with questioning him." Kong Jinzhong, worried, quickly suggested, "Could I meet Zhou Feng first?" Officer Zhao firmly rebutted, "Factory owner Kong, if it weren't for our long-standing acquaintance, I might have suspected you first. We must be clear between public and private matters, and emotions should be set aside." Kong Jinzhong watched the back of Officer Zhao, feeling anxious and unsure of what to do. If Zhou Feng really had the money, then the matter would be settled. Before leaving, Officer Zhao had instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on Kong Jinzhong and not allow him to leave until Zhou Feng was caught. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was leisurely enjoying his ice cream. Earlier, he had been wondering to himself, do I really belong in this world, or will I soon have to leave, with an air of arrogance and self-importance? Fortunately, everything still seemed to be manageable in time. When he saw two old men playing chess, Zhou Feng couldn't help but comment on the game. A moment later, as the old men, fuming with anger, were about to scold him, the police arrived and took him into custody. In the interrogation room, the police directly asked him about the 100,000 coin.
What money are you talking about, Chief? Did Hu Han tell you this?
Zhou Feng appeared surprised.
Officer Zhao slammed the table in anger and shouted, Zhou Feng, don't take that tone with me. I'm asking you to answer, not to question me back. Zhou Feng raised his hand, signaling his innocence. I didn't lie to you.
Hu Han came to my house and asked for specific evidence.
And then what happened? Officer Zhao pressed on. Didn't you say you had evidence to charge him, and then demand 100,000 yuan to let him off? Zhou Feng trembled, insisting that this wasn't the case. He wasn't pretending.
He was genuinely afraid of being exposed. Slowly, he responded, Hu Han killed my parents. I followed him just to make it easier to catch him. Then, he boldly declared that a person like him deserved to be imprisoned for life. Seeing his expression, Officer Zhao began to believe that he was truly wronged, and asked him to calm down and recount the entire story.
Kang Jinzhong stood outside, overhearing, and couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Zhou Feng had presented 2 points to Officer Zhao. First, Hu Han asked me to dig the grave, but that day I clearly remember he was dressed very neatly. Second, could it be that he was just trying to save some money for his son, Hu Xiaoshan? Upon hearing this, Officer Zhao thought for a moment and then decided to go outside to check Hu Han's records, especially regarding the location where he had given Zhou Feng the 100,000 coin. After a while, the officer returned and reported that, indeed, the money was still at the grave and had not disappeared. Kang Jinzhong immediately burst into laughter, then took out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to Officer Zhao.
Officer, you've had a hard time lately. Officer Zhao replied, all right, stop pretending now, you can go.
By the time he was released, it was already late in the evening. Kang Jinzhong originally intended to invite him to Guozuo restaurant to celebrate, but Zhou Feng said that he didn't even know what was going on at home, so he had to head back first.
Before leaving, he shyly said, oh, by the way, Boss Kang, I need to ask you to quickly send the compensation money to my parents. You know my family is going through a tough time right now.
Kang Jinzhong patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, I've already written the request a long time ago, and the higher-ups have signed it.
You'll definitely get the notice in the next 2 days.
After that, he expressed his intention to invite him to work at the factory, but Zhou Feng had no interest.
He planned to go to Jiahai to complete the transaction.
A small factory could never hold him for long, so he politely declined. Meanwhile, Kang Jinzhong couldn't understand why he refused, as this was a job many people dreamed of. The next morning, Zhou Feng saw the children in Zhang Zi'er playing happily.
He thought to himself, does she have so much free time?
He called her over. When Zhang Zi'er turned around and saw Zhou Feng, she couldn't help but be startled. Oh my god, my ugly image has been ruined.
This time, he came to make a phone call. Upon entering the house, he pointed to the phone and asked Zhang Zi'er, do you have Xiao Duo's number? Can you contact her for me?
Zhang Zi'er paused and remembered what Shen Ziran had said, that she must not give him Xiao Duo's phone number.
Seeing her hesitate, Zhou Feng asked again, you can't give it to me?
Zhang Zi'er shook her head as if to refuse, stammering, I don't have her number. He thought to himself that this girl was really bad at lying.
He then asked, well, you must have Shen Ziran's phone number, right?
Zhang Zi'er turned her back and refused to disclose Shen Ziran's number, which made Zhou Feng unexpectedly exclaim, so, are you deliberately not giving me her number?
Why, Zi'er, I understand you.
I used to behave terribly, like a scoundrel at the bottom of society, but over the years with Xiao Duo, I truly want to say goodbye.
Hearing these words, Zhang Zi'er noticed his eyes darken. She didn't say anything more.
He raised his hand to bid her farewell and left.
Well then, I'll be on my way.
After Zhou Feng had disappeared from sight, Zhang Zi'er stood still for a moment.
His face and the events that had transpired made her feel that Zhou Feng had truly changed. Now, Zheng Zier was unsure. I wonder if I should intervene in their relationship. A week later, Zhou Feng was at home cooking noodles, looking like a professional chef. Just then, Chen Guode visited and cheerfully exclaimed, "Zhou Feng, the compensation has come through, the workshop owner will bring it over tonight." Zhou Feng calmly replied, "Mr. Chen, why are you more excited than I am?" Chen Guode approached. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm just cooking noodles." When he leaned in, the bowl of noodles was empty. Chen Guode then said, "Now that the money is here, why not add an egg to make it taste better? The total compensation is almost 4,000 coins, go ahead and crack an egg to celebrate." Then he started rambling. "Aunt Wang's chickens were taken by those super cub guys, now I have nowhere to borrow eggs from." A while later, the noodles were ready. Chen Guode tasted them and couldn't stop praising. "Wow, this broth is so clear, it tastes amazing. Next time you make noodles, be sure to call me over to eat." Zhou Feng interrupted, "Mr. Chen, I plan to go to Jiahai to develop my career, and I'll be leaving tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chen Guode was surprised. He had initially thought Zhou Feng was just looking for a job, but he never expected him to decide to start his own business. That evening, someone knocked on the door, and it turned out to be Kong Jin Zhong. He asked, "I heard you're leaving for Jiahai tomorrow?" "Mr. Kong, come in and we can talk more comfortably. It's not ideal to discuss here." After entering, Zhou Feng poured tea for him. Kong Jin Zhong tapped the table, showing his approval. "You're quite the person. If Chen Guode hadn't told me, I would have thought you were planning to leave in secret. Actually, I was planning to wait for you to arrive before I spoke about it." Seeing Zhou Feng's sharp demeanor, he couldn't help but comment, "You're quite the smooth talker. It seems like you're leaving the factory to find a better job in Jiahai, right?" Zhou Feng laughed and scratched his head before continuing the conversation. "You're overpraising me. I'm just going to a big city to do some small work. You're being too modest. Honestly, I'm still very curious about how you got your first contract." Zhou Feng thought to himself, Kong Jin Zhong is the owner of the Lin Shui steel factory, and his future is as bright as a fluorescent light bulb. Determined to build a relationship with this person, he decided to share everything, including the tricks he had used, and asked him to keep it confidential. A moment later, Kong Jin Zhong fully understood the situation, and he was stunned. This kid is really something. This is unbelievable. If I were in that situation, I probably wouldn't have managed to do even half of what you did. The two of them chatted for a long time until Kong Jin Zhong left. Before he left, he said, "Zhou Feng, whenever you get to Jiahai, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me." "Ha, thank you for your kindness, I'll remember it." After seeing Kong Jin Zhong off, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had gotten the money and seen the person off. Now, all that was left was to pack his things and head back. "Ah, right, I might stay in Jiahai for a long time, so there's something I need to do right away." He brought a color TV to Wu Na's house. Wu Na, seeing this, quickly asked, "Why are you bringing a TV here in the middle of the night? Is something going on?" Zhou Feng stepped into the house and said, "Oh, the TV is really heavy now." "You're still standing there, come help me out, I can't hold it much longer." After placing the TV on the table, he was exhausted. Wu Na asked Wu Yu to pour him some water, and then he seriously informed them. "Tomorrow, I'm going to Jiahai." Wu Na, surprised, asked, "You're leaving tomorrow?" "Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I'll only bring 500 coins with me. The rest of the money, make sure to keep it safe." Wu Yu, concerned, asked, "Do you think 500 is enough? Jiahai is a big city, the cost of living is pretty high." He patted his little sister's head and smiled. "It's enough. I'm going there to earn money, not to spend it." "Has Wu Jing gone to sleep yet?" Wu Na went to Wu Jing's room and said, "He had so much fun today that he's already fast asleep." Wu Yu asked if they should wake up their little brother. He shook his head. No need, just check on him for me. Zhou Feng stood by the door, looking at his younger brother who was fast asleep. Wu Jing, I'm leaving. The next morning, he packed his belongings, not forgetting to take the photo of him and his wife, Xiao Duo. When he stepped outside, he saw Chen Guodu waiting for him. Zhou Feng asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "Well, since I left early this morning, I didn't get a chance to treat you to a meal." Zhou Feng smiled and got into his car. Chen Guodu drove him to the bus station. On the way, Zhou Feng slipped his hand into the pocket of Chen Guodu's pants and discreetly took the pack of cigarettes he had just bought. At the bus station, Zhou Feng said his goodbye, "I'm off now." Chen Guodu also felt reluctant to part. Zhou Feng had truly settled in well here. On his way back home, Chen Guodu searched everywhere but couldn't find his pack of cigarettes. Though a bit amused and helpless, he decided not to worry about it. When he arrived at Jiahai, Zhou Feng was taken aback by the bustling crowds and traffic. Jiahai was truly much more prosperous and modern than Lin Shui, with all the hallmarks of a big city. While he was observing, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, handsome, want to spend the night with me? Or perhaps stay at my place?" A middle-aged woman appeared behind him, handing him a small business card that read, "Heart to Heart Guest House." Curious, he immediately asked, "Is your place reputable?" Upon hearing this, the woman immediately became excited. "My place is completely legitimate. My name is Lan, my husband's name is Meng. We offer both formal and informal services, anything you need, we have." Zhou Feng felt panicked and quickly stepped back, but the woman seemed unconcerned by his refusal and dragged him into the group of women there. At that moment, a bus appeared, and he hurried toward it, shouting loudly, "Wait, there's one more person." Once aboard the bus, he held the map in his hand and silently thought that he needed to find a cheap place to stay first, otherwise, how could he afford to live, let alone think about earning money? Meanwhile, Shen Ziran was calling a taxi company to book a ride with the number 411. Before long, the car arrived, and the driver waved at her. "Ziran, over here, get in the car." Shen Ziran smiled and asked Shi Jiang, "How will you thank me?" Shi Jiang smiled and replied, "She's very beautiful, but she's been married before." Upon hearing this, Shen Ziran pouted, "I already told you about Xiao Duo's situation earlier." Then, she teased further, and seeing her upset, Shi Jiang simply chuckled and said, "I was just joking. How could I criticize someone you've introduced to me?" Though he didn't truly feel that way, he was willing to meet a divorced woman just to build a connection with her, and outwardly, he remained polite. They quickly arrived at Xiao Duo's workplace, which was a library in Jiahai. Since her mother had helped her find this job, all she did every day was organize books, and her longing for Zhou Feng had gradually lessened. At this point, Shen Ziran and Shi Jiang had already entered. Ziran called Xiao Duo, "It's almost time to get off work, wait for me a bit." Having the family introduce a potential date is one thing, but even Shen Ziran is introducing someone. This is really exhausting. Before long, it was time to finish work, and the two people outside were chatting happily. Suddenly, Shi Jiang spotted a familiar figure and turned around, only to see Xiao Duo. His heart skipped a beat. Although Xiao Duo had divorced, she was still incredibly beautiful, with a perfect figure and the aura of a celebrity. Shen Ziran introduced the two of them to each other, and after getting acquainted, Ziran suggested going to see a movie. "There's a really hot movie right now." The three of them quickly got in the car and left. It wasn't long before they arrived at the cinema. Shen Ziran saw a familiar face and rolled down the window to call out to Zhou Jun. But it seemed he didn't hear her. She asked Shi Jiang to stop the car and went over. When she called again, Zhou Jun finally realized someone was calling him. He was surprised to see it was Shen Ziran and Xiao Duo. She said, "If you're not busy, Zhou Jun, come get in the car and go watch the movie with us." Zhou Jun initially intended to refuse, but Shen Ziran opened the door and pulled him in. Besides, since he had a business partnership with Ziran, he also wanted to build a better relationship with her. Once in the car, Ziran patted Zhou Jun on the back and introduced him to Sha Duo and Jiang. "Hello everyone, this is a close friend of mine and also my colleague, Zhou Jun." Jiang turned around to greet him. Zhou Jun politely responded, then leaned over and whispered to Ziran, "Ziran, the company isn't paying salaries this week, they said they'll pay next month." Hearing that, Jiang immediately said, "It's fine, there's no need to worry. Going to the movies doesn't cost much. Let me treat you today." In the 1980s, being a taxi driver was considered a profession with a decent income, not inferior to modern-day jobs. A few coins for a movie ticket were nothing to Jiang. As for Zhou Feng, he was still looking for a place to stay. To his surprise, it would cost him 35 coins for a month. The landlady looked at him with disdain, typical of her attitude toward country folk. "Is that expensive? If you can't afford it, you can go stay in a dormitory, it's only 5 hao a night." Zhou Feng was taken aback. "So cheap? Where is it?" Following the directions, he quickly arrived at the place, a slum area, but at least it was cheap. The landlady led him to a room. As soon as he entered, he could smell the foul stench. He began to regret, "How is this any different from crawling into my own grave?" Little did he know, someone was watching him. The landlady held out her hand, 5 hao per night, paid daily. Zhou Feng asked where he could brush his teeth and wash his face, then went outside to freshen up. Although the place was of poor quality, it saved him a little money. After brushing his teeth, he returned to the room, only to find that his bag, which had been hanging at the head of the bed, was no longer there. "Oh my God, where's my bag? It was just here a moment ago, how could it disappear so quickly? Who took my bag?" At that moment, a voice from the bed above spoke up, "Young man, be careful when you go out, consider this a lesson for you. Once something is lost here, it's impossible to find it." Zhou Feng cursed, "Luckily, I kept my money on me, otherwise my life would be over." Just then, a familiar voice sounded, asking the landlord, "Uncle Du, are there any rooms available?" Zhou Feng turned around and recognized it was his class monitor, Zhou Jun. Both of them were surprised and couldn't understand why the other was here. Zhou Feng spoke first, "Class monitor, long time no see. I remember we haven't met since we graduated from high school." "That's right, it seems like no one sleeps across from me, so you can sleep there tonight," Zhou Jun replied. Zhou Jun fell silent for a moment. In his heart, he did feel that Zhou Feng was a bit of a nuisance, just like everyone else who kept bringing up Xiao Duo. Zhou Feng sat down on the bed. "I didn't expect to run into you here. After graduating from university, where were you assigned to work?" Talking about his job, Zhou Jun was clearly more excited. "I was assigned to the tax bureau, but my dormitory won't be ready until mid-next month." Zhou Jun was clearly proud. Seeing his expression, Zhou Feng couldn't help but smile, as working at the tax bureau was considered an ideal job in previous years. When Zhou Jun asked him about the purpose of his visit, Zhou Feng didn't hide anything. "I'm here to do some business and also to visit Xiao Duo." In his heart, Zhou Jun thought to himself, "The shameful things I've done are known by everyone in the class, yet I still pretend to be a good person?" He then turned his back and began tidying up the bed. Zhou Feng said, "Class leader, you probably can't attend my wedding, right? You must be very busy." Zhou Jun coldly replied, "There are matters at home, so I can't go." The two remained silent. The next morning, Zhou Feng bought some breakfast and went to the Jiahai Port Market to survey the market and see what products might be suitable for sale. This area mainly sold second-hand clothes. Though Jiahai was a large city, it couldn't compare to the development of Shanghai. Looking at the outdated clothes, Zhou Feng thought, a trend that has become popular in Shanghai will take time to catch on here. However, the cost of living here is no less than in Shanghai. Thinking of this, he smiled. The 1980s were a time full of business opportunities, from floral pants to blazers, and he felt very excited. In the end, he decided to specialize in bell-bottom trousers, as denim jeans were already too common, and selling bell-bottoms wouldn't be too difficult. Clearly, if he continued along this path, his business could expand further. Soon, night fell. In another market in Jiahai, the night market was just beginning to operate.
Zhou Feng came here because he knew that many popular items originated from these markets.
He walked among the bustling crowd, observing his surroundings.
At this moment, Xiao Duo was lowering his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhou Feng suddenly turned his head, and the two unexpectedly came face to face. They were stunned and silent for a moment. Zhou Feng realized that the person standing in front of him was the one he had been yearning for. He couldn't believe his eyes and slowly moved closer, trembling as he said, "Xiao Duo." Then, unable to hold back, he shouted, "Xiao Duo, I don't know what to do." She lowered her head, trying to avoid his burning gaze, and stammered, "Long time no see." When Shijiang saw Xiao Duo talking to a man, he turned to ask Shen Ziran.
At that moment, Zhou Feng spoke up, "Have you eaten? Have you had enough? If not, let's have a meal together." Xiao Duo gently replied, "I've already eaten."
Inside, she was confused as to why Zhou Feng was so persistent. She had worked so hard to move on from her feelings, yet here he was, appearing at this moment. Of course, Zhou Feng had no idea how Xiao Duo was feeling. Cheerfully, he suggested, "Then let's take a walk, I have something I want to tell you."
At that moment, Shen Ziran rushed forward, blocking Xiao Duo, and shouted, "Is there something that can't be said here? Xiao Duo has divorced you, what else is there to discuss?"
She emphasized the word divorce to stress that there was no longer any connection between them.
Xiao Duo remained silent, her gaze sad.
Zhou Feng could feel sweat breaking out, not expecting Xiao Duo to be so cold.
He ignored Shen Ziran's words and asked again, "Can we?"
Xiao Duo pursed her lips and then turned to Shen Ziran, saying, "I'll go with him for a while."
"You all head back first. It's better to clarify certain things." Ziran wanted to say something but simply smiled and replied, "It's fine."
Afterward, Xiao Duo pointed in the direction of the man, indicating that they could walk and talk. As they watched the two figures gradually fade into the distance, Shijiang clenched his fists in anger, thinking to himself, "This ex-husband of hers dares to take her away in front of the blind date." He almost blurted this out, and in his heart, he had already given Xiao Duo the nickname Golden Lotus.
Shen Ziran sighed, turned around, and said, "It's getting late, we should head back."
Shijiang stood still, unsure of what to do as jealousy raged inside him. At this moment, Zhou Feng scratched his head and said, "It's only been a short while since we last met, and you've gained weight.
I really haven't been taking good care of you."
Xiao Duo coldly replied, "Zhou Feng, lately my family has been introducing blind dates for me.
My mom faints every time she hears a little bit about it.
Right now, I'm very worried about her health, so I have no choice but to follow the arrangements at home." Seeing the exhaustion on her face, he understood, her family is forcing her to do things she doesn't want. Zhou Feng stood frozen, though he had so much he wanted to say, he just felt empty, as if his heart were being torn apart. Xiao Duo turned her back, curling up as she walked forward. She looked like a lost child heading forward alone. He turned around and tried to pull her back, struggling to hold himself back from rushing into his arms because there were too many people around. She hugged her head in the darkness, and Zhou Feng ran over to hold her tightly. Xiao Duo was startled, her head being pulled into his chest, and he inhaled her scent, gently kissing her forehead. Xiao Duo didn't say anything, only looking at him with teary eyes, a mix of love and hatred.
Zhou Feng softly called her name, "Xiao Duo."
She suddenly pushed him away, tears starting to fall. She stayed silent for a moment, her face set with determination. He wanted to say something, but she stopped him.
"Zhou Feng, don't say anything anymore. I'm soft-hearted right now, anything you say will make me believe it. Listen to me, actually, I hate you so much. I hate that you were so good to me. If you weren't, maybe it wouldn't hurt so much to leave. The past 6 months, you've almost taken my life. Whenever you weren't happy, you'd hit me. I really want to ask, did you feel any pain when you hit me?"
Her words were like countless daggers piercing Zhou Feng's heart. Time seemed to stand still. He forgot even how to breathe, his gaze fixed solely on Xiao Duo, who was becoming more agitated as she spoke.
"Zhou Feng, why did you suddenly change and start treating me so well? I feel even more unsafe. Are you lying to me by being kind? I'm so stupid, I can't even tell right from wrong anymore. I don't understand why you showed up in Jiahai, why you're here. Zhou Feng intended to explain, but she covered her ears and shook her head, saying, I don't want to hear it anymore, no matter what the reason is, I don't want to hear it anymore. After saying that, she wiped her tears and calmly ran toward her home. She still tried to speak from afar, don't follow me anymore, I have to go home. Watching her figure disappear, Zhou Feng's heart felt heavy, there were too many things he couldn't say. He stood still, silently observing her as she vanished, his hand clenched into a fist. He slowly walked down the road. When he passed by a park, he saw a bench. Perhaps from walking too much, he collapsed onto it. I really wanted to hold her just now and tell her that I wouldn't deceive her and I wouldn't hurt her again. But looking back at the house with only 5 coins for a night and the children waiting for him to raise them, he asked himself, what do I have to offer Xiao Duo to make her trust me and bring her happiness? Right now, the important thing is to earn money. The next morning, Zhou Feng sat exhausted on the bus heading to the antique street. This place was full of countless antique goods, with stalls stretching out, most of which had vendors sitting on the ground, displaying their products on mats. He happened to spot a piece he liked and picked up a ring to examine. The seller reminded him carefully, that's from the Ming dynasty. Zhou Feng smiled. In modern times, he had knowledge of gemstones. He lifted his head and asked the seller about the price of this item. The seller waved his hand dismissively and said, don't even ask, kid. The price is sky high, you can't afford it. Zhou Feng smiled, his eyes gleaming, and asked, Sir, how much is this ring made of jade of eastern blue? Hearing this question, the shop owner hesitated for a moment, realizing he was dealing with someone from the trade. Dropping the act, he answered bluntly, 2 coins, including the craftsmanship fee. Zhou Feng carefully examined the ring and began to bargain. Judging by the cut and polish, it was still a bit overpriced. Before he could finish his sentence, the shop owner had already stated, 1 coin. Zhou Feng smiled, requested a piece of steel, and then left. As he walked out into the park, he looked at the ring and thought to himself, isn't this the heirloom ring from my family? Seeing that it was still early, Zhou Feng stopped by a small eatery near the antique market for a meal. A voice came from behind, darling, let's go over there and take a look. Zhou Feng turned toward the voice and saw a foreign couple. He put down his chopsticks and listened attentively to their conversation. Since entering the alley, the blonde woman had been glancing around curiously, fascinated by everything. They approached a stall, and the woman asked her husband, darling, what era is this clay artifact from? The man replied calmly, I don't know either. He continued, Nation H has a long history, but these items have been cleaned, so their origins are hard to identify. Seeing the foreign couple, the shopkeeper immediately decided to play on their psychology. The woman picked up a jar, and the owner promptly reminded her, be careful, don't drop it. Looking at the exaggerated actions of the shopkeeper, Zhou Feng felt like he was about to vomit up the bowl of noodles he had just eaten. Yet, his performance had the desired effect on the other two. They immediately responded, we'll be very careful, please don't worry. They examined the jar as if they were factory-raised chickens. The woman spoke, darling, I can feel its history. The man nodded and told her to put the jar back. He then immediately asked the shopkeeper about the price. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and said, this is an heirloom passed down by my ancestors, I can't bear to sell it. This attitude only strengthened the man's resolve. He replied, I will cherish it. The shopkeeper quickly raised one finger and said, our fateful connection costs only 1,000 coins. Upon hearing this price, Zhou Feng thought to himself that they certainly knew how to inflate the price. In contrast to him, the man, upon hearing the price of 1,000 coins, didn't hesitate to open his wallet and start searching for money. But just as he was about to hand over the money, a flawless English voice came from behind. They thought they had encountered a fellow countryman, but when they turned around, they saw Zhou Feng speaking. 2 of you have been scammed. That's a fake. If you want one, I can give it to you for free.
The two men were taken aback but quickly followed Zhou Feng. The shop owner hurriedly called out, "If that price doesn't work for you, then 700 coins will do." Seeing that the two still walked away without looking back, he shouted, 100 coins. The man immediately reacted, turned around. Indeed, it was a fake. After that, the two continued chasing after Zhou Feng, thanking him for the warning. Zhou Feng waved his hand to stop them. "No need to thank me, we're all foreigners here, after all." The two were stunned by his words. They hadn't expected someone from Nation H to speak English so fluently. He replied, "I'm a native, born and raised in Jiahai. My father just does business abroad." One of the men stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "How did you tell the stone was fake? Are you perhaps an expert in antiques?" After asking, the man carefully studied Zhou Feng's thin face, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Zhou Feng smiled and nodded, showing his pride. From the moment he encountered these two foreigners, he had already prepared a plan. He spoke slowly, "The color of this vase is off, its size is uneven, and while the exterior shows signs of age, it doesn't belong to any specific era. I only have a basic understanding of these things." The other man asked again, "Since you know so much about antiques, does that mean you enjoy collecting them?" Zhou Feng smiled gently and said, "In fact, my father's main field of work is collecting antiques. I've seen quite a lot, so I know a little about them." Seeing this, the man's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Then can you help us buy an antique?" At this time, foreigners still had the mindset that people from Nation H were always willing to help them. But what he didn't know was that by 2022, people from Nation H no longer cared about them. Although there was a trace of anger in his heart, Zhou Feng endured it for the sake of making money, just the right opportunity to help antique sellers increase their income. He led the two of them around for a while before stopping in front of the stall of the man they had met earlier. Seeing him accompanied by two foreigners, the shop owner immediately stood up and enthusiastically welcomed them. Zhou Feng, however, remained indifferent and said, "Boss, bring out the real stuff." The shop owner nodded awkwardly, took a moment to search, and finally brought out an antique comb. He sincerely said, "This was left by my grandmother, passed down through several generations. It's from the palace." Looking at the exquisitely crafted wooden comb, Zhou Feng's eyes lit up. The comb seemed very old, but since it held no market value and had no special significance, it was difficult to appraise. Zhou Feng appeared unimpressed and whispered to Tham, "This piece is very good, but don't show too much interest. Let me bargain for you." Tham immediately shook his head. "I don't like this thing. It's just a comb, way too ordinary." The shop owner looked visibly surprised and disappointed. Zhou Feng continued speaking to Tham, "This comb is quite old and rare, it's a collectible worth having." Hearing this, the shop owner quickly nodded in agreement. "That's right." Zhou Feng smiled, having achieved two goals at once. Next, he asked the shop owner about the price. After a moment of hesitation, the shop owner raised a finger. $1 is enough. This really belonged to my grandmother, I can't sell it for any less." Tham nodded, signaling that the price was acceptable and that there was no need for further bargaining. After the purchase, the three of them headed to another shop. Tham excitedly thanked Zhou Feng over and over. "Tonight, dinner's on me." Zhou Feng had been waiting for those words. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant. Linda gazed at Tham with interest. She said, "Honey, I really love this comb." Zhou Feng smiled, twirling the ring on his finger, then said, "Miss Linda is truly lucky. This comb is definitely worth $1,000. Unfortunately." He continued spinning the ring in his hand, deliberately stretching out the last two words, making Linda and Tham look at him in surprise. Their faces showed clear concern as they asked, "Unfortunately what?" Zhou Feng pretended to be disappointed and said that if this ring belonged to a famous historical figure, its value would certainly be much higher. Hearing this, Tham breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, $100 is still worth it for this comb. As he spoke, Tham's eyes suddenly caught sight of the ring on Zhou Feng's hand, and he quickly asked,
What era is this ring from? Who was its owner? Zhou Feng waved his hand and replied, I don't know.
This answer only made Tom more intrigued by the ring. Zhou Feng then began boasting in English fluently, I bought this ring from a small village.
I didn't pay attention to its age, nor can I determine it. Once I return home, I'll examine it more carefully.
Tom was surprised, he hadn't expected Zhou Feng to be unsure of the ring's era.
He hurriedly asked about the price.
When it came to pricing, Zhou Feng had already planned in advance to suggest a price the other party could accept without feeling it was too excessive. If he set the price too high, it would draw too much attention to the ring, which could lead to trouble. Remembering the vase he had been thinking about, he said, 1,000 coins. Linda carefully examined the ring, and Zhou Feng added, I bought it just because I found it beautiful. After wearing it for a few days, I'll sell it right away.
Hearing this, Tom immediately showed interest. Then, would you sell it to me? Zhou Feng was a bit surprised but calmly replied, Are you sure? I already told you I'm not certain about its value.
Tom replied seriously, I like it the way Linda likes that comb. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng felt satisfied and quickly said, Then let's settle on the price.
Tom eagerly thanked Zhou Feng.
When he received the money, Zhou Feng decided not to bring up the topic of the ring again and shifted to another conversation. In the evening, when he returned to his room, he saw Zhou Jun already there. He immediately tried to strike up a conversation, but Zhou Jun merely responded with a grunt and then ignored him. He wanted to ask about the man who had been with Xiao Duo the other day, but Zhou Jun didn't answer. He wondered if others also thought he wasn't worthy of Xiao Duo. He approached and shook him awake. Zhou Jun angrily sat up, glared at him, and shouted, What does the person next to her have to do with you?
You're minding other people's business.
You two are divorced now, stop clinging to her. After saying this, Zhou Jun's face turned red, and his fists clenched as if he was about to strike. Seeing this, Zhou Feng asked, Why so much talk?
Who exactly is that person? His expression was relaxed, completely unaffected by Zhou Jun's earlier words. At this point, Zhou Jun's patience had reached its limit.
He yelled, Cut to the chase, Shijiang drives a taxi. He earns more in a day than you do in a month.
You should give up on this idea.
After saying this, he lay down on the bed.
Zhou Feng just smiled lightly and took note of the name. The next morning, Zhou Feng took a train to Guanhai. The 15-hour journey went quite smoothly. By the time he arrived, it was already morning.
Feeling the weight of over 1,000 coins in his pocket, he was confident it would be enough to buy a batch of good flared pants. In Guanhai, after some calculations, Mr. Su made his way to the wholesale market. This place was 4 times larger than the Jiahai wholesale market. It was already 4 a.m. Looking around, he spotted an ideal ledge to rest on. Without much thought, he sat down, leaned against the wall, and dozed off. In a wholesale market like this, competition was fierce, and resting here was the best option. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he opened his eyes, the surroundings were already bustling with people. He couldn't help but be surprised. After struggling for 5 minutes, he finally managed to squeeze his way inside. After walking a short distance, he happened to come across a store selling jeans 40 coins for regular ones and 50 coins for high-waisted flared pants.
Zhou Feng instinctively swallowed.
That was expensive. Back in the year 202, these pants would have cost over 3,000 coins, and they would still have been knockoffs.
Tian stepped forward and asked the shop owner, If I buy 50 pairs, how much of a discount can I get?
The shop owner replied loudly, 50 pairs cost 50 coins each, but if you buy 100, it's only 45 coins per pair.
45 coins is the lowest price. After some consideration, Zhou Feng turned to the crowd and shouted, Anyone interested in buying flared pants together? Let's make a bulk purchase.
Finally, he managed to get 3 people to buy along with him. He quickly agreed with them on the quantity they needed to purchase. Each person would contribute their share along with 50 of their own, bringing the total to 105 items, just enough to qualify for the store's discount. After collecting the money, he double-checked with the three people before heading to the store. The woman followed him closely, as if afraid he might run away. Upon arriving at the store, he heard a loud shout, "There are only a few boxes of bell-bottom pants left. Whoever is quick enough will get them." Joe Fong waved his cash in the air and shouted, "Boss, look, this is my money. I want to buy 105 pairs of bell-bottom pants with a small waist." He even intentionally let the dollars show. The sharp-eyed store owner immediately realized that the dollars would bring in higher profits. Without hesitation, he called his wife to bring out 105 pairs of bell-bottom pants for him. Once the goods were received, Joe Feng's group found a corner to divide them up. When the woman tried to take a pair of pants from his hands, he smiled seriously and said, "Please wait until I finish dividing them up." Then, he turned to a man in the group and asked, "Brother, I'm Joe Fong, and you are?" The man smiled and replied, "Call me Su Guodao." After their introductions, Joe Fong handed Su Guodao 5 pairs of the larger-sized pants. Su Guodao accepted them with a warm smile. Joe Fong smiled back and said, "That's right, I like the larger sizes. You're quite sharp." Joe Fong continued to move the remaining pairs of pants when Su Guodao suddenly spoke up. "Oh, right, everyone, I need a pair of men's flared pants." Joe Fong pondered for a moment, lowering his head to look at his yellowed shirt and mud-stained pants. He felt it was time for a change. On his last night in Guanghai, he went out for dinner with Su Guodao. The next day, Joe Fong returned to Jiahai. He quickly headed to the night market to talk with the manager. Earlier, he had deliberately bought a pack of cigarettes worth 2 coins for Qin Ichio. With the cigarettes in hand, Qin Ichio became noticeably more courteous. The two of them ventured deeper into the market and secured a stable spot. After receiving the 2-coin management fee, Qin Ichio said to Joe Fong, "Tidy up a bit and then go." Joe Fong didn't rest, he worked continuously for an hour, finally arranging the goods properly. Since Tian Lang Lang had come from Lin Shui to Jiahai, Shen Ziran decided to treat everyone to a meal. Naturally, she brought Xiao Duo along. She even intentionally arranged for Xiao Duo to sit next to Shi Jiang. In Shi Jiang's heart, the discomfort from encountering Joe Fong at the night market still lingered. Last time, there were too many people around, making it inconvenient for him to say much. Shen Ziran asked everyone to introduce themselves and then introduced Shi Jiang to Tian Liang Liang. "My high school friend just moved to Jiahai and is currently working at the Shinan equipment factory." Shi Jiang smiled, lifting his gaze. "Tian Lang's job over there is quite decent. At the very least, he earns 100 coins, which is significantly better than Shen Ziran's place, where he can only make a maximum of 80 coins. Shen Ziran pretended to be upset and said, "Shi Jiang, you're still teasing me about taking Xiao Duo with me, aren't you? Oh, and I should mention in advance that this meal is on me, in celebration of Liang Liang's arrival in Jiahai." After that, everyone started chatting, except for Xiao Duo, who remained silent. The Tian Lang Liang group also exchanged a few pleasantries. As night fell, Joe Fong became even more enthusiastic at the night market. Whenever someone passed by, he would loudly call out, "Imported flared pants, top quality, absolutely not to be missed." At that moment, a girl appeared behind him and gently asked, "Can you prove that these are imported goods?" He smiled and began speaking in English. "Of course. Just take a look at this design and label." Seeing him speak English, the girl's eyes lit up, and she responded in English as well. Joe Fong asked what size she wore and mentioned that the factory was currently offering a promotion, only 99 coins for a pair of pants. Furthermore, if she bought one, she could take a stroll around the black market and get a 5-coin rebate. Hearing this, the girl seemed to lose all reason. Joe Fong confidently patted his chest and said, "If you're not satisfied, you can return it." After buying the pants, the girl happily left, while Joe Fong smiled contentedly. Not long after, Shen Ziran's group finished eating and also arrived at the night market. Jia Boy pointed toward the market and cheerfully said to Ziran and Xiao Duo, "We have to take a stroll around, it's much more fun than just walking outside." Zhang Xiao Duo lowered her head slightly and responded,
After selling the first pair of pants, the girl put them on.
Just 20 minutes later, she returned to the night market with a slim, striking figure, immediately drawing the attention of the crowd. The pants accentuated her long legs, leaving many in awe. She now looked like a celebrity. Smiling, she walked over to Jo Fong, who couldn't stop praising her.
Absolutely stunning.
Although it was just a simple compliment, it sounded a bit teasing to her, making her face flush red. Jo Fong handed her 5 coins, which made her visibly delighted. The onlookers, captivated by the girl exuding confidence in her flared pants, began to waver. That was exactly what Jo Fong wanted. Without hesitation, he picked up a loudspeaker and announced, "Imported flared pants here. Buy them today, put them on, come to the market, and get 5 coins back." Girls rushed to his stall to make a purchase. Before long, he was happily counting the money in his hands, amazed at how well the flared pants were selling. In just 1 hour, most of them had sold out, only 3 large-sized pairs remained.
At this moment, Shen Ziran's group had arrived at the market. Jia Boy glanced at the girl beside him and said to Ziran, "Look at that girl wearing those flared pants, they're really something." Shen Ziran also noticed that the pants were completely different from the styles currently on the market. They made their way toward Zhou Feng's stall. At this point, he only had 3 large-sized pairs left. Though exhausted from selling, there were still many people eager to buy. He held a notebook, jotting down each customer's measurements while reminding them that if they wanted to place an order in advance, they needed to leave a deposit of 1 coin. Jia Boy quickly stepped forward and asked about the price of the flared pants. With his back turned to them, Jo Fong slowly turned around and replied, "The flared pants cost 99 coins each. The small sizes are already sold out. If you want to buy them, you have to place an order and leave a deposit of 1 coin." Shen Ziran was surprised to recognize Jo Fong. However, he didn't pay any attention to her, only glancing briefly. Xiao Duo softly called her name, shocked to see Jo Fong here, as she had thought he had already returned to Lin Shui. After a brief moment of silence, Jo Fong enthusiastically said, "Xiao Duo, you came to the market? This batch is sold out, but I'll save one for you in the next batch." Xiao Duo merely lowered her head, saying nothing. Seeing this, Jo Fong chuckled and said, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." Xiao Duo coldly replied, "No need. Denim pants are too expensive. I hope you'll consider Wu Na's livelihood." Jo Fong was about to explain when Shen Ziran pulled Xiao Duo away. Li Dekai walked over and said with a smile, "Jo Fong, keep working hard. Who knows, you might just become the richest person in the class." Jo Fong ignored the taunts, his gaze fixed on Xiao Duo's figure disappearing into the crowd. Shi Jiang stood beside Xiao Duo, glaring angrily at Jo Fong. Seeing this, Li Dekai became even more irritated, as he had never liked Jo Fong and felt disrespected. In a fit of anger, he suddenly shoved Xiao Duo toward Shi Jiang. Before Xiao Duo could react, Shi Jiang had already embraced her, leaving her surprised and blushing. Jo Fong was instantly enraged. Li Dekai's actions had sparked his fury. He clenched the notebook in his hand, unable to hold back, and shouted, "Li Dekai, do you have any manners?" Then, turning to Shi Jiang with a smile, he said, "Friends just talk casually, right? Why not come and support your old friend's business a little?" Shi Jiang wasn't pleased. He wasn't Zhou Feng's friend before, and saying such things in front of everyone made him feel cornered. To be trying to make money at this moment wasn't simple. Thinking this, he took out a few hundred coins and said, "No need to return it. Consider it as me supporting you on behalf of a friend." Jo Fong suggested that everyone provide their sizes by taking out the notebook. Before anyone could respond, Jia Boy quickly declared, "I choose size L, and the other 2 will take size M." After the heavy blow just now, Li Dekai became more timid, remaining silent and not daring to protest. He never expected Jo Fong to be so terrifying. His gaze just now felt like it could cut someone down. As some people were preparing to leave,
Xiao Duo glanced back at Zhou Feng several times. Shen Ziran pulled her outside. Watching Xiao Duo's figure gradually disappear, Zhou Feng called out, "Xiao Duo, we should talk for a bit." But before he could say anything, Zhou Jun interjected with a cold tone. "Zhou Feng, you two are already divorced." His words were unmistakably clear. Even though Zhou Feng simply responded with a brief thank you and fell silent, his expression darkened. Walking beside Xiao Duo, Shen Ziran softly advised, "Xiao Duo, why are you still hesitating? What's the point of talking to someone like him?" Xiao Duo furrowed her brows and firmly replied, "There are things that need to be made clear. Otherwise, Zhou Feng won't let me go." With that, she strode straight toward him. The old friends in the back noticed and immediately began whispering among themselves, feigning disdain with a scoff. Shen Ziran observed and noticed this change. When Xiao Duo stood beside Zhou Feng, she suggested they go elsewhere to talk. They walked together to a quieter spot. Turning her back to him, she spoke coldly, "Say what you need to say." Zhou Feng was caught off guard by her distant tone and thought to himself that he needed to explain quickly. "Xiao Duo, a lot has happened since you left. Hu Han was arrested, and my parents are also seeking justice. I've already given the compensation money to Wu Na." Xiao Duo interrupted, "Can you get to the point? What do I have to do for you to let me go?" Zhou Feng smiled and pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pocket, flaunting it in front of her. "Xiao Duo, look, I made quite a lot of money tonight." Xiao Duo didn't respond, only softly called his name. He continued, "Listen to me, we're already divorced. I'm going to marry someone else. Can you stop clinging to me? Go back to Lin Shui, and let's never see each other again." Those words cut through his mind like a blade, making him realize that she truly wanted to leave him. A wave of disappointment washed over him, as if everything had been lost. He only wanted to share good things with her, had longed to see her radiant smile, but now she seemed indifferent to his words. In a sudden frenzy, Zhou Feng let out a cold laugh. His smile carried an eerie undertone, and in the end, he couldn't hold himself back, his throat trembled. Seeing this, Xiao Duo instinctively stepped back. He gripped her shoulders tightly, his voice ringing out firmly, each word sharp and forceful, "You will never marry anyone else in this lifetime. No matter who you go to, I will destroy everything." Xiao Duo was terrified, her eyes welling with tears. Seeing the serious expression on his face, she realized that his words were not a joke. Angrily, she asked, "What do you want me to do for you to let me go?" Zhou Feng stepped closer and replied, "I will never let you go. I gave you a chance once, and there won't be a second time." During his words, his arm pulled her closer, letting her cheek rest against him. "Xiao Duo, take me back. I will marry you again." His voice grew gentle when he uttered the word marry. Xiao Duo couldn't stop crying, not knowing what to do. The surge of emotions flooding her heart left her overwhelmed. Zhou Feng remained silent for a moment, then sighed, pulling away from Xiao Duo as he spoke helplessly. "Forget it. I'll take you home first." Xiao Duo reassured him that she could go home by herself, but he still couldn't feel at ease. Zhou Feng followed behind her, keeping a distance of about 2 meters. In his past life, Mr. Sung believed that in order to obtain what he desired, he was willing to use any means necessary, to the point of being no different from a rogue on the streets. However, after going through certain events, he realized that the things he longed for were not as simple as mere objects. Though Xiao Duo was the person he wanted the most, he had never intended to force her. Even if he had to humble himself, he was still willing to marry Xiao Duo. After seeing her safely home, he returned to his stall in the night market, as making money was also important. That evening, he boarded a train to the Guanhai market. The next morning, dressed in a white shirt and dark trousers, he appeared at the wholesale market with an air of quiet confidence. He sought out the owner of the stall selling flared pants, whom he had met before. This time, he confidently requested to buy 60 pairs. The owner was very cheerful as he sold to him at the lowest price. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Zhou Feng. He happened to run into Su Guodao here. The two of them engaged in a pleasant conversation. Zhou Feng realized that Su Guodao was an employee of a major international trading company, specializing in everything from clothing and handbags to high-end crafted products. They had connections with many manufacturing factories abroad. This made Zhou Feng feel the need to build a relationship with him. During their conversation, Su Guodao learned that Zhou Feng had sold out his stock in just one day and couldn't hide his surprise. He shared his thoughts. At some point, everyone will want to compete for easy-to-sell goods. The competition will only get fiercer, which means profits will decline. Zhou Feng laughed and responded. I know that, which is why I only plan to do this for a short time. Su Guodao didn't quite understand and asked again about his intentions. Zhou Feng smiled and explained. To compete on price, you have to act quickly and decisively. At home, as Zhang Xiaoduo opened the door, she immediately heard the sound of objects falling. Sung Yongguang's voice rang out in anger. What is this? We're already divorced, and yet you're still following me like a lingering ghost. Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment upon hearing that, but in the end, she decided to open the door. There were things she couldn't run away from. Stepping into the living room, she saw that her older brother, Zhang Mingming, was also there, while her father sat in the middle, his face pale. Seeing Xiaoduo enter, he asked excitedly, When did Zhou Feng arrive in Jiahai? Xiaoduo replied, The day before yesterday. Sung Yongguang angrily stood up abruptly. Damn it, did he come to borrow money from you again? How much have you given him this time? She interrupted, He didn't borrow money, he just said a few words. Saying that, she stood there, lowering her head in silence. Today, news from the night market had reached Xingyang Wang's ears, and even people at his workplace knew about it. This made him feel utterly humiliated. After a while, Zhang Mingming patted his father's shoulder, urging him to stay calm, while also subtly hinting at Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, from now on, you should stay away from him. He will only bring you trouble. At that moment, Jiang Xian anxiously suggested, At first, Mom and Dad didn't let you go out, and now you won't listen. How about we give him some money so he'll stop chasing after you? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Mingming reacted quickly, shouting, No way. You know exactly what kind of person he is. Giving him money will never be enough, he'll only drain Mom and Dad dry. Xiaoduo felt exhausted. No one understood what she had been through. Moreover, she wondered why Zhou Feng kept clinging to her, refusing to let go. She tightly grasped her mother's hand and said, Don't worry, Mom. I will handle everything myself. In her heart, she was determined to sever all ties with Zhou Feng. The sky gradually darkened, and Zhou Feng had already been at the market for quite some time. A moment later, a female voice rang out. Boss, give me a pair of flared pants. Zhou Feng was surprised to have a customer so soon. The girl smiled and reached into her pocket, preparing to take out 99 coins to pay him. However, Zhou Feng quickly waved his hand and said, Sorry, but since you didn't place a pre-order, the current price is 111 coins per pair. The girl froze, suspicion flashing across her face as she asked. It was 99 coins just a few days ago. Why has the price gone up? Zhou Feng explained sincerely. You probably didn't know. Yesterday, when I was selling, I only got a special price from the factory due to a promotional event. I didn't make any profit from that batch, and the quantity was limited. That's why I can't sell you the ones that were already reserved. The girl pouted and complained. And yet, you can raise the price by 10 coins? You have to sell it to me at yesterday's price, or I won't buy it. She acted as if she was about to leave. Zhou Feng shook his head firmly. I really can't afford to take a loss. The factory price for us is already 103 coins. Realizing she couldn't haggle any further, the girl reluctantly agreed to buy, even though it was only a 10-coin difference from the old price. She requested a size S, and gradually, other customers started arriving at his stall. In the following days, Zhou Feng's business became increasingly prosperous. While he was idle, Lily, the girl who had previously bought pants, returned to the stall.
Zhou Feng cheerfully greeted her. "It's you, isn't it?"
This time, Lily came to buy pants for a friend. Zhou Feng informed her, "Right now, all pants are being sold at factory prices, with the lowest price being 100 coins per pair." Lily was astonished and mocked, "You're truly a master of business, quite the sly fox." Meanwhile, Xiao Duo had just finished work and was returning home later than usual because she had to help with a general cleanup. On her way back, she ran into Shi Jiang, and the two chatted for a while. Xiao Duo intended to go to the night market to find Zhou Feng and clarify everything, and Shi Jiang decided to accompany her. She couldn't refuse, so she agreed to go with him. In her heart, she had already resolved to sever ties with Zhou Feng once and for all. At that moment, they happened to run into Jia Boy Boy.
"Are you on your way to the market too?"
Seeing this, Shi Jiang tactfully took his leave. The two girls continued on their way to the market. Jia Boy Boy advised Xiao Duo to keep her distance from Zhou Feng. "Back when we were still in school, everything was just simple affection, but things are different now."
"Are you sure Zhou Feng is still as pure as he used to be?"
After a moment of silence, Xiao Duo said, "But I still want to clarify some things with him." She remained steadfast in her decision, determined to resolve the matter on her own. Jia Boy Boy did not argue further and let Xiao Duo decide for herself. At the market, Zhou Feng's stall was bustling with customers. Jia Boy Boy approached him and said she was there to pick up the pants. Without hesitation, he packed 3 pairs into a bag and handed them to her. Before Jia Boy Boy left, he called out, "Thanks for your support, old friend." Jia Boy Boy silently stepped forward and handed Xiao Duo a pair of pants. However, Xiao Duo refused and said, "No need, tell Jia Boy Boy to keep them for herself." Jia Boy Boy did not object, simply waved goodbye and left. After Jia Boy Boy was gone, Xiao Duo stepped closer. Zhou Feng was busy at the moment, but upon hearing her soft call, he turned around excitedly. "Xiao Duo, what brings you here?" Her face remained expressionless. "Are you free? I have something to discuss with you." Zhou Feng scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "Is it because of that night at the night market? Did your family find out?" Even before Xiao Duo could say anything, he hurriedly apologized. "I know I've caused you trouble. After all, we're already divorced. If this has affected you, it's my fault. But now, try looking at it from my perspective. Tell me, what exactly did I do wrong?" His voice trembled as he spoke. Xiao Duo pressed her lips together and looked at him, emotions surging within her. He sighed, trying to restrain himself, then gently said, "Xiao Duo, I promise I won't bother you anymore, but if you ever decide to marry someone, I will always be ready to compete for you." Those words made Xiao Duo's face flush red. After finishing up at the stall, Zhou Feng took her home. As they neared her house, he softly called her name, flashing a mischievous smile. Did he think no one but him was worthy of her? After Zhou Feng left, Zhang Xiaoduo sat on the ground, clutching her chest for a long time. The pain in her heart was so overwhelming that she couldn't hold back her tears. She struggled to regain her composure before stepping inside. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Xian anxiously rushed over. Seeing Xiaoduo's reddened eyes, she immediately asked, "Xiaoduo, did Zhou Feng do something bad to you again?" Jiang Xian's voice echoed through the house, making sure everyone heard it. Zhang Xiaoduo rubbed her eyes and replied, "It was just dust in my eyes. Zhou Feng didn't do anything to me." At that moment, her younger sister, Xiaoha, spoke up, "Sister, why did you go see Zhou Feng? Didn't you promise Mom and Dad that you wouldn't get involved with him anymore?" Xiaoduo headed to her room and answered, "This time, I met him just to make things clear. From now on, there will be no more contact." Jiang Xian cheerfully asked, "Really?" Their father, standing nearby, scolded in discontent, "That bastard won't let you go so easily. How could you even think of trusting someone like him?" After a while, he calmed down and changed the subject. "Xiao Lu works at your father's company, and your dad has arranged for the two of you to go out for a private meal tomorrow.
Xiao Duo turned around and shouted, "I'm not going." She nervously said, "Can you not force me to go on a blind date? Right now, I just want to live on my own." Her father immediately became furious, his face turning red with anger as he shouted, "What are you saying? Look at yourself. You only have a high school education, your job is unstable, and you've already been divorced once. If you weren't my daughter, do you think Xiao Lu would agree to go on a blind date with you?" His words were harsh, reflecting the attitude of a man who believed he had the right to control everything in the household. Hearing this, Xiao Duo couldn't hold back anymore and screamed, "Then you can just marry him." A loud slap echoed through the room, and the imprint of his hand appeared on her pale face. Seeing this, Jiang Xian clutched her chest and collapsed onto the floor. Xiao Duo immediately ran to her side. Jiang Xian, feeling helpless, said, "Xiao Duo, I was so angry when your parents didn't let me give you that damn name, Zhou Feng. But what happened in the end? This time, please listen to your parents, they won't harm you." With tears welling up in her eyes, Xiao Duo choked on her words and replied, "Okay, so as long as I obey, that's enough, right?" Since she left Jiahai, an immense burden had weighed heavily on her shoulders. In her mind, countless images of Shen Ziran, Sun Yongguang, and Jiang Xian surged forth. The conversation she had shared with them, the warmth and understanding, though lasting only a few brief days, always left her feeling comforted whenever she thought back on them. In just a few days, Zhou Feng had earned 530 coins. Today, he decided to head to the most upscale area of Jiahai City. Before noon, he had already set up his stall and started selling. The customers here were abundant, and the consumption rate was significantly higher than in other areas. He remained busy until the afternoon. As most people had returned home, Zhou Feng also prepared to pack up and grab a meal. Unexpectedly, he spotted a few familiar figures emerging from an apartment complex: Shen Ziran, Jia Boy, and Zhou Jun. Jia Boy caught sight of Zhou Feng and greeted him. "Zhou Feng, what are you doing here?" Zhou Feng set down his stall, smiled, and replied, "I'm selling clothes here." He glanced at the pants Jia Boy was wearing and complimented her, saying they suited her well and highlighted her elegance. Shen Ziran remained indifferent, but Zhou Jun was clearly displeased. He stepped forward and snapped, "Zhou Feng, how could you say such a thing? You're implying that my girlfriend's pants are inappropriate." As he spoke, he pointed at the pants Jia Boy was wearing, making Zhou Feng unable to hold back a laugh. "Class Rep Zhou, why are you scolding a classmate for being inappropriate?" After saying that, Zhou Feng deliberately glanced at Jia Boy, making the atmosphere awkward. It was obvious that Jia Boy blushed under Zhou Jun's intense gaze. Zhou Feng was a friend, so why did he say such things? Zhou Jun wanted to defend Jia Boy but was loudly interrupted by Zhou Feng. "Do you still remember that we're friends? You were the one who said the pants I sold were not legitimate." Zhou Jun didn't know how to respond. Zhou Feng expressed his grievance, "Class monitor, we all have to fend for ourselves. I only make a profit of 2 yuan per pair of pants, yet you still look down on me like this." Hearing this, Shen Ziran looked at him suspiciously. "Tell me, do you really only make 2 yuan per pair of new pants?" Under her doubtful gaze, Zhou Feng felt guilty. To avoid exposing himself, he quickly said goodbye and went to pack up his stall. Seeing that he didn't respond, Shen Ziran angrily turned to Jia Boy and Zhou Jun. "From now on, don't pay any attention to him. I don't want to associate with him anymore." The scene shifts to the night market. Taking advantage of a free moment, Zhou Feng quickly ate a bowl of rice. The market manager, Xin Yichou, also came over and sat beside him, cheerfully saying, "Zhou Feng, I didn't expect you to be this skilled. In this market, you're the best seller." Zhou Feng immediately understood his intentions and pretended to be disheartened. "Mr. Qin, there's no need to hide it. How much profit do you actually make per pair of pants?" The other person replied, "I'm not sure either, I'm just a hired worker." Xin Yichou sighed and looked at Zhou Feng. "Zhou Feng, do you really have connections to foreign suppliers?" He replied, "You're giving me too much credit. How could I possibly contact people abroad? The boss hasn't shared anything with me.
Shinichiro stared at him, his gaze filled with provocation.
Interesting, what you're saying is completely untrue. You don't need to show up at the night market anymore. What exactly do you think you are?
After saying this, he stood up and kicked the chair forcefully.
Zhou Feng merely glanced at him.
In the sales world, people like Shinichiro were not rare. They targeted others who had good profits and sought to take their share. When petty people like him got angry, they were more focused on ruining you than thinking about fair competition. Zhou Feng didn't care about him and continued to enjoy his bowl of noodles. This was something he had anticipated, but he didn't expect someone to be so eager. It wasn't just Shinichiro, other sellers were also eyeing him. But even if they decided to take action, it would take time to survey the items, place orders, and arrange shipping.
This period of time would be enough for him to earn a little extra profit. After finishing his meal, Zhou Feng went to a public phone booth.
He inserted a coin and called Su Guodao. Soon after, Su Guodao's voice came through the other end. Tomorrow, go to the bell-bottom pants vendor and order 100 pieces.
Let me know when the goods arrive in Guanhai.
The two exchanged a few words before the phone call was disconnected. At present, he still had 8 pairs of pants left. If he sold all 118 pieces, Zhou Feng would easily become a diamond customer of that place. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but head towards the night market. As he was preparing to pack up and leave, Shinichiro yelled out from behind.
Zhou Feng, remember, if you don't reveal the supplier's connection, don't even think about surviving in this industry.
Zhou Feng only sneered, not paying any attention to his words, and finished packing before leaving. On the way, Xiao Duo happened to run into Zhou Feng. She stood still when she saw him walking towards her, feeling curious and delighted. As Zhou Feng passed by, he just casually greeted her.
"Hello, Xiao Duo," and continued walking.
Xiao Duo stood there in a daze, and after a few seconds of shock, she turned around but couldn't see his figure anymore. Although it was what she had expected, when he only gave her a cold greeting, she felt empty, even wishing he could have said a few more words to her. Zhou Feng felt that he had said everything necessary, and now it was just a matter of trying to make money to change others' perceptions, while not wanting to put too much pressure on Xiao Duo. Therefore, he decided to set his emotions aside. Lost in thought, he had boarded the train to Guanhai Market. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day. When he arrived, Zhou Feng knocked on Su Guodao's door. Su Guodao had just finished cooking. Hearing the knock, he smiled and went to open the door. The two exchanged a few words.
Zhou Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Did you manage to buy the pants?"
Su Guodao smiled and pointed to a neatly stacked pile of pants in the corner of the room.
Zhou Feng thanked him and quickly glanced over.
Suddenly, he took a moment to observe the house: 2 bedrooms and a living room. Despite being on the ground floor, it was still quite bright and airy. Su Guodao walked over to the table and said, "Zhou Feng, come here and let me show you my cooking skills. If there's a chance, I'll prepare you a proper feast." During the meal, Su Guodao asked why Zhou Feng was in such a rush to get this batch of pants. Zhou Feng shared that he had been threatened by someone at the night market and was trying to investigate the supply source. Su Guodao, however, was not surprised by the story. He said, "Flared pants are selling so well, of course, people will try to copy."
Su Guodao continued, "If you sell all these pants, how much will you make?"
Zhou Feng replied, "If I sell them all, it'll be around 18,700 coins. This revelation caught Su Guodao off guard. He thought to himself, Zhou Feng really is impressive. Hearing the selling price of flared pants, he couldn't help but be shocked. Zhou Feng explained that this was currently the peak sales period in Jiahai. Everyone had money and often spent it on expensive goods. Then, he stood up and handed his savings book to Su Guodao. The amount inside had increased by 50 coins compared to when he first purchased the goods. Guodao said, "Zhou Feng, these pants only cost 450 coins. You've given me 500 coins. Zhou Feng simply smiled and said, "Keep the extra 50 coins. No need to see me off." After saying that, he took the pants and left. By the time he arrived in Jiahai, it was already the next day. After tidying up his belongings, the sky had begun to darken. Zhou Feng went to a well-known apartment complex in the area to start his business. He said, "This is the last batch of discounted goods." His words immediately drew attention. Some people recognized him as the vendor who used to sell at the night market. However, today's sales did not go as smoothly as expected, and there was still quite a lot of unsold stock. This made him anxious. The next day, early in the morning, Zhou Feng displayed the pants for sale, but it wasn't until noon that he managed to sell a few. His anxiety grew. If the market and competitors continued to offer lower prices, the reputation he had built would be severely impacted, and he might even be seen as a fraud. At that point, even further discounts might not guarantee sales. Therefore, he had to do everything possible to sell off the remaining pants before the situation worsened. By late afternoon, the weather became more pleasant, and more people gathered in the area. Zhou Feng stood up to promote his goods, his voice already hoarse. Every time he called out, his throat felt like it was burning. "This is the final clearance sale, only 3 days left. Imported pants here, come take a look." A few people started approaching his stall. Although the price was a bit high, he still managed to sell a few pairs from time to time. The revenue wasn't as good as he had hoped, but Zhou Feng didn't dare to set his expectations too high. On the third day, while some people were playing cards at home, Shen Ziran and Jia Boy stretched and stood up, deciding to stop. "I have to go to the theater to put on my makeup now." Ziran looked at Xiao Duo and noticed that she seemed irritated. He asked, "What's wrong? You don't look too well." She asked, "Didn't my mom just call you? Lu Shui is coming soon, isn't he?" The other person replied, "He should be arriving soon." "Is he the guy you're meeting for the blind date?" Xiao Duo sighed. Shi Jiang has already driven me crazy, and now there's this guy too. Just seeing him annoys me. Honestly, I find him really bothersome. Shen Ziran stepped closer, thought for a moment, and said, "You're still better off than Zhou Feng." The other girl said, "Let's go. I feel like taking a walk too." After tidying up, the group headed downstairs. At the entrance of the neighborhood, a well-dressed man approached Zhou Feng. The man asked, "How much are your pants?" Zhou Feng replied, 100 coins. The man raised his hand. "I'll take a size S." Zhou Feng quickly packed the pants for him. Lu Shui received the items and then walked into the residential area. Not long after, he saw Shen Ziran and her friends. He waved and said, "Hello everyone, I'm a friend of Xiao Duo." Hearing this, Shen Ziran turned her head and smiled at Xiao Duo. "Your friend is quite something, even came to pick you up in person." Lu Shui heard this and immediately looked towards the residential area, curiously asking, "Is your house here? I heard people living here are very wealthy. I didn't expect your family to be in such good condition." He then began praising without stopping. Shen Ziran felt her face burning with embarrassment, so she spoke up, "Shall we go for a walk? Or would you and Xiao Duo prefer to go separately?" Lu Shui laughed loudly, "That's not going to happen. Who would I ask for permission?" He replied, continuing to walk along with them, taking the opportunity to get to know each other better. Shen Ziran quickly realized why Xiao Duo didn't like Lu Shui. His personality was truly unpleasant, but she could only nod. The group then continued walking down the street. Shen Ziran glanced over and saw Zhou Feng selling clothes at the entrance. "Zhou Feng, why is he at the gate of my neighborhood?" Lu Shui looked at her for a while before turning his gaze elsewhere. He had heard that he had been there all day. Suddenly, Lu Shui snapped to attention when he remembered the name Shen Ziran had just mentioned. His face filled with surprise and displeasure. "Xiao Duo, is this your ex-husband?" Xiao Duo nodded, looked up at Zhou Feng but said nothing. Lu Shui noticed her silence, and her face began to turn red. He walked over, glancing at Zhou Feng and Xiao Duo a few times, also feeling anger building up.
Xiao Duo, what do you mean by this? Xiao Duo responded angrily. What do you mean?
His face twisted in frustration, his teeth clenched.
Why was she looking at Zhou Feng?
Xiao Duo said with a serious expression.
What's wrong with me looking at my ex-husband? How embarrassing. Shen Ziran sensed the tension in the air and stepped in to mediate.
She pulled Xiao Duo away, but Xiao Duo occasionally glanced at Zhou Feng.
Lu Shui angrily shouted. Xiao Duo, are you coming or not?
This remark seemed to ignite her anger.
I'm not going anywhere, and don't you dare give me orders.
Lu Shui, I have the right to look at whoever I want.
We've only known each other for a few days, and you're already acting like this?
As she spoke, she let out all the emotions she had been holding back.
Lu Shui wasn't having it either.
He raised his voice. If it weren't for Chief Shang's arrangement, I wouldn't have to go on a blind date with someone temporarily working at the library.
Zhou Feng had heard the entire argument between the two. He called out. Xiao Duo, come here.
Xiao Duo looked over. Zhou Feng was waving his hand and calling her over kindly. She blushed and lowered her head as she walked toward him. He gently said to her,
Could you help me carry this cloth bag? Xiao Duo did not avoid it.
She lowered her head, her expression like a child who had made a mistake. Zhou Feng looked at her for a moment, then picked up the loudspeaker again to continue selling. This scene made Lu Shui visibly displeased.
He kept insulting Zhou Feng. Xiao Duo, go ahead and follow a man like that. You really have no eyes.
He's just a worker, selling a pair of pants only earns him a few coins. His whole life will be nothing but hardship. Lu Shui continuously hurled offensive words at Zhou Feng.
Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, feeling wronged, retorted loudly. I sell because I love it. There's hardly any profit.
His voice sounded strained and hoarse, making it difficult to listen to. People's gazes started shifting toward Lu Shui.
When someone appears to be at a disadvantage, others tend to side with them.
A well-dressed woman, looking displeased, spoke up. People work so hard just to earn a couple of coins, and here you are making things difficult for them.
You have no sense of decency at all.
That lady glanced at Lu Shui, making it clear to everyone whom her words were directed at.
Another middle-aged woman stepped forward and questioned him.
Where do you work?
Who trains someone like you?
Lu Shui sensed the commanding aura of that woman and felt uneasy.
He dared not reveal his name. He could only back away and hurriedly leave.
The women turned towards Zhou Feng and together smiled as they bought 3 pairs of trousers.
Zhou Feng couldn't contain his joy and nearly burst out laughing.
Fortunately, he cleverly covered his face, but this action made others mistakenly think he was wiping away tears. The 2 women raised the trousers, not forgetting to compliment him. These trousers are really good quality. I never expected to only make a profit of 2 yuan per pair.
It's truly exhausting. Another woman added.
Yeah, look at him, he's so tired he's about to cry. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Feng started to pitch his products again. His voice, already hoarse, now tried to sound even more strained, conveying an impression of pity. Within half an hour, his stall became crowded with customers. Zhou Feng had filled Xiao Duo's cloth bag.
Shen Ziran and Zhou Jun, standing nearby, exchanged doubtful glances and asked, Is Zhou Feng really working that hard? Zhou Jun replied,
He must want to start fresh, but earning just a few yuan a day.
Maybe it's better to find a different job.
These words resonated with Shen Ziran. She waved her hand.
Let's go to Jia Boy's place. Soon, night fell and it was already 8 o'clock.
Today, Zhou Feng had sold 48 pairs of trousers, with 52 left unsold. However, given the current situation, it seemed that many people in the area had already bought quite a bit. He decided to pack up and head towards the shopping mall. As he passed by the library, Zhou Feng was suddenly surrounded by a crowd. A woman, excited, pointed at him and asked,
Are you the one who used to sell goods at the night market and the best residential areas?
Zhou Feng nodded, but before he could introduce himself, people rushed up to give him money.
Give me a size L.
Hearing this, Zhou Feng was delighted.
Now, the size L products were the most abundant.
Seeing the large crowd, he decided to stay and sell his goods at the library. Xiao Duo, sitting inside the library, heard a familiar voice. She immediately looked outside, blushed, and stood frozen in place. On the second floor of the shopping mall, in Shui Wenwen's store, there had been a lot of people asking for bell-bottomed pants lately, but she always had to respond that they were out of stock. Looking up at the clock, she thought, what's taking this guy so long to come back? After a while, Zhang Mingming came running back, drenched in sweat. Shui Wenwen immediately stood up and asked hurriedly,
why did it take so long? Did you find any suppliers? Zhang Mingming frowned and replied, don't rush, I had to ask a lot of people just to get some information.
Over in Guanghai, the price has gone up to 50 coins now.
Shui Wenwen couldn't help but scold him.
That was quick, the price has already gone up.
It's all because you were so slow. Now it's 5 coins more expensive. Why didn't you tell your dad about this sooner?
Zhang Mingming took a towel and smiled as he replied. It's okay, the order's already been placed.
100 pieces for 500 coins.
When Xia Wenwen heard that the goods would arrive the day after tomorrow, her face suddenly lit up with joy.
She smiled and said, I've already calculated it. Selling just 2 pairs will be equivalent to your monthly salary.
Zhang Mingming, also excited, slapped the table and exclaimed, if business goes well, I'll always work with you from now on. As the two looked at each other, they lifted their heads and laughed non-stop. On the library side, Zhou Feng couldn't have imagined that in just over an hour, he had sold all the pants. Looking at the empty stall, he smiled contentedly, but still needed to confirm some details with Su Guodao.
He immediately put money into the phone booth.
Soon, Su Guodao's voice came through. After exchanging a few words, they got to the main topic.
Zhou Feng asked how the bell-bottom pants were doing on the other side.
Su Guodao said the price had been increased by 5 coins. Zhou Feng hadn't expected things to move so quickly. Su Guodao then asked how much he had sold, to which Zhou Feng calmly replied, I've sold out. Hearing this, Su Guodao jumped up in shock, his palms sweaty.
Really? So you made more than 10,000 coins, right?
Zhou Feng confirmed, yes. Su Guodao wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing that the money Zhou Feng had earned in a few days was equal to what he had saved his entire life. After calming down, he asked Zhou Feng if he planned to restock.
Without hesitation, Zhou Feng replied, I'm not selling anymore.
After that, he pondered for a moment before continuing. The price increase proves that demand is rising. Perhaps Jiahai already has many suppliers.
Moreover, someone will eventually find a better source and import at a lower price.
When that happens, if you sell cheaply, no one will make a profit.
After a brief conversation, they hung up. Zhou Feng still had something to do. In the evening, he went to the night market.
Qin Yiqiu was the same as always, leisurely sitting in his chair.
Zhou Feng approached and gently called out, Mr. Qin? Qin Yiqiu glanced over and said, what are you doing here?
Zhou Feng smiled and handed him a pack of cigarettes.
Just dropping by to see you. Here, have a smoke.
Then he stuffed the entire pack into Qin Yiqiu's hand. Qin Yiqiu snorted, took the pack, and asked,
what do you want?
Zhou Feng scratched his head and said,
Mr. Qin, I'd like you to help me set up shop here. There's no better place than the night market.
Qin Yiqiu stood up, waved his hand, and said seriously,
you're not qualified.
Suddenly, Zhou Feng moved closer and put his arm around his shoulder.
Mr. Qin, this time, I'm very sincere. It's not just the cigarettes, I'll also give you the supplier contacts.
At first, Qin Yiqiu was skeptical, but then he quickly smiled and patted his chest.
All right, if you knew this earlier, why didn't you do it sooner? Let's all make money together. Now, tell me, how much do the clothes cost per piece? Joe Fong grinned cunningly, the price is 50 coins.
Shin Ichio staggered for a moment, quickly exclaiming, one costs 100 coins, I didn't expect the profit to be this high. Joe Fong continued chatting, I have the seller's phone number, you can contact them directly.
However, the condition is that you must let me rent a stall at the night market for half a year.
Shin Ichio did not hesitate and immediately agreed. He then led Joe Fong to the northern section of the night market. This location was close to the wall and was about 7 meters long. When Joe Fong paid for the rent, Shin Ichio hurried to the nearby phone booth to call the supplier. After confirming everything was fine, a smile remained on Shin Ichio's face.
Everything went smoothly.
The next day, Joe Fong went to the post office to write a letter updating a few friends, including Wu Na, and also asked Wu Na about the school enrollment time. This made him consider the possibility of transferring Wu Yu and Wu Jing to Jiahai for school.
That way, the family could reunite.
At this moment, Joe Fong realized that renting a house in the ADS was no longer as easy as buying a home. A 70m apartment in a residential area usually cost around 500 coins, while a rural-style house could cost up to 800 coins for a 120m one. Adding in a small yard made repairs easier compared to an apartment. Thinking of this, Joe Fong suddenly remembered someone. He immediately went to the phone booth, dropped in some coins, and called Kong Jin Zhong. Mr. Kong, it's me, Joe Fong.
Mr. Kong asked, is that you?
Joe Fong, you've been in Jiahai for a while but haven't called home.
How have you been lately?
He asked, I'm about to return to Linhai.
Do you want me to bring anything from Jiahai?
Kong Jin Zhong squinted his eyes with a smile and said, I knew I wasn't wrong about you.
He continued, I don't need anything. Just come back and have a meal with me.
Last time, you helped me with something big, and I still haven't thanked you.
The two chatted a bit more before Joe Fong ended the call.
He believed that the matter concerning Wu Yu and Wu Jing should be discussed in person and decided to bring some goods for Kong Jin Zhong. I need his help with a few things, so I should show my sincerity. Joe Fong took the train back to Linshui, and by the time he arrived, it was already the next day. He brought the goods home, and as he neared the house, he saw Wu Jing playing with other children. Raising the bag in his hand, he called out to Wu Jing.
It's me.
Seeing his older brother, the little boy immediately ran over, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the snacks in Zhou Feng's hands.
He quickly grabbed a lollipop and started eating happily.
Zhou Feng chuckled and said, Look at you.
No one's going to take it from you. Eat it slowly once we're home.
When they arrived home, Wu Na and Wu Yu were overjoyed.
Brother, why are you back so soon? Reuniting with his family filled Zhou Feng with happiness.
He had missed home so much that his smile made his eyes squint. Then, he said, I have something to discuss with you. I meant to write a letter, but I didn't have time to send it. Anyway, let me cook first. Soon after, the meal was ready. Zhou Feng shared with Wu Yu and Wu Jing the plan to transfer schools. Hearing that there was a possibility of moving to a big city, both of them immediately became as happy as if they were celebrating, continuously nodding their heads. Wu Na put down her chopsticks, furrowing her brows as she asked, Brother, is transferring schools difficult?
He replied, Not necessarily. Tonight, I'll go ask Kong Jin Zhong about it.
After saying this, he placed his chopsticks down, stood up, and told his siblings to see who would wash the dishes. In the evening, Zhou Feng brought along some local specialties from Jiahai to meet Kong Jin Zhong. Arriving at the factory at the end of the workday, he waited outside the gate. After half an hour, Kong Jin Zhong happily walked out. The moment he saw Zhou Feng, he smiled and walked over to him, patting him on the shoulder, saying, You're back so soon? Have you eaten? Let me take you out for a meal. Zhou Feng handed the bag of goods to Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong, I've already eaten. I just came to visit you and brought some Jiahai specialties as a small gift.
The two chatted for a while before heading to Kong Jin Zhong's house. At this point, Zhou Feng chose the right moment to express his intention.
I want to transfer Wu Yu and Wu Jing to Jiahai. Do you think you could help with that? As he spoke, he took out an envelope. Seeing this, Kang Jin Zhong immediately pushed the money back and declined, saying, "Zhou Feng, you're being too polite." Zhou Feng understood that when asking for a favor, the most important thing was to state the purpose clearly, so he furrowed his brows and said, "Mr. Kang, Wu Na is attending university in Jiahai, and I will also be developing my career there. If Wu Yu and Wu Jing have no one to take care of them, then you must help me this time." Kang Jin Zhong immediately replied, "I will look into the matter of transferring your siblings to another school, but as for the money, forget it." Zhou Feng stepped forward and firmly stuffed the money into Kang Jin Zhong's hand. The two pushed it back and forth multiple times. Kang Jin Zhong said seriously, "Zhou Feng, if you keep doing this, I won't agree to help you." Zhou Feng had no choice but to say helplessly, "Then thank you. With those words from you, I can rest assured. I've asked for your help but couldn't even offer anything in return. I feel very uneasy about that." After saying this, he placed the money on the table and then added, "Mr. Kang, just let me do as I please." In the end, the money still remained with Kang Jin Zhong. Asking for someone's help wasn't just about words. Even though Kang Jin Zhong spoke lightly about it, he still needed to seek support from others for this matter. Early the next morning, Zhou Feng returned to Jiahai. As soon as he got off the train, he saw many people holding flared pants, their faces beaming with smiles. Zhou Feng didn't linger and left immediately. At the shopping mall, a young woman hurriedly ran to Shui Wenwen's counter and said, "Sister Wenwen, something has happened." The girl seemed confused. "What's going on?" The girl named Xiaoli frowned and pointed to the third floor, saying, "Kang Jinlai upstairs is also selling bell-bottom pants, and he's selling them for just 44 coins each." Upon hearing this, Shui Wenwen and Zhang Mingming were incredibly surprised. They couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What? Only 44 coins? The minimum purchase price is 45 coins, and there are only a few batches. Is he out of his mind?" Xiaoli responded seriously. The other shop owners were also talking about this. The brand and quality were the same, but the price was only 44 coins. Wenwen and Mingming looked at each other and then went outside. Standing under the third floor, they could indeed see the banner for the sale. Zhang Mingming said, "Let's go, let's see how that fool is selling his goods." Soon after, Zhou Feng arrived at the night market. He looked north, where there was a 7-meter wide area that could be used for the next 6 months. As he was thinking, a voice came from behind him. "Zhou Feng." The person who called out was Qin Yiqiu, with a shiny gold tooth in his mouth. He informed Zhou Feng that he had received a batch of 50 pairs of pants. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "Mr. Qin, you're really wealthy." Qin Yiqiu also smiled, lighting a cigarette, and said, "Wealthy? I'm just borrowing money from everywhere to make a big deal. Zhou Feng, you used to sell pants really well. Teach me how to promote them. What should I say when advertising?" Zhou Feng agreed immediately and then shared his sales experience in a whisper. However, Qin Yiqiu did not notice Zhou Feng's sharp, icy gaze directed at him and went on to say, "Tonight, let's sell pants at my old spot. If anyone asks, just say that you're the real owner. That way, it'll be more convincing." Qin Yiqiu listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. That evening, he set up his stall at Zhou Feng's former location, thinking to himself that he was finally about to make a good profit. After finishing the preparations, he suddenly raised his voice and enthusiastically advertised the factory-made flared pants. After his announcement, he paused for a moment before continuing his sales pitch with even more energy. A while later, a potential customer finally approached to ask about the price and whether he was the same vendor as before. Qin Yiqiu beamed. "That's right, I'm the boss. Direct factory clearance, only 111 coins." The young woman muttered to herself for a moment and then reached for her wallet. Seeing this, Qin Yiqiu turned around and said, "I'll get the pants for you right away."
His heart was filled with excitement at the thought of earning dozens of coins. Zhou Feng's method was indeed effective. He had secured a customer in no time. At that moment, a woman wearing flared pants approached. Seeing that the young woman was about to make a purchase, she immediately intervened. "Wait a minute, are you planning to buy these flared pants for 100 coins? Don't buy them here, he's a swindler." Qin Ichio immediately frowned and asked, "What did you just say?" The girl rolled her eyes at him, then continued, "Don't buy it here. The same one only costs 44 coins at the shopping mall." Qin Ichio furrowed his brows. "What did you say? How much is it selling for? Only 44 coins? Are you dreaming? That's impossible. That person's pants must be fake. If the same kind is really selling for 44 coins, I'll give you this entire batch for free." As he said this, Qin Ichio couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding crowd started gathering. A middle-aged woman stepped forward and, annoyed, said to Qin Ichio, "These are the pants I just bought at the shopping mall for 44 coins. Everyone, take a look, aren't they the same?" Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to examine the pants in her hands. Indeed, they were the same model. They immediately voiced their opposition against Qin Ichio, calling him a profiteer. "Others sell it for 44 coins, yet you're charging 100 coins. From above, Zhou Feng had been observing everything. He silently realized that the fact that it was being sold for 44 coins meant someone had managed to source the goods at an even lower price than their supplier and had decided to cut the price. After pondering for a while, he decided to stop selling flared pants. He felt he no longer had the dignity to continue doing so. Just as he was about to leave, he happened to spot a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Xiao Duo. She was carefully observing Qin Ichio, seemingly trying to determine whether the person being surrounded was him or not. When she realized it wasn't Zhou Feng, she quickly withdrew and left. After a short while, a familiar voice rang out. "Xiao Duo." She turned around, and the moment she saw him, a surge of emotions overwhelmed her. Zhou Feng smiled and asked, "Xiao Duo, did you just get off work?" She didn't answer, only nodded slightly. "You go ahead, then let's go." They walked together, but Zhou Feng noticed that Xiao Duo was lowering her head unusually low, so he asked, "Are you deep in thought about something?" Xiao Duo remained silent, lost in thoughts about Lu Shui. She had never felt such fear before, but Lu Shui's presence was unbearable to her. Even his face haunted her dreams, waking her up in the middle of the night. Sensing her silence, Zhou Feng began talking about recent events. "Perhaps I haven't told you about Wu Na. In the last exam, she did exceptionally well. In a month, she'll be going to Jiahai for university. Also, I don't dare to show up in Jiahai anymore. Seems like a group of women is looking for me to settle some scores." Earlier, he had repeatedly stated that the factory's lowest clearance price was 17 coins, yet now, the selling price at the mall had dropped to just 44 coins. On the way, Zhou Feng kept talking and laughing, trying to bring some joy to Xiao Duo. However, after 10 minutes, she still kept her head down in silence. It was only when he shared about his recent trip back to Lin Shui that she stopped and, trembling, asked, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I thought you weren't coming back at all." As she said this, tears began to fall from her face. Upon hearing that Zhou Feng had suddenly returned to Lin Shui, she felt abandoned by everyone and poured all her sadness onto him. Zhou Feng was taken aback by her reaction. If it had been 202, he would not have hesitated to hug her tightly. But now it was the year 80, and people's thoughts were not as open-minded. He needed to consider Xiao Duo's feelings. So, he took her hand and led her into a narrow alley beside them. From the corner of the dim alley, he saw Xiao Duo like an angel with her fair skin, and the faint fragrance in the air made him feel even more excited. Xiao Duo felt his warm breath close to her, and suddenly, he embraced her. This time, she did not resist, but quietly held him back, feeling the warmth he brought. He gently asked, "Xiao Duo, is there something on your mind?" She lowered her head, remaining silent. He smiled and added, "I used to make quite a bit from selling clothes,
and now I'd become a millionaire. Hearing this, Xiaoduo was surprised and asked again, really? She had always thought that selling trousers only earned a profit of 2 hao. He responded with a smile that bloomed like a flower. Really? She smiled and said, that's great. Then let's go to a restaurant to celebrate. I'll treat you, I just got my salary, 28 coins. Zhou Feng lowered his voice, gently lifting his hands off her shoulders. Xiaoduo, I'm currently saving up to buy a house in Jiahai. We won't have to suffer like before. Even though you might not believe me, I hope you'll trust me one more time. I will truly treat you well. Will you marry me? After speaking, he touched her face, slowly lifting her chin. Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment after hearing his words, then suddenly smiled and gently caressed his thin face. She hesitated and said, Zhou Feng, can you give me a little time? My family still. Before she could finish, he pulled her into a tight embrace. He understood the heavy burden she was carrying, so he wasn't in a rush. He was willing to wait, no matter how long it took. After a long while, they reluctantly let go of each other. When she returned home, Xiaoduo heard her father's angry shouts. Zhang Mingming was kneeling on the floor, explaining. Dad, don't worry too much. It's not like we've lost everything, we just ran into a little trouble. Please listen to me first. Xia Wenwen continued, Dad, here's the situation, we had a very stable plan, but Can Jinlai from the 3rd floor found a factory selling at a price of 44 coins. Zhang Mingming affirmed, that's right. Wenwen said that things like this often happen in the business world, he's just trying to attract customers, that's all. Xia Wenwen added, I've asked some others, and this batch has a limited quantity, but in a few days, the price will rise to 111 coins. Their father sighed in frustration as he listened to Zhang Mingming and Xia Wenwen's explanation, then walked into his bedroom. He spoke up, don't make a mess out of this. Everyone, just calm down. His voice carried a distinct sense of helplessness. Zhang Mingming, irritated and tense, said, there are plenty of people in the market buying goods, why should we be afraid of Can Jinlai? The next morning, Zhou Feng called Su Guodao to inform him that he would be arriving in Guanghai the next day for a new business deal. After hanging up, he boarded the last train of the day to save on accommodation costs. By noon the next day, when he arrived at Su Guodao's house, he saw that Su Guodao was thrilled to hear he was coming to Guanghai. His excitement was written all over his face. He said, Zhou Feng, sorry, I'm a bit late. Otherwise, I would have arrived by 10 o'clock. Su Guodao patted him on the shoulder, leaned back in his chair, and continued, earlier you mentioned you're no longer selling flared pants. So, what's your plan? Mr. Su, I remember you worked at a trading company, right? Did you know that in September of '79, a special fair took place on the Eastern Ring Road of the capital? Zhou Feng was deeply impressed by the events of the economic development era. He had thoroughly researched significant events and prominent entrepreneurs from that time. Su Guodao pondered for a moment before replying, of course, I remember. That wasn't just an agricultural product fair, there were also many rare items, like quartz watches and multi-speed bicycles. As a result, fairs started popping up everywhere, such as clothing fairs, children's goods fairs, and many more. Zhou Feng smiled and said, exactly. Especially in '81, toy companies in Beijing and Shanghai collaborated to host an imported toy fair. Su Guodao suddenly recalled the event and enthusiastically slapped his thigh. That's right. I went there once. It wasn't very big, but the products were truly novel. Zhou Feng continued, moreover, in '84, Beijing will be hosting a children's clothing fair. Su Guodao was astonished, his voice reflecting his confidence in the upcoming events. Zhou Feng quickly realized he had spoken too hastily and hurriedly added, I was just speaking off the cuff. He thought to himself that fairs initially served as a method for businesses to clear out excess inventory. But by 1980, they had evolved into platforms for introducing new products and were becoming increasingly popular. People craved exotic and innovative items, which led to the rise of flared trousers. Despite their high price, they were seen as stylish and considered a luxury item. Thinking of this, Zhou Feng excitedly said, "Mr. Su, we could organize a fair at the Jiahai night market." When he shared this idea, he had carefully considered it, not saying I but we. Because he knew he couldn't carry out this task alone. Su Guodao was stunned and asked, "A fair? How could we possibly do that? Organizing a real fair is quite complicated." Zhou Feng approached and said, "Although it's a bit troublesome, if you have a distribution factory, everything becomes quite simple. We just need to find factories that want to sell their products, then inform them of the benefits of participating in the fair. If we phrase it properly, it'll be easy. The discussions will be smoother because the fair has high consumption potential. If it's profitable, no one will refuse, as long as many factories participate. After that, we just need to negotiate with the management staff of Jiahai, pay a small fee, and both sides will benefit. I'm confident this plan will succeed." Su Guodao thought to himself, "A good opportunity, and I won't have to invest too much." Thinking that, he looked up at Zhou Feng and asked, "So how will the two of us make money?" The fact that Su Guodao used the word "we" indicated their collaboration, and Zhou Feng's continuous emphasis on the word was also meant to bind the two together. Having made thousands of coins in such a short time, it would be untrue to say Su Guodao wasn't envious. Because of this, he worried that once the project was completed, the profit distribution might not be fair. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "It's very simple. We can buy some unsellable clothes from the factories and display them at the fair. This way, we can take advantage of the crowd coming to the fair to sell our clothes." Su Guodao was somewhat skeptical, but now that he was part of the plan, he listened attentively. Zhou Feng continued explaining, "Mr. Su, to put it simply, we buy products from the factories at a low price and then sell them at a higher price. At that point, I will become a supplier for the Jiahai night market, selling products in competition with other factories participating in the fair. But our products will be different from theirs, so there's no need to worry about competition. We will take advantage of the visitors to buy our products, provide free space for displaying the goods, and help them clear out their excess inventory. This way, everyone benefits." After hearing this, Su Guodao slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "All right, Zhou Feng, I think this is a feasible plan." Zhou Feng smiled and continued, "So, Mr. Qin, we need to divide things clearly. The profits from purchasing goods from the factory will be split 50/50, and any losses will also be shared equally." Su Guodao nodded in agreement without any objections, feeling even more impressed with Zhou Feng. He asked, "Zhou Feng, what should we do first?" After thinking for a moment, Zhou Feng replied, "First, we need to figure out which items will be most profitable for us and then contact the factories. For now, we should focus on selling women's products, as they are our main customers." Just like that, the two continued their discussion until evening. Su Guodao carried Zhou Feng on his bicycle, while Zhou Feng sat in the back, laughing non-stop. At this moment, he deeply missed the moments spent with Chen Guodai. Upon arrival, Su Guodao said, "Mr. Shi is the best factory owner I know. He's a very pleasant person. Back in '82, he signed a foreign distribution contract with me. At that time, the product we manufactured was a Sun Wukong figurine, inspired by the 1964 animated film The Monkey King. Unfortunately, the results weren't promising. The foreign market refused to purchase it, so we eventually ceased our collaboration." Zhou Feng chuckled and said, "That's perfectly normal. Cultural differences can lead to such disparities. Foreign markets don't understand our country. How could they sell something they're unfamiliar with? Moreover, with high production costs, the market there was bound to struggle. The fact that this product failed was entirely predictable." He silently thought that the 4 great classical novels of China had yet to be adapted into films, and manufacturing technology was still underdeveloped. Exporting toys that he considered to have profound significance was perhaps one of the worst decisions. After greeting the security guard, the two made their way to the factory owner's office door. Su Guodao knocked. Su Guodao raised his hand and said, "Mr. Shi, today I would like to introduce someone to you. This is the director of Jiangshui Clothing Company, Mr. Zhou Feng." Shi Zhigang seemed doubtful, not understanding why Su Guodao would introduce a clothing vendor to him. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Just a friend, come on in and have a seat." With that, he led Zhou Feng and Su Guodao into the room, then went to the table and poured tea for both of them. "Guodao, what brings you two here today?" Shi Gang asked, smiling and looking at Zhou Feng. "To motivate, so that Director Zhou can explain the matter to you," Su Guodao replied. Zhou Feng smiled and began to introduce himself. "Hello, Mr. Shi, I am the director responsible for sales at Jiangshui Clothing Company. Today, I am here with my department head to discuss an upcoming trade fair that will be held in Jiahai." "A trade fair?" Shi Gang asked. "Yes," Zhou Feng confirmed. He then explained, "In order to solve the problem of toy stockpiles in Jiahai, I would like to collaborate with toy factories that have excess inventory to organize a trade fair to sell off these goods." However, Shi Gang did not rush to respond. He just smiled and asked, "Well then, why don't you two have some tea first? We'll discuss the matter slowly." After a while, Shi Gang slowly said, "Director Zhou, you just mentioned that you're the organizer of this trade fair, yet you're a clothing vendor, aren't you?" At this moment, Zhou Feng responded, "The target audience I serve is children, which is also the customer base of your company." Shi Gang nodded after thinking for a moment. "Children's clothing, I've heard of trade fairs, but they are usually only held in big cities like Beijing, Shanghai. I've never heard of a fair being held in Jiahai." Zhou Feng had prepared for this and was ready to reply, "Precisely because it has never been organized here, I want to invite others to join in. Our company not only has factories producing toys, but we also have a garment factory in Jiangshui. Moreover, no one can guarantee that a fair in Beijing will help sell off the current stock. I can't make such a promise, and I'm sure Mr. Shi feels the same way as the owners of other toy factories. Our inventory is essentially products that the market has already discarded if they can't be sold. The reason is certainly that the competitors' toys are far superior, so customers naturally won't be interested." What Zhou Feng said was not wrong. Shi Gang furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment before asking, "Can you guarantee the sales in Jiahai?" "Absolutely, Mr. Shi, I am originally from Jiahai. This place is currently developing rapidly, and the potential for consumption is very promising. Moreover, I have secured a booth at the night market, near the most famous restaurant in Jiahai. That area can provide free space for the fair, which will save a significant amount of money." Although still feeling doubtful, Shi Gang quickly said in response to Zhou Feng's suggestion, "But the procedure for participating in the trade fair seems very complicated. If we invest a large amount of assets and manpower without completing the procedures, it would be a waste." Zhou Feng was secretly pleased. Finally, he had asked this question. This indicated that he was considering participating in the fair. He patted Shi Gang on the shoulder and said, "We need Su Guodao's help. Right now, the policies from higher-ups are encouraging businesses like ours to quickly deal with inventory. As long as our factories cooperate and work together to find the right leadership, everything will go smoothly. Mr. Shi, everything we're doing now is for the factories, and for the employees waiting to get paid below. Therefore, we must be the pioneers in solving these difficulties." When he spoke the last sentence, Zhou Feng stood up straight and raised his voice. Every word he said hit a nerve with Shi Gang, making him waver. Thinking about the wages still owed to the employees, if they could sell off more than half of the inventory, these problems would soon be resolved. With that in mind, he extended his hand to shake Zhou Feng's. This time, he didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. The collaboration was nearly finalized, but Zhou Feng still wanted to complete everything as perfectly as possible, so he gestured to Su Guodao. Su Guodao understood and cleared his throat before speaking. "Mr. Shi, when Zhou Feng mentioned this issue to me, you were the first person I thought of. As for the past between us..." Su Guodao had not finished speaking when Shi Gang interrupted. "Guodao, those past events are just history, and the issue doesn't lie with you, it's because the toys we provided weren't good enough." Su Guodao sighed and said, "Then in 3 days, you should come to my office. I'll introduce you to Director Wang, and we can discuss the trade fair at that time." Shi Gang patted Su Guodao on the shoulder and said, "Thank you very much." Before leaving, Shi Gang suddenly asked Zhou Feng, "What about the other toy factories?" Zhou Feng briefly replied, "Everything is fine. After that, Zhou Feng and his companion went to visit other factories, and in each case, he reported that the collaboration with the remaining factories was complete. The people he spoke to took some time to consider but quickly agreed. At the state-owned restaurant in Jiahai, today was Shen Ziran's birthday, and the dining table was filled. In addition to her high school friends, Shi Jiang was also there, sitting between Li Dekai and Xiao Duo. The food had been served, and everyone was enjoying it while chatting. Zhou Jun turned to Tian Liang and asked about the situation at the Shinan equipment factory. He tried to present himself as a leader, doing his best to appear responsible. Tian Liang smiled and replied, "Everything's great. The work is easy, and we often get to go out for tours, so I don't want to return to Lin Shui anymore." As Zhou Jun was about to take some food, he suddenly remembered that Zhou Feng had returned to Lin Shui earlier. Someone like him was more suited to being there. He couldn't survive in Jiahai. Zhou Jun's words were full of provocation as he shot a glance at Shen Ziran. Seeing her curl her lips, he couldn't help but feel amused. Shen Ziran loudly said, "It's best if he goes back, then he won't keep clinging to Xiao Duo anymore." Xiao Duo frowned, displeased to hear these words while others were speaking ill of her ex-husband. She furrowed her brows in worry, about to speak up to confirm her relationship with Zhou Feng. They like to mock, so let them mock. But just as she was about to speak, a sharp voice rang out. Jiaboy boy, looking displeased, loudly said, "That Zhou Feng guy is nothing but trash. He even dares to deceive his classmates. The lowest price for those pants is 110 coins, not a single coin less. Meanwhile, they only cost 44 coins at the mall." Shen Ziran smiled, stood up, patted her pants, and said, "I bought these pants at the mall. This is the real price from the factory." Li Dekai, having caught on to something important, furrowed his brows and asked, 44 coins? Zhou Feng sells them for 11 coins each. Doesn't that mean he's making a lot of money? Hearing this, Shi Jiang also furrowed his brows. If a useless person makes more money than you, of course, you wouldn't be happy. Especially when Zhou Feng is still lingering around Xiao Duo. Zhou Jun laughed as everyone looked at him. He shook his head and said, "Everyone is overestimating Zhou Feng. If he really made so much money, would he have come back to Lin Shui? He's just a hired hand, making only 2 coins per pair of pants. Stop thinking so much, that money definitely belongs to his boss. Or maybe he still thinks 110 coins is the entry price." Hearing Zhou Jun's words, most of the people burst out laughing. Shi Jiang laughed so hard that he was trembling. Xiao Duo suddenly stood up, unable to contain her anger. Shen Ziran looked at her with a confused expression. Xiao Duo seriously declared, "I'm about to marry Zhou Feng, so please don't laugh at the person I love like that. And if you get married in the future, don't come to me." Shi Jiang couldn't believe his ears, and the others were equally shocked. Shen Ziran clenched her fists and exclaimed, "What? You're going to remarry Zhou Feng? Are you out of your mind? When we were living together, I noticed something was off about Xiao Duo, but I didn't expect you to be so determined." Xiao Duo looked at her firmly and replied, "Yes, I will marry the person I love." Shen Ziran angrily stood up and shouted at Xiao Duo. "Xiao Duo, are you crazy? Have you forgotten how he beat you? All he does is gamble and sleep all day. You barely managed to divorce him, and now you want to go back?" Xiao Duo lowered her head, unsure how to explain Zhou Feng's change, and whispered, "He's different now." That night, when Zhou Feng hugged Xiao Duo in the dark alley, she felt a sense of peace. At that moment, Shen Ziran could only clench her fists and sneer, her eyes filled with disdain. "I think you've forgotten the old wounds. You cried to me about how he beat you, and your mother had to be hospitalized because of it." Having said that, she tried to restrain herself from saying anything worse, but she couldn't stop the anger inside her, the words just came out. "You're really foolish. What's so great about Zhou Feng? Why are you acting like this, clinging to him like that? I introduced you to Shi Jiang, who drives a taxi, remember? Every time we go out to eat with him, don't you feel embarrassed? Who do you think you are? That temporary job of yours right now. It seems like you and Joe Fong really make the perfect match.
Xiao Duo remained silent, tears silently running down her cheeks. She couldn't understand how her best friend could have become like this. Her heart felt heavy with discomfort. Life seemed so tiring, the pressure from her family already immense, and now there was the terrifying Lu Shui to deal with. Thinking of this, Xiao Duo turned and ran out of the restaurant. Zhou Jun watched her leave and shouted, "This is unbelievable. Ziran, if it weren't for you speaking up for her last time, I definitely would have taken care of Zhou Feng already. Now she's here causing trouble with you." Zhou Jun's voice echoed, every word clear to Xiao Duo's ears. She remained silent as she left. Tian Liang, who hadn't participated in the gossip, stayed quiet. Zhou Feng softly said, "I'll go outside and check on her." He stood up, and as everyone mocked him, he simply sat quietly, observing, his attitude different from the others. After a while, Zhou Jun turned to Shen Ziran and said, "Come on, Ziran, today's your birthday. Let's all sit down and eat, don't let Xiao Duo ruin the meal." Shen Ziran frowned and shouted, "What birthday?" Then, he hurriedly ran outside. The atmosphere at the dining table became awkward. Li Dekai still tried to keep things going. "Zhou Jun, forget about them, let's not waste the food." Zhou Jun forced a smile, "You guys eat, I'll go check on Ziran for a bit." He quickly stood up and left. Meanwhile, in Guanghai, in a remote area, Zhou Feng was pushing a tricycle up a slope, each step heavy and labored. He handed the bike over to Su Guodao, who also recognized the sign of the nearby toy factory. He smiled, "We've finally reached the end. I didn't expect the discussion with this factory to go so smoothly." By the time the two finished their talks, it was already dark, and both of their expressions were still uneasy, as the real difficulties had only just begun. They planned to head to Jiangshui Clothing Company the next morning to solve their inventory problems. The next morning, Su Guodao had arranged a meeting at Jiangshui. The clothes from Jiangshui are quite decent, mainly made from synthetic fibers sourced from the Guangdong area, known as Turlan fibers in modern times. This type of fiber is considered high quality and is favored by many. Upon arriving at Jiangshui, Su Guodao introduced Zhou Feng to Jiang Daiha, the factory owner. "Mr. Jiang, this is Zhou Feng, whom I told you about, a major businessman from Jiahai. He is fully capable of assisting us in handling the inventory issues." Jiang Daiha was surprised. He hadn't expected Zhou Feng to be so young and immediately complimented him. Zhou Feng quickly waved his hand, and after a few polite exchanges, the two of them got down to the main topic. "Mr. Jiang, what was the inventory of last winter's stock you had?" After thinking for a moment, Jiang Daiha replied, "If we count the total, it's about 6,000 pieces, with approximately 5,000 pieces of women's clothing." "Then, what was the selling price of the women's clothing last year?" Jiang Daiha hesitated for a moment, then nodded and provided the specific numbers. There were 3 types of women's clothing, with prices of 80, 90, and 100 coins, respectively. Zhou Feng nodded, not asking any more questions, but internally he couldn't help but feel surprised when he realized that the value of these clothes was not cheap at all. Later, a few people arrived at the warehouse, and Zhou Feng carefully recalculated the stock and assessed it. All the clothes were well preserved without any issues. He observed them for a moment, then felt the fabric, and had a clear understanding in his mind. He turned to Jiang Daiha and said, "Mr. Jiang, I will take all 5,000 pieces of women's clothing, but I don't need the rest." Jiang Daiha was surprised by this decision. Women's clothing was the main item, and he didn't expect Zhou Feng to be so decisive. He was pleased and said, "Mr. Zhou, if you take all 5,000 pieces, I will lower the price to 70 coins per piece." Jiang Daiha was confident that this price was very reasonable. However, Zhou Feng shook his head. Jiang Daiha didn't understand, frowned, and looked at Zhou Feng, wondering, could the price I offered be too high? Zhou Feng insisted that 70 coins were unacceptable. He paused for a moment and then explained in a tone of reasoning. Since the 1980s, domestic cotton production has increased significantly. The mass-produced clothing has met the needs of the people, but this also reflects the shortage of high-quality goods, because the clothes we are wearing are actually very uncomfortable. They are not breathable, and this is precisely what has led to the decline in the sales of Jiang Shui over the past few years. Noticing that Jiang Daiha was still silent, Zhou Feng continued. So, Jiang, have you noticed how much your stockpile from last year was compared to the year before? Jiang Daiha thought about Zhou Feng's question. Indeed, with the same production output, the stock has increased 3 to 5 times compared to previous years, he replied. Zhou Feng smiled and said frankly, Jiang, the reality is no longer as favorable as it was in the past. This year is worse than last year. I believe you can see this. The consumption in this summer has dropped significantly compared to previous years. Jiang Daiha frowned. The reality was indeed as Zhou Feng had said, consumption had decreased this summer even more than last year. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, so what is the reason for this? Zhou Feng felt a sense of joy inside. Finally, Jiang Daiha has asked this question, which shows that he needs help. Right now, his factory is facing a decline in consumption. Zhou Feng coldly replied, nothing happens without a reason. Adidas is still selling well because they understand the market in the US better. They use a pricing strategy where they sell high and then lower the price, targeting consumers' psychological preference for discounted goods. An even more important point is that your products are not subject to taxes. As long as you pay the money, you get the goods. Moreover, importing is very easy, but if any issues arise, all the advantages will disappear, leaving only the flaws. At that point, customers will no longer buy your products. Especially on December 1, 1983, the 3-year fabric tariff will expire. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Daihai and Su Guodao were stunned. Jiang Daihai grew increasingly concerned. If what Zhou Feng says is true, the expiration of the fabric tariff will make goods from other factories circulate more easily. This will seriously affect sales this winter and may even threaten the survival of our factory. At that moment, Zhou Feng signaled to Su Guodao. Su Guodao understood and approached Jiang Daihai, saying, Mr. Jiang, this information came from our superiors. Zhou Feng's tone became even colder. Therefore, Mr. Jiang, I will no longer buy at 70 yuan. You can keep the goods, and I will come back next year to inquire again. Su Guodao added, Mr. Jiang, it's not like there's a shortage of smaller sizes this year. When Mr. Zhou expressed his intention to purchase this batch of goods, I immediately thought of you. Furthermore, in Guanghai, there are thousands of clothing factories, and people can buy from wherever they want. Hearing this, Jiang Daihai felt a sense of panic. He was worried that the stock would continue to accumulate and was also concerned that Zhou Feng might go to another factory to purchase the goods. He turned to Zhou Feng and asked, then, what price do you propose? The base price was 20 coins, plus labor and machinery costs, totaling 40 coins. Although this price could be considered a loss, it was within my acceptable range. The goods are still there, if they aren't converted into money, they're just a reality. The room fell silent for a moment. Jiang Daihai looked at the pile of goods stacked in the room and sighed. All right, with the price you mentioned, 40 coins each, a total of 5,000 units. At this point, Su Guodao was sweating profusely. He never expected Zhou Feng to be so persistent in bargaining. Zhou Feng smiled and said, then we've agreed on that. By the time they left Jiangshui, the sun had begun to set, and a gentle breeze blew by, uplifting the spirits. After finalizing all the contracts, Su Guodao felt much more at ease. To buy 5,000 women's outfits for just 20,000 coins, 10,000 of which was all the money he had saved up. Thinking of this, he tugged at Zhou Feng's sleeve, wanting to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Zhou Feng spoke first. Now that it has come to this, don't overthink it. The words of consolation now seemed pointless, like shooting an arrow without a tip. The most important thing now was how to persuade Chief Wang about the association event. Seeing Zhou Feng's serious expression, Su Guodao suddenly felt energized. All right, I understand. The next day, all the toy factories had arrived at the meeting point. After some time of discussion, Director Wang finally agreed. Thus, the venue for the fair was set. By noon, at the shopping center, Xia Wenwen stood downstairs, her eyes gazing up at the banner for Kangjinlai hanging above. It stated that bell-bottom pants were being sold at a discount of 100 coins.
Xia Wenwen snorted, so, the arrogance is over? Didn't he obediently adjust the price after all?
She wondered what he had been thinking earlier, because today the store was displaying the bell-bottom pants that had been bought previously. Just then, a young girl walked over.
How much are your bell-bottom pants?
If they're only 100 coins each, I'll buy them. Upon hearing this, Xia Wenwen became excited. She quickly looked around and whispered, if it's 100 coins, I'll sell them to you, but you mustn't tell anyone.
The girl smiled brightly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone.
After receiving the money, Zhang Mingming counted the 10 bills in his hand, his eyes shining with excitement. He eagerly said to his wife, so we've made 50 coins, almost like a month's salary for me. Xue Wenwen lightly pushed his hand. Hey, watch your words.
It's just the beginning. Be careful, someone might hear you.
Zhang Mingming quickly nodded. In the afternoon, at Xiao Duo's house, her mother was cooking, while Xiao Duo stood in a daze, preparing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Xiao Duo stopped what she was doing, furrowing her brows. Her parents happily turned around and said, it must be Lu Shui. Xiao Duo, go open the door quickly. Although she still felt frustrated inside, she nodded and went out. She paused for a moment, then resolved that tonight, when her parents were in a good mood, she would have an honest conversation about Lu Shui. As soon as she opened the door, Lu Shui was standing in front of her, but to her surprise, Shen Ziran was also there. She smiled and said, I ran into Lu Shui when I was passing by the gate of the apartment complex. Xiao Duo frowned and didn't say anything, her mind recalling the conflict they had had earlier.
Shen Ziran continued, Xiao Duo, what's wrong? Aren't you going to welcome me?
Xiao Duo shook her head.
It's not like that.
She then opened the door for both of them to come inside. Since that day, Xiao Duo and Shen Ziran had not been in contact with each other. Even though their workplaces were very close, neither of them sought the other out. At this moment, both were feeling frustrated inside.
Her mother poked her head out and said, Ziran is here too?
When she saw Xiao Duo standing motionless, her expression immediately turned sour. Feeling that her daughter was being quite unreasonable, she quickly said to Shen Ziran, there's fruit on the table, please help yourself. Then, turning to Xiao Duo, she emphasized, go talk to Lu Shui now.
Her father, upon seeing Shen Ziran, asked, Ziran, how has Mr. Shen been lately?
Recently, a group of students came to the office, and I've been busy guiding them, so I haven't been able to visit him. After that, the 5 of them sat around the dining table. Shen Ziran suddenly spoke up, I came here today to discuss something. Our 2 families have been longtime friends, practically like one family.
You both know that I've always considered Xiao Duo as a sister. However, do you know that Xiao Duo wants to remarry Zhou Feng?
Wait, what? The father was immediately shocked, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up. Xiao Duo and her mother were also extremely surprised. Just moments ago, she had thought that Shen Ziran was coming here to apologize for what happened yesterday, but instead, she just added fuel to the fire.
She's lost it, everyone.
She continued, yesterday, at my birthday party, Xiao Duo said so. Shen Ziran recounted everything that had happened that day, making it impossible for Xiao Duo to interrupt. At that moment, Lu Shui, who had been standing next to them, also added his opinion as if it had been prepared beforehand. Actually, uncle, there's something I haven't told you. Last time when Xiao Duo asked me to pick her up from Ziran's place, I saw Zhou Feng selling goods near the residential area of Ziran's house. Xiao Duo ran over to him, smiling and chatting cheerfully right in front of me. The father felt like his head was about to explode. Who was it that cried and called me to pick her up, and now you're involved with this trash? Xiao Duo suddenly stood up, Dad, it's not what you think. Zhou Feng has truly changed.
He now sells bell-bottom pants and makes a lot of money.
She glanced at Lu Shui and said, just looking at him makes me disgusted. Unable to hold back, the father immediately slapped her.
What did you just say? Xiao Duo was so shocked that she fell to the ground. Shen Ziran, seeing this, was also surprised and hurriedly ran over to Xiao Duo. But by then, Xiao Duo's face had darkened. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing everyone to turn around and realize that her mother had fainted. When she was taken to the hospital, Zhang Mingming and her husband immediately arrived. Xiao Duo, are you still determined to follow that good-for-nothing? Are you happy seeing your mother faint from anger? Even before running off to get married, your mother was seriously ill because of you. Why are you silent now? Do you think nothing of your parents? The father, standing beside her, gritted his teeth. Xiao Duo, I beg you, don't cause more trouble, okay? Stay away from that Zhou Feng. Do you really not want me to kneel down and beg you? Xiao Duo stood up and walked toward her father. Dad, please don't force me like this. Her answer only made him more furious. Your parents are forcing you? So who's lying in the emergency room now? Who's forcing whom? Looking toward the emergency room, tears streamed down Xiao Duo's face. Yes, I promise I won't see him again. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was in Guanhai, happily linking arms with Su Guodao as they walked out of a restaurant. Su Guodao remarked, Zhou Feng, I didn't know you could sing so well. But the factory needs time to finish the order. It might take another day or two. How about we wait another day and then head back? I'll take you out to have some fun. I can't do that, Mr. Su. I really want to go back right now. There's someone special I need to meet, but it's already late. Hearing this, Zhou Feng's heart grew even more anxious. He said, how about we go right now? So Su Guodao rode his bike and took Zhou Feng back. He thought his uncle was joking, but he didn't expect him to be so serious. The next morning, as soon as they returned to Jiahai, Zhou Feng hurried to the night market. Zhou Feng asked, is Boss Qin setting up his stall? Boss Qin Yiqiu turned around, saw Zhou Feng, and immediately flushed with anger. He stood up, grabbed Zhou Feng by the collar, and shouted. Qin Yiqiu said, Zhou Feng, you deceived me, how dare you show up here? Zhou Feng thought to himself, why wouldn't I dare? But on the outside, he just smiled. Zhou Feng said, what's wrong, Boss Qin? Is something going on? Qin Yiqiu said, what's wrong? You lied, didn't you? Don't try to dodge the issue, you lied to me. Zhou Feng gently pushed Qin Yiqiu away and moved to another spot to set up his stall. Qin Yiqiu sat down, pointed directly at Zhou Feng, and said. Qin Yiqiu said, Zhou Feng, from now on, you are not allowed to sell here at the night market. Zhou Feng calmly replied. He said, oh? But I've paid all the management fees, and my name is clearly listed in the records. Why can't I sell here? Mr. Qin, are you sure you're not saying something unreasonable? However, Qin Yiqiu ignored Zhou Feng's words and immediately insisted. Qin Yiqiu said, I won't let you sell today, don't even think about it tonight. Zhou Feng smiled, having been waiting for these words. He stood tall and spoke loudly. Zhou Feng said, did everyone hear that? I, Zhou Feng, have paid the management fee for 6 months, but Qin Yiqiu won't let me set up my stall. Immediately, Qin Yiqiu became even more aggressive, ignoring the presence of the crowd. Even though money had been paid, it was useless because this guy was too cunning. All the small traders at this point had understood the situation and would later serve as witnesses for Zhou Feng. He waved his hand and turned to leave, wishing Mr. Qin prosperity in his business. I won't bother you anymore. It's truly a waste that I helped you so much, even worked for you. Qin Yiqiu angrily shouted, worked for me? Don't talk nonsense. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng proceeded straight to the next stage of his plan. He handed over a letter of introduction to the person in front of him. The piece of paper clearly stated that it was introduced by the Guanghai International Trading Company. After that, an officer led Zhou Feng into the bureau chief's office. Let me introduce myself, I am Zhou Feng, Su Guodao's cousin. I had contacted about providing a venue for hosting a fair. Upon hearing this, bureau chief Lu became excited.
Though they had never met, he had heard a lot about Zhou Feng, and this promised to bring benefits to Jia Hai. Please have a seat. I'll call Director Zhang, who is in charge of this matter. He'll be here soon, and we can discuss things together. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Regarding the timing of the fair, we will consider the situation of the factories in Guanhai to make appropriate arrangements. Director Zhang will join me in visiting the night market to get an understanding of the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng couldn't help but feel thrilled, thinking everything was going smoothly. Thank you, Bureau Chief Lu said. Suddenly, Director Lu noticed that Zhou Feng appeared serious and asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Feng awkwardly smiled and began to explain. Director Lu, as you can see, I've provided free space for the merchants at Guanhai, so I shouldn't have to pay the market fee, right? The director was surprised. Market fee? Zhou Feng immediately replied. Yes, sir, Mr. Qin Yiqiu, who manages the night market, announced this and said that anyone who sets up a stall here must pay. I explained that this is a fair and that the venue fee for half a year has already been paid, but in the end, he still refused to agree. Moreover, he even said that these fees would be given to your side. Director Lu grew more and more confused. What? To me? Yes. Zhou Feng became increasingly animated. At that moment, I didn't believe him, but Qin Yiqiu even threatened to beat us. We're just small traders at the night market, and he even boasted that he was your cousin. How could we dare to resist? Director Lu slammed his hand on the table angrily, raising his voice. His cousin? What nonsense is that? Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Director Zhang entered. Director Lu, you called for me. I heard there's a man named Qin Yiqiu at the night market. Who is he? Find out about him quickly. Then, he turned to Zhou Feng and said, Please go with Mr. Zhou here for a walk around. Also, check if other merchants at the night market are being charged by him. Compile everything for me, and don't let him escape. Zhou Feng carried a cardboard box and walked up to Qin Yiqiu, greeting him. Hello, Boss Qin. Upon seeing Zhou Feng, Qin Yiqiu's face darkened. He angrily shouted. Zhou Feng, how dare you come here? I told you already, don't even think about selling your goods here. Feeling helpless, Zhou Feng lowered his head and acted innocent. Did everyone see that? I'm not lying. Director Zhang, who had witnessed the whole event, immediately stepped forward, and two officers moved to arrest Qin Yiqiu. Despite his attempts to resist, the moment he saw the two men in military uniforms, he fell silent and obediently allowed himself to be escorted away. At this point, the merchants on the street finally dared to whisper among themselves. That parasite has finally been caught. I heard someone reported him. Zhou Feng took the opportunity to taunt him again. Boss Qin, I'll help you clean up this mess with your bell-bottom pants. No need to thank me. Qin Yiqiu glared at Zhou Feng with fiery eyes, gritting his teeth to suppress his anger. Then, Zhou Feng took the fruit bag and the small bell-bottom pants bag and headed toward Xiao Duo's house, where she was probably home. Upon arrival, he saw Xiao Duo holding a lunchbox. Seeing her, Zhou Feng didn't hesitate to approach, hug her, and say, Xiao Duo, I'm back. Xiao Duo looked at him in surprise, but her words caught Zhou Feng off guard. She pushed him away and coldly said, What are you doing? Can't you see I'm holding something? Then, Xiao Duo turned away without looking back, leaving Zhou Feng stunned and confused about what had just happened. Zhou Feng chased after her and asked, Xiao Duo, where are you going? Give me the lunchbox, I'll hold it for you, she replied. No need, don't worry about me. But isn't the hospital ahead? Why are you taking the lunchbox there? Is something wrong at home? You should tell me, he said. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Duo continued walking without a glance back. Zhou Feng ran up, grabbed her hand, and asked, What's going on? Why won't you tell me? I have the right to know. Xiao Duo turned and shot him a quick glance. Wait here, don't follow me.
I'll explain later.
Soon after, Xiao Duo had crossed into a hidden corner of the staircase, tears rolling down her cheeks. Oh, what a fool!
I just didn't want to say anything that would hurt you. Why do you have to ask what happened? In room number 3, Xiao Duo's mother lay in bed. Xiao Duo brought a bowl of hot porridge. I've made some porridge, Mom. Wake up and have a little.
Her mother picked up the bowl and ate happily, continuously praising, "The porridge is so soft and delicious today, the taste is wonderful."
I don't know if it's because I'm in a good mood or if it's truly this good.
Xiao Duo advised her, "Mom, you should rest early.
Otherwise, by 11 o'clock, the hospital won't allow family members to stay."
But her mother called Xiao Duo over to sit beside her for a while. She squinted her eyes and said, "Just 2 things you need to remember. I promised myself that I won't have anything to do with that poor bastard anymore." Xiao Duo nodded, which made her mother feel a little relieved.
"With your words, I no longer worry. Just thinking about that jerk gives me chills. Every time he hit you, it felt like a knife cutting through me. Only you could be generous enough to forgive him. You really are foolish."
After leaving the hospital room, Xiao Duo trembled, unable to hold back her tears as she sobbed. When she exited the hospital, she saw Zhou Feng still waiting outside.
Seeing her, he immediately asked, "Xiao Duo, is your mom being hospitalized?" Xiao Duo replied, "Let's talk while we walk."
She had only taken a few steps when she began to speak. "Zhou Feng, we shouldn't stay in touch anymore." Hearing this, Zhou Feng looked surprised, quickly reaching out to grab Xiao Duo's hand.
"Can you tell me why?"
Xiao Duo explained that her family didn't support their relationship. "Every time I mention you, my mom gets so upset that she ends up in the hospital.
You see, I can't keep being with you."
Zhou Feng tightly held Xiao Duo's hand, but now, he was a completely different person than before.
He had worked hard and earned quite a bit of money. "Why don't you talk to your parents?" "I am not the same person as I was before."
Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Duo firmly pushed him away. "That's enough, stop talking.
No matter what you say, it's just a personal matter. It's best if we don't see each other again."
After turning around and walking away, Xiao Duo's tears began to fall.
"Zhou Feng, I'm sorry."
The next morning, Zhou Feng decided to buy himself a house.
His siblings were also preparing to move to the city to study. This would be their new home in Jiahai.
Unfortunately, his finances were not enough at the moment, but initially, he had planned to buy a house across from Xiao Duo's, just to occasionally provoke his future in-laws. The following day, Zhou Feng stood leaning against a large pillar at the station entrance when a group of people hurriedly approached.
"Zhou Feng, I brought everyone here," Su Guodao spoke up.
After meeting, Zhou Feng exchanged a few words with them and asked about the delivery time. When he learned that the goods would arrive at 10 p.m. that evening, Zhou Feng assigned tasks to everyone.
He then led them to Director Zhang to prepare for the upcoming fair.
After receiving permission from Director Zhang, Zhou Feng took everyone to inspect the venue and assign spaces for each booth. The workshop owners were very pleased with the spacious and sufficient venue.
Next, Zhou Feng and Su Guodao began preparing the advertising banners. Of course, this action would create an enthusiastic atmosphere for the event.
Because in this day and age, such activities are still quite new.
Zhou Feng called on everyone to walk around while holding up a sales banner.
The Guanhai City factory is clearing stock, all products are being sold at super low prices. Come here, come here. This scene was completely unprecedented here. Not only were the products on display, but effective advertising was also incorporated.
Many people, mostly women and children, gathered to see the goods.
Soon, the area started to get crowded.
Customers were continuously discussing. "These toys are really modern, I've never seen them in the shopping mall. Anyway, they're things kids like, so coming to take a look won't hurt."
Su Guodao smiled non-stop as he saw the bustling market.
At this moment, Zhou Feng realized the advertising campaign was quite successful.
So, he returned to the night market stall. He stood on the platform and declared loudly, "The fair will be free to enter, no tickets needed."
This time we're offering deep discounts for everyone.
Following the script that had been prepared, Su Guodao shouted, "The largest clothing factory in Guanghai and Jiangshui is closing down. The original price was 40 to 50 coins, but now it's only 20 coins. Hurry up!" Upon hearing this, the crowd began to stir.
Here's the winter clothing, synthetic fabric. It's getting cold fast, come take a look.
The factory owners standing nearby were also surprised.
How can Sa do this? Immediately, a girl approached and asked, "Zhou Feng, is it cheaper?"
Zhou Feng shook his head, "No, it's not possible. These are all liquidation goods, and the best ones are already gone." Suddenly, a crowd gathered around the booth, and they began trying on clothes. People rushed over because of the attractive prices.
Some factory owners noticed Zhou Feng's sales technique and realized it was really impressive.
They hurried back to their own booths to learn from him and sell their own children's toys.
More and more people visited Zhou Feng's booth.
People from the neighboring booth, envious, commented, "I feel like Mr. Zhou is not running a fair, he's just selling his own clothes." Someone next to them immediately interrupted, "Come on, Mr. Wang, they've helped provide the location and accommodation for us for free.
They need to make a living too.
Stop talking so much and focus on working hard, don't ask so many questions."
Half an hour passed, and Su Guodao still showed no signs of fatigue.
He shouted loudly like a true merchant, "Sister, if our clothes are good, please bring your friends and family to support us." Before long, Su Guodao had sold nearly all the stock from the crates behind him. Though it was modest compared to the 5,000 sets of inventory, after calculating carefully, he still made a profit of 1,000 coins.
After splitting with Zhou Feng, each of them earned 500 coins.
This amount was equivalent to several months of his salary.
Suddenly, someone approached Su Guodao and asked, "Didn't you guys say you were selling children's clothing before? Why are there only women's clothes now?" At that moment, Zhou Feng ran over holding a set of clothes. "Mr. Shi, perhaps you don't fully understand, right? We call this the interlinked economy." Mr. Shi was puzzled. Interlinked economy? What does that mean? Zhou Feng explained slowly, "Think about it.
Children come here to buy toys, but some mothers might be reluctant to walk around.
Now, we're also selling women's clothing. That's something they want to buy, so doesn't that make them want to come here even more? It's always fun to buy new clothes.
You're making money from children, and we're making it from their mothers.
Cooperation is mutually beneficial, isn't that great?"
Upon hearing this, Mr. Shi looked at Zhou Feng with admiration. He praised, "Mr. Zhou, you are truly considerate.
I really admire you."
As night fell, Zhou Feng led everyone to find a place to rest. They went over to congratulate Su Guodao.
"Today, you really sold the most. You owe us a meal now."
Su Guodao smiled contentedly, "Of course."
But unlike Su Guodao's happiness, Zhou Feng remained silent. Mr. Shi noticed and asked, "What's wrong, Zhou Feng?"
Zhou Feng pointed to his throat and laughed, "As you can see, I really can't speak anymore.
I've shouted too much today."
Everyone turned their attention to Mr. Shi. "Mr. Shi, I heard your voice the loudest at the fair, my ears are still ringing." On the way back, everyone was laughing and talking happily, as the harvest of the first day was quite promising. Then, Su Guodao asked how much he had earned.
At that moment, Zhou Feng was holding up 5 fingers, counting his money.
He had already counted 5,020 coins, while Su Guodao had sold 6,980 coins. But right after that, Su Guodao lowered his head to check his bag.
"Wait a minute, let me count again to be sure."
After double-checking with a relieved expression, Su Guodao announced, "That's right, we've sold a total of 600 sets of clothes, and the profit has reached 12,000.
Hopefully, tomorrow will be even better." It definitely will be.
The next day, Zhou Feng and Su Guodao went to deposit their money into a savings account. Looking at the amount in the account book, Zhou Feng was determined to work twice or even 3 times harder than yesterday. At the fair, Zhou Feng implemented a massive discount promotion, selling at a loss. Today, they were selling synthetic fibers for only 20 coins.
Two people standing nearby heard this and, surprised, asked, "What special plan does Mr. Chu have today?"
So, they rushed back to their stalls and followed Zhou Feng's method. Meanwhile, in the commercial area, Zhang Mingming was rearranging the bell-bottom pants, feeling worried. Why is our store's business getting worse and worse?
I don't feel like working anymore.
Previously, although there were few customers, it was still possible to sell 1 or 2 pieces for 100 coins each. But now, not even a single person could be seen.
Xiaowen bit a sunflower seed, pouted, and said, "Wasn't there a fair held a couple of days ago? Didn't you know?
The synthetic fiber factory is about to close down. They're selling for only 20 coins each.
Just wait a few more days until they leave, then we'll be back to stable business."
Zhang Mingming felt a little excited when he heard this.
If the price is that low, why don't we go buy some?
After all, we know the trade well. However, his wife disagreed, thinking it was pointless because the fabric was uncomfortable to wear.
I heard recently that many stores no longer need fabric vouchers to sell fabric.
That's right, there's something I want to tell you. Shuewenwen lowered her voice. I've found a supplier for bell-bottom pants at just 44 coins each. Zhang Mingming was surprised when he heard this.
What? Really?
At that moment, his mind began to envision a bright future. Meanwhile, in the library, Duoquan called Xiao Duo. I heard the night market near our place will hold a fair and you don't need an entry ticket anymore. Xiao Duo, focused on her books, hadn't heard about this. The past 2 days, after work, she had been going to the hospital to take care of her mother and hadn't paid attention to anything around her.
Now, Xiaoquan invited, well then, how about we go check it out after work today?
I heard the factory is about to close, and winter samples are only 20 coins, while the original price was over 50 coins.
Xiao Duo glanced at her wallet. Duoquan was a full-time employee, while she was just an intern yet to sign a contract.
Xiao Duo only had 20 coins left, but she still agreed to go with Duoquan. The two of them stood in a distant corner and heard the sounds of delivery.
They followed the noise and joined a long, winding queue. The lively transaction stirred excitement in everyone.
Xiao Duo and Duoquan chatted and laughed happily, as if they were about to find a great bargain. Duoquan said to Xiao Duo, I heard this batch of goods will be sold out once it's gone.
We're lucky we got here in time. When it was their turn, Duoquan eagerly spoke up first. Boss, do you still have any left? Can I get a small size, and maybe a little brighter if you have it?
Su Guodao pointed to a pink shirt behind him. The color stood out vividly in an era when many people bought black and white clothes, making it look youthful and trendy.
What do you think of this one? Remembering the days of learning from Zhou Feng, the old man now seemed like a shrewd businessman. He turned to Xiao Duo and asked, and what about this lady? Ah, I'm like her, I'll have a small pink one too.
Su Guodao held up 2 fingers to indicate 20 yuan and said to Zhou Feng, who was preparing the goods for the customers, hey, little brother, get 2 small pink shirts for these 2 ladies. When Zhou Feng turned around to hand the shirts to the customers, he was taken aback by the person standing in front of him. Xiao Duo was equally shocked.
But immediately, Zhou Feng tried to calm down and handed them the clothes. Miss, this is your pink dress.
That statement startled Xiao Duo.
After buying the cheap clothes, Duoquan was extremely excited. Ha, we really got a great deal. Xiao Duo turned around and thought to herself, why was he looking at me like a stranger?
In the evening, when they were packing up to rest, the salespeople came over to share the joy with Su Guodao. With the business of Boss Cifa like this, you'll have to treat us tomorrow. Su Guodao happily said, if you add another pack of instant noodles, it won't be a big deal.
No problem at all, let's each add an egg too, haha. Guodao continued commenting.
But, Mr. Shi, this type of clothing made from cheap materials doesn't bring in much profit.
Each piece only makes 2 coins. What kind of price is that? 2 coins? Stop it already. I've been in business for many years, and if I can't make at least 5 coins on one piece, do you think you'll have the energy to run from Guanhai to Jiahai to trade?
Su Guodao and Zhou Feng were both shocked upon hearing this. Fortunately, Zhou Feng hadn't yet said that the profit on each item was 16 coins, or else everyone would have surely fainted on the spot. After that, Su Guodao patted Shi Zhigang on the shoulder and said, "Ha, Mr. Shi, now that you know, don't say any more. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to 2 more eggs. Can you handle that?" When they returned to their place, Zhou Feng and Su Guodao began calculating the money they had earned that day. Su Guodao sold 10,000, while Zhou Feng reached 14,000, plus the 600 items from last night. The total is 1,200 items. Su Guodao felt happy when he heard the figure because they had sold 1/5 of their stock already, and tomorrow was the weekend, which meant they would definitely have better sales than the past 2 days. Ha, of course. The next day, Su Guodao woke up early to cook breakfast. Is this waking up early for success? I was afraid he stayed up all night counting money. Haha, he even prepared bowls of noodles with 2 eggs for everyone. Then, he continued with his quest to get rich. Here are synthetic fiber clothes. Not 88 yuan, not 55 yuan, all are just 20 yuan. Everyone, come and have a look. Sun Wukong went on a trip to the US, and even brought back small toy cars that actually run. Kids, come and see. Finally, a busy day came to an end. Su Guodao earned 13,000, while Zhou Feng earned 10,000, making a total of 31,000. Su Guodao happily declared, "Just as you said, our business is getting better and better. Now, we have less than 2,000 items left in stock, and maybe in 2 more days, we'll sell them all." At this point, several toy store owners had finished their business and were preparing to head back to Guanhai. Mr. Shi had also rested early, with only a few items left, so there was no need to rush. Mr. Shi called out loudly to Su Guodao, "Come here, let's talk for a moment." However, Su Guodao's gaze was fixed firmly on the 3 customers approaching, signaling to Zhou Feng, "Go ahead and talk, wait a moment, I have new customers." The newcomers were 2 of Xiaoduo's close friends, Shen Ziran and Jia Boy, along with Zhou Jun, who always stayed close to Ziran. The 2 women were inspecting the goods and chatting. Boy spoke up, "This kind of fabric that blocks the wind is no longer suitable these days." Boy continued, "It's fine, as long as it keeps you warm. It's perfect for the older folks at home to wear during the new year, or as winter clothing." The group approached Su Guodao's booth and asked, "Boss, do you have this outfit in a medium size?" Since it was already quite dark, they were focused on the booth and didn't notice Zhou Feng standing nearby. Su Guodao quickly responded, "We might still have that size. Let me find it for you. By the way, I won't be putting out any more items today." At that moment, Zhou Jun looked around, adjusted his glasses to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Once he confirmed it was the right person, he asked, "Zhou Feng, what are you doing here?" Zhou Feng cheerfully replied, "Just selling clothes." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun made a face of disdain. "Selling clothes? Still running your own business? Don't tell me you're organizing this fair." Zhou Feng thought to himself, "If this had been 2 days ago, when the fair was about to begin, I might have compromised and just said I was working for someone else. But now, things are different." He smiled and walked towards the group of 3. If I'm not the organizer, then it must be you, right?" Jia Boy crossed his arms, showing a look of disdain, and Shen Ziran wasn't happy either. Her gaze toward Zhou Feng remained full of contempt. "Are you the organizer? Only a fool would believe that. Someone who runs their own business, with no connections or money, how could they possibly organize a fair?" Her words made the atmosphere tense. Over the past few days, many workshop owners had made money thanks to Zhou Feng, and they couldn't accept such remarks. Zhou Feng spread his arms and asked, "Then let's hear from everyone who the organizer of this fair is." Mr. Shi, the leader of the group, shouted loudly, "Mr. Zhou, thanks to you, we made quite a bit last night. Don't forget to bring me along next time." The others around him laughed heartily. "Today has been a lot of fun, Mr. Zhou. Is there anything else we need to prepare?" Seeing the respect that the stall owners were showing Zhou Feng, Zhou Jun couldn't help but be astonished.
Although they were all self-employed, they were all workshop owners with solid finances.
Shenzi ran, feeling jealous and embarrassed, threw her coat aside.
Who would wear this now? I don't even know how much money was spent on it. Let's go.
Ja Boy, despite feeling regret over the goods, had no choice but to follow them. As for Jo Jun, he quietly glanced at Jo Fong before turning away.
Shenzi Ran mumbled, boy, next time don't bring Jo Fong to places like this. It's uncomfortable to look at everyone.
When they got home, Jo Fong happily cooked a large bowl of noodles. Mr. Su, have some noodles. Su Guodao pointed to the money in his hand. Wait, let me calculate today's earnings first, then we can eat.
Jo Fong placed the bowl of noodles on the table. Alright, is there anything I can help you with?
Su Guodao focused on counting the money. No need. I just need to finish this batch. A few minutes later, he divided the money into 2 parts. Today we sold over 30,000. I never imagined that after all this time working, I've managed to save more than 10,000. Jo Fong kindly replied, good, remember to deposit it tomorrow morning.
It's not convenient to carry it around when traveling by train.
Su Guodao suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Don't worry, but Jo Fong, good times don't last forever.
If you find another business opportunity you want to pursue, remember to take me along. I can't believe I've made so much money. This is my entire lifetime's salary.
Jo Fong waved his hand. Alright, stop saying that, Mr. Su. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to hold this first fair.
Then we don't need to say thanks anymore. There's just one thing to say. Congratulations.
Mr. Su, congratulations on making a big profit. I hope we can continue to collaborate in the future.
Su Guodao also smiled happily. So, Jo Fong, will we be getting more synthetic fiber products next time?
Jo Fong shook his head. No, Su Guodao.
Are you really going to let such a good opportunity slip away?
Jo Fong quickly explained. Are you sure Jiahai can handle that much synthetic fiber? Besides, many types of fabric no longer require fabric coupons, and the synthetic fiber market is currently in a price reduction phase.
If we're not careful, we could lose everything. Then why not look for better opportunities that don't come with risks?
Su Guodao thought for a moment, then stroked his chin and said, You're right. I never thought about it that way, but there are still many other factors to consider. If we continue down this path, we might end up failing for real. But Jo Fong, if you find a viable way to make money in the future, don't forget to let me know.
Jo Fong smiled and nodded. Of course, I won't forget you.
In the past, Jo Fong had gone through too many ups and downs, and cooperation always came with risks. Even if it was with a close brother, that didn't make it any less true.
Independence and taking responsibility were still the safest way.
People often say that the business world is like a battlefield, but in today's age, competition might be less intense. Business shouldn't be too emotionally driven because its nature is cooperation for profit, aiming to create balance and achieve the most comfortable collaboration. The next day, at the Jiahai train station, Jo Fong led the group on their way back. Before leaving, everyone didn't forget to remind him with a cheerful smile, Mr. Zhou, next time, don't forget to call us if you need anything.
Alright, everyone, travel safely.
It is often said that the more friends you have, the more opportunities you get.
For Jo Fong at this moment, making friends brings many benefits.
After sending Su Guodao off, Jo Fong began thinking about the new plan he had outlined the night before. At this moment, he called Kong Jin Zhong. Mr. Kong, I plan to go to Shanghai in the next few days. I need your help with some of my younger siblings. After taking care of his siblings' matters, Jo Fong headed to Shanghai and enjoyed some beef pho. This is a city full of business opportunities. He still remembered the time when the first fashion show team was established here. An event that sparked a passion for beauty and marked the beginning of a thriving fashion industry. Everything happened within the year that followed. It was reported that the price of the clothes worn by models skyrocketed to hundreds of coins, and from that moment, Shanghai became the capital of the fashion industry. However, with just a short year, between 83 and 84, human thinking and consumption levels did not change much. If Zhou Feng had organized the fashion show a year earlier, the situation might have been different. However, the capital he currently has is still far from enough to make that happen. But could it be done? That depends on himself. Zhou Feng smiled, an idea suddenly struck him. He would create a plan that would excite everyone, just like the last fair, but this time the scale would be tremendously grand. At that moment, in a department store, Zhang Mingming and his wife were speaking with a man. The man said, "Don't worry, aside from your store, all the other shops are importing flared pants at the original price. This is the last batch, and in the future, the price will increase by 50 coins per piece, so you need to think carefully." Zhang Mingming frowned. "We have to place an order for at least 10,000, right? Where would we get such a large sum?" The man waved his hand dismissively. "Come on, aren't you two big bosses? How could you not have the money? If it's not enough, you can place an order for 5,000 pieces, but the price will be 2 coins higher, at 46 coins each." Zhang Mingming felt helpless and turned to his wife, asking, When should we order 5,000 pieces?" "No." Xia Wen coldly interrupted, then she spoke to the man. "We'll order 10,000 pieces." These words shocked Zhang Mingming. "How are we going to come up with so much money? Are you out of your mind? We don't even have 10,000 coins." She pulled her husband to a corner and said, "Don't be so agitated, think about how big the difference is between 44 and 46 coins. 2 coins extra per pair, that's a total of 400 coins. 400 coins is equivalent to your salary for several months. We've worked so hard, how much longer do we have to endure this situation? But how are we going to get the money now?" She started persuading her husband again, "Why don't you go ask Dad for a bit?" It turns out that from the very beginning, she had planned to ask for money from her father-in-law. Zhang Mingming shook his head in refusal. "Impossible, I already told Dad last time that it would be the last time. Besides, Xiaohua and Xiaoduo also need money for emergencies. I can't just think about myself." Xia Wen immediately became irritated. "So who are you thinking about then? Isn't it to ensure a better life for this family? But you just spent 5,000 coins on bell-bottom pants, and now you've only sold a few and are already at a loss, don't you see that? Now you're going to borrow another 10,000 from Dad, do you think you'll be able to explain that to him?" Suddenly, Xia Wen burst into loud laughter. Zhang Mingming didn't understand. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing because the opportunity to get rich is getting closer. Are you not planning to seize this opportunity? The fair just ended, didn't you see that the chance to make money is right in front of you? If you miss it, will you regret it? Besides, Mom's health isn't good, you could borrow the money from Dad in secret to complete the work and pay him back later. You know making money from bell-bottom pants is quick. By then, as long as we make up for the family, no one will argue over small matters like this." Zhang Mingming rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and found her suggestion reasonable. That night, the couple went home to have dinner with his parents. His father said to Xiao Duo, "Daughter, that Lu Shui guy, we're not associating with him anymore. I've already figured out what kind of person he is, so don't worry." Xiao Duo whispered, "I'm about to become a full-time employee at the library." Upon hearing this, her mother was so overjoyed that she nearly cried. After dinner, Xiao Duo, as usual, began to clean the dishes. Her sister-in-law, Xia Wen, approached with an unusual attitude. "Xiao Duo, let me do it. Your relationship with your parents has just gotten better, and it's still early, so you should take them for a walk." With that, she pushed Xiao Duo outside. "Don't worry, I'll wash the dishes. I heard the night market is really busy now. You should take your parents shopping." Then, Shui Wenwen shut the door behind her. She glanced around and whispered to her husband. "While Xiao Duo and the parents are out, you hurry and go into Dad's room. I'll keep watch." Her husband looked concerned. "Don't speak too loudly, what if they haven't gone far yet?" But his wife teased him. "Are you scared? He had no choice but to take the risk and go into the room to search for something. Sure enough, in the grandparents' room, he found a savings book with 9,000 coins. Zhang Mingming held the book, sweat beading on his forehead, and whispered to himself, "Father, I've earned some money now, I'll pay it back right away." At the same time, Zhou Feng was at a popular guesthouse in Shanghai, where the room rates were rather high. Hearing the sound of a child crying loudly, the owner, who was cooking, ran out and asked, "Are you here to rent a room?" Zhou Feng raised 2 fingers and said, "Sister, I just came from Jiaolu. They only charge 2 coins per day over there. If you give me a reasonable price, I'll rent long term." The woman replied, "Then I will give you a price that no one else can offer." Zhou Feng happily agreed. "Then how many days do you plan to stay?" When he heard Zhou Feng say a week, the landlady said, "No, a week isn't long enough. I'll charge you 1.9 coins. Zhou Feng thought to himself, "This lady is really clever, her pricing is so attractive." While speaking, she maintained a cold demeanor that made it impossible for him to argue, so he ultimately accepted. He nodded in agreement. "All right, 1.9 coins it is." Having been running around all day, as soon as he lay down on the bed, he started snoring loudly. The next morning, Zhou Feng was already on the bus. Buses in Shanghai have long been famous for their overcrowding. As soon as the bus stopped, everyone rushed in to make it to work on time. After getting on, not only were seats scarce, but even standing space was limited. Just being able to breathe was a stroke of luck. It was an hour of suffering on the bus. Getting off the bus, Zhou Feng felt as though his body had been flattened like a banana peel. He breathed in the fresh air outside. It had been a long time since he felt this way. At that moment, a fashion workshop in Shanghai caught Zhou Feng's eye. He thought to himself, "This is the first destination of the trip." According to prior information, this place was known for producing the most fashionable clothing in Shanghai, and Zhou Feng's next plan would kick off right here. As he entered the main gate, an uncle called out to him, "Who are you looking for?" Zhou Feng replied, "I came from another province to start my own business and want to import some clothes. I'm not sure where to find them." The uncle pointed inside and said, "Just follow this path and you'll get there. Keep going and you'll arrive. There are many people lining up inside, so it won't be hard to find." Zhou Feng thanked him and went in. Watching Zhou Feng leave, the uncle thought to himself, "This young man. Is it true that the business owners nowadays are all so young?" After walking for a short distance, Zhou Feng saw a sign directing him to the delivery area. He walked a bit further and came across a long line of people waiting to register. Zhou Feng asked the person at the end of the line, "Excuse me, is this the warehouse for imports?" "I'm new here, not really familiar," the man replied. The person ahead of him explained the ordering process for small businesses, mentioning that even some large factories had different processes, which were hard to understand. Zhou Feng then joined the line like everyone else. After waiting for 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. The clerk was a young man named Feng Baobao, who seemed rather pleased with himself and didn't bother to look up at the customer. "What do you want to order?" he asked. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "What items do you have here? I'm new, so I'm not really sure. We have black and white floral dresses, white butterfly skirts, and sleeveless dresses," Feng Baobao listed. Zhou Feng turned to look at the neatly packaged clothes stacked high in plastic bags, each like a small mountain. He stood there, listening to Feng Baobao's introduction but didn't answer, which made the young man feel irritated. Perhaps due to Zhou Feng's rural accent, he squinted his eyes and tapped his pen on the table to attract attention. "Hey, have you made up your mind yet? There are many people waiting behind you, this workshop isn't open just for you." With his business experience, Zhou Feng pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed them to the man. "Mr. Feng, sorry to bother you, but could you show me a sample of the goods?" Contrary to expectations, Feng Baobao looked annoyed. "This is a clothing factory. If the clothes on the floor catch fire, can you compensate for it?" No breeze passed by, and Zhou Feng stood frozen, surprised to realize that the man's words did make sense. Zhou Feng continued to plead. Mr. Feng, the quantity of goods I'm purchasing won't be small, but I need to see the goods firsthand to feel at ease.
Running a business isn't easy either, I hope you can understand and let me have a look. Feng Baobao smiled brightly and patted Zhou Feng's shoulder.
Alright, but you'll have to wait for the people behind you to finish first, or else I won't have time to show you around.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng's face lit up with joy. That's good, now I feel at ease.
With that, he stood in a corner of the workshop, observing the long line of people waiting, estimating that it would take over an hour before it was his turn. In front of Zhou Feng, a man was struggling with a large pile of goods that he couldn't carry all at once. Seeing this, Zhou Feng approached him and said, "Hey, let me help you carry the goods." The man responded in a friendly manner, "Thank you." They walked and chatted. Through their conversation, Zhou Feng learned that his name was Lu Zhen, and he was about the same age as Su Guodao. Lu Zhen was curious about Zhou Feng coming from another province and seemingly visiting the workshop for the first time. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "Yes, do you know anything about these imported goods?" Hearing Zhou Feng's polite question, Lu Zhen felt at ease and answered, "You're asking the right person. Luckily, you haven't offended Feng Baobao." Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng immediately adopted a humble expression and asked further. Lu Zhen explained that Feng Baobao had a petty nature and that his father was the head of the supply channel, so it was possible that Feng Baobao would make things difficult for Zhou Feng. The two continued on to Lu Zhen's homemade tricycle. "Is that so? Then Zhou Feng is really lucky." "Thank you very much," Zhou Feng said. Mr. Qin struggled to sit on the bike and waved, saying, "No problem, I'm leaving now." After bidding farewell to Lu Zhen, Zhou Feng returned to the workshop, thinking to himself that the queue must be almost over. However, looking at the time, he knew that with Feng Baobao's personality, he would probably say that work was over and suggest coming back in the afternoon. Despite this, Zhou Feng still decided to wait at the end of the line. Sure enough, when Feng Baobao saw Zhou Feng, he said exactly what Zhou Feng had expected, "Not yet, it's time to get off work. If you want to look at clothes, come back in the afternoon." Zhou Feng was not in the slightest bit annoyed, simply responding calmly, "It's fine." Afterward, Feng Baobao stood up to close the workshop door. However, the roller shutter was too high, and he could not reach it, only jumping up and down but without success. Zhou Feng thought to himself, this can't be his first time working. He immediately ran over and said, "Let me help you." Finally, the door was closed. At this moment, Feng Baobao's gaze toward Zhou Feng changed. He thought to himself, usually, people running their own businesses would make things difficult when they meet me, but for some reason, this guy isn't angry at all. Instead, he even helped me. Zhou Feng turned back and politely said, "Mr. Feng, I apologize for troubling you. I just arrived yesterday morning, so I'm still not familiar with the rules here." Perhaps because Zhou Feng's manner was appropriate, Feng Baobao smiled and said, "I know it's not easy for you to come here. I used to take people around to see clothes, but after a while, I only saw locals, so I stopped doing that." However, he also spoke frankly, everyone wants to finish their work before it gets dark. If I leave you here, what will those behind you do? They won't be able to blame me, right? Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "You're right. I wasn't thoughtful, but Mr. Feng, you've been very considerate. But now it's lunchtime, how about we go to the state-owned restaurant, eat, and talk?" Zhou Feng intentionally emphasized the word restaurant. Feng Baobao, upon hearing this, found it interesting. Perhaps the reason he made things difficult for Zhou Feng in the beginning was simply to have this kind of conversation. He said, "All right, let's go then." The two of them quickly made their way to the entrance of a very lavishly decorated restaurant. During the meal, Zhou Feng exchanged a few pleasantries before moving on to the main topic. "Mr. Feng, I plan to import a large quantity of goods, and I hope you can help me find out if there are any styles that might be suitable." Feng Baobao, eating while asking, said, "So, how much are you planning to spend on the goods?" Zhou Feng raised 4 fingers and replied, "At the moment, about 40,000 coins." Feng Baobao was surprised. "Oh, it turns out you're a wealthy man, one I didn't recognize." Zhou Feng humbly responded.
Ha, Mr. Feng is flattering me. But I'm not focused on clothing, so I'd like to take a look first. If I order in bulk, I wonder if the price can be lowered a bit. Feng Baobao raised his eyebrows and replied.
As for the price, it can definitely be reduced, but keep in mind, even a small reduction counts.
A coin or two off is still a reduction. Zhou Feng laughed and said. Mr. Feng, I understand. As long as the quality of the clothing is good, we can discuss the details later.
Upon hearing this, Feng Baobao immediately changed his demeanor, slapped his chest, and said.
Don't worry, sir, this afternoon I'll personally take you to the factory. Whatever kind of clothing you want to see, I'll guide you there.
After the meal, his attitude completely changed.
Feng Baobao opened the door and let Zhou Feng in. He said.
The styles and designs here are quite varied.
As we walk, I'll introduce you to the prices.
Zhou Feng looked at the clothing samples hanging in front of him, feeling a surge of excitement inside.
He reached out and touched them to check the quality. Zhou Feng thought to himself, this is indeed Shanghai.
The styles and quality are timeless, even in 2023, there's no difference between the eras.
Feng Baobao, seeing Zhou Feng glance left and right, asked, how is it? Is there any issue with the quality or design?
I'm sure you won't find a better supplier than here in Shanghai. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, yes, the design and material are both fine, but I still have some concerns about the quantity and the exact pricing when placing an order.
Let's discuss it further tonight. What?
Feng Baobao, seeing that Zhou Feng hadn't made a decision, seemed displeased. He thought Zhou Feng wasn't interested in placing the order, meaning he had wasted his time that day. Zhou Feng immediately realized what Feng Baobao was thinking and quickly said, Mr. Feng, don't worry, I will definitely place the order. However, the quantity may be quite large. In fact, I need to discuss it with my colleagues in the company before making a decision.
I'll let you know the specific model and quantity tonight.
Feng Baobao thought for a moment, then said, I see, I understand now. Then he added, how about this, go discuss it, and at 6:30 p.m. when I finish work, come by to see me. Hearing this, Zhou Feng nodded in agreement and left. He had made a note of all the samples and pricing from the workshop, intending to choose the best products with an estimated price of around 15 coins. If we calculate further that Feng Baobao will give Zhou Feng 1 coin, then with the 50,000 coins he currently has, after deducting 10,000 for the venue and model fees, there would still be 40,000 remaining for stocking the goods. With such good quality and design, if sold at 50 coins each, as long as it is properly promoted, it will definitely sell well. Adding in shipping and labor costs, the maximum profit is estimated to be around 120,000. However, this is just the ideal result. At present, Feng Baobao is still a variable, so the risk remains high. However, everything will depend on whether the event is successful or not, and this is entirely determined by human factors. Once the event is confirmed, everything thereafter will be under Zhou Feng's control. If it fails, he will have to accept reducing some of the profits to increase the chances of success. In the afternoon, Zhou Feng returned and saw Feng Baobao. He waved and greeted, Mr. Feng, are we all set? Feng Baobao smiled and nodded when he saw Zhou Feng arriving on time. Who wouldn't be happy to make money? Afterwards, Zhou Feng took Feng Baobao to a restaurant for lunch, where they enjoyed a meal and drank a bottle of Mao Dai together to make their conversation more lively. Feng Baobao was happy, full of energy, and quickly finished his glass of wine. When discussing the modeling team, Zhou Feng said, it will be very simple. As long as we have the money, everything can be arranged. However, in Zhou Feng's heart, there was still an unsettling feeling because there was one important issue he hadn't found a solution for yet. Feng Baobao continued to ask, have you thought about the clothing order you're planning to place? Zhou Feng replied, I'd made up my mind. I will order 100 floral dresses, 100 striped shirts, and 100 V-neck women's blouses. Hearing this, Feng Baobao was astonished. Are all of them women's clothing? And each one is only 15 yuan? These are high-end products from his factory. Alright, in that case, I can offer you a slight discount, bringing the price down to 14 yuan, which is the lowest price I can offer. But then he added, however, I need to deduct 2 mao for personal fees.
Do you understand?
With 40,000 coins worth of clothes, I've already given you a discount of over 3,000, and I'm only adding an extra 500 coins.
It's not unreasonable.
Zhou Feng waved his hand, ignoring these words, and instead asked, Mr. Feng, how many people like me, who run their own business, do you meet in a year?
Feng Baobao didn't understand his point and stood up, slamming the table. What exactly are you trying to say?
Zhou Feng smiled, Mr. Feng, don't get so worked up, just listen to me.
Don't focus on those small benefits.
I've worked hard in Beijing all this time.
Do you think I'm just relying on luck? I really understand the market, I know the needs and preferences of customers.
Furthermore, today I want to talk to you about more than just trivial matters.
At this point, Feng Baobao was even more confused, unable to grasp these bigger issues.
He was only focused on the immediate small profit.
Zhou Feng continued, think about it.
If you only meet a few people like me in a year and earn just 2 or 3,000 yuan, it wouldn't mean much.
But I want to use your connections to organize a fashion show. I will cover all the expenses and bring you a lucrative contract. The earnings will be 100 times more than the 2 pennies you're getting, right?
Roughly, you'll make nearly 20,000. When Feng Baobao heard 20,000, he immediately became excited. Zhou Feng continued, furthermore, as long as you participate in the negotiations, there will also be a settlement fee.
The 500 coins I mentioned earlier won't even count.
At this point, Feng Baobao pretended to say, actually, I was just mentioning it casually earlier.
It's not as easy as it sounds.
This still requires the workshop owner's agreement and signature, and you can't just operate on such a large scale by yourself. Zhou Feng continued, if there's not enough quantity, I can place an additional order.
Besides, I can offer a new agreement as we discussed before.
I will add a clause with the clothing factory to sell each piece at the wholesale price of 14 coins. That way, everyone will make money from 2 outfits when selling one.
As long as the factory's interests are ensured, the owner will agree. Moreover, I will put this in writing, not just talk about it. Speaking of the risk of 40,000 coins, do you know what that means? Feng Baobao looked at Zhou Feng in astonishment and asked, what kind of fashion show is this that can earn so much money? Zhou Feng raised his hand and said, this is definitely a great opportunity.
Of course, there are risks. But those risks also mean you'll receive 40,000 coins, plus a commission fee of 500 coins for each set of clothes. I'll also pay you extra for your efforts.
What do you think?
Feng Baobao was surprised, unable to believe such a good deal, and asked again, Mr. Feng, you can rest assured.
Once the job is done, Zhou Feng promises to pay you as agreed. The two of them talked until late at night.
It was only when the staff in the restaurant had all left that they decided to go. Feng Baobao was worried that if they continued discussing business, Zhou Feng would be left with the impression that he was too eager, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. At that moment, Feng Huilai, Feng Baobao's father, was at his son's house. He had come home late due to work matters today. When Feng Baobao opened the door and saw his father playing with his grandchild in the living room, he asked why his father was there. His father often teased and criticized him because he was the head of the workshop and always felt dissatisfied when he saw his son hadn't achieved much. Upon smelling the scent of alcohol from Feng Baobao, he scolded him, you were out with those useless friends again, weren't you? Next time, stay away from them. Feng Baobao quickly explained, no, Dad, I met someone from another province today to discuss stock imports. His father immediately got angry, isn't that enough for you? Do you think you're smart enough to discuss such things? Tell me, what did you talk about? Feng Baobao then recounted the details of today's meeting to his father. After hearing everything, Feng Huilai also found it difficult to understand, is there really such a good opportunity? He had been in the industry for long enough to know that business was never that simple. He continued to express his viewpoint, don't be so naive. I know you're incapable and very easily deceived. No one is foolish enough to contribute money and effort to increase consumption for someone else's factory. Feng Baobao spoke again. At first, I had doubts too, but after careful consideration, I believe he can't be tricking us. However, before he could finish, Feng Weilai turned away and said, "Alright, no one does things like that. Just focus on your own work." When his father left, Feng Baobao sank down onto the sofa, took a deep breath, and pondered. He realized, I've already had 2 meals at his place, and if everything goes well, I could earn 1,000 coins. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, I also want to follow Zhou Feng and earn an extra 5 coins for every outfit sold. This thought really excited him. The next morning, under the scorching sun, Zhou Feng slowly made his way to the Feng family's workshop. Everything was arranged by Zhou Feng, while Feng Baobao didn't pay much attention to the work that morning. When he saw Zhou Feng, he immediately waved his hand. "Hey Zhou Feng, let's go grab a bite." His attitude was completely different from yesterday. Zhou Feng secretly thought to himself, it seemed like the deal was already half done. In the afternoon, they enjoyed a few light snacks. Feng Baobao had ordered the food and told Zhou Feng, "Don't be polite, let me treat you today." Looking at the table filled only with vegetables and tofu, Zhou Feng thought to himself, being invited today isn't too shabby after all. After finishing the meal, they got down to business. Feng Baobao spoke up, "Zhou Feng, I've talked to my father about this plan. This afternoon, I'll take you to my father's office, but you need to keep the details of our collaboration confidential." Zhou Feng felt satisfied with the goal he'd achieved, smiled, and said, "Alright, Mr. Feng, no problem." After lunch, Zhou Feng followed Feng Baobao to Feng Weilai's office, where there weren't many people. When Zhou Feng presented his idea, Feng Weilai asked, "I'm still not quite clear. You mentioned the 40,000 coins being placed at the factory, is that for the import of goods?" Immediately, Zhou Feng briefly explained his method and gave an example. "In my performance, we only sell one outfit. The 40,000 coins will be given to your factory. If we sell more, I will cover the difference. If we sell less, the remaining amount will be returned to you. Additionally, I will cover the shipping costs, and any excess goods will be returned to the factory." The man said, "Anyway, choosing the location is something they need to handle themselves. If they can't find a suitable place, all the words we've said so far are meaningless." Then he asked again, "You're Zhou Feng, right? Come here tomorrow morning." By noon the next day, Feng Baobao sat at the registration desk, his mind wandering, not wanting to work. He was still waiting for Zhou Feng, but the boy hadn't shown up yet. The merchant who came to restock called him several times, but Feng Baobao paid no attention, causing the man to repeat himself. "Have you written down everything I've said?" Feng Baobao shouted in anger. "Is there any need to rush? I'm writing it down. Give me the money for the stock." At that moment, footsteps could be heard approaching from the corner of the street. Feng Baobao looked up and saw Zhou Feng, almost losing his balance. He said, "Zhou Feng, you're here. I have some good news for you. After you left yesterday, I met with my father again. He said you're a good friend of mine, and he has agreed to help you. After work, Mr. Liu has agreed to meet with you." Zhou Feng smiled and patted Feng Baobao on the shoulder, saying, "Mr. Feng, you're really reliable. I will definitely keep my promise to you about what we talked about last time." Upon hearing this, Feng Baobao's face lit up, his smile stretching all the way to his ears. He reminded him, "When you meet Mr. Liu, be sure to discuss everything carefully." When they entered Feng Weilai's office, he was already standing there to greet them. Today, his attitude had completely changed compared to yesterday. He smiled and said, "Zhou Feng, let's go. The workshop manager just finished the meeting. Now, follow Zhou Feng, there will definitely be a surprise for you." Zhou Feng was led to Mr. Liu's office. His name was Liu Deguang. From his appearance, he seemed to be around 40 years old, and he stared intently at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng stepped forward and initiated the conversation. "Hello, Mr. Liu. I am Zhou Feng, the one who suggested organizing the performance. I run a business at the night market in East Beijing. Mr. Lu stepped closer, patted Zhou Feng lightly on the shoulder, and smiled. I heard Mr. Feng talking about your collaboration plan yesterday.
It's quite innovative. It's impressive that you're willing to spend your own money to purchase goods from us.
In an effort to express sincerity and expedite the negotiation process, Zhou Feng patted the pouch hanging on his chest and said, Mr. Lu, I brought the money with me.
Mr. Lu curiously asked, why did you suggest a partnership with our workshop? Zhou Feng smiled and replied, please don't mind the details, of course, it's for profit.
Moreover, I specifically suggested partnering with your workshop because I greatly admire the business model you're developing. Hearing this, Lu Deguang set his teacup down on the table and asked with interest, oh, what does that mean?
Zhou Feng was very adept at both acting and speaking. Let me explain, sir. The 40,000 coins I'm giving you is the franchise fee. This money is for me to use your workshop's brand.
This way, I will have the right to sell products under your brand and effectively work directly under your supervision. No one could believe what they had just heard. Today, they had received too much new information.
In fact, the method suggested was innovative and could be applied to attract spontaneous entrepreneurs nationwide. Moreover, this approach was clearly structured.
Beijing had 10 agents, Shanghai currently had 8, Guanhai 5, and Jiahai 2.
Every time a partner sold an outfit, they would have to pay a certain fee.
In the long run, this would help make the name of the Shanghai garment factory famous nationwide. However, this method also had its pros and cons. Zhou Feng presented both sides for Mr. Lu to consider. After hearing all this, Lu Deguang felt dazed.
The teacup in his hand trembled continuously.
After receiving so much information, he still couldn't fully picture everything that was happening.
He turned away, lost in thought. However, in his heart, he couldn't help but secretly smile, because wasn't this exactly the model he needed most at this moment? He then asked, why did you think of all this? Zhou Feng only gave a mysterious smile, ignoring the question, and immediately asked, Mr. Lu, could we discuss the possibility of cooperation further?
Mr. Lu looked at Feng Weilai, and both agreed that Zhou Feng's suggestion made perfect sense.
He asked, so, Zhou Feng, where do you think would be the most appropriate place to hold the fashion show?
Upon hearing this question, Zhou Feng's eyes lit up like headlights.
Zhou Feng immediately raised his hand and said, I think we should hold it at the open space on the first floor of the Manhwa building. By then, we can rent the space and arrange seating for the audience. Those shopping on the upper floors will also be able to see. It's really a great place for promotion. This is the model that the industry giants of Zhou Feng's era often used.
But for people like Deguang in this era, this is the first time they've heard of it. After leaving, Zhou Feng handed Feng Baobao 1,000 coins and said, Mr. Feng, here are the 1,000 coins I promised you.
Feng Baobao, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and said, Zhou Feng, it's all thanks to your speaking skills. I feel embarrassed, I didn't help much.
Seeing this, Zhou Feng immediately pushed his meal aside and said, everything should be reciprocal, so we can truly appreciate each other.
Feng Baobao had made a big deal and was not stingy. He immediately agreed and said, Zhou Feng, no need to be polite today. We should eat and drink to our heart's content, no drunkenness, no going home. The two of them chatted as they walked.
Zhou Feng suggested, Mr. Feng, perhaps we should tell your father about what we discussed earlier.
Feng Baobao jumped up and said, you don't know my father. He keeps a tight grip on me.
If he finds out about this money, I'll be left with nothing. While eating, Zhou Feng thought about the time when the Shanghai clothing factory first became famous after the fashion show. The first batch of products quickly sold out within 2 days, and then a second shipment followed.
However, these details cannot be written into the contract, or it would raise suspicion.
On the other hand, if they are not documented, one would be busy all day but still be able to turn to Feng Weilai for discussions about goods, as he holds a certain influence. It seems like what Zhou Feng had once mentioned to Feng Baobao has now become the link to this matter. Zhou Feng stood up and whispered a few words into Feng Baobao's ear, Silo Silo Inamoto.
He immediately agreed without a second thought. When they got home, Feng Baobao opened the door and called out loudly, I'm home. Seeing his son's flushed face, the father immediately became angry. But when he noticed Zhou Feng standing beside him, his face immediately shifted to a smile. "Oh, so it's Mr. Zhou, please come in and sit down." Feng Baobao said to his father, "Today I brought him here because there's something important to discuss." Feng Huilai seemed somewhat surprised. Since meeting Zhou Feng, his son had become more serious about his work. He was reviewing the terms of the contract while stroking his chin thoughtfully, which made Feng Baobao anxious. He asked, "What do you think, Dad?" After a moment of thought, his father spoke, "Baobao, tomorrow you should resign." Hearing this, Feng Baobao was taken aback. "What?" He was stunned. "Why, Dad?" Zhou Feng just kept a smile on his face, clearly showing that his experience had not diminished over time. His father began to explain, "The workshop has a rule that no private transactions with clients are allowed. If it's discovered, you'll be immediately fired." Mr. Li explained, "This is also because I want what's best for you." However, Feng Baobao still couldn't understand what was happening. He then continued, "Why are you so surprised? Young people need to endure challenges. In the future, you should learn about business from Mr. Zhou." Regarding the second shipment of goods that Zhou Feng had mentioned, he confirmed that it was related to him. He said, "I will ensure that public and private matters are kept separate, and love should be clear. Don't worry." His words were flawless, assuring Zhou Feng while also relying on him, forming an implicit deal between them. Indeed, he was a person who had been in the business world for many years. Meanwhile, at a shop in the Baihua building, Kenjin Lai had started his business. This time, he lowered the price to 43 coins. Zhang Mingming and his wife, who had just stolen 9,000 coins from his father to restock their goods, were now impressed by the selling price. They had just restocked at 44 coins, and before they could even put the goods on display, other shop owners were already showing their displeasure. Unable to compete with Kenjin Lai, they had no choice but to worry. Cixin spoke, occasionally cursing. The curses echoed through the stalls, with Zhang Mingming being the loudest. He asked Kenjin Lai, what was the meaning of selling at such a price? Kenjin Lai nonchalantly took a sip of tea and replied, "What's the problem? I have the right to sell at 43 coins. I don't want to see you guys deceive customers. You dare to shout 100 coins for a pair of pants." Hearing this, Zhang Mingming was so furious that his whole body trembled. He rushed upstairs to Kenjin Lai's booth, ignoring his wife's attempts to stop him. Kenjin Lai continued to provoke him, "Are you angry now? I just don't want people like you scammers to make money." Zhang Mingming gritted his teeth, "You bastard, how dare you?" But Kenjin Lai's smug expression did not fade in the slightest. Suddenly, a loud thud was heard. Zhang Mingming could no longer control himself and struck, causing Kenjin Lai to immediately fall to the ground in pain. But the corner of his mouth curled into a malicious grin. He then sat on the ground and started playing the victim. "That fraud hit me, he's trying to kill me." The other customers turned around upon hearing this. "What? Is there someone like that?" Zhang Mingming was furious, but before he could respond, the crowd had already surrounded him. They shouted, "Are you looking for trouble?" Zhang Mingming wanted to explain, but no one was willing to listen. Everyone had clearly witnessed his actions just now. At this moment, Kenjin Lai stood up and said, "That's right, everyone, quickly call the police. He's trying to cause trouble with me, he needs to be taught a lesson." Hearing this, Zhang Mingming became flustered, his eyes reddened as he realized the seriousness of the situation. The crowd led him to the police station. Xiaowen followed behind, pleading, while Kenjin Lai secretly chuckled, "Dare to touch me? You're still too inexperienced." When they arrived, Xuewenwen had no choice but to seek help from his father. It was known that the father had received a shock that was both sudden and overwhelming. What? Considered a thug and arrested? And with so many witnesses, the chances of losing his job are high. Zhang Yingguang couldn't believe his ears, his whole body went limp. He regained his composure, but it was clear that it was too late for words. They needed to go to the police station now.
Ken Jean Lai was not someone to be dealt with easily. The three of them arrived at the police station, and Mr. Zhang immediately asked about his son, trying to explain to the officers that this could be a misunderstanding. Upon learning that his son was Zhang Mingming, the officer angrily shouted,
"It's him? A misunderstanding, you say? I personally investigated and brought him in."
This young man was extremely rude, beating someone in a public place while the victim is still in the hospital.
There were many witnesses who identified him, yet you're claiming this is just a misunderstanding?
Seeing that the situation was not favorable for his son, Mr. Zhang immediately grabbed the officer's hand to negotiate. "Please, officer, my son is truly a good boy, he just sometimes acts impulsively." The officer immediately shook his hand off and responded, "This young man is almost 30 years old. How can he still be considered a child?
And I don't understand. Why would he dare to hit someone in public? If not a thug, then what is he? You really have no shame."
Seeing that he could not convince the police officer, Mr. Zhang and his daughter-in-law were forced to go to the hospital to check on the condition of Ken Jean Lai. In the hospital room, Ken Jean Lai was still acting calm, wrapping bandages around his head to disguise himself. Although the nurse had said that his head was not seriously injured and there was no need for such exaggeration, he continued with the act. After the nurse left, Mr. Zhang and his daughter-in-law entered the room. As soon as Ken Jean Lai saw that it was Zhang Mingming's father, he immediately started acting, clutching his head and screaming as if in severe pain. Although Mr. Zhang knew he was faking it, he didn't know what to do in that situation. After a while of conversation, Mr. Zhang suggested that he would cover the medical fees and compensate him with 200 coins for the damage to his health. However, Ken Jean Lai refused, immediately getting angry and demanding a compensation of 2,000 coins, threatening that if his demand wasn't met, he would have Zhang Mingming charged with misconduct.
This amount was truly unreasonable, but worried about his son, Mr. Zhang reluctantly agreed.
After leaving the hospital, Mr. Zhang decided to go home to withdraw money from the savings account. At this point, Xia Wenwen had to confess to her father-in-law that their family no longer had money to pay, as her husband and son had used up all of the savings. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang nearly fainted, extremely angry but still trying to stay calm as he and his daughter-in-law went back to the hospital to negotiate once more. However, when the family found out that Mr. Zhang had no money, they insisted on writing an IOU. Initially, Jean Lai refused, but when he saw Mr. Zhang exhausted and using his position as the director of the Department of Culture to negotiate, he slightly softened. He said, "If you want to write an IOU, you must clearly state the amount as 2,500 coins, otherwise, don't expect any chance for negotiation." Mr. Zhang could not refuse this demand. After signing his name and fingerprinting, he was finally able to bail Zhang Mingming out of the police station. Meanwhile, after the negotiations were over, Feng Weilai handed over his son, Feng Baobao, to Zhou Feng, asking him to teach the boy about business so he could earn money. Zhou Feng did not refuse and, on the occasion, asked Boss Feng to take him to meet the upcoming fashion model team.
Furthermore, he specifically mentioned the names Yu Dan Dan and Yuan Nana.
Feng Weilai was slightly surprised when he heard Zhou Feng mention these two, but was still willing to take him to meet the model team's manager. As soon as Zhou Feng entered the practice room, the beauty of the model stunned him and changed the atmosphere. The manager introduced him to the two girls, Yu Dan Dan with her reddish-brown hair and Yuan Nana with her green hair. Gazing at their faces and figures, Zhou Feng couldn't help but feel pleased in his heart. Indeed, these two had the potential to become big stars in the future. If he could sign them, the upcoming performance would surely go smoothly without any worries. Moreover, if they became top idols after tomorrow's performance, this first meeting would certainly leave a strong impression on both of them. Today, Zhou Feng attracted attention with his oversized sunglasses and a shirt and flared pants outfit, striking a pose. After greeting everyone, the models couldn't help but feel a bit surprised and curious. Wait, did this person just land from Mars? Then the whole group burst into laughter. To prevent Zhou Feng from feeling awkward, the manager spoke up. "Mr. Zhou, the ladies are all very happy to meet you." Right after that, the young models burst out laughing, making Zhou Feng feel embarrassed. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out.
Hello, Mr. Zhou, I'm Yu Dan Dan, the captain of the model team. On behalf of the team, I'd like to welcome you to visit us. After Dan Dan's greeting, the whole team clapped enthusiastically. Zhou Feng immediately wanted to start discussing work, but before he could finish his sentence, the manager interrupted. In 3 days, our clothing workshop will hold a big sales show in Beijing, and we need to select 12 people. Dan Dan and Nana, you two are responsible for picking the remaining 10. After hearing this, Zhou Feng understood why the manager had cut him off. She was very considerate in knowing that he particularly needed the help of both of them, allowing them to choose freely and not upset anyone. Even though she understood, Nana still felt puzzled. She couldn't figure out why she had to select people and even go to Beijing. While she was still thinking, she suddenly noticed Zhou Feng staring at her intently. Feeling shy, she spoke up. Mr. Zhou, what are you looking at? The question left Zhou Feng feeling confused. He was evaluating the demeanor of the two individuals but had forgotten that it was impolite to scrutinize others in such a manner. To regain his composure, he said, "So, Captain Yu, please select a performance team for me. I'll take my leave now." With that, Zhou Feng immediately left. As soon as he departed, Yu Dan Dan thought that the guy seemed a bit odd. Yuan Nana also agreed, feeling that he was the type of person who wasn't very pleasant. Hearing this, Nana blushed, feeling embarrassed. "Ha? What nonsense are you talking about?" The whole group immediately chimed in. "That's right, I've noticed that too." Time passed swiftly, like a gust of wind, and soon Zhou Feng was on the first truck heading towards Beijing. The person in charge of transportation was none other than Li Qiusheng. Upon arrival, he immediately reminded everyone to quickly unload the goods so that they could bring the money back to their mothers. However, after finishing the unloading, Zhou Feng suggested to him that once they had offloaded this batch, he would need to make another trip back to the warehouse to pick up another shipment. "Tonight, I'll meet Mr. Feng directly to sign the order. My memory hasn't been very good lately, I almost forgot the task Mr. Feng assigned to me," he said. Upon hearing this, Li Qiusheng seemed puzzled. "Mr. Zhou, why do you still need so many goods? Is there no problem with the quantity?" "Haha, there's nothing to worry about. Mr. Feng has already signed, so you can rest assured," Zhou Feng replied. Li Qiusheng hurriedly instructed his men to work faster. At this moment, a new figure appeared in the warehouse, Mr. Zhao Jinghong. He kept flattering. "Mr. Zhou, you're young but so talented and decisive. Organizing a fashion show to sell clothes really impresses me." Zhou Feng humbly replied. "Director Zha, you're giving me too much credit. Without Mr. Lu's support, I wouldn't have dared to do this. Please wait a moment, I'll go give Mr. Li some instructions." He walked over to Li Qiusheng and said, "Li brother, be careful on your way. I only have 1 pack of cigarettes left here, you can give 1 to each of the guys, and when you leave, smoke 1 to stay alert." Zhou Feng handed Li Qiusheng a pack of cigarettes. At first, he didn't understand, but upon closer inspection, he saw a large amount of money inside the pack, and with a smile, he accepted it. "Thank you very much for your kindness, Mr. Zhou. As for the shipment that Mr. Feng has signed, we will try our best to get it to you within 4 days." Zhou Feng replied, "Okay, thank you in advance." Zhou Feng said, then slung his arm over Zha Jinghong's shoulder. "Director Zha, let's talk as we walk." The next morning, Zha Jinghong quickly finished preparing the stage. He came to hand over the work to Zhou Feng and also informed him that the team of models would only arrive at night for the rehearsal. Knowing the situation, Zhou Feng arranged for the models to rest first. According to his memory, Dan Dan and Nana became famous after 1984, and now he was 1 year ahead of that, uncertain of what the result would be. Concerned about the venue and transportation costs, Zhou Feng felt as though his money was nearly exhausted. Fortunately, there were no additional expenses at the moment. No matter what, this time, he had to succeed. Thinking about this, Zhou Feng went to the stage to check the situation. After a while, the manager led 2 presenters in. Upon seeing them,
Jo Fong handed them a script and reminded the manager to instruct the model team to go outside. Ladies, the costumes for the performance are ready. I'll arrange them for you. Hearing this, the models looked surprised. You'll arrange it? Isn't that Wu Yu's job? The manager explained further, saying that this time they should just follow Mr. Zhou's arrangement. The other person responded, alright, anyway, Mr. Zhou is funding the performance himself, so we'll do as he wishes. Yu Dan Dan expressed her dissatisfaction. Just then, Jo Fong took out a few outfits and said, Dan Dan, try this one on and see if it fits. Seeing the outfit, Yu Dan Dan appeared pleased and slowly responded. Mr. Zhou does have a good eye for fashion. As the two actresses began to cooperate, Jo Fong breathed a sigh of relief. Selecting the right outfit for these girls was no easy task. But right after that, he heard their loud laughter, as if they were mocking the outfits he had chosen. Jo Fong grew angry and shouted, I paid for you to come here, not to laugh around. Lu Diguang organized this event with my money. The outfits and the venue are also from my pocket. What kind of attitude are you showing me? I am promoting your workshop along with the reputation of your modeling team. Remember, if anyone has a negative attitude, I will immediately call Lu Diguang and ask for you to leave. What are you still standing there for? There's only one evening left. Tomorrow is the performance, so what are you still doing if you're not rehearsing? After enduring Zhou Feng's harsh scolding, Yu Dan Dan immediately became serious, directing the models to practice diligently. Once everything was arranged, Jo Fong felt at ease and turned to rehearse with the MC duo. The two MCs followed his instructions attentively. The next morning, everything was ready. The MC duo opened the show one by one. Dear esteemed guests and friends, we wish you a pleasant evening. Today, in the scorching heat of summer, we hope to drive away the heat and bring you a refreshing sensation. This is a modern fashion show, a dazzling sensory feast. An unforgettable moment, the intense flame of passion. And now, let us welcome the angels of our runway, the beautiful models who will step out to showcase their radiant youth and high-end fashion. Please welcome our models to the stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, Nana, Dan Dan, and the team of models began their performance. The audience below immediately went wild, cheering and showing their excitement. Jo Fong was very pleased and signaled for the MC to prepare for the next segment. While the atmosphere was still lively, the male MC suddenly interrupted, Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain some order. The amazing performance is still ahead. But before we continue, we'd like to announce a special benefit from Beijing Fashion for all of you. Ha? A benefit? What kind of benefit is that? The female MC responded in a scripted manner with excitement. The audience below also showed their anticipation. The male MC replied, Oh my, you don't know? The outfits the models are wearing today, the audience here can buy them. The female MC asked, What? The latest summer designs? Does everyone here have the chance to buy them? The male MC answered, That's right. That's right. These outfits were designed by famous international designers, and our models are wearing them. As long as you're here today, you'll have the opportunity to own them. The female MC asked, So, how much are they? How much for one? They can't be cheap, right? The male MC said, You won't believe the price. All the outfits and designs are only 100 coins. The price is a flat 100 coins. The female MC exclaimed, What? 100 coins? Really, just 100 coins? If that's the case, our workshop won't make any profit at all. Although the audience was excited, they still felt that 100 coins was a bit expensive. It was at this moment that the antagonist made his appearance. Jo Fong stepped out from the crowd, walked straight to the stage, and loudly said, The price is wrong, the MC has quoted the wrong price. Each one should cost at least 100 coins. If we sell for 100 coins, we'll just be losing money. The male MC continued to ask, Wasn't it said that we're selling at factory price?
don't we need a profit? Zhou Feng pretended to be angry. Who told you that? 100 coins is the price we can sell at. Zhou Feng continued to insist. So what do we do now? I've told the customers that the price is 100 coins. No, we absolutely have to sell at 100 coins. After the controversial statement, Feng Baobao, who had been backstage, also spoke up. Alright now, Director Zhou, the host has already announced the price. Changing it now would just make things difficult for the customers, wouldn't it? We need to maintain the image of the fashion factory. He then added. Fine, keep the price as it is. If there's any issue, I'll take responsibility. Hearing Feng Baobao say this, Zhou Feng pretended to sigh in helplessness and then stepped down from the stage. In the end, the MC announced that the selling price was 100 coins. At this point, the audience no longer complained. Zhou Feng's plan had tapped into the customer's mindset, making them believe the factory was selling at a loss. And so, the women eagerly made their way to the booths, rushing to buy with the thought that they were getting a good deal. Seeing the scene from behind the stage, Zhou Feng couldn't help but smile contentedly. During the sales period, the team of models was taking a break. As they noticed the growing crowd of customers, Yu Dan began to view Zhou Feng in a different light. For 2 whole hours, customers streamed in like a festival. Feng Baobao hadn't even finished his cigarette when the sales manager rushed over to announce that the stock had run out, causing an uproar outside. The manager hurriedly ran to the stage to announce that the goods were sold out, urging everyone not to queue anymore. The customers were furious. We've been waiting this long, and now you're saying the goods are sold out? At the beginning, you told us not to worry, but now you're saying they're all gone? This is unacceptable. There must be a way to handle this properly. Feng Baobao quickly reassured them. Please, there's no need to be upset. The goods are on their way here. If you want to buy our products, please come back the day after tomorrow. We will still have more available. I guarantee that the next shipment will have the same designs and quality. Upon hearing Feng Baobao's words, the crowd calmed down and accepted the wait. That evening, as everyone was packing up, Zhou Feng walked in and said loudly, everyone's worked hard. As the goods became scarce, everyone was happy, and their work morale was high. Zhou Feng looked over at Feng Baobao and asked, Mr. Feng, has all the money been collected? We'll do the inventory and check the books in a bit. Feng Baobao replied happily, the money has all been collected. At this moment, the modeling team was also chattering excitedly. They hadn't expected to be interviewed after the performance, and that the team leader and Nana would even appear on a television program. Now, they had to admit that Mr. Zhou was indeed a person of great talent. At this point, Zhou Feng asked everyone to move their bags into the office and called Director Xie up. Seeing Nana lost in thought, staring out the window, Dan patted her on the shoulder and laughed. Nana, what are you staring at so blankly? Nana was startled and turned back, replying, Dan, you scared me half to death. Dan teased her, Mr. Zhou seems pretty impressive, huh, Nana? Nana tried to act indifferent, responding, what does that have to do with me? Dan continued, alright, we have to leave early tomorrow, so let's hurry up and pack our things. They then began preparing to leave. In the office, once everyone had gathered, Zhou Feng suggested they check the money. The total amount counted was 500,000. Feng Baobao, surprised, raised 5 fingers, 500,000 in just one day? At that moment, Xia Long spoke up, Mr. Zhou, the money for the goods is fine, but according to our agreement, you still owe us 30,000 for the costume workshop. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, no problem, it's clearly stated in the contract, but this amount certainly won't be the end of it. Mr. Xia asked in surprise, Mr. Zhou, what does not stopping here mean? Zhou Feng replied, there is another shipment on its way here. Once the clothing sells out, we will continue to honor the agreement and send the bonus to you. Mr. Xia was taken aback. What? Has the shipment already arrived? Zhou Feng nodded, that's right. As soon as the conference started, I discussed it with Director Feng.
The new shipment is on its way and is expected to arrive by tomorrow evening. The sale will continue the day after tomorrow, and we will need everyone's help for a few more days."
Mr. Xie fell silent, deep in thought.
After returning to his room, he called Mr. Lu.
Mr. Lu couldn't believe it. "What? 5,000 pieces sold out in one night?" Xie Long confirmed, "That's right. It wasn't so much a sale as it was a rush. Moreover, this event really made our clothing workshop famous. There were even journalists interviewing people last night," he continued. Mr. Zhou is not simple.
After looking around to ensure no one was nearby, he lowered his voice.
"Mr. Lu, there's one more thing I need to report to you.
After this batch sells out, Zhou Feng has ordered another 5,000 pieces with Director Feng's signature."
"Did you know about this?" Mr. Lu was furious. "Director Feng signed off on it? When did that happen?" Xie Long replied, "It must have been last night."
"If the clothes sold so easily, I think we should skip Mr. Zhou. We can sell the items ourselves, after all, he's no longer in Beijing. His name isn't on this order, so this shipment could very well be something we generated on our own, with no connection to him."
After a long silence on the other end, Xie Long asked, "Mr. Lu, can you still hear me?"
Mr. Lu pondered for a while before replying. Zhou Feng is a cautious person. The initial contract was drafted by him.
Could he have left any loopholes? The second contract was certainly signed by him.
In a fit of anger, he slammed the table and said in a sharp tone that Feng Hui lie. The next day, Zhou Feng received a phone call from Mr. Lu.
"Mr. Lu, did you need something from me?"
At this moment, Xie Long was listening outside. Mr. Lu laughed and said, "Mr. Zhou, congratulations. I never expected that so many goods would sell out in one night."
Zhou Feng replied, "Thank you, Mr. Lu. This is entirely due to the reputation of our clothing factory and the performance of the modeling team. I must thank you.
I hope to invite the workers to a meal when I return."
Mr. Lu chuckled. "That meal might cost quite a bit, wouldn't it?"
But he immediately became serious. "By the way, your shipment sold out in just one night.
Do you need more? I can provide you with another batch."
Zhou Feng immediately realized that Feng Huilai's private contract had been discovered by him. Mr. Lu also continued, "Of course, if it's a contract, the profit distribution will still follow the terms of the previous agreement." Zhou Feng thought to himself, he wanted to probe my attitude to decide how to handle Feng Huilai.
After hearing Zhou Feng's explanation, Mr. Lu appeared surprised. "Oh, so that's how it is. I didn't expect you had placed an order in advance."
Zhou Feng responded, "Yes, before this, he had discussed it with Director Feng. We had a drink at the time, and he nodded in agreement." Mr. Lu continued, "All right, if anything comes up, just let me know. There will be some adjustments in the positions at the factory, and Director Feng might be reassigned to a different role."
Zhou Feng confirmed, "Yes, I understand."
Though he was angry inside, Mr. Lu hung up the phone but immediately called someone to give instructions. Zhou Feng thought to himself that this was part of his expectations. After all, he was an intelligent person. No matter how their relationship changed, profit would always be the top priority. The next day, after quickly selling all 5,000 units of goods from the second batch, the team gathered again to count the money. The amount reached exactly 500,000 without a single penny missing.
Zhou Feng politely said, "Mr. Xie, you all have worked hard."
Xie Long replied, "Mr. Zhou, that's our responsibility and it's something that needs to be done."
He further inquired, "Mr. Zhou, do you think we can return to the workshop soon? We still need to send the money back."
Seeing that Xie Long was genuinely concerned about the workshop, Zhou Feng asked Feng Baobao to go and check with Director Jia to see if he had finished the paperwork so they could store the money and set off.
Feng Baobao immediately went to report.
Meanwhile, on the TV, they were broadcasting an interview with the modeling team they had watched the other day.
One of the girls from the group happily said, Dan, Nana, you two are on TV. So impressive.
Your fees are definitely going to increase from now on. The short-haired girl beside her asked, Is it true that that fool sold 10,000 pieces? Dan replied, It seems like it is. The girl was astonished and asked, I heard each one was 100 coins. Doesn't that mean he made a lot of money? Before she could finish her sentence, Dan nodded in confirmation, 1 million. Everyone standing there was left wide-eyed. Oh, 1 million? Really? Is he really that capable? Dan fell silent, and the other girl urged, Captain, don't get distracted. Dan replied, he's truly very capable. The other girl then said, Well, clearly Nana, you'll be the one to benefit. It seemed like he had a thing for you before. Nan's face turned bright red, and he said, Alright, you guys are being too noisy. In the evening at the Lu Yuan Beijing Hotel, Feng Baobao and Zhou Feng were standing on the balcony, chatting. Feng Baobao said, Zhou Feng, it feels like time is passing so quickly, like I've known you since the time when Napoleon used to run around naked in the rain. Zhou Feng laughed and replied, I feel the same way. Bao continued, So, do you have any plans for the future? Zhou Feng thought for a moment before answering, In the future, I plan to open a workshop similar to the Beijing costume workshop in Jiahai. Feng Baobao showed curiosity, why choose Jiahai? Isn't the Beijing market bigger? Zhou Feng smiled and explained, If I open in a remote area, the costs will be lower, the wages for workers and rent for the workshop will also be cheaper. As long as I open a dealership in Beijing, I can separate the markets. So, opening a workshop in Jiahai won't affect the market development. Hearing this, Feng Baobao nodded in agreement. I see, now I think whatever you do is right. After a moment, he seemed hesitant. Zhou Feng understood, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a smile, Mr. Feng, if you want to join, you're always welcome. I'll explain the details to you then. Feng Baobao nodded. Okay. Suddenly remembering something, he said, By the way, I just remembered you once tricked me into thinking you were from Beijing. In fact, you're from Jiahai, aren't you? Zhou Feng smiled, How could you have guessed that? Zhou Feng's clever reply was always his strength, which made Feng Baobao burst into laughter. This little guy really can't be reasoned with. The next morning, Zhou Feng arrived at Mr. Lu's office. When Zhou Feng entered, he noticed Mr. Lu sipping on a cup of tea, and he smiled as he said, Mr. Lu, I've just finished cross-checking the documents with Mr. Xie, and I heard that you were looking for me. Upon Zhou Feng's arrival, Mr. Lu smiled and responded, Oh, Mr. Zhou, you're here. Congratulations to you. You've made quite a bit of money this time. Zhou Feng humbly clasped his hands in thanks, If it weren't for your support, Mr. Lu, I wouldn't have had such luck. You truly are my benefactor, and I am very grateful. Mr. Lu smiled and said, Don't stand there, take a seat. He continued, The reason I called you here is to get your thoughts on the issue of franchise stores. The two of them discussed for quite a long time, while others waited outside. Yu Dan asked, They've been at it for a while, do you think it'll be over soon? Xia Long answered, Mr. Lu and Mr. Zhou are discussing a big business deal, so it definitely won't be quick. Just as he finished speaking, they heard the footsteps of Mr. Lu and Zhou Feng coming out. In a cheerful mood, Mr. Lu was laughing and talking as he walked, I still can't believe you managed to create such a small franchise brand. Zhou Feng replied, Being able to do business with Mr. Lu, I just hope to make a little more profit. When Zhou Feng arrived, everyone greeted him. Mr. Lu put his arm around his shoulder and introduced, Everyone, this is our business partner from the factory, Mr. Zhou Feng. I'm sure you've all met him. Today, Mr. Zhou wants to thank everyone for their efforts at the Beijing exhibition, so he'd like to invite everyone to a meal at a restaurant. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, unable to hide their excitement. Wow, that restaurant is foreign-owned, it must cost a lot to get in there. Mr. Lu continued, It's not far, we can just walk there. The women cheered, Great! Let's go, let's eat at the foreign restaurant. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Yu Dan overheard a conversation behind her. She turned around, feeling a bit curious.
Hey, do you guys think Mr. Joe might ask Nana for her phone number? The meal was laid out lavishly. After thanking Joe Fong, everyone prepared to say goodbye.
Mr. Liu shook his hand and said, "Mr. Zhou, I'll get in touch with you later."
Joe Fong replied, "All right, Mr. Liu."
As they were leaving and waiting for the car, Joe Fong breathed a sigh of relief, stretched his arm, and said, "Finally, I can head back to Jiahai." Suddenly, someone placed their hand on his shoulder. Startled, Joe Fong turned around and saw Yu Dan Dan happily waving, "Mr. Zhou." He was a little surprised. "Yes, is there something wrong with Captain Yu?" Yu Dan Dan absent-mindedly looked at Haitan Li, her hands placed behind her, gripping tightly, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated.
"Actually,
Her face suddenly turned red, her gaze lowered to the ground. When she saw the car approaching, Joe Fong quickly said goodbye to Captain Yu.
"See you next time."
Then, he hurriedly ran after the yellow car that was leaving. Next, Joe Fong met with Feng Huilai. When he saw the paper with the listed merchandise costs, he was astonished, thinking to himself, "I've worked hard all my life and haven't earned much. But now, in just a few days, I've made 50,000 coins.
This young man is no ordinary person."
He turned back to Zhou Fong and asked, "I heard Bao Bao say that you plan to build a clothing factory in Jiahai soon." Zhou Fong took a sip of tea, put the cup down on the table, and said slowly, "I have a detailed plan for today, and I came here to discuss it with Uncle Fong. I don't fully understand the process of building a factory, like the distribution ratio of the workshops, the number of workers, the necessary machinery, the location of entrances and exits, and the import sources for raw materials. Additionally, attracting talented people will be a big challenge. In the early stages, to ensure smooth factory operations, I really need help from those with experience."
"Uncle Fong, do you know anyone with good connections in this field?"
Feng Huilai thought for a moment before asking.
"Is Jiahai opening up their market? Do they allow private ownership?"
Zhou Fong immediately responded, "It's okay. The main industry in Jiahai City is the iron and steel industry, and the economy here is quite monotonous, which makes it difficult for businesses. The leaders have tried many measures, but they've only solved part of the problem. If you open a clothing design workshop, it will solve the employment problem for the intellectual youth. The leaders will definitely support you. From another perspective, you're also implementing the policy to attract investment. This is a positive move, so I'm very confident."
Feng Huilai appeared pleased and immediately said, "Let's go, Zhou Fong. The issues you mentioned, let's go into the room and discuss them in more detail."
They continued to discuss for some time after the meeting ended.
Zhou Fong bid farewell. "All right, I'll take my leave now."
Feng Huilai replied, "All right, I'll see you off." He waved his hand and reminded him, "Don't forget about our matter. I'll be waiting for news from you." On the train from Beijing to Jiahai, Zhou Fong felt happy to finally be going back home, a warm and peaceful feeling. At that moment, his two younger siblings had arrived at the city bus station.
They couldn't help but be amazed at its vastness and modernity. Someone called out Wu Na's name. The two girls turned around and recognized the man pushing a bicycle. It was Tian Liang, their older brother's classmate. They greeted each other. One of the girls said, "I missed you."
Tian Liang replied, "Well then, let's go. I'll take you two to your accommodation first." The two girls happily agreed, and Wu Na asked, "Where is my brother?"
Tian Liang replied, "Zhou Fong went to Beijing for work. He'll probably return tomorrow."
Wu Na politely responded, "Thank you, Liang brother. I'm sorry to trouble you."
Tian Liang said, "It's no trouble, Wu Na.
Don't worry, my relationship with your brother is very close." He suddenly remembered something, turned around, and announced, "Oh, Wu Jing, your recommendation letters have been written, just waiting to be filed. I'll take you to school for registration." Wu Yu and Wu Jing happily shouted, "Yes." As they were moving, they unexpectedly ran into Xiao Duo. Tian Liang, surprised, asked, "Xiao Duo, are you done with work?"
Xiao Duo smiled and answered, yes. She then turned to Wu Na and said, Wu Jing, you've arrived at Jiahai, right? Wu Na nodded, yes, we just arrived. Xiao Duo opened her handbag and took out a bill, handing it to Wu Na. Wu Na, take this money and buy some food for Wu Yu and Wu Jing. Wu Na immediately declined, sister-in-law, you don't need to, we're fine. After saying goodbye to Xiao Duo, the two girls went ahead. Xiao Duo noticed the distance between them and felt a little sad. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng returned, carrying fruits for his younger siblings. When Wu Na saw her brother's figure from afar, she exclaimed, it's him. She waved and called out, brother, brother. Wu Yu and Wu Jing heard this and immediately ran over. Wu Na hurriedly ran to Zhou Feng's side. Brother, you're back. Zhou Feng asked joyfully, when did you two arrive? Wu Na replied, we got here yesterday afternoon. Brother, are you tired? Zhou Feng smiled and said, I'm not tired. Let's go inside first. He looked at Wu Yu and asked, Wu Yu, Wu Jing, have you two completed the enrollment procedures at the new school? Wu Yu answered, we went this morning, and tomorrow we'll prepare to start school. Zhou Feng said happily, that's good. By the way, I brought some clothes for both of you. Tomorrow, you'll wear new clothes to school. Wu Yu and Wu Jing thanked him joyfully. Wu Jing excitedly exclaimed, we have new clothes to wear. They all walked into the house together. Wu Jing eagerly opened the bag to see the clothes. He then asked, brother, is it just clothes? Is there any food? Zhou Feng gently flicked his nose with affection and smiled, eat, little rascal, you only think about food. Wu Jing crossed his arms confidently and said, Wu Jing wants to eat a lot so I can have the strength to protect my brother and sister. Zhou Feng patted his head and laughed, oh, really? Our little Wu Jing is thinking like that now. Wu Jing grinned widely. Zhou Feng turned to Wu Na and said, by the way, Wu Na, I hadn't clarified this with you before. You all can live here without worry. I've bought this house. Wu Na looked at him with a surprised expression and asked, you bought it, so how much did it cost? Zhou Feng replied, you're still young, just know that your brother is making money. Whether it's a lot or a little, you don't need to worry about that. Wu Na understood and nodded. He continued, when you step into a new environment, don't let yourself feel pressured. Our family isn't lacking in money right now, but studying is still important, especially for both of you. After a long, tiring day, his body was exhausted. Zhou Feng wearily walked back to his room, not forgetting to remind his three younger siblings, alright, you guys check out the stuff I brought back first. I'm going to sleep for a bit. If you eat, don't call me, and remember to wash the dishes. After eating, Zhou Feng comfortably lay on the bed, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Phew! Finally, I can lie on my bed at home. A gentle breeze blew in from the outside, bringing a pleasant feeling. He slowly drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, as Zhou Feng was brushing his teeth, Wu Na stood behind him, her voice a little hesitant. Brother, I met sister-in-law yesterday. Zhou Feng, surprised, asked, where did you meet her? Wu Na replied, I'm not sure, I just know there's a library there. Zhou Feng explained, oh, so she works there. It's normal for you to meet her. Wu Na, wiping her face, said, also, yesterday's sister-in-law even wanted to give me money. Zhou Feng quickly asked, you don't mind, do you? Wu Na shook her head, and he smiled, saying, well, that's good. Our family already owes enough to others. He paused and thought, she didn't have a good life with him either. Wu Na hesitated and said, I just hope you can bring your sister-in-law home. Zhou Feng, confused, asked, why do you care about this? Wu Na continued, because you said your sister-in-law hasn't had a good life with you. Now that you're making money, you should bring her home to live well. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and said, it's not as simple as that. You'll understand when you go to college. Just like Long Chang and Xiao Duo. Wu Na didn't understand and asked, why are you bringing him up? What does he have to do with you and your sister-in-law? Zhou Feng seriously asked, Do you like him? Wu Na was surprised and replied, What are you talking about? This guy is rough every day, like a thug. How could I like him? Zhou Feng explained, Well, the relationship between me and Xiao Duo is a similar issue. She might not like your brother anymore. After all, I haven't treated her well in the past, and marriage can't be that simple. A group of friends, including Ho Minwu and Tue Wenwen, were eagerly waiting for Tian Liang when they saw him rushing over. Minwu immediately scolded Tian Liang, Why is it always the girls waiting for you? It's really too much. Tian Liang was embarrassed and kept apologizing. Wenwen defended him, saying, I just arrived, I didn't hear you say it's that serious. Never mind, let's stop talking about it, let's go quickly. Minwu suggested, Today we're paying wages, how about we all go out for a meal together? The girls don't need to worry about paying. Everyone agreed to this, and suddenly a voice from behind called for everyone to stop for a moment. Hearing the familiar voice, Tian Liang immediately recognized it as Zhou Feng. She asked in surprise, When did you come back? Zhou Feng replied, I just came back last night. After saying that, he handed Liang a bag of fruit and said, Here, this is for you. Tian Liang, excited, asked, Huh? What is this? Zhou Feng explained, These are some clothes I brought back from Beijing. If they don't fit, you can get them altered at a shop. Tian Liang thanked her close friend. Zhou Feng smiled and asked, Liang, are you and your colleagues planning to go eat? I was looking for you to eat together. Wenwen quickly responded, That's great, the more people, the merrier. Let's go together. Minwu curiously asked, Where did this guy come from? Another colleague shook their head, No one knows. They all went to a nearby restaurant. Zhou Feng took the menu and ordered 1 fish, 5 pig's feet, and pork. He reminded, Waiter, right, also add a bowl of bone soup. Minwu angrily tapped his index finger lightly on the table and said, Hey, buddy, ordering that many dishes will cost you between 70 and 80 coins. Even if you're eating out, you should consider others a bit. We're not money falling from the sky, you know. Tian Liang awkwardly said, It's okay, let me treat you today. Zhou Feng smiled and turned to the owner, Sorry, could you please change the bone soup I ordered to the 3-flavor soup? Hearing this, Tian Liang couldn't help but turn pale, and Minwu impatiently asked, What do you mean by that? Zhou Feng gestured for him to stop, then put his arm around Liang's shoulder and explained, Liang helped me with something important before, so I should be the one to treat this meal. The other two understood and felt embarrassed, replying, I see, then. After finishing the meal, when they were leaving the restaurant, Tian Liang told his colleagues, I'll walk Zhou Feng for a bit, you guys go ahead, bye everyone. Once they were alone, Liang curiously asked, Zhou Feng, why are you going to Beijing? Zhou Feng didn't hide anything and answered, I'm just going to sell some clothes, nothing special. Zhou Feng then changed the subject. That girl seemed to be interested in you. Tian Liang was slightly surprised but quickly shifted the topic, Don't worry about me. What about you and Xiao Duo? I ran into her the other day when I was taking Wu Na home. Zhou Feng casually replied, We've divorced, we're each going our separate ways. Tian Liang couldn't believe it. Was he serious? Didn't Xiao Duo say before that she wanted to remarry? Didn't he just make some money and now he's looking for someone else? Zhou Feng was surprised. What? Seeing the serious expression on his friend's face, Tian Liang asked, What's wrong? I was just joking. Zhou Feng then asked, No, not that, what did you say earlier? Liang replied, I said Xiao Duo wants to remarry you, didn't you know? Zhou Feng asked in surprise, Remarry? When did she say that? Liang explained, It was at Rant's birthday party. She herself said she would marry you. But everyone in the class started teasing you, so when I was about to argue, Xiao Duo got angry. Zhou Feng appeared anxious and asked, What exactly happened? Tian Liang then began to recount everything. That day, Shen Zi ran and she had a very heated argument. Afterward, Liang explained the details of what had happened the day before.
When she finished, she said the situation was about the same. Noticing that her friend seemed absent-minded, Liang asked,
"Zhou Feng, are you okay?"
Zhou Feng replied with a smile, "I'm fine." Then he asked, "By the way, is something big happening at Xiao Duo's house?" Liang said, "About half a month ago, I saw her going to the hospital. I think maybe her mother was hospitalized, but it wasn't serious, she was discharged after just a few days." However, there was something quite strange. After Zhang Xiaoduo arrived, she had a big argument with Shen Ziran. It seemed like they had decided to divorce.
Zhou Feng sighed and said, "Yeah, I understand."
Then, Liang went back to the factory, and the two of them said their goodbyes to head home.
On the way back, Zhou Feng accidentally passed by a couple.
The girl, with a sad expression, said to her boyfriend, "My parents don't agree, what should we do now?" The boy beside her comforted her, "Don't worry. I'm here, I'll try my best." Zhou Feng blamed himself, "You're so stupid. Zhou Feng, do you think that just by saying a few sweet words, making nice gestures with family and friends because you think you're doing well, Zhang Xiaoduo will agree with you? You're fooling yourself into thinking you've improved.
Based on what?
Just because you feel like the future will be better? You know what you're capable of, but does Zhang Xiaoduo know? You clenched your fist, asking yourself how much pressure she must have endured because of you, and you didn't even realize it. You've never even helped her share any of it, have you?" The next morning, in the head of department's office, when the head of department Zhang heard a knock on the door, he invited the person in. Zhou Feng entered and greeted, "Director Zhang, long time no see." The director responded cheerfully, "Oh, Xiao Feng, it's you. You're not here to invite me to the exhibition again, are you?" Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "No, I already went to Beijing last time." Hearing this, Director Zhang immediately praised him, "That's great, you went to Beijing without telling me." Zhou Feng humbly replied, "It was just for a bite to eat, not like you, who became the head of the Bureau of Commerce at such a young age." Director Zhang laughed heartily, "Haha, you were the one at the sales exhibition last time, right? I heard the factory was facing difficulties, is that true?" Zhou Feng answered, "Sales weren't profitable, but we aren't closing down. We're preparing to make changes and open a new garment workshop." The director praised, "Impressive, you guys have thought things through very cleverly." He went to get hot water to brew tea and suddenly remembered to ask, "By the way, Xiao Feng, I'm sure you didn't knock on the door for no serious reason, right? What brings you here?" Zhou Feng held up the gift bag in his hand and said, "I went to Beijing, and I wanted to thank you for your help last time." Director Zhang seemed to decline, "Oh, forget it, it was just part of my work." Zhou Feng explained, "It's just some candy for the kids." "Director Zhang, you're being too polite with me." Director Zhang still firmly declined. Zhou Feng continued, "Then at least let me treat you to a meal, alright?" The director Zhang smiled and said, If it's just for a meal, then there's no problem. Xiao Zhou, if you have something to say, feel free to speak up." Zhou Feng realized that he couldn't hide anything, so he decided to be straightforward. "I plan to open a clothing factory in Jiahai." Director Zhang seemed somewhat surprised, then he said, "This clothing factory can't just be started on a whim, it needs the guidance of the bureau chief. It won't be helpful to contact me." Zhou Feng replied, "That's right, so I need to reach out to our bureau's Lu. However, my clothing factory can really solve a large number of employment problems for some educated young people." Director Zhang became interested when he heard about the educated youth profession. However, Zhou Feng then said, "Director Zhang, could you let me know when Lu is free? I want to discuss opening the factory with him." Director Zhang answered, "I'll find some time to speak with him, but it can only be in the afternoon, as he has to go to class in the morning." Zhou Feng responded, "Then I apologize for troubling you, Director Zhang." Later, when leaving and noticing that it was still early, Zhou Feng decided to take a walk. Suddenly, he remembered that Xiao Duo worked near the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. At that moment, Xiao Duo was holding a book, wondering where to place it. Zhou Feng stood behind her and thought to himself, this girl is really talented, no wonder she has such a good job assessing countdown skills.
He cleared his throat and asked, "Hey, where do you keep your economics books? I'd like to take a look." Hearing the voice, Xiao Duo recognized Zhou Feng. She turned around, suddenly blushing, and said, "Ah, it's you." Embarrassed, she pointed to the side and said, "Those books aren't under my management, you need to ask over there." Zhou Feng approached and asked, "So, what books are you in charge of?" Xiao Duo was a bit confused, stepped back, and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Zhou Feng smiled and answered, "I'm just borrowing books to study." Xiao Duo was surprised. "Study?"
And tried to look away to hide her reddened face. She said, "But I don't have the type of books you're looking for here."
Zhou Feng asked again, "Then what do you have here?"
Xiao Duo replied, "Here, we only have a few short novels."
Zhou Feng raised his index finger and said, "Then recommend a novel to me." Xiao Duo asked, "So, do you need to borrow it or just read it here?" Zhou Feng vaguely answered, "Either works."
Xiao Duo frowned and explained the rules. If borrowing, a deposit is required, but reading here is free. In the end, Zhou Feng decided to stay and read. Xiao Duo turned around and reminded him, "I already told you, you can't make any noise while reading. You can only sit at that table to read, and be careful not to tear anything." Zhou Feng smiled and replied, I know."
Xiao Duo looked for the book but couldn't find it, and it wasn't on the other side either. She said to Zhou Feng, "Wait a minute, why can't I find that book all of a sudden?" Zhou Feng chuckled and said, "No rush, I'll wait for you." Xiao Duo continued searching but couldn't locate it. She wondered, how could she clearly remember leaving it here? Zhou Feng caught sight of the book and reached up to take it down from the shelf, asking, "Is it this one?" Xiao Duo searched again and asked, "Oh, where did you find it?" Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "Right next to you." This time, Xiao Duo's face reddened even more. While Xiao Duo was taking notes, Zhou Feng invited her to have a meal, but she immediately declined without hesitation. She mentioned that she had to go home and handed the book to Zhou Feng, saying that both the book and the form had to be kept carefully, and when returning them, they should be checked. Zhou Feng nodded, "Okay, I understand. We'll meet another time."
Wu Na and the others were also at Jiahai, and perhaps she would return to visit sometime. As Zhou Feng turned his back, Xiao Duo silently apologized to him. That afternoon, on their way back with Wu Na, Zhou Feng encouraged, "Make sure to study hard when you get to university, okay?"
Wu Na nodded and replied, "I know."
She then turned to Zhou Feng and continued, "Lin Nan also passed the university entrance exam, she'll be coming to Jiahai tomorrow."
Zhou Feng immediately commented, "Oh, does that mean she will stay at our house for 2 days?" "No problem," Wu Na hesitated. "Ah, by the way, Lin Wang also wants to come." Zhou Feng was surprised and asked, "Are you not going to tell me that the kid also got into university?" Wu Na quickly responded, "How could that be? In our class, only Lin Nan and I got accepted. He's coming here just to work. Can you let him stay at our place for a few days?" Zhou Feng replied, "It's fine for him to stay a few days, but you're sure you won't fall for that kid, right?" Wu Na suddenly blushed and snapped, "Oh my gosh, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhou Feng laughed, "If not, then good. You should focus on studying in university, and there's no rush for dating later, okay?" Wu Na muttered, "I already said no." The next day at the Ministry of Commerce, Mr. Lu Jintang said, "Sorry, I wasn't able to finish everything yesterday." Zhou Feng clasped his hands and responded, "Mr. Lu, you're too polite." Mr. Lu invited him to sit down and said, "I heard from Director Zhang that you plan to build a workshop." Zhou Feng nodded, "Yes, I want to set up a garment factory in Jiahai City." Mr. Lu continued, "So, what scale are you planning for the construction?" Zhou Feng asked in return, "Scale? Are you asking about the area or the number of workers?" Mr. Lu explained, "I want to know how many educated young people you can provide jobs for." Zhou Feng replied, "At least 60. I plan to buy 60 sewing machines." Before he could finish his sentence, Mr. Lu laughed loudly, then took a sip of tea and said, "Xiao Zhou,
I still have a good impression of you, but the number you mentioned, I can't help you report that upwards, understand?
Zhou Feng asked again, Mr. Lu, what do you mean then?
He responded, this afternoon, Secretary Shen will come here to inspect the work.
At that time, I will ask him for you to see what his opinion is.
Zhou Feng had no choice but to leave. As Zhou Feng walked away, he reflected on what had just happened. Creating jobs for 60 people was already quite a lot. If he took on too many, it would complicate his future plans, especially with only 610,000 yuan in startup funds. He didn't expect to run into two familiar faces. Class monitor Zhou Jun saw him and said, "Oh, Zhou Feng, what are you doing here?"
Looking at the two of them, the fire inside Zhou Feng flared up.
"You too," he raised his hand toward his friend and shouted, "What business is it of yours where I am?
Why do you ask me that every time you see me? If you have nothing to do, just go home and mind your own business." Shen Ziran stood up to intervene. Zhou Feng, what do you mean by that? Why are you getting so angry? Zhou Feng was frustrated. What do you mean by that? I'm just going my way, why are you all pointing at me? The people around quickly gathered to see what was going on. Shen Ziran, unable to keep his composure, angrily shouted, Zhou Feng, can you just keep quiet for a bit?
However, Zhou Feng refused to stop and shouted even louder, "Oh my god, what is this?
These people with positions are bullying ordinary citizens. Everyone, look, the tax officials are bullying us."
The crowd began to murmur, and someone commented, "When I was doing paperwork, those people were really annoying too." Another person criticized, "It's all a scam." The class monitor quickly pulled Shen Ziran away and said, "Ziran, let's go, don't pay attention to him anymore." Even as he was being dragged away, Shen Ziran didn't forget to shout back, "Bully."
Zhou Feng, satisfied with avenging Xiao Duo, shouted loudly, "Do you want a crowd to come and scold Xiao Duo?"
After walking for a while, the class monitor could no longer contain their anger and exclaimed, "Zhou Feng is just a useless person."
Ziran, did you see that?
People like him are nothing but bullies, from now on you must stay away from him.
Shen Ziran was still angry and said, he really is unbearable. Don't say anything else, hurry up.
The class monitor emphasized, unable to bear the anger any longer. At the Department of Industry and Commerce, Secretary Shen Yuping was focusing on reviewing the list of businesses and praised, "This is excellent. These businesses have truly made significant contributions to Jiahai City." Mr. Lu Jintang smiled and said, "We'll wait for you all from the tax department to come over. Then, we can review the tax payment situation from the past 6 months.
Everything will be clear then." Secretary Shen replied, "That's right.
In addition to that, private enterprises also have a noticeable impact on the employment sector." Secretary Shen continued, "We need to focus on this issue by supporting private enterprises."
Mr. Lu agreed, "Absolutely, the development of private enterprises is essential."
In the afternoon, Secretary Shen continued, "A young man will be coming here. He previously told me about his idea of starting a clothing workshop."
Mr. Lu asked, "Is that so?" Secretary Shen replied, "Well, that's good news."
At that moment, there was a knock at the door.
Mr. Lu said, "It's probably someone from the tax department." He then invited them in.
Secretary Shen added, "You've come from the tax department, it must have been difficult for you to bring all these materials."
Shen Ziran replied, "It's no trouble, it's our job."
She introduced, "Uncle, this is my colleague, Zhou Jun." Zhou Jun was surprised when his friend referred to the secretary as uncle. He paused for a moment, then hurriedly bowed and said, "Hello, Secretary Shen." He smiled and said, "Hello, let's get started with the work now. After we're done, we'll go out for a meal together."
Zhou Jun couldn't help but secretly laugh upon realizing that his eldest uncle was none other than Secretary Shen.
Zhou Feng closed the novel, stood up, stretched, and said, "Phew, finally finished reading." Looking over at Xiao Duo, who was still arranging books on the shelf, he approached her and said, "Xiao Duo, let's go have lunch this afternoon.
There are a few things I want to talk to you about." Xiao Duo remained silent.
Zhou Feng called out again, and she responded, "No need, I'm very tired right now.
I just want to go home and sleep." Noticing her somewhat distant demeanor, Zhou Feng anxiously asked, "Xiao Duo, is something wrong at home? Can you tell me what's going on?" Xiao Duo tried to appear indifferent as she replied, "There's nothing, it must just be that I haven't had enough rest. If you have something to say, you can say it here."
Zhou Feng, trying to come up with an excuse, said, "Wu Na and Wu Jing miss you a lot.
Would you like to spare some time to visit them?"
Xiao Duo deliberately changed the subject, cutting him off. "Zhou Feng, you should go now. I need to switch shifts." With Xiao Duo's firm refusal, Zhou Feng could only smile awkwardly and say, "All right then, Xiao Duo. I'll visit you another day." Just as Zhou Feng was about to leave, another man rushed in angrily, his face full of fury. He shouted, "Xiao Duo!"
A man angrily shouted, "You've borrowed money for half a month, why haven't you said a word? Let's go see Director Zhang." Xiao Duo felt embarrassed and said, "Let's talk outside, you're bothering other people like this."
But the man persisted in making a scene.
"Debts must be paid, that's only natural. Are you trying to default on your debt?"
Xiao Duo repeatedly tried to explain.
"No, that's not it." Once outside, the man continued to shout, "What's not it?"
Zhou Feng, who was eating roasted sweet potato by the roadside, noticed the commotion and realized Xiao Duo was in trouble. He quickly threw away the piece of sweet potato he was eating and rushed over. The man continued loudly, "Then I'll go to Director Zhang's office and see how people like you, with power, treat us farmers." Zhou Feng quickly stepped forward, stood in front of Xiao Duo, and shouted,
"What are you trying to do? Are you a farmer? Farmers don't dress like you." The man asked, "Who are you?"
Zhou Feng confidently patted his chest.
"I am the farmer." The man asked again, "What are you doing? Do you even know what's going on to butt in like this?"
Zhou Feng pointed directly at his face.
"What do you mean by that? You're standing here bullying someone else's daughter in front of so many people, you don't even know what's going on, and now you're trying to play the violence game?"
The other person stopped arguing, only mumbling,
What? What are you talking about?" Xiao Duo quickly pulled Zhou Feng's hand to prevent any conflict and gently said, "Let's go." Even as they were walking away, Zhou Feng turned back to warn, "Be careful."
The man angrily ignored him and said,
"Who is this guy, anyway?"
Once they reached a secluded area, Zhou Feng immediately asked,
"Who was that person just now? What exactly happened?" Xiao Duo, feeling uneasy, didn't want to tell him.
Seeing her silent, Zhou Feng pressed further, and Xiao Duo finally explained,
"Actually, it's not that serious.
My brother borrowed money from him, so he came to collect the debt."
Zhou Feng was surprised and asked, "Why didn't he go to your brother?
Your sister-in-law works in the commercial district, she's someone he could easily find.
Why come to you?" Xiao Duo replied, "He doesn't know where my brother is." Zhou Feng continued to inquire,
"How much does your brother owe him?"
Xiao Duo turned away and asked, "Why do you need to know this?" "It's none of your business." Zhou Feng said, "Xiao Duo, I'm not the same as before.
I'm working in exhibitions now, and I'm making quite a bit from selling clothes in Beijing.
If your family is having trouble, I'm capable of helping." Xiao Duo remained cold and distant. "No need, really, it's fine," she murmured to herself. "Why does he care about me so much now?"
But she spoke too softly, and Zhou Feng couldn't hear clearly, so he asked,
"Huh? What did you just say?" Xiao Duo replied,
"Nothing, it's just that my brother owes him some money but deliberately hasn't paid it back, so that my brother will remember it for longer. I have to go now, and you shouldn't go to the library anymore. I'll be visiting Wu Na and the others less often, I'm busy right now." After saying that, she quietly left.
Zhou Feng watched Xiao Duo's figure slowly fade into the distance, feeling sad and helpless. He tried to comfort himself, but his mind kept spinning with these thoughts. However, the matter at hand still needed to be addressed. Zhou Feng made his way to Mr. Lu's office. When he knocked on the door, the director guessed it must be Xiao Zhou arriving, so he opened the door, and Zhou Feng greeted him. Mr. Lu said, "Xiao Zhou, come in." Shen Ziran was surprised. Why is Zhou Feng here? Zhou Feng was also puzzled by their presence. It was indeed a case of fate bringing enemies together. Mr. Lu continued. Xiao Zhou, let me introduce you. This is Secretary Shen from Jiahai City. Zhou Feng paid attention to Secretary Shen and noticed he resembled Shen Ziran, making him worry that his work might be obstructed. Zhou Feng politely said, "Secretary Shen, it's an honor to meet you today." He smiled and said, "The young man has quite a personality." He then told Zhou Jun, "Xiao Zhou, get this young man a chair." Zhou Jun quickly took action. After a while of tea and discussion, Zhou Feng continued. Secretary Shen, my plan for the factory construction was explained earlier, and the initial investment amount is 30,000. Secretary Shen nodded. Meanwhile, Shen Ziran pointed at Zhou Feng and said, "Uncle, he's a fraud, he's a scammer." Secretary Shen was surprised by his granddaughter's words and asked, "What?" Zhou Jun smiled. Man Yuan said, "Get ready, there's a good show coming." Shen Ziran continued, "Uncle, don't trust him, he's a deceitful scoundrel. His ex-wife is the daughter of Director Zhang, and he even committed domestic abuse. His character is completely unreliable." Secretary Shen still didn't fully understand the situation when Zhou Jun added, "I can testify, we were classmates before. Ziran and Zhang Xiaoduo were friends, and she couldn't stand seeing Zhou Feng bully her friend." However, Secretary Shen interrupted, shouting, "Enough!" Ziran immediately fell silent, surprised. Secretary Shen said, "Colleagues from the tax bureau should focus on doing their job. What's the point of discussing these things?" Ziran was about to explain but, realizing her uncle's personality, didn't dare say more. Secretary Shen turned to Zhou Feng and asked further. "Right, you mentioned wanting to build a factory in Zhiyang village and plan to repair their road. What standard will this road meet?" Zhou Feng immediately replied, "As long as I am granted that piece of land, I promise to ensure that the roadbed is at least 5.5 meters wide, the road surface is no less than 4.5 meters wide, and the total length will be 2 kilometers. Mr. Lu was also very surprised when he heard him say that. Secretary Shen recalled the heavy rains in the past seasons that had nearly rendered the Zhiyang village unable to leave their homes. If the road could be improved, it would help over 500 villagers solve the problem of transportation. He smiled, "You make a good point. Previously, a private company proposed to repair the road, but they couldn't create many jobs, so they didn't receive land from the government." Zhou Feng responded firmly, "Secretary Shen, I am also from Shinan province, and I will definitely put in my utmost effort. However, right now, I can only create jobs for a maximum of 70 people." Secretary Shen smiled again. "You are a good young man." Ziran observed Zhou Feng and noticed that his confidence didn't seem fake at all. Zhou Feng continued, "So what is your opinion on this?" Secretary Shen said, 30,000 is really not a small amount. I need to verify the source clearly. The most important thing is whether the money you have is from a legitimate source. That will be crucial." He looked straight into Zhou Feng's eyes and continued, "Xiao Zhou, I want to remind you that although the land allocation procedures have been completed, if the source of your funds does not have a clear background, a lot of problems will arise." Zhou Jun stood silently outside and thought to himself, how could Zhou Feng have 30,000? Ziran crossed his arms and said, "Humph, let's see how he tries to fake it." Upon hearing Secretary Shen's words, Zhou Feng couldn't help but laugh and responded, "Secretary Shen, I suppose this is truly my area of expertise." Noticing that he wanted to inquire seriously, Zhou Feng continued, "Recently,
there was a fashion show held in Beijing. I wonder if you've heard of it. When the fashion show was mentioned, Secretary Shen had some impression. Zhou Feng explained, I can't disclose all the details, but it was an event I co-organized with the director of a clothing factory in Beijing. The show generated revenue exceeding 1 million, and I earned 30,000. Does that seem reasonable? Secretary Shen was very surprised, and Ziran couldn't believe his ears. No way. How could it be him? Secretary Shen continued to ask, was that really your plan? Zhou Feng proudly replied, of course, I can provide specific evidence. There's no need for me to lie. Secretary Shen, I truly hope you can understand and support the challenges faced by private enterprises like ours. From building factories to production and sales of clothing, every activity requires investment and carries risks. Meanwhile, aside from initial resources, Jiahai doesn't have the same advantages as Guanghai. I want to build a factory in Dahai out of passion for my hometown, but if everything is obstructed, I will have no choice but to seek opportunities in Guanghai. Secretary Shen laughed after hearing that, patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder, and said, young man, you speak as if we are bullying you. Don't worry, let's discuss this further. Zhou Feng nodded and replied, all right, you continue. You said you will consider the difficulties my private enterprise is facing. Although there is currently no supportive policy, that doesn't mean there won't be one in the future, right? Zhou Feng smiled and added, in that case, I would like to thank Secretary Shen in advance. He then asked, you and Ziran are classmates, so you must be from Lin Shui, right? Zhou Feng replied, yes, I'm from Lin Shui. How many people are there in your family? Secretary Shen asked next. Zhou Feng said, I have 2 younger sisters and 1 younger brother at home. My parents had an accident due to faulty equipment at the factory. When mentioning his parents, he appeared slightly saddened. Secretary Shen sympathetically responded, oh, really? A man who grows up like a father, then in that case, Xiao Zhou, come to the government building tomorrow to meet me. We'll discuss the details. Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. Secretary Shen continued, Ziran, see your classmate off. It's not worth losing the friendship over a small misunderstanding. Ziran stubbornly shook her head, I'm not going. However, after seeing Secretary Shen's gaze, she reluctantly nodded, all right, I understand. Zhou Feng bade farewell and left. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, feeling a bit out of place, smiled and said, I'll go see off my old classmate too. Secretary Shen is right, there's no conflict between classmates that can't be resolved. After speaking, he quickly ran after them outside. At that moment, Mr. Liu said, we need to investigate the Modeling Association incident. If this boy is really involved, it might not be that simple. Secretary Shen nodded, yes, I think the same. Mr. Liu continued, what did you mean when you asked Ziran to see him off? Secretary Shen sighed, she needs some setbacks. Her temper can't always be her way. Mr. Liu agreed, right, it's good for her to face some challenges. When the 3 of them reached the door, Zhou Feng warned Shen Ziran, listen carefully, don't think you're always right and go find Xiao Duo. If you put more pressure on her and I find out, I won't let it go. Ziran was shocked. At that moment, Zhou Jun stepped forward to defend, Zhou Feng, what are you saying? But Zhou Feng pointed directly at his face and shouted, shut up. Then he stepped closer, pointing at his chest, warning, if you cause more trouble, don't think I won't do anything to you. Don't treat my words like the wind. After saying that, Zhou Feng left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Ziran and Zhou Jun looked at each other, unsure of what to say next. At the market, a woman muttered, humph, business is failing. Let's see how long you can survive. When Zhou Feng arrived, he asked, is anyone here? The man next to him, with an angry expression, replied, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? You clueless fool. Hearing that bell-bottom pants were being sold upstairs for 43 coins each, Zhou Feng asked, how much for the bell-bottom pants you two are selling? The woman smiled and said, the bell-bottom pants we imported from the US cost 100 coins each. Would you like to buy one?
Zhou Feng replied, upstairs, they sell them for 43 coins. You're selling them for 100 coins, are you out of your mind?
She replied nonchalantly, then go buy them upstairs.
Why come all the way here?
Zhang Mingming, who had already disliked Zhou Feng, couldn't hold back and said, you don't understand, so just keep quiet.
Did you not hear me ask you? Do you have nothing better to do than come here and act crazy? Zhou Feng said.
Your bell-bottom pants are so expensive. Aren't you worried it will affect the sales of your other clothes?
The season is changing soon, and you still have a lot of stock. What makes you think this price is right? Xiaowen asked, what are you talking about?
Zhou Feng explained, when you sell the same item at such a high price, customers will think your store is unreliable.
Over time, who would want to come here to shop? He then asked, selling them so cheap upstairs, those must have been there for a long time, right? Zhang Mingming nodded, agreeing, yes, that's completely right.
Zhou Feng continued, these bell-bottom pants were the first item ever sold at Jiahai, and I set the price at 100 coins.
If you're now trying to sell them for 100 coins, aren't you just talking nonsense? The couple was stunned and asked, Mr. Wu Jing was the first one to sell them? So, how much did you actually pay for these bell-bottom pants? Zhou Feng honestly answered, back then, I bought them for 45 coins. What about you? Xiaowen replied, we are even cheaper than you. Our second batch is priced at 44 coins. Zhou Feng then said, is that so?
Well, anything above 43 coins, selling like this will definitely result in a loss.
Shuewen suddenly asked in return, a loss? All of this stock was bought at a low price, how could there be a loss? Zhou Feng continued to question, how can it be sold upstairs for 43 coins? She responded, that's because he's selling at a loss.
I really want to see how long that bastard will keep selling at a loss.
Zhou Feng then said, are you dreaming? You shout like this every day, aren't you afraid others won't know he's selling at a loss? If those words fall on the customer's ears, doesn't that actually help his business?
At that moment, Xiaowen was stunned, realizing that, unknowingly, they had been harming themselves all along. Since Zhou Feng still had a lot of unsold stock and it was not easy to sell, he asked, how many flared pants did you guys import? It must have cost you at least 10,000 coins, right?
Shuewen replied, I have a lot of stock, I'll sell them gradually.
Once his batch is sold out, I'm sure others will come to me to buy.
Zhou Feng laughed and said, you think it's that easy? The flared pants from Jiahai just hit the market, how could he be selling at a loss?
If he's selling at 43 coins, he must be making a profit. He definitely has a source of low-cost stock, it's just that you guys don't know about it. Seeing that her sister-in-law still didn't understand the issue, Zhou Feng shared his experience.
I once went to Beijing, and there was someone selling for just 20 coins each. If this batch of goods is shipped to Jiahai, what will you do? If you keep these items, they'll just get ruined in your hands. Shuewen, thinking he made a good point, anxiously asked, so what should we do now? Zhou Feng replied, your selling price should always be slightly lower than the price upstairs.
No matter how much they cut the price, it's already a loss, you can only minimize the loss a bit.
Just think of it lightly, you can make it back later.
Zhang Mingming still shouted, is that all you came here to say?
Zhou Feng responded, there's one more thing.
You should go outside to talk.
He followed Zhou Feng, and when it was just the two of them, he lowered his voice and asked, what's going on?
Zhou Feng immediately asked,
Zhang Mingming, are you in debt to someone? Zhang Mingming was a little surprised and asked, how did you know? Did Xiao Duo tell you? Are you still in contact with him? Zhou Feng didn't answer the question, but instead asked, how much did the bell-bottom pants in the store cost? Where did the money for that come from? Zhang Mingming replied, what does this have to do with you? Zhou Feng, do you think you can control everything? What's your relationship with the Tiang family?
Zhou Feng recounted, yesterday, when I was passing by the library, I saw someone looking for Xiao Duo to collect a debt. Their attitude was very unpleasant, and they were making a lot of noise right in front of her office. This was having a negative impact on her.
Do you understand the situation? Should the money for the bell-bottom pants come from inside the house? What about borrowing money from abroad?
All the money is still on the shelf and hasn't been sold yet, which is why such a noisy situation occurred. Zhang Mingming found his words very reasonable and felt embarrassed, unable to do anything. He gently placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, "First, tell me how much you owe, I can help you pay it off." "Don't worry, I won't go to Shaoduo to take advantage of her or threaten her.
This is my debt with her."
When Zhang Mingming hesitated and still didn't want to speak, Zhou Feng continued, "This person isn't trustworthy.
Don't you feel worried when he causes a ruckus at your uncle's workplace?"
But Zhang Mingming still didn't fully trust Zhou Feng's words.
He wondered to himself, could it be that Zhou Feng really wants to help me pay off the debt? Can this person really do that? At that moment, Kang Jinlai appeared with a loud voice, asking, "Isn't that Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang, how's work been lately? When will you pay me back the money you owe?" Zhou Feng looked at him and thought, how does he know to come here?
Kang Jinlai recognized him, he's the person they met last time.
Zhou Feng turned to ask Zhang Mingming, "Do you really owe him money?" Kang Jinlai proudly slapped his chest, saying, "There's no mistake here. Do you owe me money?" Zhou Feng immediately asked, "Are you planning to pay it off for him? How much do you owe him in total?"
Before Zhang Mingming could answer, Kang Jinlai quickly held up the debt paper and said, "Exactly 250 coins, with black and white proof and even a fingerprint."
Zhou Feng looked at the paper in Kang Jinlai's hand and then turned to confirm with Zhang Mingming, "So, Zhang Mingming does indeed owe him a large sum, and the debt paper is valid, right?" He nodded, "Mm." Zhou Feng crossed his arms and said, "All right, I will definitely help you pay the debt, but didn't you already set a repayment date?"
Kang Jinlai laughed loudly, his voice mocking, "Huh, that's right, not right now.
How could District Chief Zhang possibly scam money from the people?" This remark made Zhou Feng furious. He shouted, "Shut up! If others hear that, it will create a bad influence. Do you believe I won't be able to pay you?" Kang Jinlai was unafraid. "Do you dare not pay?" Zhou Feng asked calmly. "If you keep making trouble for my family, do you think I wouldn't dare?"
His gaze at that moment seemed like it could shoot fire, roaring with the tone of a gangster.
"Kiddo, are you trying to find death, huh?" Refusing to back down, Zhou Feng angrily retorted, "You're so strong, go ahead and hit me. A debt of 250 coins, come on, let's get it over with."
Kang Jinlai's face turned red with anger, but he could do nothing more. Zhou Feng asserted, "I will definitely pay this money, but if you keep bothering me, you'll see that I won't let you off easy." Then, he glanced at Zhang Mingming and said, "Let's go." Kang Jinlai, frustrated inside, cursed under his breath, "Who the hell does this guy think he is, trying to mess with me? He's just asking for trouble." On the way back, Zhou Feng asked question after question, "How did you end up owing him this money? Explain it to me." Seeing Zhang Ming still silent, he continued, "By now, what are you still hiding? I see that I owe Xiaoduo a lot, and I want to help her, you understand? I've even sold bell-bottoms to make some money. 250 coins isn't a big deal, but you have to tell me everything clearly, got it?" Noticing Zhou Feng's sincerity, Zhang Ming nodded, "All right." He then began to recount the entire story. After hearing it, Zhou Feng was silent for a moment, then said, "As for Kang Jinlai, don't worry, I'll find time tomorrow to deal with him. Your goods need to be sold quickly, we have to urgently handle the inventory issue, we can't let him make money off us." Zhang Ming nodded in agreement, all right. Finally, Zhou Feng said his goodbyes and went home. Zhang Ming realized that he had changed a lot, no longer the same as before. When he got home, Zhou Feng sat down to dinner with his younger siblings. At that moment, Wu Na's friends dropped by for a while. During the meal, he said, "Wu Na, tomorrow I will take you all shopping and stroll around the university campus." Wu Na happily agreed right away. After that, Zhou Feng turned to Lin Chang and asked, "What about you, Lin Chang?
do you have any plans?
Lin Chang smiled and replied, I will head to the southern construction site first.
Zhou Feng advised, try to find some simple work during the day. If you can't find a place to stay, come back here and live. Long Chang thanks you, brother.
Zhou Feng then said, we're all classmates of Wuna, so there's no need to stand on ceremony.
To make the atmosphere more relaxed for the two of them, he smiled again and said, come on, Lin Chang, Lin Nan, let's eat. Don't be shy.
The meal took place in a cheerful and relaxed atmosphere. On the second day, Zhou Feng went to the government office to meet with Secretary Shen. Secretary Shen warmly welcomed him and said, Xiao Zhou, keep the files for those plots of land.
I will do my best to help you.
Zhou Feng thanked him and reassured him about the goal of creating jobs for 70 workers. Don't worry, I will do everything I can to achieve the goal. While sipping his cup of tea, Secretary Shen mentioned the employment issue and asked Zhou Feng for a favor. Xiao Zhou, I would like to ask you for something, Secretary Shen said. Zhou Feng expressed, Secretary Shen, don't worry.
As long as it's within my ability, I will certainly do my best. Secretary Shen smiled and said, Xiao Zhou, could you find a way to increase the number of workers to 80?
Zhou Feng responded with a smile, since you've suggested it, I will overcome any difficulties to accomplish it. Secretary Shen nodded and laughed loudly, then patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder and said, by the way, tell me about the modeling event you organized in Beijing.
I want to learn a thing or two.
Zhou Feng replied without hesitation, of course. The two of them chatted for quite a while, until the clock struck 1 p.m.
After hearing everything, Secretary Shen said, I see. Xiao Zhou, there will be a party soon. Come with me. Zhou Feng responded, it would be an honor to follow your command.
Zhou Feng accompanied him to the restaurant, where Mr. Liu was already waiting outside.
Upon seeing Secretary Shen, Zhou Feng cheerfully greeted him.
Mr. Liu politely welcomed both of them. At that point, Zhou Feng jokingly remarked that he would see the world with Secretary Shen, which made Secretary Shen laugh.
Mr. Liu announced, in a moment, a few factory owners along with the Bureau of Industry and Commerce will be here.
In a cheerful atmosphere, they waited for Shen Ziran and Zhou Jun to arrive. It was truly an unexpected gathering. Secretary Shen looked at Zhou Jun, wondering to himself, what is Xiao Zhou doing here?
Did Ziran call him over?
It really makes him just stand there, so shameless. A man named by Lian Guo appeared, and upon seeing the secretary, immediately greeted him. Secretary Shen, the two shook hands and both remarked that it had been a long time since they last met. After that, Secretary Shen invited him inside. Zhou Jun quickly bowed his head and greeted, hello, Secretary Shen.
He just nodded and quickly entered.
In his mind, Zhou Jun thought, this time, I have to perform well to impress the leaders.
He then turned to Ziran and asked, by the way, Ziran, do you know what Zhou Feng came here for? Ziran hesitated, reluctant to mention it, squinting his eyes and said, why do you care what he's here for? Zhou Jun smiled awkwardly, I'm just asking out of curiosity.
When the party came to an end, Secretary Shen said, all right, everyone, no need to see each other off.
We've talked quite a bit tonight.
I'm assigning the factory construction project to Xiao Zhou, and I hope you all move quickly to implement it. Mr. Liu immediately replied, got it, we'll fully support it.
Bai Lianguo also assured, Secretary Shen, you can rest easy.
Suddenly, Zhou Jun shouted, Secretary Shen, it seems like you're not paying much attention to his actions, just telling him to go ahead. Zhou Jun bent over again and said loudly, all right, everyone, take care. Zhou Feng thought his actions were really foolish, while Zhou Jun, feeling smug, believed that Secretary Shen might have remembered him. At the Baihua building, Zhang Mingming was looking for a hot water dispenser. When he returned, he found Kang Jinlai already waiting at the shop. As soon as he saw Zhang Mingming, Kang Jinlai immediately spoke up, oh, Boss Zhang, Director Zhang has agreed to pay me an amount before the beginning of September, so where's the money? Seeing him, Zhang Mingming felt angry and, noticing that he was starting to demand repayment, responded, I'll pay you 500 coins at noon, now get out of here. But Kang Jinlai, undeterred, continued, I won't leave until you pay me.
Director Zhang is definitely not being honest.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingming snapped, "Who are you calling a liar?"
Kang Jinlai further provoked him, "What's wrong? Are you going to hit me? Go ahead, aim for my head." He mocked, "But you wouldn't dare hit me. Your whole family probably doesn't have enough money to pay me."
"Humph, useless, just like the rest of your family."
Before he could finish, Zhou Feng suddenly appeared and waved, calling out, "What did you just say? Come over here."
Kang Jinlai lowered his voice.
"Not paying, and now you're planning to hit someone?" Zhou Feng yelled, "Not only are you not paying, but you're also talking nonsense in my shop?" Kang Jinlai seemed hesitant. "Well, you pay then."
Zhou Feng gestured toward him, "Then come over here for a moment."
He walked over while muttering, "Fine, I'll come, but do you really think you can beat me?"
Zhou Feng tossed some money at him and said, "Make sure you count it carefully."
Zhang Mingming and his wife exchanged glances, unsure of what to say next.
After counting the money, Kang Jinlai burst out laughing, This is just the right amount, looks like we're done here."
He turned to leave but then turned back to Zhang Mingming with a provocative tone, "Hey, Mr. Zhang, you wanted to hit me just now? You think you can really beat me?"
Zhou Feng took the opportunity to speak up, "Go ahead, keep trying."
"He might not dare, but I don't mind." The onlookers, sensing the tension between them, turned back to watch.
One person outside muttered, "Here we go, these two families are stirring up trouble again."
Another added,
"Make a scene, the best thing is for both sides to lose out."
Zhou Feng, now angry, shouted, "Kang Jinlai, come over here and try." Seeing Zhou Feng's determination, Kang Jinlai had no choice but to back down.
He waved his hand and said, "You guys are something, I can't beat you, I still need to sell bell-bottom pants."
Zhou Feng asked, "Selling bell-bottom pants, huh? No matter how much we lose, we won't let you get away easily."
He raised his hand and spoke loudly, "Customers, from now on, our store will no longer make money. A pair of bell-bottom pants will only cost 42 coins, cheaper than Kang Jinlai's store." He made it clear that he was deliberately underpricing the competition. Zhou Feng raised his voice again, "Everyone, remember, the bell-bottom pants in my store will be 1 coin cheaper than at Kang Jinlai's place." Finally, Zhou Feng warned, "Kang Jinlai, remember this, even if my store doesn't make money, I won't let you live well." He could only feel apprehensive and thought to himself, "This crazy guy, I don't care about him." After finishing his work, Zhou Feng went to the Department of Commerce and met with Section Chief Zhang to ask for help with some paperwork. Later, Zhou Feng also expressed his intention to treat him to a meal. Initially, Section Chief Zhang intended to decline, but after hearing a few persuasive words from Zhou Feng, he agreed. That afternoon, Zhou Feng called Feng Huilai and said, "Mr. Feng, the land development process has started. I need a floor plan report. I'm not familiar with this, so I really hope you can assist me. Besides this, there are many other tasks that require expertise, so I hope you can pay attention to them." Feng Huilai happily responded, "No problem, I'll start handling it in the next few days. Once it's ready, I'll come to Jiahai to discuss the completion of the supervisor hiring process." Zhou Feng circled the task list and emphasized, "There are still many tasks that need preparation." That evening, when Zhang Mingming returned home, his wife asked, "How are we going to talk to Dad about this? If he finds out that Zhou Feng is spending money, I don't know how angry he will get." Zhang Mingming replied, "He said that the work situation has improved, and if we can sell a few pairs of bell-bottoms, we'll be able to pay him." However, he hesitated and continued, "What about Xiao Duo? Should we tell her?" Xue Wenwen immediately objected, "No, she won't easily cut ties with Zhou Feng. If she knows, she'll definitely go look for him." Zhang Mingming saw the logic in this and agreed to stay silent. Suddenly, Xiao Duo called out from behind. She ran over and asked, "Brother, weren't you supposed to come get the money from me this afternoon?" She held out a bundle of cash in her hand and said, "Dad prepared the money at noon." The couple exchanged glances, and Zhang Mingming said, "You should keep the money for now and pay it back to her later." Seeing Xiao Duo's confusion, he smiled and added, "Let's talk while walking, today we'll have dinner at home." Xiao Duo asked,
What about the money for Kong Jinlai, has it been paid? Zhang Mingming awkwardly replied, yes, it's been paid.
Just as he was trying to figure out how to explain things to Xiao Duo, they suddenly heard Zhou Feng talking on the phone nearby. Xiao Duo quickly called out, brother, hurry up. But Zhang Mingming raised his hand and greeted Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng looked their way but continued his phone conversation as if he hadn't seen them. Xiao Duo, surprised, asked, why did you take the initiative to greet him? Before Zhang Mingming could explain, Xue Wenwen quickly spoke up, Xiao Duo, it's all in the past. We have no grudge with him. Greeting him shows that our family isn't petty. Zhang Mingming nodded in agreement. Xiao Duo, a smart girl, sensed that something was wrong and began to ask persistently, did you two hide something from me earlier? Is the money from Kong Jinlai really from Zhou Feng? Struck by the question, Zhang Mingming realized he could no longer hide the truth and said, once we sell the bell-bottom pants, the money will be paid back to him. Xiao Duo, frustrated, asked, why didn't you tell me from the start? Xue Wenwen explained. Xiao Duo, you know the situation at home. Your brother is also worried about you getting involved with him, and besides, Zhou Feng himself said that this is all his debt to you. Xiao Duo replied sadly. We're divorced now, he doesn't owe me anything. Then, she ran off to find Zhou Feng. Zhang Mingming called after her. Don't worry about it anymore, the money will definitely be paid back to him. Why are you going to look for him? But Xiao Duo remained determined. I just want to thank him. Besides, he used to be very good to me, and now you two are just noticing it? Don't you see how much he's changed for the better? Zhang Mingming angrily snapped. This is between him and me, you don't need to interfere. Ignoring his words, Xiao Duo ran to the phone booth where she had seen Zhou Feng earlier, but he was no longer there. She felt a sense of emptiness and sadness. The next day, as Feng Huilai was preparing his luggage to go to Jiahai, Yu Dandan knocked on the door. Entering the room, she said, Mr. Feng, I came to see you off. Her face couldn't hide the embarrassment, her cheeks flushed red. Feng Huilai replied, I, an old and worn-out man, what could I possibly send you off with? Yu Dandan hesitated for a moment before saying, I just wanted to come here and say a few words to you, uncle. He felt a bit curious. Yu Dandan no longer hid her intentions and asked, Mr. Feng, are you preparing to go to Jiahai? He smiled and answered, I'm just here on a temporary assignment. What reason would I have to go to Jiahai? Yu Dandan gathered all her courage, handed him a piece of paper, and said, Mr. Feng, if you meet Zhou Feng, please give him this paper so he can contact me. Her face turned as red as a tomato. After handing it over, she hurriedly ran out and didn't forget to say, Excuse me, Mr. Feng. Feng Huilai looked at the paper and saw a phone number. He smiled, I didn't expect this kid Zhou Feng to have such luck. A week later, in Jiahai, after picking up Feng Huilai, Zhou Feng immediately gathered everyone for a hearty meal. He said, Everyone, get ready. Things will be busy from now on, and we might not have time to eat properly. So today, make sure to eat well. Feng Huilai laughed happily and said, Zhou Feng, this kid's abilities are no small matter, huh? How did you manage to charm her soul in just a few days? Zhou Feng didn't quite understand what he meant, so Feng Huilai waved the piece of paper in front of him. Zhou Feng, curious, asked, Mr. Feng, what's this? Mr. Feng smiled and replied, This is Yu Dandan's phone number. She came here herself to ask you to give it to her. Zhou Feng was surprised and said, Yu Dandan? Feng Huilai laughed loudly, didn't you realize? She was blushing like crazy back then. You're really lucky. Zhou Feng recalled that Yu Dandan had feelings for him, and at the farewell party, when he asked her about it, she just hesitated in silence. So that's what it was about. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, It can't be that bad, right? In the afternoon, Zhou Feng and everyone else went to Zhiyang village to survey the land for the planned garment factory. Accompanied by Zhang Changkai, the village head of Zhiyang, Zhou Feng said, Once this road is repaired, it will be easier for the villagers to go out.
The village head agreed, saying, "Yes, absolutely, I agree." He then praised, "Boss, you really did something great for everyone." Zhou Feng modestly replied, "It's just something I should do." At that moment, two people hurriedly ran out to greet them. Zheng Chengkai recognized the person in front and waved, saying, "Secretary Shi." That person is Shi Yuyong, the village secretary, accompanied by a young man named He Zi. Secretary Shi said, "Village head Zheng, you all have arrived?" Zheng Chengkai turned to introduce Secretary Shi. "This is Zhou Feng, the factory director of Hua Duo Garment Factory." Zhou Feng immediately bowed his head in greeting. The man was surprised to see that the young man in front of him was so young. Zhou Feng shook his hand and said, "Secretary Shi, I hope to receive your support in the future." He smiled and replied, "You're being too polite. You're helping us fix the road, how could that be a bother?" Afterward, Secretary Shi invited them into his house to discuss the necessary issues in more detail. That evening, Zhou Feng, Feng Huilai, and Feng Baobao had an all-night conversation. Mr. Feng spoke up, "If this continues, the Beijing garment factory might get very angry and seek revenge on us." Zhou Feng quickly explained, "That's the nature of business competition. The rule of the big fish eats the small fish is actually the fairest competition rule in the world. For example, the way Lu Diguang takes in his nephew, the nephew doesn't worry at all." Feng Huilai gently said, "In short, let's take it step by step. Our factory has just been established, we shouldn't act too recklessly." Zhou Feng countered, "Mr. Feng, no one understands the times better than I do. Just cooperate with me fully, and I'll handle the marketing." Feng Huilai nodded, "All right." Feng Baobao, sitting beside them, added, "Zhou Feng, I'll support you to the fullest." Zhou Feng smiled, his eyes shining brightly. Confidently, he said, "With Mr. Feng and everyone else's help, I'm not worried about failing." After a long discussion, Zhou Feng began to feel tired and decided it was time to sleep. He stood up, stretched, and said, "Let's go to bed." At this moment, Feng Huilai suddenly remembered the favor Yu Dan Dan had asked him about earlier. "By the way, Zhou Feng, haven't you contacted Yu Dan Dan yet?" Zhou Feng laughed, "You've already forgotten what she looks like, why contact her?" His refusal was quite tactful, leaving Mr. Feng and his son at a loss for words. After a while, Mr. Feng laughed heartily, "Kid, as long as you say one word, Mr. Feng won't dare bring up that topic again." Meanwhile, at the counter, Zhang Mingming and his wife were reviewing their earnings from the past few days. Shuiwenwen happily announced, in just a few days, we've sold over 100 items, and made more than 4,000 coins in profit." Suddenly, a customer approached demanding a refund in a sharp tone, saying loudly, "Yishui over there is selling the same pants for only 25 coins, why are you selling them for 41 coins? How shady! Give me my money back." They were both at a loss, unsure how to handle the situation. At the same time, Zhou Feng arrived at the library looking for Xiao Duo, but she wasn't there. Duo Quan, Xiao Duo's colleague, asked, "I feel like I've seen you before. Are you looking for Xiao Duo? What's the matter?" Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "It's nothing important, just passing by and thought I'd stop by to visit her." "Excuse me, I'll be going now." The curious girl next to them approached and said, "Zhang Xiao Duo really has some abilities. Now even bigger names are coming to see her, isn't he just a taxi driver?" Duo Quan felt that the girl's words weren't very kind, so she ignored them and shifted her focus back to her work. The woman who had previously come to demand a refund had brought along many others who also tried to claim their money. They kept causing trouble. "Refund, refund. This store is truly sinister. Give me my money." One of them shouted angrily. "Are you going to refund or not?" Zhang Mingming and his wife felt confused, not knowing how to stop them, so they were about to give the refund. Just then, Zhou Feng appeared and asked, "On what basis are you demanding a refund?" The woman replied firmly, "I bought pants from this store, why shouldn't I be able to return them?" Zhou Feng continued, "Both downstairs and upstairs sell flared pants. How can anyone know where you bought yours?
Immediately, everyone, in unison, like a pack of mad dogs, shouted, "Your store is really shady." Zhou Feng then told Zhang Mingming to fetch the order form. He rushed to get it, and when he returned, Zhou Feng held up the document for everyone to see. He loudly said, "Look here, we purchased the goods at 50 and 44 coins, and we're selling them at a loss for 41 coins. Who knows if you bought them somewhere cheaper and then came back here to try to scam us? Let me tell you, this is fraud, a trick with money. You're more shameless than reinforced concrete." The woman had no response, and the others fell silent and gradually left. Only 3 people remained. Zhou Feng said, "I really don't understand. You've only sold a few items, and now you're asking for a return? If this continues, people will come to you to exchange goods. Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Xia Wenwen asked, "So what should we do now?" Zhou Feng replied, "At the Yishui store over there, I just checked, and someone is selling pants for 25 coins. This can't continue like this, so let's have a meal together. I also have some things I need to discuss with you." Zhang Mingming hesitated, but Xue Wenwen pinched him, making him wince in pain. She smiled and said, "I also have something to tell you." Zhang Mingming reluctantly agreed. During the meal, Zhang Mingming said, "Recently, the bell-bottom pants have sold quite a lot, so I'll pay you 250 coins up front." Xue Wenwen also spoke up, "That's right, let's pay him first. Although the house has been spending a lot recently, we can still save some money." Zhou Feng replied, "No need to rush. I still have some things to discuss with you. You should keep this money for now, no need to pay it back immediately." Xue Wenwen asked again, "So what should we do now?" Zhou Feng said, "Right now, it's very difficult to sell goods in shopping malls. Customers will choose to buy at Yishui Alley. You need to go to the night market and sell the items at 24 coins each." She was surprised, "The night market?" Zhou Feng confirmed, "Yes, my stall there hasn't expired yet. You just need to go there." He emphasized, "Remember, you must sell them at 24 coins each. Only by doing this will you have a competitive edge and attract customers." Although he found the sales process there somewhat tedious, they had no other choice at the moment. Zhou Feng continued, "Apart from that, there's one more thing we need to discuss with you." Xue Wenwen asked, "What is it?" Zhou Feng quickly replied, "In the next 2 days, you need to go to the night market to sell bell-bottom pants, and afterward, you'll need to change the shop sign." Zhang Mingming didn't understand, change the shop sign? Zhou Feng insisted he listen carefully, "The new sign will be for a franchise store using the Beijing brand." Xue Wenwen asked, "Did the Beijing clothing factory previously organize a fashion show?" Zhou Feng nodded in response, "Yes, that's right." She was worried because selling others' brand without permission could lead to complications if a lawsuit occurs. Zhou Feng reassured them, "Don't worry, these clothes are from the Beijing clothing factory. I've already signed a contract with them. You just need to follow the plan." After finishing the meal, Zhou Feng said his goodbyes and left. Xue Wenwen turned to her husband and said, "If we can sell clothes from the Beijing clothing factory, we'll definitely be successful." Zhang Mingming happily agreed, "That's right, with such a big brand, we don't need to worry about not being able to sell." However, suddenly recalling what had just happened today, he complained, "I can't believe Kong Jinlai is so deceitful. People return goods, and the shop gets shut down, but I'm the one who keeps opening the door for them to return items, and even accepting more than 10 items back." Xue Wenwen angrily said, "How can you still have the face to say that? You were the one standing by when people returned goods. Besides insulting me, what else do you know how to do? This doesn't look like the behavior of a man at all." Zhang Mingming, touched on his sense of pride, retorted, "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not a man?" Xue Wenwen wouldn't stay silent either and countered, "It's you who's not like a man, you only know how to show your anger at me. Look at Zhou Feng, see how capable he is. He managed to pull me to his side, while no one in our family can compare to him." Zhang Mingming raised his voice again, "Xue Wenwen, are you out of your mind? If it weren't for you wanting to order so much stock, this wouldn't have happened." She shouted back, I'm talking about today's matter. Why are you bringing up old things? The two continued to argue, neither willing to back down. The next morning, before the sun had risen, Zhou Feng shouted loudly, "Let's get to work." Feng Huilai and the others woke up and greeted him. Zhou Feng told Mr. Feng, "You don't have to get up so early, I can handle the supervision on my own." Everyone thought he was very hard-working. Feng Huilai entered the room and saw his son still sleeping, then yelled, "Stop sleeping." Feng Baobao reluctantly sat up, barely opening his eyes, and groggily asked, "Huh? What's going on?" He said, "What time is it now, still sleeping? You have to perform well in front of Zhou Feng." Realizing the situation, Feng Baobao immediately ran off and said, "I'll go right away." Feng Huilai smiled, realizing that his son was really naive. Meanwhile, at the night market, Xue Wenwen and Zhang Mingming looked at each other. Zhang Mingming spoke up, "You go make the sale, I have official business to attend to, don't let them see it's not going well." Xue Wenwen immediately refused, "I'm not going anywhere." Zhang Mingming got angry, "How can you run a business like this? Hurry up and deliver the goods." Xue Wenwen wouldn't comply, "If you want it delivered, you do it yourself." "I'm not delivering." Zhang Mingming shouted, "Don't you have any brains?" At that moment, Xiaoduo approached. Seeing Zhang Mingming's sister, she was surprised and asked, "What are you doing here?" Xiaoduo replied, "I'm here to watch everyone work." Seeing both of them silent, she continued, "Why does it feel like no one is happy here?" Zhang Mingming kept explaining, "It's because Zhou Feng is coming." Xiaoduo picked up a pair of pants and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be shouting to sell the goods?" Xue Wenwen explained, "Xiaoduo, shouting is useless. Everyone's business has been stolen by Yi Shui's assistant over there." Zhang Mingming, seeing that his wife was right, added, "Zhou Feng is so strange, why would he rent a stall at the night market? It's really pathetic." Hearing this, Xiaoduo was surprised and asked, "Zhou Feng, is this stock his?" Zhang Mingming realized he had let something slip, quickly smiled, and said, "Yes, it's his stock. I just came to help sell it, and you don't need to worry about this." Upon hearing this, Xiaoduo questioned, "Then why didn't you tell me about it?" Zhang Mingming casually responded, "You already know now, don't you? As for his debt, just leave it alone. I think we should head back to the Baihua building because we can't sell anything here." Zhang Mingming nodded in agreement, "That's right. People who go to Baihua building are there to shop, while here, people only come to stroll around. It's very hard to sell anything." Xiaoduo showed impatience, "How can you be like this? You need to shout to sell things, right?" Xue Wenwen, concerned about preserving her dignity and not wanting to shout, said, "Yelling like that won't help. The goods at Yi Shui's place have already been taken." Xiaoduo couldn't understand the thinking of the two. She said angrily, "How can you do business like this? Zhou Feng never did this before." Xue Wenwen firmly replied, "That's not the same. He was the first to sell bell-bottoms, and there was no competition, so of course, it sold well. The situation now is different. If you want to do business, you can't just rely on hard work. Do you understand?" Xiaoduo felt that they really couldn't change. She picked up a pair of pants and said, "If you guys don't shout, I will." Then, she raised her voice, "Bell-bottom pants, 24 coins each. Come on, everyone, hurry and buy them." Someone passed by and heard, but they seemed not to care much. At that moment, Zhang Mingming spoke up, "Are you stupid? Don't you know, you and your sister-in-law? Whether you shout or not, it's the same." At this point, Zhou Feng walked over and asked, "So, how's it going?" Seeing Xiaoduo, he asked, "Xiaoduo, you're here too?" Xiaoduo nodded. Mm. Zhou Feng turned to Zhang Mingming and asked, "By the way, how's the wholesale going?" Xiaowen replied, "Still haven't sold anything. The spot here is too quiet, it's not easy to sell." Zhang Mingming added, "Exactly, sales are being affected by the Yishui area. Maybe we should go back to the Baihua building tomorrow." Zhou Feng was surprised. "Not even one sold?"
Xiao Duo then replied that they weren't really serious about selling. I'm sure the remaining ones will sell. Zhou Feng awkwardly smiled and said, you guys are saying that the Yishui area is taking your jobs, but it's 7 km away. How could it possibly take your jobs? The stores in the Baihua building are all trying to find ways to sell their goods. If you go back there, you'll just be jumping into a pit of fire. They didn't know what else to say. Zhou Feng continued to analyze. In the past, I sold 100 coins per piece here, and there were still people buying. So why can't these 24 coin pieces sell? They stood there, still in a daze. Zhou Feng understood that further explanations would be a waste of words. He grabbed a pair of pants and shouted loudly, imported bell-bottom pants from the US at 24 coins each, the cheapest bell-bottom pants in Jiahai. Come and have a look, everyone. 24 coins per piece. No customers. He shouted even louder, undeterred, and continued, the price is low, the stock is limited, and if you come late, you won't get the sizes you need. Sure enough, his shouts started to attract attention. A customer came over and asked, bell-bottom pants for 24 coins each? Zhou Feng smiled and said, you can check. Our price is 1 coin cheaper than Yishui. You could even buy half a pound of rice with that. A few others came closer to ask, do you have medium size? I want small size. Zhou Feng replied, yes, but there aren't many left. Everyone needs to act quickly, or the sizes will be gone. Soon, the girls came in droves to choose their items. Zhou Feng shouted again, if you wanna buy, act fast. Small and medium sizes are almost gone. Xiao Duo turned to Zhang Mingming and said, why are you just standing there? Help out. He immediately ran over and encouraged his wife to take out all the sizes for everyone to see. After a while of enthusiastic selling, Zhou Feng was tired and sweating. Zhang Mingming thanked him and said that his throat was dry from all the talking. Zhou Feng went to find some ice water to drink, and Xiao Duo ran after him asking, Zhou Feng, are you okay? Zhou Feng replied, it's okay, just drinking a little water will be enough. Xiao Duo, still uneasy, advised him, no, you shouldn't drink anymore. Drinking cold water will make your stomach hurt. I'll go home and bring you some water. Although Zhou Feng said it was fine, Xiao Duo remained determined not to let him drink cold water and was resolute in trying to prevent him. Seeing Xiao Duo's concern, Zhou Feng felt warm inside. Just as Xiao Duo was about to say something, Zhang Mingming called out, Zhou Feng, everything is ready. Zhou Feng quickly went over and said, tell everyone that we can continue selling at the night market tomorrow. Today's selling price is 24 coins, and tomorrow Baihua building might even have a discount. So, everyone needs to act fast. Zhang Mingming scratched his head and chuckled, got it. Hey Zhou Feng, thanks for bothering you so many times, he said. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, it's nothing, we're all friends. Then, he realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself, we're all friends. He continued, there's one more thing I want to mention, and that's the situation with the Beijing clothing factory. After clarifying things with everyone, Zhou Feng bid them goodbye and left. Shuiwen sighed, it's getting late, we should pack up and head home. She sighed again and said, Zhou Feng's mind is really sharp, unlike other guys. I feel like he's definitely going to be successful now. Ming Ming, don't you think so? Zhang Mingming smiled and replied, how could that be? He's not one yuan who. Anyway, stop talking, let's pack up and head home. Xiao Duo still felt regretful for not having had the chance to say anything to Zhou Feng. The next morning, the group began preparations for the construction of the factory. Seeing Zhou Feng also holding a blueprint, someone shouted loudly, everyone, Mr. Zhou is here to work now, can't you all try a little harder? Everyone stood up to greet him. Zhou Feng smiled and said, work isn't like me, even eating should include a bit of meat. At Z Rant's house, Secretary Shin was enjoying a cup of tea when he heard the doorbell ring. He called out for Z Ran to open the door and welcome the guest. Z Ran thought her brother had returned, so she rushed outside, only to find Zhou Feng standing before her, leaving her stunned. Instantly, the smile on Z Rant's face disappeared as she asked, what are you doing here? Zhou Feng replied, I came to see Secretary Shen. Ziran, angrily, asked, can't you check the time? It's so late, and you're coming to my uncle's house?
Secretary Shen's voice called out from inside, Ziran, the guest is here.
Why are you speaking like that? She replied, but he came so late. Secretary Shen stepped out and said, I invited him. Why are you being so rude?
He's also your classmate, how can you treat him like that? At that moment, Secretary Shen's wife, Mrs. Chu Guana, came out with a smile and said, Oh, Ziran has been like this since she was little.
She didn't mean anything bad.
She waved her hand and called Ziran, Ziran, come help me cook, dear.
Ziran shot a glance at Zhou Feng before heading to the kitchen. Zhou Feng spoke up, sorry for troubling you. Secretary Shen sighed, Ziran's temperament is too straightforward, he must not be happy. Zhou Feng responded with a smile, it's fine, as Aunt just said, she didn't mean any harm. Hearing this, Ziran couldn't hold back and retorted, why would I know you, we went to the same high school. There's really no need to embarrass me.
Secretary Shen's wife couldn't bear it anymore and pulled Ziran into the kitchen to keep her out of the situation.
At this moment, Secretary Shen asked, are all the sewing teachers invited from Beijing? Zhou Feng nodded, yes, once the list is confirmed, we will invite unemployed women to the factory for training. Secretary Shen nodded, that's good. Then he asked again, Xiao Zhou, you weren't trained abroad, were you? Zhou Feng was surprised, why do you ask that? Secretary Shen laughed, I'm just asking casually. In about 3 days, I'll confirm the list and hand it over to you.
Miss Chu came out of the house and said, let's eat first, don't make the young man wait. Hearing this, Secretary Shen stood up and said to Zhou Feng, Xiao Zhou, let's go eat. Miss Chu patted his shoulder and praised, you're a tall young man.
Zhou Feng could only smile and follow them inside. When leaving, she still couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking to herself, Uncle really doesn't understand anything, why does he insist on having this guy take me home? After finishing the cigarette, Zhou Feng purposely exhaled a large puff of smoke. Ziran covered her nose with her hand and complained, can you not smoke next to me?
Zhou Feng immediately threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground and stepped on it to put it out. But right after that, he took out a new cigarette. Ziran was so angry that she couldn't control herself. She quickly said, you don't need to take me home, just go. Zhou Feng, who had been holding back for a long time, finally spoke, you think I want to take you home? You keep complaining non-stop. Ziran asked in return, what's your attitude? Zhou Feng turned away and said, if you want to leave, then leave.
If not, then whatever.
Ziran suddenly realized that the surroundings were quite empty and a little scary, so she had no choice but to follow him, thinking, just wait. At this moment, Zhou Feng didn't care about what she was thinking, only noticing that she had developed a habit of being reckless. When they arrived at Ziran's house, she found that Zhou Jun was already waiting. Zhou Jun had brought his friend to visit Ziran and asked her if his friend could stay the night. Seeing Ziran, Zhou Jun cheerfully said, you're finally back. But when he noticed Zhou Feng was with her, he couldn't help but be puzzled and asked, why are you here with Ziran? Zhou Feng calmly replied, after having dinner together, I couldn't avoid taking her home. Now that I've brought her back, I have to return. Uncomfortable, Zhou Jun turned to Ziran and asked, why did you go back with that thug? Ziran angrily turned his face away and replied, don't ask anymore, I'm really annoyed. Zhou Jun was so furious that he just wanted to storm in and crush Zhou Feng right then and there. The next morning, when Zhou Feng arrived home, he found Lin Nan crying uncontrollably, looking worried. He asked, what happened? Wu Na quickly answered, brother, Lin Chang has been beaten. Zhou Feng immediately asked, where is he? Wu Na pointed to the room on the left and said, he's still lying there, on the bed, not moving. We tried calling for an ambulance, but he refuses to go. Zhou Feng rushed into the room and called out to Lin Chang. Lin Chang was lying on the bed, his body covered in bruises, and one of his eyes was swollen shut. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's voice, he tried to lift his head and said, you can see the serious wounds, especially on both my knees. Zhou Feng immediately said, "Let's go, we need to go to the hospital now." But Lin Chang shook his head and said, "I'm not going, it's nothing. If I lie down for a night, it'll be fine." Zhou Feng didn't wait and said, "Let's go, don't be ridiculous." Lin Chang stubbornly refused, "I'm not going to the hospital." Lin Nan was worried and advised her brother to go to the hospital. She knew the reason Lin Chang refused to go was because he didn't have any money, so she said, "You don't need to worry about the cost." However, Lin Chang remained adamant and refused to listen, ignoring everyone's advice and continuing to reject the idea. "I won't go, I won't go. I definitely won't go." Zhou Feng angrily shouted, "Lin Chang, do you have a brain? You're injured this badly, and the whole family is relying on you. If you can't survive, who will take care of your parents?" Thinking about his parents, Lin Chang realized he couldn't bear it any longer, and said, "My leg hurts too much." Without hesitation, Zhou Feng immediately took his younger brother to the hospital. He carried Lin Chang on his back and ran quickly, asking, "Is there anywhere else that hurts besides your leg?" Lin Chang replied, "I don't think so, I just feel dizzy and want to sleep." At that moment, Zhou Feng could only hope that things wouldn't get worse. He said, "Wuna, Lin Nan, try to talk to him as much as possible, don't let him fall asleep." They quickly made their way to the hospital. Once they arrived, Zhou Feng carried Lin Chang to the emergency room and shouted loudly, "Emergency! We need an emergency." The nurse immediately asked, "What's wrong with the patient?" Zhou Feng hurriedly replied, "He was injured from a beating, I suspect there's brain damage." Upon hearing this, Lin Nan grew even more worried. The nurse said, "Please sit down, I'll call the doctor." After the scans, the doctor examined the images and explained, "The brain injury shows signs of hemorrhaging. Surgery is urgently needed, or it could be life-threatening." Lin Nan immediately said, "Then let's proceed with the surgery quickly." The doctor warned that the surgery carried risks and required a family member's signature for confirmation. Moreover, the surgery fee was quite high. Lin Nan cautiously asked, "How much money is needed?" The doctor replied, "The cost for anesthesia and the surgery in total is around 500 coins. Hearing that amount, Lin Nan was alarmed. She tightly grasped the doctor's hand and asked, "Is it possible to perform the surgery first?" The doctor explained, "The hospital has regulations, I can't do anything differently. The fee must be paid first." The girl immediately started crying and knelt down in front of Zhou Feng, pleading. Surprised, Zhou Feng asked, "What are you doing? Get up now." But Lin Nan continued to beg, "Please, help me pay for the surgery in advance." Zhou Feng helped her up and said, "I'll cover it in advance. Don't worry, it's not necessary to do this." Then he turned to the doctor, "I'll go downstairs to pay the surgery fee right now. Please prepare for the surgery." The doctor nodded, "All right, then please go down to the first floor to pay. I'll get the surgery ready." While waiting in the surgery room, Lin Nan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you both so much." Zhou Feng simply waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." Wuna gently reassured, "Lin Nan, we don't need to be so polite. As long as Lin Chang is safe, that's what matters." Lin Nan nodded and smiled in agreement, "Yes, that's right." A few hours later, the doctor came out of the operating room and asked who was Lin Chang's family. Lin Nan immediately asked, "Doctor, how is the situation?" The doctor happily announced, "The surgery was successful, you can rest assured." Lin Nan joyfully said, "Really? That's wonderful." Zhou Feng and Wu Na, the two siblings, also breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, at Baihua Building, Zhang Mingming and Shui Wenwen followed Zhou Feng's instructions to replace the sign with one for the Beijing Clothing Factory franchise store. Xia Wen said, "The clothes from our Beijing clothing factory are exclusive, only we have them." Zhang Mingming responded with a smile, "Exactly, these are completely from the factory." Xia Wen continued, "This time, we really have to thank Zhou Feng. No one expected him to know someone from the Beijing clothing factory." Zhang Mingming nodded in agreement. Shui Wenwen suddenly raised a question, repeating herself,
could it be that he did this for us because of Xiao Duo? Did you talk to Xiao Duo, and is there any misunderstanding at your house?
Zhang Mingming scratched his head, smiling awkwardly.
Just then, Xiao Duo entered the store with Duo Quan, and she asked, "How's the business going?" Zhang Mingming happily recognized his younger sister. "Xiao Duo, you're here?" Shuewenwen smiled and said, "Not bad, it's much better than before." Duo Quan interrupted at this moment, "Sister-in-law, I'm Xiao Duo's colleague. Today, I want to choose a dress. Can you give me a little discount?" Zhang Mingming smiled and replied, "Of course, I know you, Duo Quan, right?
Feel free to pick anything, and I'll charge you the wholesale price."
Duo Quan cheerfully said, "Hee, thank you so much."
Shuewenwen, standing beside them, shot a small glare when she saw her husband chatting and laughing with Duo Quan.
That evening, Xiao Duo went home with us, Zhang Mingming excitedly shared with his wife. "Did you know? This afternoon, 2 customers came to choose tickets."
Shuewenwen smiled and replied, "Having regular customers just proves that our designs are appealing."
Xiao Duo quietly followed behind and suddenly asked, "Honey, have you seen him recently?"
Zhang Mingming turned and answered, "No, I haven't seen him lately." Upon hearing this, Xiao Duo's gaze turned dark, and his face became sad as he didn't say anything further. At the hospital, after a successful surgery, Lin Chang was transferred to room 307 to recover. When Lin Chang woke up, Lin Nan angrily exclaimed, "How could something like this happen? They beat you up like this, we need to report it to the police so they can arrest them." Lin Chang stopped Lin Nan, "All right, stop it.
You really don't understand this situation."
Lin Nan, feeling down, said, "No matter how much I worry, it won't change anything."
There was a knock on the door, and Zhou Feng stepped in to ask Lin Chang, "Do you feel better now? Are you still feeling nauseous?"
When Zhou Feng arrived, the 2 brothers were overjoyed to greet him.
Lin Chang smiled and said, "I feel much better now, brother. My head still hurts a little, but my legs don't hurt anymore." Zhou Feng replied, "That's good to hear."
After saying that, he placed the bag of fruit he had just bought on the table and asked, "Tell me, who beat you?"
Lin Chang hesitated and didn't dare to speak. Zhou Feng reassured him, "Don't be afraid, just tell me what happened. You can't let others bully you like this."
Lin Chang nodded and then recounted the incident. That day, the South construction site wasn't taking any odd jobs, only the colleagues from the village were. I found a group of colleagues and worked with them. After finishing the job, the foreman paid the others, but I didn't receive anything, so I spoke out against it. Zhou Feng didn't expect that something so serious would happen to Lin Chang over this matter.
After hearing the story, he immediately left.
Lin Nan then ran after Zhou Feng and said, "I'm really sorry to trouble you again with Lin Chang's issue."
"I'm truly grateful."
She bowed to express her gratitude.
Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Lin Nan, there's no need for that. You should go back and rest, you must be tired after such a long day."
She smiled and went back to her room.
Zhou Feng then went to speak with Secretary Shen.
He said, "Secretary Shen, this time, there are a total of 50 workers involved in the training, and our workshop will also have to pay for their wages.
If we calculate it, the costs are not small."
The Secretary Shen responded, "These workers have quotas, these difficulties, you'll have to resolve on your own." Zhou Feng continued, "Resolving them is necessary, but our private workshop also needs at least some support. If not, we'll have to take on 30 more people later, and it might have to be pushed to next year before we can start."
Secretary Shen asked, "What kind of help do you want?"
Zhou Feng replied, "I would like to suggest that the Sinan General Equipment Workshop provide our Hua Duo clothing workshop with winter uniforms."
Secretary Shen turned away and said, "I can't interfere with the Sinan General Equipment Workshop. You should negotiate on your own." Zhou Feng continued to ask, "Then, can you intervene in any other workshop?"
He replied, "The Steel and Iron Workshop, as well as the Xinzhou General Equipment Workshop, are also outside my control."
Zhou Feng asked further, "Then which workshop are you willing to help me with the quotas?" Secretary Shen immediately said, "I really can't do anything for you. I remember you are from Linshui City, right? Zhou Feng eagerly asked, "So, you want to help me with the quotas for the Lin Shui steel plant, right?" He laughed and replied, okay, if it's the Lin Shui steel plant, I can help you make the connection." Zhou Feng thanked him and said, "I'll head back to the workshop first to check things out." Secretary Shen said, "Alright, wait a few more days. The Lin Shui steel plant will contact you." As Zhou Feng was about to leave, he suddenly remembered Lin Chang's issue and said, "By the way, speaking of checking, there are quite a few thugs on the south construction site who specialize in bullying the rural laborers. 2 days ago, they beat a child in my family, causing a brain hemorrhage. The situation is really serious." Secretary Shen asked, "What about this matter? How will it be handled in the end?" After that, the police were dispatched to the southern construction site to find a person named Li Zhanghu. Before he could learn the reason for their visit, he was subdued and taken to the headquarters for questioning. Li Zhanghu awkwardly asked, "What am I being questioned about?" A staff member, with a cold look in his eyes, responded, "You'll find out soon enough." In the Manhwa building, the store was also attracting a large number of customers. Zhou Feng quietly observed that the place was doing very well. Here, the couple Zhang Mingming and Xiao Duo were both delighted to see him. After a long time without meeting, Shui Wenwen asked Zhou Feng, "Why haven't you come to see us recently?" "Oh, have you been busy?" Zhou Feng replied, "I've been busy with business." "How's your business going? You've ordered from the Beijing clothing factory several times, right?" Shui Wenwen answered frankly, "We've placed 2 orders, and we'll place another by the end of tomorrow. We're really grateful for your help this time. If you're not busy, let's go have a meal together." Zhou Feng smiled and nodded. However, Zhang Mingming suddenly remembered that today was his mother's birthday and told his wife. Shui Wenwen felt embarrassed. Zhou Feng reassured them, "It's alright, we can make it another time. Let's call this meal a rain check." He also reminded them to stay focused on their business and promised to come back when he had time. Shui Wenwen said, "Zhou Feng, don't worry, next time I'll treat you to a really good meal." Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "Alright, I'll hold you to that promise." With that, he left. When Zhou Feng had left, Xiao Duo angrily spoke up, "Brother Zhou Feng has helped our family so much. What was your attitude just now?" Zhang Mingming's wife, who was standing next to him, also agreed with her brother-in-law. Zhang Mingming asked in surprise, "What's wrong with your attitude? Mom really does have a birthday, and didn't we already say that next time would be better?" Xiao Duo, seeing her brother's inconsiderate behavior and lack of thought for others' feelings, became even more upset. "That's not the point. You just made Zhou Feng feel embarrassed, and that put me in an awkward position too. Have you ever considered why he helped you two in the first place? When you saw him today, didn't you think he needed to sit down and talk seriously? You can't just turn around and say thank you and think that's enough." Zhang Mingming had never seen his sister so angry and realized that he had acted improperly, so he didn't know what else to say to defend himself. When he returned, Zhou Feng met with Feng Huilai to discuss collaborating with stores to expand the distribution market. Feng Huilai asked, "Do you mean that there's no participation fee, and as long as we provide the relevant licenses, we can join the Huaduo clothing factory?" Zhou Feng confirmed, "Yes, but I want to mention up front that after joining, you can only sell our products. We will also establish a market research staff position, whose job will be to visit the partner stores, gather information, and adjust the number of participating stores and customer traffic, fostering a healthy competitive relationship." Feng Huilai nodded, "The Beijing clothing factory will continue with your previous plan. You don't need to pay the participation fee, but I assume you're not starting with the intention to compete with them, right?" Zhou Feng waved his hand in disagreement, "It's not that extravagant. The main thing is that each participating store can only cover a certain consumption area. If we go down the high-end route, the participation fees will significantly limit the number of retail stores." Feng Huilai nodded in agreement, realizing that Zhou Feng's words were correct. He said, "That's right, the Beijing clothing factory has a team of models, and they would be very suitable for the high-end route." At that moment, Zhou Feng remembered information about an upcoming spring-related party and told Feng Huilai that he would be going to Beijing in the next few months. He asked, so, do we need to invite the model team from the Beijing clothing factory to help with publicity?
Zhou Feng smiled and replied, definitely, otherwise, if we're not careful, our name might be forgotten, but it's not a big deal.
Feng Huilai thought this idea was very clever. He laughed heartily and patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder. Kid, you're amazing.
Xiao Duo and Duo Quan were walking home when they encountered a sweet potato vendor. Seeing the large, fragrant sweet potatoes, they decided to buy some. While they were eating, a luxury car suddenly stopped in front of them and was Shi Zhang's car.
His girlfriend lowered the window with a bright smile and offered, would you all like to go eat? It's on me. Xiao Duo politely declined, saying, I need to go home to eat. Thanks, Duo Quan quickly agreed, I'm not going either. Shi Zhang's girlfriend felt a bit shy and advised, let's go, we can just eat on our own.
However, Shi Zhang saw an acquaintance and called out, wait a minute. He got out of the car and waved to Ziran, who was walking with Zhou Jun.
Ziran smiled and asked, Shi Zhang, long time no see. Is this your new girlfriend?
Let me meet her.
Shi Zhang smiled and replied, she's in the car.
Let's go, I'll treat everyone to a meal at the state-run restaurant.
Upon hearing Shi Zhang's invitation, Ziran immediately responded, who wouldn't like a free meal, right, Zhou Jun? Let's go.
Xiao Duo, still busy eating sweet potatoes, commented, this sweet potato isn't as good as the last one.
Duo Quan added, mine is fine.
When the sound of a bicycle came clattering and a group of people chatted with each other, one of them said, Mr. Zhou is treating us today, we must eat well.
Xiao Duo turned around and realized that Zhou Feng seemed to be smitten.
Feng Bao Bao, noticing Xiao Duo's interest, teased, Zhou Feng, there's a girl staring at you. Zhou Feng casually replied, I'll call my sister-in-law when I get back and tell her that I have a mistress here in Jiahai.
Feng Bao Bao had nothing more to say. When they arrived at the restaurant, Zhou Feng declared, this is the place. We're eating here today.
Shi Zhang's group arrived at the same time and happened to spot each other, which surprised Shi Zhang a bit. Zhou Jun, who was beside him, chimed in, I heard that kid is opening a tailor shop.
It's tough to sell clothes nowadays, he'll definitely go bankrupt sooner or later. Shi Zhang agreed, no doubt about it.
Feng Huilai and his son were enjoying themselves, and before the food arrived, they poured some wine and invited Zhou Feng to drink.
Feng Bao Bao excitedly asked, so today we have to make Boss Zhou drink, right guys? Zhou Feng smiled and replied, you guys' intentions are not simple, haha.
The work at the factory is completed, so they've decided to relax and drink to their heart's content.
Xiao Duo followed Zhou Feng's car for a while and eventually met up at the state-owned restaurant.
By this time, Zhou Feng was already drunk, his face flushed, yet he cheerfully raised his glass and said, give me 1 year, everyone will remember the name of the Hua Duo apparel factory, and they'll have to take it more seriously. Xiao Duo felt shy in front of so many people, but still gathered the courage to walk towards him. As she approached, the person sitting across from her asked, excuse me, who are you looking for? Xiao Duo, flustered, blushed and pointed at Zhou Feng, saying, I'm looking for him.
Zhou Feng, hearing this, turned around out of curiosity. When he saw Xiao Duo, he was surprised, it's you. Feng Huilai immediately said, you're looking for factory director Zhou? Ask them to move the chair so the young lady can sit next to factory director Zhou. However, Zhou Feng, drunk, pointed and said, why move the chair? Sit on my lap.
The whole table burst into laughter, and Xiao Duo blushed with embarrassment, forcing a smile. Seeing her standing there, Zhou Feng grabbed her hand and pulled her closer, saying, be good, quickly sit on my lap. Zhou Jun, who was sitting at a nearby table, sneered, Zhou Feng really has no shame, not a man at all.
Ziran replied, people think Xiao Duo is an idiot. I really don't understand what she likes about this scoundrel. She then sighed, oh well, let her be, I can't be bothered.
The two of them awkwardly stood up to go to the restroom.
Xiao Duo, embarrassed, asked, what are you doing? Feng Bao Bao, noticing the intimate gesture, curiously asked, Miss, what is your relationship with him? Zhou Feng confidently replied, she's the one I love.
Feng Huilai and his son were both astonished.
Your lover? Zhou Feng turned to Xiao Duo and asked, "Did you come to find me because you missed me?" Xiao Duo stammered, unable to speak. Seeing this, Zhou Feng continued, "Xiao Duo, do you miss me? Quickly tell me, or else if I fall asleep, you won't be able to tell me anymore." Xiao Duo tried to pull her hand away, suppressing a laugh, and said, "Don't do this, there are a lot of people here." She was about to leave when Zhou Feng, completely drunk, slumped over the table and mumbled, "I miss you." As they were leaving, Feng Huilai told Xiao Duo, "We have to go back to Zhiyang village now. Do you want your boyfriend to come with us?" Xiao Duo immediately shook her head and said, "No, it's fine, I need to go home." Feng Huilai suggested, "Then would you like us to take you home first?" Xiao Duo politely declined, "No need, I can go back by myself." After saying that, he got into the car with Feng Baobao, and Zhou Feng, not forgetting to remind her several times, said, "Xiao Duo, make sure to come back early, it's not safe when it gets dark." Xiao Duo stood there, watching as their figures gradually disappeared into the distance, a smile unconsciously forming on her face as she thought about how Zhou Feng had called her his girlfriend. At that moment, Zi Ran and her group were also leaving. Zi Ran coldly remarked, "She's so foolish. She'll only be with that scoundrel for the rest of her life." Having said that, she walked past, not sparing a single glance at Xiao Duo. The next morning, after a night of drunkenness, Zhou Feng woke up with a pounding headache. He yawned and suddenly remembered that today was an important day. Zhou Feng hurriedly jumped out of bed, ran outside, and muttered, "I forgot about something important today." He headed straight to the workshop and, upon seeing Feng Huilai, asked, "Mr. Feng, how's everything going?" He replied, "Another girl has come to report in." Feng Baobao ran over, threw her arm around Zhou Feng's shoulder, and grinned, "Director Zhou, you didn't forget about last night, did you?" Zhou Feng immediately reacted, causing a bit of a scene with his wife, making everyone laugh. Feng Baobao teased, "Golden house to keep the beauty, Director Zhou, no wonder. Just by looking at you, it's clear you'll have a son." Zhou Feng chuckled, "You're really talking too much." Once all the delegates, guests, and staff were present, Feng Huilai stood on stage and began speaking. "Hello everyone, I'm Feng Huilai, the Vice Director of Huaduo Clothing Workshop. Next, let's welcome Director Zhou to the stage to give his speech." The crowd below applauded enthusiastically. Zhou Feng was determined to step onto the stage. Seeing that he was still so young, people couldn't help but gossip. Young and talented. Zhou Feng spoke up, "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Feng, the workshop director of Hua Duo Garment Factory. The leadership cares deeply about us. In the future, we need to surpass state-owned enterprises. Therefore, during the training period, if you perform excellently, the benefits can be based on the official salary. However, the pressure of work in the factory will also be immense. Secretary Shen has granted me some privileges. As long as someone does not perform well or refuses to cooperate, I have the authority to dismiss them immediately. Anyone who does not meet the requirements will be replaced immediately." When he returned to his room, Zhou Feng received a call from Secretary Shen. After listening, he smiled and said, "We are facing difficulties here as well." Secretary Shen instructed, "If there are difficulties, you solve them yourself. The second batch of workers must be hired by mid-November." Zhou Feng understood that he couldn't refuse and replied, "All right, I understand." He quickly marked the task to be completed by November. Seeing Feng Huilai walking by, he called out, "Mr. Feng, I have finished writing the regulations. Let's go outside and discuss them." They took a walk and discussed. After listening to Zhou Feng present the regulations, Feng Huilai asked, "Is it too complicated to just track attendance with these regulations?" Zhou Feng explained, "At first, it might feel cumbersome and hard to adapt, but this will help hard-working people earn more money, while the lazy ones will get nothing. Although it might be difficult in the beginning, we must strive to do it well." Feng Huilai nodded after hearing this. That makes a lot of sense." Zhou Feng continued to explain, "The path to success must be correct. We are lacking people in management positions, but we can't rush. Decisions must be made based on their performance.
Feng Huilai thought this idea was very reasonable and agreed with it, secretly thinking to himself, this kid is really knowledgeable. I wonder where he got this knowledge from. How could he possibly know that he's going to be the millionaire of the future? At the Manhwa building, Jiang Mingming and his wife were checking the newly arrived goods when Kong Jinlai came to ask, Boss Jiang, how's business going? Noticing that Kong Jinlai's face had started to turn red and purple, Jiang Mingming immediately asked, what brings you here? With a seasoned smile, Kong Jinlai said, hee, I'm here to discuss business with you. Without thinking much, Jiang Mingming immediately waved his hand and said, I have nothing to discuss with you. You should leave. Seeing his angry attitude, Kong Jinlai quickly tried to explain, oh, don't be angry. Let me finish what I have to say. Boss Xiang, when you import goods from the Beijing clothing factory, could you import a little more for me? Save some stock for me. I'm not trying to take away your business. I'll only sell it in the Nanchang store. As long as you cooperate, I'll give you 500 coins. What do you think? Xiaowen immediately seized the opportunity, wanting to teach him a lesson, and replied, 500. Yes, to sell someone else's clothes, you need to pay a 500 coin participation fee. Kong Jinlai, you're saying that just 500 coins will let you take the goods and sell them? Kong Jinlai immediately countered, hey, I'm not charging the clothing factory's participation fee, I'm just an intermediary. Xiaowen, frustrated, said, take your 500 coins and go live well with it, my family doesn't need your reputation. Seeing there was no way to persuade them, Kong Jinlai, annoyed, said, if it's not possible, then fine, why act so arrogantly? At this point, Jiang Mingming also spoke up, even if I have to give clothes away for free, I won't let you profit from it. His wife, standing beside him, chimed in, that's right, no shame at all. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was inspecting the product quality at the Huaduo garment factory and, after reviewing everything, was very satisfied. He asked Mr. Feng, has everything been completed as requested? Feng Huilai replied, yes, all the targets and quantities required have been met. Zhou Feng nodded, then, call the head of the Lin Shui steel factory. He then called factory manager Kong to confirm the delivery time for the winter uniforms. When he answered the phone, factory manager Kang asked, sorry, which department are you from? Zhou Feng replied, I'm the head of the Huaduo garment factory, calling you directly. My name is Zhou Feng. The other man was surprised, not expecting him to become the head of that clothing factory. He curiously asked, how did you become the head of Huaduo's clothing factory? Zhou Feng felt it was inappropriate to explain over the phone, so he said, it's a long story, Mr. Kong. In 2 days, when the goods arrive, I will go with you, and we can have a few drinks then. Factory manager Kong agreed, alright, and then they hung up. Manager Kong continued by calling Chen Guodi to bring him the third quarter purchase order to review. He also reminded him that in 2 days, the Huaduo clothing factory from Jiahai City would deliver the winter uniforms around 6 or 7 p.m., and that he should work overtime to receive them. Although Chen, the department head, agreed outwardly without any issues, he secretly sighed, lamenting missing his card game appointment with friends. At the library, Xiaoduo was wiping the bookshelves when she suddenly remembered Zhou Feng's question from the other day when he asked if she missed him. Despite secretly calling him a rogue, she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart and smiled unconsciously. Just then, Zhou Feng arrived and said, Xiaoduo, get me a book. Xiaoduo turned around, unable to hide her joyful smile. Zhou Feng looked at her with a cute, somewhat silly expression. Xiaoduo regained her composure and shyly asked, which one do you need? Zhou Feng replied, not too thick, I should be able to finish it after you finish work. Xiaoduo nodded, okay, I'll go get it for you. As she turned to leave, Zhou Feng called out again. When she turned back, he said, according to the customs of Lin Shui, your hips are surely capable of bearing me a son. Xiaoduo suddenly felt her face turn bright red. Annoyed, she snapped, what nonsense are you talking about? Then, in a hurry, she ran off. Zhou Feng laughed, what a silly girl. As Zhou Feng sat reading a book, Xiaoduo quietly glanced at him and felt happy. Finally, the workday ended, and Xiaoduo walked over and said, Zhou Feng, let's go.
At that moment, her mischievous co-worker arrived, saw Zhou Feng, and asked, "Xiao Duo, who is this? No introduction?"
Xiao Duo, feeling awkward, looked at both of them, unsure of how to introduce him. When Zhou Feng spoke up, "I am Xiao Duo's boyfriend."
Then, the two of them left under the curious gaze of her co-worker.
As they walked, Zhou Feng apologized to Xiao Duo, explaining that he had been so busy lately that he hadn't been able to see her.
She gently responded, "If you're busy, just go ahead, and if not, then why apologize?"
Zhou Feng scratched his head and explained, because of our relationship, if one side is too busy, they should let the other know.
Otherwise, it would be irresponsible." Xiao Duo then asked, "Oh, so what is our relationship?" Zhou Feng immediately replied, "Didn't I already tell your co-worker? We're a couple."
Xiao Duo remained silent for a moment before saying, "Zhou Feng, thank you for helping my family."
"I should have thanked you long ago. Actually, you don't owe me anything. As for the matters with my brother-in-law, if you want to retract."
At this point, Zhou Feng interrupted her, "Enough, Xiao Duo. I'm doing all of this not because I feel indebted to you, but because I can't bear to see you suffer." His words deeply moved Xiao Duo, and before long, they had arrived at her doorstep. Zhou Feng said, "I have to go back to Linshui City in 2 days.
I'll bring you some delicious food." Xiao Duo nodded, "All right, Zhou Feng, you can go now. I also need to go inside." After Xiao Duo bid him farewell, Zhou Feng called out, "Xiao Duo, we'll talk about that later, okay?"
Of course, Xiao Duo immediately agreed. It was something she had been hoping for. At Zhou Feng's house, a few of the sisters were lying down chatting. Wu Na said, back in university, Lin Nan was very popular. There were so many boys fighting to get her water.
Wu Yu asked, "So, who ended up getting water for you?"
Lin Nan smiled and replied, "I went to get it myself."
Don't listen to Wu Na's nonsense. Wu Yu, still curious, asked, "Did you ever like anyone during university?"
Lin Nan suddenly thought of Zhou Feng, but when Wu Yu moved closer, she waved her hand. "No, I didn't like anyone."
Wu Yu immediately asked, "Hey, Lin Nan, why didn't you like anyone? With so many guys in our class, wasn't there anyone who caught your eye?"
Lin Nan quickly made an excuse, they were all too childish.
"I didn't like them." Then Lin Nan asked Wu Na, "Why did your brother and sister-in-law divorce?" Wu Na replied, "I don't really know the specifics. My sister-in-law is a great person, maybe it was just because their personalities didn't match."
Lin Nan didn't ask any more questions, and Wu Na told everyone to quickly go to sleep since they had to wake up early the next day. The next morning, while Lin Nan was brushing her hair, Zhou Feng came in to brush his teeth. Seeing her, he greeted her as usual. Lin Nan smiled and said, "Brother, breakfast will be ready soon.
Let's eat." Zhou Feng nodded.
While brushing his teeth, he didn't notice that the little girl often glanced at him and smiled.
At breakfast, Lin Chang glanced at Zhou Feng and then decided to ask, "Can you recommend a light job for me? Once my injury heals, I can do more strenuous work."
Zhou Feng replied, "Wait for half a month, and I will find a suitable job for you. For now, you just need to rest, don't pressure yourself too much."
Long Chang cheerfully said, "Brother, I will do my best and repay you quickly."
Zhou Feng placed his hand on his little brother's shoulder and praised him. "Good, that's the spirit."
Then, Zhou Feng called Mr. Liu to discuss the transfer contract.
He said, "The person who wants to join is my brother.
I have no problem declining it." "Mr. Liu, such a profitable deal, surely you won't turn me down, right?"
Mr. Liu hesitated a little. Maybe, but once it's transferred to you, the previous contract will be cancelled."
"If the results and benefits are not good, I'll reclaim your share." Zhou Feng quickly agreed, which made Mr. Liu a bit suspicious.
Just as Zhou Feng was about to end the call regarding the transfer, Mr. Liu interrupted, asking, "Wait a minute, Feng Weilai has been with me for a while, do you know about that?"
Zhou Feng pretended not to know and asked in surprise, "What? When did Director Feng resign?" Mr. Liu replied, "It's been a while.
Lin Shui has a meeting, so I'll hang up now."
After speaking, Mr. Liu, who was generally suspicious, didn't entirely believe that Zhou Feng was unaware.
He suspected that Feng Huilai's sudden resignation might have had some underlying reason. On the delivery road to the Lin Shui steel factory, Zhou Feng was contemplating how he would meet with them this time. Meanwhile, Chen Guode, who had been waiting for quite some time, was becoming increasingly impatient.
He smoked a cigarette while muttering, "What time is it?
They still haven't arrived." Just then, Zhou Feng's car pulled up right in front of him, unintentionally shining the headlights into Chen Guoda's eyes.
He angrily said, "Good grief, this is so rude." He walked over and asked loudly, "Is the Hua Duo garment factory here?"
"It's already late," the driver responded. "Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the mountain road for more than half an hour, so I kept you waiting."
Chen Guode continued asking, "I heard the factory manager of Hua Duo garment factory is also here?"
The driver pointed to the side and said, "It's not here." At this moment, Zhou Feng had stepped down and politely greeted.
"Hello, Mr. Chen, sorry for keeping you waiting."
Chen Guode was surprised, stood still for a moment, unable to believe that the person in front of him was Zhou Feng.
Zhou Feng asked, "Mr. Chen, how have you been lately?" Chen Guode smiled and replied, "Pretty good, I've gained a lot of weight."
Zhou Feng continued, "The clothing for your steel factory has more fabric now, and the cotton is being used more as well.
If there are any small mistakes in the clothing, Mr. Chen, please be understanding." Chen Guode responded immediately, "It's fine, those little things are unavoidable. Please remember to help us with some more cotton too."
Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, you're too polite. Once we finish this, let's go grab a meal."
Chen Guode laughed loudly,
"Alright, it seems like it's been a long time since we ate together."
Zhou Feng put his arm around his shoulder and said, "First, let's get the goods into the warehouse, and then we can talk more."
The warehouse manager finished checking and reported, "Chief Chen, at least 30 shirts have the collars turned inside out."
Chen Guode glanced over and said, "These are just small issues, they don't affect anything.
Besides, Factory Director Zhou has provided us with extra materials. I tried touching this piece of clothing, and I'm sure it's warm."
Hearing that, the warehouse manager immediately had it brought into the warehouse. After finishing his work, Zhou Feng led Chen Guode to a nearby restaurant. Chen Guode couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zhou Feng, how large is your clothing factory?"
"I heard from factory manager Khan that it's the largest clothing factory in the Xinan province," Zhou Feng replied briefly.
"It covers an area of 80 mu and has just been renovated." Chen Guode was surprised, 80 mu?
Then he continued, "What about the steel plant's target in Lin Shui? How did it come into your hands?" "I heard it was directed by the provincial leadership," Zhou Feng answered. "It was Xin Yuping."
Chen Guode asked curiously, "Which Xin Yuping?"
Zhou Feng said, "He is the head of Jiahai City." As they walked arm in arm, Chen Guode invited Zhou Feng, "Come stay at my place tonight. If you go back to your old house and sleep in the living room, it would be like disrespecting my older brother. My place will have drinks, and later we can drink together." Thus, Zhou Feng followed him to his home, and by then, Chen Guode was completely drunk. The next morning, Zhou Feng woke up in a strange room and suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "Oh my god, where am I?" After recalling the previous night of drinking with Chen Guode, he felt relieved and got out of bed. After breakfast, he went to the office of factory manager Kong to discuss the recent work. When he saw that it was getting late, Zhou Feng bid him farewell and headed home. "After you left, factory manager Kong thought more and more about it and realized that this young man, Zhou Feng, was not simple. When he returned to Hua Duo factory, the first thing Zhou Feng did was to meet with the production team leader.
He said, "Mr. Jiang, there are still issues in production.
Out of the 200 shirts, more than 30 don't meet the standard. If this kind of clothing is released to the market, consumers will definitely not be interested."
Mr. Jiang sincerely responded, "That's just a personal issue of mine.
I've been worried about the progress, so sometimes I've been a bit hasty. However, in the past few days, the quality of the garments produced has improved a lot." Zhou Feng listened and reluctantly accepted, but still reminded him, "In short, there's no need to rush. We have to ensure both efficiency and quality,
especially quality. Mr. Jiang nodded in agreement and then continued with his usual work. After he left, Zhou Feng commented that while Mr. Jiang couldn't be criticized for his skills, he was truly lacking in management. He didn't dare to scold or reprimand others. Without that kind of strictness, how could there be any progress? Feng Huilai responded, "Yes, I agree. I've already contacted the master, he can come over." Zhou Feng nodded, "All right, let's speed things up, but Mr. Jiang's benefits must remain unchanged." Suddenly, Zhou Feng remembered something related to the Beijing clothing factory. After discussing it, Feng Huilai asked, "You mean, when transferring the quotas, we should invite the modeling team from the Beijing clothing factory to help us promote, right?" Zhou Feng replied, "Exactly, by then, we will change the content of the banner to promote the Hua Duo clothing workshop." Feng Huilai thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid Lu Diguan will refuse." Zhou Feng explained, "Just like the time in the capital, we will have to pay to invite them because the goal is to sell clothes. Lu Diguan will not refuse, nor will he have any doubts." After hearing this, Feng Huilai was very impressed with Zhou Feng's sharpness. Once the work was done, Zhou Feng went to the library to meet Xiao Duo. She was still diligently working. Upon hearing his call, Xiao Duo happily asked, "Zhou Feng, when did you come back?" Zhou Feng replied, "Is it almost time to finish work?" Xiao Duo looked up. "You have something to say to me?" Xiao Duo nodded hesitantly. "Almost, just wait for me a bit, I'm working overtime for half an hour today." She was eager to know what Zhou Feng had to say. Could it be about remarriage? Thinking this, her curiosity grew even stronger. A little while later, Xiao Duo asked, "What do you want to say to me?" Zhou Feng answered, "Xiao Duo, I want to reclaim the franchise quota from the Beijing clothing workshop through your sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Xiao Duo felt a sense of emptiness. The two of them left the library and went to a nearby tea shop to talk. Xiao Duo couldn't believe what she had just heard, so she asked again, "You opened a clothing workshop?" Zhou Feng immediately replied, "Yes, I have opened a clothing workshop, and I am currently competing with the Beijing clothing workshop. Later, you can eat while listening to what I have to say." He explained the issue in detail to Xiao Duo, and in the end, he emphasized that this matter with Kong Jinlai could not be exploited by them. "We must make it clear." Upon hearing about our home, Xiao Duo couldn't help but smile. When she stopped eating, Zhou Feng asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Duo said she was full. At that moment, Zhou Feng unexpectedly picked up his chopsticks and added more food to Xiao Duo's plate, saying, "Don't leave any food behind." This made Xiao Duo feel even happier, as she appreciated the care from Zhou Feng. After finishing the meal, Xiao Duo and Zhou Feng headed to the Baihua building to discuss the transfer issue with Zhang Mingming. Hearing that Zhou Feng intended to sell it to Kong Jinlai, the Zhang Mingming couple was surprised. To avoid causing a scene, Zhou Feng reminded them, "Let's speak quietly so we can discuss this thoroughly." Xue Wenwen then asked, "What's going on? Why would you want to transfer the quota to Kong Jinlai?" Xiao Duo, standing beside, advised, "Sister-in-law, let Zhou Feng finish speaking first." At that moment, everyone calmed down and listened to the matter. After hearing everything, Xue Wenwen said, "Zhou Feng, this sister-in-law has experience in business, let her say a few words." After a moment of hesitation, she continued, "You're still young, and business isn't as simple as it seems. We've promoted the Beijing clothing factory a lot, and these products are very popular now. Moreover, selling clothes from the Beijing clothing factory isn't simple, it requires registration and participation. Just look at how advanced their business methods are." Zhou Feng intervened, "I've already said that there can't be only one transfer shop in Jiahai." Xue Wenwen continued to express her opinion, "This doesn't affect the price. They manage things very strictly." Zhang Mingming also agreed with his wife. Xiao Duo then advised, "I think Zhou Feng makes a lot of sense. Everyone should listen to him." Xue Wenwen angrily shouted, "This quota was originally his." She insisted, "Little girl, what do you even know about the business world?" She continued, "Zhou Feng, your sister-in-law isn't trying to take advantage of you. So, how much do you want to sell it to Kong Jinlai for?" Your sister-in-law agrees to the price you set. Zhou Feng quickly refused. No, that's not possible. Xue Wenwen tried to persuade him. Your sister-in-law is giving you a week. You must quickly sell off the stock in the shop and stop importing any more goods. I'll get in touch with the Beijing clothing factory. She added, Zhou Feng, I'm Xiaoduo's sister-in-law. I can't let Kong Jinlai keep pressuring Xiaoduo like this. Zhou Feng sighed, what you just said is completely useless. In short, I'll withdraw the quota within a week. Seeing his determination, Zhang Mingming said, in that case, I'll pay you 250 coins right now. Zhou Feng smiled awkwardly, I already said it's unnecessary. Why must I keep explaining myself so much? After that, Zhou Feng called Xiaoduo over to talk in private. Zhou Feng spoke up, Xiaoduo, we are all family. I will definitely support my sister-in-law and my eldest brother. Hearing this, Xiaoduo replied, Zhou Feng, there's no need to explain. I understand exactly what you're saying. Your clothes are of good quality and well liked, while Kong Jinlai wants to spend a large sum just to buy a quota. When the time comes, he won't even be selling good products. Zhou Feng hadn't expected Xiaoduo to understand him so well. He chuckled and said, you're really sharp. There's no need to explain this to them. As long as Kong Jinlai hears what you say, they will come to their own realization. After the two reached an agreement, Zhou Feng went to find Kong Jinlai. Kong Jinlai warmly invited him to sit and, while pouring tea, casually asked, has Xue Wenwen discussed the contract with you yet? Zhou Feng was taken aback. What? The participation quota for Beijing Garment Factory has nothing to do with them. This quota belongs to me. Kong Jinlai was overjoyed. Oh, is that so? What happened next? Zhou Feng sighed. Doing business with family is really troublesome. They always try to take advantage of me. Even though participating costs 500 coins, I only make a little over 100 coins in return. Isn't that fair? But in the end, they keep coming up with excuses to buy from me at the base price. Kong Jinlai exclaimed happily, you're still young. I've been around them too, and I've suffered my share of losses. Sensing the right moment, Zhou Feng asked, Kong Jinlai, I want to transfer my participation quota for Beijing Garment Factory to you. How much are you willing to pay? After hearing this, Kong Jinlai was surprised, as he did not expect that he would directly want to sell like this. Kong Jinlai immediately responded, if this is true, I am willing to buy it from you for 600 coins. What do you think? Zhou Feng seemed to still be somewhat skeptical, so he stood up and appeared surprised. 600 coins? When transferring, we need to go to Beijing ourselves to sign the contract. You don't need to worry about the authenticity, but my sister-in-law and I will not hesitate to go all the way to sell to you. Why are you offering this price? Noticing Zhou Feng's sincerity, Kong Jinlai happily asked, if we go to Beijing to sign the contract, how do you plan to sell it? Zhou Feng replied, I don't need much, just 250 coins to cover my losses, so that would make a total of 750 coins. Kong Jinlai was taken aback and forced to smile. Oh, how can you call that a loss? I was just being bothered by Zhang Mingming. Zhou Feng refused, heading straight for the door, and Kong Jinlai, worried about missing a great opportunity, hurriedly called him back. Hey, Boss Zhou, wait a moment. Zhou Feng silently smiled, realizing that he had hooked the prey. After the exchange, Zhou Feng reminded him, Boss Kong, I'll come see you in a week. You'd better ease up on the stuff you're avoiding with my sister-in-law. Kong Jinlai immediately agreed, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. As Zhou Feng was heading back, when passing by Zhang Mingming's shop on the first floor, he said, in the next week, you all should quickly sell off the goods. The remaining stock can be returned to the Beijing clothing factory. Zhang Mingming turned around and said, alright, anyway, the quota is yours, it's up to you who you want to sell it to. Xue Wenwen, worried that Zhou Feng was being impulsive, asked, Zhou Feng, why are you thinking so simply about this? In the end, he let Kong Jinlai take advantage. Zhou Feng replied, the price has already been agreed upon. Sister-in-law, you should sell the goods quickly. Zhang Mingming also told Zhou Feng, I will pay you. Zhou Feng waved his hand, no need, we're family, there's no need to keep anything. He sighed, I'll be going now. Xiao Duo, seeing this, ran to send Zhou Feng off for a while. The couple, Zhang Mingming and his wife, looked at each other with a sad expression. The atmosphere became quiet, and they didn't know what to say. Xiao Duo ran after him, calling out, Zhou Feng, wait for me. Zhou Feng, surprised, asked, don't you work this afternoon? She replied, I'm only working half a day today, so we can walk together for a bit. While walking, Zhou Feng emphasized, Xiao Duo, in the next couple of days, remind sister-in-law to sell the goods quickly, I will go back to the factory and call to stop the shipment. Xiao Duo nodded, I got it. Suddenly, she remembered something and curiously asked, by the way, Zhou Feng, why is your factory called Hua Duo Clothing Factory? However, at that moment, Zhou Feng didn't pay attention to Xiao Duo's question but instead spotted a friend. He waved and called out loudly, Hey Z, hey Z. The young man said, Factory Manager Zhou, do you want to take the three-wheeled vehicle? When Zhou Feng was about to ask Xiao Duo again, she smiled and said, it's fine, you go back quickly. He got on the vehicle to head back to the factory and also told her to go back quickly. When Zhou Feng returned to the factory, he was in the process of inspecting the workers when a female worker named Han Huihui stepped forward in front of everyone. With an annoyed expression, Han Huihui loudly questioned, Zhou Feng, factory manager, why is everyone's salary different even though we all work seriously? Why do I have to work overtime to learn this? Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng immediately turned to Feng Huilai and said, Mr. Feng, please process her resignation. Han Huihui was stunned, unable to believe that she was being fired. She anxiously asked, why are you firing me? Zhou Feng replied, because I am the factory manager here. This is my private enterprise, even Xin Yuping cannot change this. You should quickly pack your things and leave. Han Huihui trembled with anger. Zhou Feng stepped outside, while Feng Huilai followed, intending to persuade him. Zhou Feng, knowing Feng Huilai's intention, said, Uncle Feng, don't try to advise me anymore. People who were familiar often found all kinds of reasons to justify things, but demanding fairness in wages was meaningless. Feng Huilai appeared concerned, but the party secretary, Shen, was her uncle. Zhou Feng was unhesitant in replying, that's even better. A punishment is needed to deter others, and the stricter the punishment, the more effective it will be. At that moment, Secretary Shen was sitting in his office reading the newspaper when he heard a knock on the door. It was Han Huihui. Seeing her crying and trembling, Xu Guanai immediately asked, Is something wrong, my dear? Who hurt you? Han Huihui answered indignantly, Uncle, Zhou Feng fired me. After hearing the details of the story, Xin Yuping commented, Alright, you didn't know how to assess the situation. Asking such a direct question in front of everyone was inappropriate. Seeing that Han Huihui was still distressed, Secretary Xin continued, Alright, go home and think about it. Write an apology letter and bring it here tomorrow. She had no choice but to stand up and leave. Xu Guana invited her to stay for a meal, but Han Huihui declined. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng received a phone call. Feng Huilai guessed it was Secretary Shen calling. Zhou Feng thought so too, so he answered the call. After the greetings, Secretary Shen got straight to the point, Zhou Feng, Xiao lacks work experience and she's still young. However, what she did was wrong, but it shouldn't be handled too harshly. Feng Huilai noticed Secretary Shen's slightly softer tone and gestured to Zhou Feng, hoping he wouldn't be too strict. In response, Zhou Feng said, Secretary Shen, I respect you, but please understand that internal regulations are very strict. Her actions in front of everyone had a negative impact on the entire staff. Secretary Shen quickly interrupted, Alright, Zhou Feng, listen to me. I'll have Xiaohan write an apology letter and go to the workshop to seriously reflect on her actions. Also, I'll deduct part of her salary. That should be a reasonable way to handle it. Feng Huilai, upon hearing this, tugged at Zhou Feng's shirt. When Secretary Shen suggested this solution, Zhou Feng agreed. Alright, I will carry it out. Secretary Shen smiled and said. Ha, Zhou Feng, let's meet and have a meal together. Zhou Feng replied. Thank you for your kindness, Secretary Shen. In a few days, I will be going to Beijing and will visit you as soon as I return. He cheerfully said. Okay, I will wait for your call. After the conversation ended, Secretary Shen smiled, feeling that Zhou Feng truly met his standards. Xu Guina felt puzzled and asked. Old Shen, he chased away your granddaughter, why do you like him? He answered. Exactly because he dared to chase away my granddaughter, that's why I like him. Xu Guina continued. Then if you like him so much, why not talk about marriage? That would make your relationship closer. Secretary Shen nodded, remembering that although Zhou Feng had been married before, he was currently single. The idea seemed interesting to him. Zhou Feng was a decisive person. Today, he was taking Kong Jinlai to Beijing to meet Mr. Liu. Before the meeting, Zhou Feng had instructed Kong Jinlai. When you meet Mr. Liu, you must be very careful. Remember that you belong to me. Well, more accurately, you are you, but you belong to me. Hearing this, Kong Jinlai nodded in agreement and even complimented. Impressive. You even know the head of the Beijing garment factory. Zhou Feng replied with a smile, not too familiar, just someone he met often. Kong Jinlai then asked, but you make a lot of money from the clothing industry. Why don't you open your own store? Zhou Feng explained, don't overthink it, working with you will be faster. Moreover, in a while, more stores will be opening, and there will be more participants. Kong Jinlai nodded in agreement, so that's your plan. Are the new stores also under your management? Zhou Feng replied, almost. They don't allow one person to hold 2 quotas. I'll sell this to you, and I'll get the quota from the city. Kong Jinlai found the reasoning sound and praised him happily, you're really smart. Zhou Feng thought to himself, if it weren't for the two of them being not so clever, would this position have come to him? The next morning, at the Beijing clothing workshop, Zhou Feng took Kong Jinlai to meet Mr. Liu. Upon seeing him, Zhou Feng greeted him warmly. Mr. Liu, long time no see. Mr. Liu responded, you're early. After noticing Kong Jinlai, he asked, who is this friend? Kong Jinlai quickly introduced himself, Mr. Liu, I'm Zhou Feng's uncle. Mr. Liu politely returned the greeting. Zhou Feng then suggested, Mr. Liu, we should discuss the contract transfer. Mr. Liu nodded in agreement, alright, let's first talk about the usual matters. After the contract is signed, I'll add another store in Jiahai City. Zhou Feng emphasized, however, Mr. Liu, even if more stores are involved, they should not be too close to my uncle's place of business, or it will affect his operations. Kong Jinlai was delighted to see Zhou Feng protecting his interests. Mr. Liu said, you don't need to worry about that, but if that's the case, Zhou Feng, the previous contract will be cancelled. I won't interfere with your transactions, but since it's Mr. Zhou who is transferring, we won't charge any additional fees. Zhou Feng reluctantly agreed. Alright, Mr. Liu then handed over the contract and pointed to the signature section for the transferee. Then, your uncle just needs to sign the contract for this year. Kong Jinlai happily said, alright. Zhou Feng smiled and said, Mr. Liu, everyone has their own situation. I need to discuss it with my uncle first, and then I'll come back to sign the contract. He laughed and responded, sure, take your time, no rush. As they stepped outside, Kong Jinlai handed Zhou Feng some money, here are 750 coins. This is for your uncle. After the contract is signed, the quota for participation will be mine. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, right, aren't you planning to open a store in the south? I was thinking of inviting a modeling team from the Beijing garment factory, what do you think? Kong Jinlai, still not fully understanding, asked, how did you know Mr. Liu gave me face like this and didn't want to ask why? In the past, I brought a modeling team to the capital once, Zhou Feng recounted the achievements from that night's show. After hearing this, Kong Jinlai was skeptical. What? Are you kidding me? You really made several 100,000 in one day? Zhou Feng asserted. In a moment, when you talk to Mr. Liu, you'll know right away.
So, we'll invite the model team, we don't need to worry about our clothes not selling.
Kang Jinlai then asked, but how much will it cost?
They're celebrities, after all. Zhou Feng, annoyed, replied, had I known you were this frugal, I would have handled it differently.
Consider this a loan from me, and I'll find someone else.
Kang Jinlai, fearing Zhou Feng might change his mind, quickly waved his hand. No, this is fine, I'm with you. Zhou Feng threw his arm around his shoulder and said, we'll split it down the middle. It won't cost much, so don't worry.
Then, they went back to Mr. Liu's office to finalize the contract.
After everything was completed, Zhou Feng held up the contract and asked, Mr. Liu, take a look.
Is there anything else we need to sign?
Mr. Liu examined it and replied, no need. Okay, Zhou Feng continued, then, Mr. Liu, let's discuss inviting the model team. Mr. Liu seemed somewhat surprised. Oh, why the sudden push for this business model? We've already agreed on the price, and I can't allow you to sell as you did before.
Zhou Feng immediately explained, Mr. Liu, you're overthinking it. The purpose of bringing in the model team is simply for publicity.
This will make sales smoother, and it will also benefit other participants in the future. Hearing that, Mr. Liu found it reasonable. Other participants in the big cities could also go perform. Noticing that Mr. Liu seemed to agree, Zhou Feng immediately asked, Mr. Liu, I will cover the cost of inviting the modeling team.
Can I invite them under my personal name?
After saying this, Zhou Feng turned to Kang Jinlai and said, my young master is not having an easy time with his business. Kang Jinlai immediately supported, that's right, he's getting older, and running a business is never simple. Mr. Liu took a sip of tea and said, that's fine, but Liu Dan Dan and the others are stars.
A single performance costs 100 coins. Zhou Feng did not hesitate to agree.
Very well, inviting them will bring results.
As for the host, I can handle it myself, this way, I can save some money. Mr. Liu nodded.
Alright, that's acceptable.
Zhou Feng suggested, then let's write up a contract.
Mr. Liu asked in surprise, do we really need a contract? You just need to arrange the venue for the models to come.
Zhou Feng replied, what if I prepare the venue, but the models don't show up?
Mr. Liu, you need to make sure I can feel at ease, so my young master will also feel secure. At this point, Kang Jinlai spoke up, yes, it's better to have a contract. Mr. Liu agreed, I'll draft the contract.
I have experience in this area.
As they were leaving, Kang Jinlai calculated and said, Zhou Feng, this performance event cost 400 coins. Zhou Feng immediately got angry and threatened him, Kang Jinlai, if you don't want to do this, we can turn back and cancel the contract right now. Kang Jinlai, scared, didn't dare to mention it again, but then asked, by the way, why didn't you and Mr. Liu mention participating in the Changnan market?
To avoid arousing Kang Jinlai's suspicion, Zhou Feng replied, we signed the contract, so why would we need to inform you? Let's go.
Seeing Zhou Feng walking quickly, Kang Jinlai called after him, hey, why are you in such a hurry?
We don't have anything urgent.
Wu Nana returned to the modeling team with a frustrated expression.
A friend saw this and asked, what's wrong? You're already a big star, why are you unhappy?
Wu Nana explained, I just ran into Chang Wu. He said he has to prepare for a performance at Jiahai soon. She sighed again, I hope it doesn't overlap with those 2 days because he promised he'd celebrate my birthday with me.
Liu Dan Dan, wiping sweat off her face, asked, so has the guest list been confirmed for such a faraway event? Wu Nana replied, yes, it's been confirmed. By the way, do any of you know who invited us? Everyone started discussing. One friend guessed it might be the city's leaders. Another wondered if it was a media interview. Someone else excitedly said, is there an interview? I want to go too. Wu Nana smiled, they're not newcomers, it's Mr. Zhou, the big shot. Liu Dan Dan, hearing the name Zhou Feng, wondered why he hadn't contacted her. Could it be that he was trying to surprise her?
After receiving the sales rights from the Beijing clothing factory, Kang Jinlai's booth was always crowded and bustling.
Customers scrambled to shop.
Xue Wenwen complained that she had to see that bastard sell goods in person to satisfy her curiosity. She continued, Zhou Feng really has a good heart, and his family isn't without investments. I really don't understand why he had to sell to Kang Jinlai. This action is truly a rather negative judgment from our side. She was angry and deliberately spoke loudly so that no one would want to listen. Why should we tolerate that bastard? Zhang Mingming, her husband, quietly spoke up, alright, that quota belongs to him, he can sell to whoever he wants.
At least he's helped us make a lot of money. That's enough to show his intentions.
Xue Wenwen was firm, don't mention him anymore.
Xiao Duo's dowry is not just about this money.
Zhang Mingming, seeing that his wife was being unreasonable, shook his head and said, let's keep things in perspective.
Xue Wenwen grew even angrier, her tone biting, what does that have to do with anything? Do you think we can't survive in this situation?
They've already said they don't need it, and you're still stubbornly trying to pay. Zhang Mingming thought his wife was overreacting, but he was reluctant to explain further. Meanwhile, Kang Jinlai seized the opportunity to head downstairs. He intentionally entered the Zhang couple's shop and asked,
Madam Xia, how's business going? Zhang Mingming responded angrily. Kang Jinlai, what are you doing here? He pretended to be sincere. As neighbors, I can't just not visit.
Xue Wenwen, already annoyed, snapped.
Who's your neighbor? Stop bothering us.
Kang Jinlai, seeing their growing irritation, took pleasure in it.
He sighed dramatically and said, If you two aren't welcoming me like this, I'll leave.
But then he suddenly had an idea and turned back arrogantly. By the way, Zhou Feng and I, back in Beijing, not only had the right to participate in the transfer, but we also brought a team of models from a Beijing fashion workshop to join in the advertising performance. The couple, Zhang Mingming and Xue Wenwen, both stared in shock.
What?
He smugly continued.
Yes, the models from there. Zhou Feng and I invited them here.
We'll be hosting an advertising show for our clothing.
Make sure to come, there will be some famous celebrities.
Once he left, Xue Wenwen angrily asked her husband.
Dear, what exactly is Zhou Feng's intention?
Zhang Mingming didn't want to continue the conversation with his wife.
Alright, stop talking, this is too much trouble.
At that moment, he unexpectedly received a call from his elder uncle. Xin Yuping said, Ziran, let's go to the canteen for a meal later, Auntie has missed you a lot.
Ziran happily replied, Sure, but uncle, please don't scold me. He laughed and answered, Alright.
At this moment, Zhou Jun and Lu Dandan also arrived.
He asked, Did Secretary Shen call?
Ziran nodded, Yes, he asked me to come to the canteen.
Would you two like to come with me?
Zhou Jun eagerly agreed, Sure, going to Secretary Shen's house is a great opportunity. Lu Dandan politely declined, Sorry Ziran, I have to go to the lecture hall, I can't go with you.
Ziran understood, It's okay, you have your own things to do.
As long as someone is going with me, it's fine, otherwise, Uncle's house is too far, and I'd be worried about coming back late at night. Zhou Jun also agreed, That's right, it's dangerous to go alone at night.
Lu Dandan asked, Doesn't your uncle have his own car? Wouldn't it be better if he drove you back?
Ziran smiled and replied, My uncle never uses his own car except for work.
After that, Ziran and Zhou Jun set off together. On the way to Secretary Shen's house, Zhou Jun asked, Ziran, is it alright to visit Secretary Shen's house empty-handed for the first time?
Ziran immediately answered, Oh, there's no need to go through that trouble, let's just go. However, Zhou Jun was determined to buy some fruit to give as a gift.
Ziran couldn't stop him.
When they knocked on the door, Xin Yuping opened it and noticed that Ziran was accompanied by Zhou Jun. Ziran immediately said, Uncle, when you called me, Zhou Jun was at my house, so I invited him to come along.
He can even give me a ride home later. Jo Jun smiled and said, Secretary Shin, this is my first time visiting your home, and I brought a little fruit. I hope you like it.
Secretary Shin replied, bringing things like these to my home is inappropriate.
It might cause more trouble for me.
Even though Jo Jun said it's just some everyday items, I must insist that, in my position, I have to follow the principles.
These things cannot come inside. Ziran quickly spoke in defense, Uncle, there's nothing special about these. Jo Jun is just showing respect to you. Secretary Shin remained firm, no, it's not allowed. At that moment, Chu Guana came out of the kitchen and smiled, asking, Ziran, you're here? She happily asked, this young man is Jo Jun, right?
Jo Jun replied with a smile, yes, it's me.
Chu Guana laughed and said, then come in quickly. Why are you standing outside?
She then asked her granddaughter to help her in the kitchen. A moment later, there was another knock on the door. Jo Jun quickly said, Secretary Shin, please sit.
I'll go open the door.
Secretary Shin observed him, feeling that the young man was acting too naturally, like he was at his own home, opening the door for the host. He thought to himself, tomorrow, I must call the tax office.
There are some people who just can't be used.
When Jo Jun opened the door, he greeted cheerfully, but to his surprise, the person standing outside was Jo Fong.
Jo Fong immediately asked, is Secretary Shin home? With suspicion, Jo Jun raised his voice and asked, what do you need with Secretary Shin? But upon seeing Jo Fong, Secretary Shin immediately came out to greet him, expressing his joy and saying, Jo Fong, you're here?
He acted very familiarly, in sharp contrast to his earlier demeanor, and draped his arm over Jo Feng's shoulder as he led him inside, asking with concern, why is it so cold?
Come in quickly.
This warmth made Jo Jun feel envious and angry. Secretary Shin poured tea for Jo Fong to help him warm up.
Jo Fong, holding a box of pastries, said, thank you. I just got back from Beijing, brought some local specialties for you.
Secretary Shin smiled and replied, Jo Fong, you're so thoughtful. Behind them, Jo Jun was shaking with anger, feeling he was being treated unfairly.
He thought to himself, a person like you, who couldn't even get into university, how dare you smile and chat with Secretary Shin?
Ziran, while bringing out the food, advised, Uncle, it's time to eat. Secretary Shin turned to Jo Fong, let's go, Jo Fong, time to eat.
Seeing Ziran's attitude, Jo Feng's smile suddenly faded. She tilted her head and asked, Jo Fong, why are you here?
The meal was laid out in a lavish spread.
To probe, Secretary Shin asked Jo Fong, how's your personal life these days?
Jo Fong replied, there hasn't been any new development in terms of relationships, still caught up with work.
Why do you ask so suddenly? Upon hearing this, Secretary Shin exclaimed, oh, so you still don't have a girlfriend?
Jo Fong nodded in confirmation.
At that moment, Shin Yuping turned to his granddaughter and asked Ziran, how old are you now, and still haven't brought anyone to meet me? Jo Jun understood the implication, gritting his teeth and thinking, what does Jo Fong have that allows him to be like this? Before Ziran could respond, she angrily put down her chopsticks. Uncle, what do you mean by that?
I just want to say, I already feel uncomfortable whenever I see Jo Fong.
Seeing Ziran's anger, Secretary Shin decided to remain silent. Then, Ziran stood up and said, I'm not eating anymore, I'm leaving.
Jo Fong felt a sense of joy in his heart, this young lady sure had a fiery temper. Jo Jun hastily called out to Ziran, then immediately turned to Secretary Shin, Secretary Shin, I'll go check on Ziran. It's getting late, I'm worried it might not be safe for her.
Shu Guana, wanting to diffuse the tense atmosphere, smiled and said, let's eat, don't let the food go to waste. Secretary Shin also smiled and told Jo Fong, let's continue with our meal.
After everything had settled down, Jo Fong sat down to chat with Secretary Shin.
He began, this is the contract between me and the model team from the Beijing clothing workshop. I've paid to invite them to perform to promote Hua Duo's clothing workshop. Secretary Shin then asked, where do you plan to hold the fashion show?
Jo Fong replied, at the night market, where many households live, it is very convenient for everyone to come and watch, and the space is also spacious enough. Secretary Shin, you don't need to worry about the issue of the merchant associations at the night market. Tomorrow, I will meet Mr. Liu in the Bureau of Commerce and Industry to discuss compensation for the merchant associations.
Secretary Shin felt that this young man was very thoughtful and attentive to every detail.
All right, I will approve it for you. Tomorrow, you should meet Lu Jintang to discuss further.
The performance can be held at any time.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng clasped his hands in thanks.
Thank you, Secretary Shun. There is one more thing I would like to ask for your help with. For the seating near the stage, I plan to use an entrance ticket system.
After I determine the ticket prices, I will send the tickets to the organizations to invite the workers to watch the performance, and all of them will be free.
Secretary Shin nodded in agreement. This is entirely feasible. He then asked, Zhou Feng, spending so much money to invite the model team to perform, do you think it will help increase the revenue for the Hua Duo clothing factory?
Zhou Feng replied, I just want to try it out. Although he appeared humble, in his heart, he was very confident that the results would exceed expectations. After the conversation ended, Zhou Feng noticed that it was getting late, so he bid farewell and prepared to leave. To his surprise, Secretary Shin even escorted him outside. At this moment, he said, Zhou Feng, please be understanding of Ziran, that's just her personality.
Zhou Feng simply nodded, not feeling upset in the least.
On the contrary, he even felt quite happy.
He thought that with Shin Ziran's intervention, he wouldn't have to refuse.
When he got home, his brothers were sitting outside chatting in the yard.
Wuna seemed unable to believe her ears and immediately asked, Brother, did you really open a factory?
Zhou Feng took a bite of an apple and replied, Of course, why would I lie to you?
Wuna, excited, asked, Brother, is your factory large?
Zhou Feng answered, It's not that big, about 80 acres. His sisters were astonished and gaped.
At the same time, without any coordination, they all exclaimed in unison, 80 acres?
Zhou Feng said, I'm sharing this with you today so that you don't feel like you need to be too frugal.
Feel free to buy whatever you want or eat whatever you wish. However, studying is still very important.
He turned to Lin Chang and said, Lin Chang, tomorrow you'll come with me to the clothing factory. If you perform well, after your probation period, we'll sign a contract with you, and you'll have the same benefits as the other workers.
Lin Chang was overjoyed and immediately asked, So, if I get through the probation period, I can get a permanent job?
Zhou Feng smiled and replied, Yes, that's right. Lin Chang couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes lighting up like car headlights. Brother, I'll work really hard.
Just give me any task and I'll do it.
Zhou Feng encouraged him, just do your job well, and there will be many opportunities. Lin Chang immediately responded, Brother, I'll work hard.
Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll drive you to work.
Zhou Feng felt that it was getting late, so he suggested continuing the conversation tomorrow and said it was time to go to bed. The next morning, in order to promote the performance, everyone wore banners everywhere. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the sound of drums and horns.
Kang Jinlai smiled and said, It seems like this money was really well spent.
The tickets have been handed out to everyone, creating a buzz as everyone rushed to grab them. They were discussing the performance, which apparently will take place over 2 days, promising to bring a lot of excitement.
Both Xiao Duo and Duo Quan were present.
Duo Quan, while enjoying some roasted potatoes, said, Even in this cold weather, it can't stop my cold feet.
It's great to see everyone so excited. Xiao Duo smiled and handed a ticket to Zhou Jun.
She said, Can you hold on to this ticket for me? We'll go watch it together when the time comes.
Zhou Jun happily took it and eagerly said, I heard Lu Dan Dan and Wu Nana will be there too, they're both famous models. Ziran then said, They're only participating for fun. Noticing that her friend wasn't happy, Zhou Jun asked, Ziran, are you still upset about what happened last night?
Ziran irritably replied, Don't mention that again, just thinking about it makes me feel sick.
She then said nothing more and left.
Seeing Ziran's attitude, Zhou Jun guessed that she didn't have any positive feelings toward Zhou Feng. In fact, if she found him repulsive, it wouldn't be that surprising. Arriving home, Xiao Duo saw that his father had returned late and asked, "Why are you home so late today?" His father replied, "I had some urgent matters. The propaganda department called to distribute some tickets for the model show." Zhang Mingming interrupted and asked, "Did you manage to get the tickets?" He nodded, "I got them." At that moment, the youngest daughter, Xiaohua, who was quite excited, said, "Dad, can you give me a ticket? I want to go watch." The father immediately refused, "No, the tickets are distributed in order. If you go, it wouldn't be appropriate with the other colleagues." Zhang Mingming then handed his ticket to his sister and said, "You can take mine, I don't want to go anyway." Xiaohua happily accepted it and thanked him. Seeing his son act this way, the father was a little puzzled. Zhang Mingming explained, "Oh, it's nothing, a lot of people in the office bring tickets for others." The father was surprised and said, "Oh, really?" When the model team arrived at Jiahai, Zhou Feng personally came out to greet them. Seeing everyone, he happily said, "You all have worked hard." After some time apart, everyone exchanged greetings. Zhou Feng continued, "It's been a long time, you must be tired from the trip. Thank you all so much this time." When they saw his polite attitude, one of the group said, "You don't need to be so formal, this is just our job." Especially, Lu Dandan took the initiative to speak up, "Mr. Zhou, long time no see." Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "Captain Lu, you've worked hard." He then addressed everyone, "Let's head to the hotel and drop off our things first, then I'll treat everyone to a meal." He led the group to the Fuji Hotel, one of the largest hotels in Jiahai City. With such a grand reception, Shang Wu and the girls didn't hesitate to invite him for a drink. Zhou Feng humbly responded, "You two are old friends, of course, I should entertain you. Moreover, we have two big celebrities here." Lu Dandan blinked and said, "What big celebrities? We're just basking in Mr. Zhou's glory." She was also curious about Director Feng, which surprised Zhou Feng, who answered, "Director Feng, Feng Hui Lai. Why are you asking about him? Didn't he come with you?" Lu Dandan simply responded, "Oh? It's nothing." In her heart, she thought, "So he doesn't actually look down on me." When Shang Wu brought up Director Feng, Zhou Feng acted as if he didn't know anything, deliberately avoiding the topic. He urged, "Let's not mention this anymore. Everyone, please eat. We need to eat and drink well today because things are going to get busy soon." After finishing the meal, Zhou Feng took everyone to the performance venue for tomorrow's rehearsal. He then said, "Everyone should go back and rest. Make sure to arrive before the scheduled time tomorrow." Lu Dandan spoke up, "All right, Mr. Zhou, we need to discuss the work." She asked, "What time should we arrive tomorrow?" Zhou Feng replied, "At 3 o'clock. I need everyone to come early so I can brief them on a few things." Lu Dandan happily responded, "Got it, no problem. I'll go back and inform everyone." Suddenly remembering the clothes they had brought, she said, "What about the outfits we need to wear for tomorrow's performance?" Zhou Feng laughed and said, "Let them take care of it, you don't need to worry about these things, big stars like you." Seeing how humble he was, Lu Dandan softly said, "Big stars? We're just working for Mr. Zhou." Zhou Feng continued, "What do you mean working? Captain Lu, this is a partnership between us." At this point, Lu Dandan suddenly became angry. He kept calling her Captain this and Captain that, which made her uncomfortable, even though she was a big star. Zhou Feng was taken aback and said, "Is it unpleasant to hear? If so, I won't call you that anymore." Noticing it was getting late, he said, "It's getting late. You should head back and rest. We'll have to work hard tomorrow." Lu Dandan nodded, but after walking a bit, she turned back and said to Zhou Feng, "Let's exchange phone numbers tomorrow." Zhou Feng was surprised, not expecting her to take the initiative. Who could blame him? He was both handsome and wealthy, so in the end, he gave her his number. Lu Dandan thought to herself that Zhou Feng was quite humble and not bad at all. On the contrary, Zhou Feng thought to himself, "Tomorrow, don't blame me for being too strict." The next morning, right on schedule, Zhou Feng gathered the team of models. He instructed everyone, gather here, we're going to have a short meeting. Lu Dan was surprised to see Feng Huilai and Feng Baobao both present. Zhou Feng led them inside, pointed at the outfits hanging on the rack, and said, "Take a serious look at these clothes. The names are clearly labeled when performing, you absolutely must not wear the wrong outfit." Lu Dan noticed that these clothes did not belong to the Beijing fashion workshop and immediately asked, "Zhou Feng, what are you trying to do? Where are the clothes from the Beijing fashion workshop?" Zhou Feng replied, "I spent a large sum of money to invite you all here, obviously to promote the clothes from my own workshop. Why are you bringing up the Beijing fashion workshop?" After saying that, he instructed the rest of the models, "Come here and familiarize yourselves with the clothes from our workshop." The girls immediately stepped forward to examine the outfits hanging on the rack. Chang Wu also spoke up, "Mr. Zhou, what's going on today? These clothes aren't from the Beijing fashion workshop." Zhou Feng questioned back, "Who told you that you had to wear clothes from the Beijing fashion workshop? The contract clearly states that you are here to promote my workshop." Seeing Lu Dan looking angry, Zhou Feng continued to ask, "Is there a problem?" He continued, "I've spent money for you to promote our workshop, so don't even think about anything else." Unable to control herself any longer, Lu Dan shouted, "Zhou Feng, I've told you we want to wear those outfits for the performance." The others immediately voiced their objections. "Yes, Dan is right." They spoke out in protest. "We're not performing. We just want to wear the clothes from the Beijing costume workshop." Zhou Feng shouted angrily, "Shut up." Holding up the contract, he said, "If you don't want to, you can take a good look at the contract. I'll read it to you. You can't refuse to perform for personal reasons, or you'll have to compensate me." Then Zhou Feng said, "If you don't want to perform, fine. Based on the sales from the Beijing performance group with 10 people here, each of you will have to compensate me 40,000. Lu Dan couldn't believe her ears and asked again, 40,000? Zhou Feng angrily yelled, "If you don't compensate me and refuse to perform, that's fraud. Don't even talk about reputation, I'll report you to the police for fraud." Seeing this, Lu Dan angrily asked him why he was doing this. Zhou Feng pushed her hand away and said, "Team leader Lu, you don't need to say anything else to me. Either compensate me or perform. It's your decision, but your decision will affect the entire team." Faced with his cold attitude, Lu Dan felt lost and didn't know how to handle the situation. The night before, she had even dreamed that after the performance ended, he would take her for a walk in Jiahai City. Thinking back now, Shou Feng's terrifying demeanor made her feel uneasy. Wu Nana asked Dan if they should do something. Zhou Feng also urged her to make a quick decision. Seeing no other choice, Lu Dan reluctantly agreed. She said, "We will perform." Zhou Feng replied, "Since you've agreed, make sure to perform well. If you fail to meet the requirements, I will demand compensation." Then, he instructed the others not to stand idle and to quickly try on their costumes. Suddenly, Lu Dan had an idea and said, "Wait a moment, Mr. Zhou, can I call Director Lu?" Zhou Feng responded, "No one is allowed to leave here until the performance is over," while also assigning Feng Baobao to keep an eye on the group. Baobao quickly nodded in agreement. Understood. After Zhou Feng left, she let out a sigh. At that moment, Feng Huilai approached and shared his thoughts. "Zhou Feng, to be honest, I'm even more frustrated than you. These girls are truly outstanding." Zhou Feng replied, "There's no other way. Your team has such a hot lineup. Right now, opening up the market is extremely important, and this is the best strategy. You agreed to it from the start as well." Uncle Feng nodded in agreement with this viewpoint. Zhou Feng continued to explain, "The contract clearly states that we are not deceiving them. We are simply treating them well, and their compensation is entirely fair. These are just standard business tactics." At Baihua Tower, Kang Jinlai had just reached the first floor when he ran into Shui Wenwen and asked, "I heard there's a fashion show near your home featuring many celebrities. Why aren't you going to watch?" Seeing the anger on his face, she snapped, "Don't loiter around my house.
Kang Jinlai chuckled and replied, "Ha, if you don't know better, then forget it. Didn't you guys used to sell their clothes? And yet, you're not even going to take a look."
Seeing Wenwen tremble with rage, he became even more amused, laughed out loud, and smugly walked away. Wenwen turned to her husband and said, "Ming Ming, we should also go and see what Zhou Feng is up to." In the crowd waiting for the fashion show, Duo Quan urged Xiao Duo to hurry up. Xiao Duo reminded her friend, "Stick with me later. There's a stepped area over there, we can stand there for a better view." Duo Quan smiled and replied, "Right. Let's hurry up then." Xiao Duo led Duo Quan to a relatively high platform with a broad view.
Duo Quan cheerfully said, "Yeah, from here, we can see everything clearly."
The surrounding crowd also began chatting excitedly.
A young man commented, "I never thought I'd see these people in real life."
His friend chimed in, "That's right, these models have such great style."
The excitement in the air continued to spread. Everyone eagerly anticipated the opening ceremony. Ziran and Zhou Jun were also present.
Xiao Duo's colleague immediately praised Ziran, "In a moment when the models perform, I bet no one can compare to you."
Ziran humbly replied, "I can't possibly compare to them, they're all celebrities."
Her friend laughed again, "With your qualities, you will surely top the list." Seeing Zhang Mingming and his wife appear, Kang Jinlai once again wanted to stir up trouble. He smugly said, "Boss Zhang, the show is about to start. I wonder how much you spent to invite these people." Then he raised 4 fingers, 4,000 coins, not including venue fees and stage setup costs.
Just think about the total expenses.
This is a collaboration between me and Zhou Feng, all for the purpose of selling clothes better. He then asked Zhang Mingming, "I'm really curious why a renowned garment factory like Beijing didn't accept Zhou Feng's quota." Without waiting for him to reply, he continued mocking, "Is it because you and your wife are too stingy, or do they not value your sister?" Hearing this provocation, Zhang Mingming angrily shouted, "What right do you have to say that?" Then he was about to charge at him, but Wenwen quickly stopped him.
Kang Jinlai provoked even further, "If you dare, fight me and see."
Just at that moment, the sound of fireworks exploded, drawing everyone's attention. Zhou Feng stood on stage, holding a microphone, and announced, "Greetings to the elders and residents of Jiahai City.
Wishing everyone a wonderful evening.
Welcome to our model performance show at Hua Duo Garment Factory. All the outfits worn by the celebrities are produced by our factory."
Duo Quan said at this moment, "Xiao Duo, the name of this costume workshop sounds similar to your name, doesn't it?" Xiao Duo also noticed this and nodded, smiling happily.
Xiao Hua saw her ex-brother-in-law and immediately asked, Why is Zhou Feng here? He couldn't have opened this workshop, could he?" Her father immediately disagreed, saying, "No way, they must have hired him because of his speaking skills."
The colleague, upon seeing Zhou Feng, turned to Ziran and asked in surprise, "Isn't this the ex-husband of Zhang Xiaoduo?" Ziran confirmed, "Yes, that's right." The colleague continued asking, "Why is he here?" Ziran replied, "This workshop belongs to Zhou Feng." Hearing that, the colleague couldn't help but feel jealous and envious. How can it be him?
Kang Jinlai, as if he had seen something wrong, kept rubbing his eyes and looked again at the banner. It clearly stated Hua Duo Costume Workshop. His heart sank as he wondered, what is this? Why is Zhou Feng promoting Hua Duo's costumes? He suddenly realized that this wasn't just an advertisement for the Beijing Costume Workshop, but also a way for Zhou Feng to exploit him, spending his money on unfair purposes. Filled with rage, Kang Jinlai immediately decided to find Zhou Feng to settle the score. Meanwhile, Xia Wenwen also read the name of the workshop, Hua Duo, and realized that this name was based on Xiao Duo's name, wasn't it? Zhang Mingming saw Kang Jinlai frantically calling Zhou Feng's name and immediately became worried. She feared something bad might happen and felt she had to go check. Xia Wenwen stopped her and asked, "Hey, what are you planning to do?" Zhang Mingming firmly replied, "I want to help." However, Wenwen advised, "Do you really think Zhou Feng will suffer a loss? Don't go over there and stir things up even more." Meanwhile, on stage, Zhou Feng was smiling as he spoke, Next, let's welcome our models, the shining stars of today, to present a spectacular performance. The first to appear was Lu Dan Dan. Zhou Feng proudly introduced further, this dress was designed by a renowned designer from abroad. It is currently the hottest item my uncle has in stock. Each model walked out one by one, each receiving an impressive introduction. The audience below murmured among themselves, "Do you guys know where to buy these outfits?" Another person replied, "No idea, but the host will probably explain in a few minutes." Fuming with anger, Kang Jinlai muttered as he walked, "Zhou Feng, did you plan this from the start to set me up?" He stormed onto the stage to cause trouble but was blocked by a young woman. "What do you think you're doing? You can't come in here." Kang Jinlai growled, "I'm here to settle the score with Zhou Feng. Call him out right now," he shouted, causing a scene. Nearby, Zhou Jun overheard and sneered, "Zhou Feng must have done something again. Didn't you come to settle things too? Do you really think someone like him can succeed?" Ziran remained silent beside him, showing no reaction, which made Zhou Jun feel something was off. Why wasn't Ziran talking back to him today? Xiaohua, noticing the commotion, said, "Dad, look. They're arguing over there." His father was surprised. Kang Jinlai and Zhou Feng have a conflict too? Feng Baobao observed Kang Jinlai trying to persuade the girl to stay away and turned to Lin Chang, who was standing nearby. "Let's go help your brother a bit." Lin Chang grinned and replied, "All right, it's time for me to put on a show." Kang Jinlai, frustrated, was about to charge forward, even blaming Zhou Feng for setting him up. Just then, Lin Chang appeared and rebuked, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who set you up? You still owe our workshop 250 coins. Confused, Kang Jinlai turned to Lin Chang and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Chang, irritated, retorted, "Pay back the 250 coins before it's too late." Kang Jinlai ignored him, muttering, "I'm not paying." Immediately, Lin Chang pretended to fall, clutching his head. "Ah! Help! It hurts so much. I might have a brain hemorrhage." Even though Kang Jinlai looked surprised, he still didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, two burly men rushed in and restrained him. Panicked, Kang Jinlai shouted, "What do you want? Let me go." Feng Baobao snapped, "I can't believe you dared to lay hands on someone." Kang Jinlai pointed at the three of them. "You thugs take people's money and even beat them up." One of the strongmen grabbed his collar and said, "Try saying that again." Terrified like a frightened puppy, he immediately fell silent. A man rushed over to Lin Chang in a panic. "Xiao Chang, are you okay? Don't make everyone worry." Meanwhile, another person exclaimed, "He just had a cerebral hemorrhage, could he have been beaten to death?" They quickly called for an ambulance. The nearby audience members also murmured among themselves, saying they should help get the boy to a hospital. It was truly pitiful. Amid the commotion, Lin Chang still managed to sneak a wink at his partner. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they whispered, "When the performance is over, leave quickly." As Zhou Feng stepped forward, he furiously questioned, "Kang Jinlai, did you hit Lin Chang?" Seeing his agitation, Zhang Mingming was about to lunge at Kang Jinlai but was held back. Someone warned that they couldn't ruin their future over people like this. Kang Jinlai, flustered, was at a loss for words, while Zhang Mingming suspected that he had indeed accidentally injured someone. Zhou Feng pressed on, "How is Lin Chang now?" A bystander responded, "He was knocked unconscious on the spot." Without hesitation, Zhou Feng ordered, "Call the police immediately. Report that someone has caused a disturbance and assaulted one of our workers. That child was hospitalized before due to a cerebral hemorrhage. He was definitely struck on an old injury." Hearing this, Kang Jinlai panicked and asked, "Zhou Feng, what are you trying to do?" Zhou Feng shouted, "Hurry up." Kang Jinlai quickly ran outside. Only then did Zhou Feng speak, "You hit my worker and still dare to ask me what I intend to do?" Kang Jinlai retorted, "Listen, Zhou Feng, that guy is nothing but a worthless fool. You trapped me into paying 750 coins for the model fee, and I covered the rest, yet now you're blaming me for this?" Zhou Feng reminded him, the contract clearly states that he agreed to buy it himself.
I never forced you.
Kang Jinlai was furious but had no way to argue. Zhou Feng continued questioning, that group of models I signed the contract with Mr. Liu myself.
What does that have to do with you? Did anyone write that this model team was for promoting any particular factory?
Kang Jinlai was now at a loss for words.
His mouth hung open, unable to respond. Zhou Feng went on, as for you hitting someone, there were many witnesses outside. A simple inquiry will clear everything up. If you really assaulted someone, you won't escape responsibility.
Kang Jinlai snapped, yes, I hit your worker, but he insulted me first.
He spat in my face, do you know that?
As he spoke, he pointed at the spit still on his face, which he hadn't had time to wipe off. Zhou Feng calmly replied, he just got out of the hospital.
His health is weak, and he has a mild temperament. How could he possibly have spat at you? The hospital records are still at home.
If I have time, I'll show them to you. The reason Zhou Feng mentioned was to make Kang Jinlai realize that he was now in a situation that he had previously created for the Zhang family. Lowering his voice, Kang Jinlai said, your people have also beaten me, my face is covered in blood, and I'm feeling dizzy right now.
He sat down, holding his head and said, take me to the hospital quickly.
He thought to himself, this kid works carefully, if this continues and I argue with him, it will not be good for me.
Zhou Feng coldly replied, the reason I had my workers beat you was to stop you from continuing to harm my people, so it's only fair. I might even need to reward them.
Kang Jinlai understood that Zhou Feng was deliberately bringing up the past and lowered his voice, even though I had some conflicts with the Zhang family before, you can't just set up these deadly situations for me.
Zhou Feng smiled and asked, so, have you figured everything out now? Kang Jinlai sighed, I've figured it out. He continued, we know each other, right? I've already accepted the past grievances, so can we just let this go? But Zhou Feng grumbled, let it go? What you've done to me, do you think I can just forget that? Do you really think this will be okay? Or do you think my family has no men? Kang Jinlai tried to mediate, no, Zhou Feng, what do you want me to do now?
Zhou Feng said, compensate, you have to pay.
Kang Jinlai hesitated and asked, how much money?
Zhou Feng immediately replied, the worker who caused the trouble is currently in the hospital.
The compensation will be discussed later.
Also, the 250 coins you previously tricked my family into will have to be returned to me. Zhang Mingming immediately agreed, that's right, let him pay up. Kang Jinlai, with an awkward smile, said, Zhou Feng has already spent quite a bit on this matter, and I really have no more money left.
Zhou Feng responded, out of money, huh?
Well, all you need to do is write an IOU, but it has to be for 300 coins.
Zhang Mingming found this suggestion interesting and continued to agree, right, Zhou Feng, demand 300 coins from him.
Kang Jinlai scratched his head, hesitating, I didn't want to ask for that much back then.
Zhou Feng then asked, is it uncomfortable? I can help you, maybe transfer the shop to me, or do you have any assets at home?
Kang Jinlai couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, Zhou Feng, don't go too far.
Leave some humanity, it'll be easier to run into each other later. At that moment, the police arrived and asked, who is the one causing trouble here?
A young man pointed to where they were standing, it's right here. One of the officers asked, who is in charge here?
Zhou Feng raised his hand, I am.
He then rushed over to explain the situation. After hearing everything, the two officers decided to take Kang Jinlai to the station. At this point, he regretted and said, it wasn't Zhou Feng, but the things you said, I can compensate for them. At that moment, a person ran over and informed factory manager Zhou, you should go on stage to give your speech. Zhou Feng hurriedly went up to the stage to conclude the event. The model show organized by the Hua Duo clothing factory officially came to an end.
Thank you to all the distinguished guests for your support, and thank you to everyone.
After speaking, Zhou Feng bowed to express his gratitude. In the audience, the spectators showed signs of regret.
Hey, is it over already? That was fast. Shui Wenwen, hearing her husband recount what had just happened, said, "How about we talk to Zhou Feng later?" Zhang Mingming immediately opposed, saying, "No, that's too embarrassing." She then asked, "Where is Xiao Duo? Let me go home and find her first." The two of them returned home. Her mother opened the door and, surprised, asked, "So it's already this late, why didn't you just go home over there?" Shui Wenwen replied, "Mom, it's not that late yet, I'm just checking if Xiao Duo has come back." Her mother asked again, "Has the show ended?" Wenwen answered, "Yes, it has." Her mother continued, "Why are you looking for Xiao Duo this late? Can't you talk to her tomorrow?" Wenwen replied, "No, I was thinking, after this event, the Hua Duo clothing factory will definitely become famous. I have to find a way to get involved." At first, when Zhou Feng mentioned this, I felt uncomfortable too. Now it's time for Xiao Duo to go and speak. The event had been a complete success. Zhou Feng held an envelope of money and approached Chang Wu, saying, "Here is the remaining performance fee. Please take it." Zhou Feng added, "Chang Wu, you all should rest well tonight. I've prepared some food for everyone, you've worked hard for such a long time." Chang Wu counted the money and noticed there was an extra 500 coins. Zhou Feng smiled and said, "That's a bonus for you." Unexpectedly, Lu Dan approached, snatched the extra money from Chang Wu's hand, and walked up to Zhou Feng, saying, "Zhou Feng, we don't need this small amount of money from you. Give it back to us." Zhou Feng felt somewhat awkward in response to her firm reaction. She continued, "Mr. Zhou, the performance has ended. We no longer have a business relationship, right?" Zhou Feng replied, "You're right, there's no more cooperation now." Lu Dan responded, "Well then, if that's the case, we no longer need to inform you of where we're going, right?" Zhou Feng confirmed, "That's correct." Lu Dan turned to the modeling team and said, "Let's head straight to the train station." The others also expressed their desire to leave the place as quickly as possible. After the performance ended, a reporter from the Dian Kang newspaper came for an interview. He didn't forget to mention the incident where someone had beaten Zhou Feng's worker and seemed very eager to ask about the situation. Zhou Feng replied, "Yes, that person didn't have a ticket but still tried to force his way in. When our staff tried to stop him, he hit them. He's nothing but a thug." The reporter immediately pressed for details about the young man who had been beaten at that time, asking about his condition and whether it was serious. He even let out a loud exclamation. "Oh, right. I still need to take photos. If necessary, I'll develop them and send them to you." Zhou Feng asked in surprise, "You already have photos?" The reporter confirmed, "Yes." When Xiao Duo arrived home, she saw that her brother and sister-in-law were also present. Xia Wenwen smiled and said, "Xiao Duo, step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." At that moment, their father stepped out, coughed a few times, and said, "If there's something to talk about, just say it here. It's cold outside, and the wind is strong." Wenwen responded, "It's okay, Dad. I just need to ask Xiao Duo about some clothes. I'll be right back." Xiao Hua's mother asked, "Xiao Hua, did you watch the performance yesterday?" Xiao Hua cheerfully replied, "It was great." She added excitedly, "Mom, guess who performed?" It was Zhou Feng. Her mother asked, "Is he still in Jiahai?" Xiao Hua enthusiastically shared, "He was the one who organized this performance. I even heard that he opened a costume workshop." Hearing his name, her mother immediately felt uneasy. Why bother paying attention to him? He has nothing to do with us. That man is not trustworthy. Xia Wenwen and Xiao Duo went downstairs. Only then did Wenwen speak up, "Xiao Duo, have you been to Zhou Feng's costume workshop yet?" Xiao Duo replied, "I haven't been there, just heard him mention it." Wenwen added, "That's right, last time Zhou Feng talked to us about a collaboration. Let's go find him tomorrow and have a chat." Xiao Duo shook his head, "I'm not going. You should go by yourself." With a sweet voice, Shui Wenwen said, "Come on, don't be shy, sister-in-law. I'm just inviting you to go together.
Xiao Duo waved his hand, it would be too much trouble for him.
And what you guys did last time? I'm not going.
She still tried to persuade him, Zhou Feng really wants to get to know you.
Don't you know what he said backstage today? He's truly an amazing man.
Xiao Duo asked in surprise, what happened backstage?
Xiaowen eagerly recounted, Zhou Feng clearly has feelings for you.
In every sentence, he mentioned our family.
Our family. Upon hearing that, Xiao Duo's cheeks flushed red.
The next day, at the police station, Zhou Feng said to the officer on duty, "Officer, that boy is really pitiful." At that time, the malicious injury case at the construction site had been emphasized by Secretary Shen, and the boy was also a victim.
The officer asked in surprise, "What? Is it the boy with a brain hemorrhage at the People's Hospital?" Zhou Feng confirmed, "Yes, that's the one.
He was just recently discharged from the hospital, and now this happens to him again." The officer sighed and then led Kong Jin Lai to meet him. On the way, he warned him to speak properly with others, or else he would have to bear the consequences.
Kong Jin Lai nodded. "Yes, I understand."
When he met Zhou Feng, he apologized, "I was too impulsive that day."
"How is the child now? Let's quickly go to the hospital and check." Zhou Feng laughed and said, Why are you so worried?
When you were beating someone, you didn't show any mercy."
Kong Jin Lai pleaded, "Whatever the case, we are acquaintances, let's have a meal together." "Zhou Feng, can you forgive me? We will find a way to resolve this."
Seeing that Zhou Feng still said nothing, Kong Jin Lai wiped his tears, thinking about his parents and the child who was going to school.
"Zhou Feng, please let me live."
At this moment, the police officer spoke up, "Director Zhou, we all come from the same place, there's no need to escalate this matter."
"Of course, I'm just offering my opinion." Zhou Feng responded, "Right, maybe you're right.
Since the police officer has said that, I won't pursue this further. But you still have to return the 250 coins for the damage to my honor." Kong Jin Lai agreed, "I will pay, I'll bring it to you tomorrow."
Zhou Feng then asked, "What if you don't bring it?" He answered, "I will, definitely." The police officer spoke again, "Director Zhou, rest assured.
I will remind him to pay as promised during this reconciliation."
Zhou Feng smiled and replied, "If you said so, I can be completely at ease."
But the important thing is, this person is not trustworthy. Kong Jin Lai quickly affirmed, "I will bring the money tomorrow at noon, rest assured." Finally, this trouble had been resolved smoothly. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu was enjoying his morning tea. His eyes gazed into the distance when he suddenly saw the group of models approaching. Surprised, he asked, "When did you all get back?"
"What are you doing here?" Nana suddenly burst into tears. Seeing this, the factory director asked, "What's wrong? What exactly happened?" Dan Dan immediately suggested that Mr. Liu go inside the room to talk.
She began recounting everything that had happened in Jiahai.
After listening, Mr. Liu furiously said, "Why didn't you call me to report at that time?"
Dan Dan explained, he only revealed his true colors right before the performance.
"He didn't let us make a call and threatened us, saying that if we refused to perform, we would have to compensate for the losses." Mr. Liu exploded with anger, shouting, "Compensate for what? That bastard!"
He was so furious that he trembled, clenched his fists, and muttered, "That scoundrel Zhou Feng and that wretch Feng Huilai are truly despicable." After that, he told Dan Dan to stay while the others could go rest.
"All right then, factory director, we'll take our leave," everyone said.
When only the two of them remained, Mr. Liu slammed his hand on the table in anger and growled, "A bunch of useless fools." Then he asked again, "Dan Dan, tell me everything that happened in Jiahai from beginning to end."
"I won't let them get away with this." Dan Dan slowly recounted the entire story.
Meanwhile, Feng Huilai was reporting that the Hua Duo costume workshop would be announcing in the newspaper tomorrow when he received a call.
Zhou Feng answered the phone, it was Liu Deguang. Mr. Liu angrily shouted, "You little brat, now you're resorting to dirty tricks with me, huh?"
Just wait, I'll make you cry and beg for mercy. However, Zhou Feng calmly replied, Mr. Liu, I haven't tricked you in any way. You can check the contract. I invited your modeling team personally, what's wrong with that? Lu Deguang was trembling with rage. Did you mention the Hua Duo costume workshop at that time? Zhou Feng answered, No, I didn't. You didn't ask either. The contract is one we both signed. Why are you blaming me for something so important that you didn't ask about? You signed it and agreed to it, didn't you?
Mr. Liu was left speechless by Zhou Feng's reasoning, and eventually, he was struck down by a heart attack right on the spot.
Dan asked, Mr. Liu, are you alright?
He ignored him, holding the phone and muttering, Zhou Feng, what a shameless bastard, he should just die.
Then, he hung up.
Feng Huilai sighed, you've really pissed off Lu Deguang now. Zhou Feng thought for a moment, he might come to Jiahai to hold a performance just to take revenge on us. Feng Huilai nodded, true to his nature, he definitely wouldn't let this matter slide.
Zhou Feng reassured him, it's fine, even if he organizes it, it'll be a waste of time. By then, our partner stores will have expanded. Old Feng, if you were Lu Deguang, where would you organize the performance?
He thought for a moment and then replied, definitely at the night market.
We're here, and the night market is the best place. Besides, you just held an event at the night market, and I dislike you, so I'll also choose the night market. Zhou Feng seemed to have found something valuable and said, right, the land at the night market I have hasn't expired yet. I'll rent it for another 6 months. Any other vacant spots no one has rented yet, I'll rent them all.
If Lu Deguang wants to hold it at the night market, he can't.
This place won't be given up no matter what.
After saying this, he laughed proudly. Meanwhile, Xia Wenwen was leading Xiaoduo to meet Zhou Feng, but Xiaoduo kept trying to refuse.
I'm not going. It wouldn't be right to go find him on my own.
Xia Wenwen asked, little girl, you're so silly. You shouldn't just discuss clothes for your sister-in-law, you should also find out if there are any fox spirits around him.
There are a lot of female workers in the costume workshop. Aren't you worried? Upon hearing this, Xiaoduo nodded in agreement. The leader isn't here yet. I'll ask for leave when they arrive.
Wenwen knew this would convince Xiaoduo, so she smiled and said, then sister-in-law will wait for you. On the way to the Hua Duo costume factory, they ran into Kong Jinlai, who was heading in the same direction.
Xia Wen said to Xiaoduo.
Seeing the gloomy look on his face, it's clear that Zhou Feng has made him obedient.
She then asked the driver, how large is the Hua Duo costume factory? The driver replied, it covers 80 acres. It's still under construction, but it's expected to be completed by next summer.
Xia Wen exclaimed in surprise.
80 acres.
No wonder they dare to call themselves the largest costume factory in Xinan province. At the same time, Lin Chang and his colleagues were joking around.
One of them complimented Lin Chang. You're really good at lying.
Just then, Kong Jinlai arrived. They stared at each other for a moment, and Kong Jinlai realized that Lin Chang was about to step forward to clarify things. However, Lin Chang suddenly clutched his head and groaned loudly.
Oh my God, my head hurts so much.
One of his colleagues, looking concerned, asked,
what's wrong? Are you dizzy again? You still haven't recovered. Kong Jinlai, irritated, thought to himself, are they deliberately setting a trap for me?
He calmed himself and approached, asking, brother, there's no need to go this far. I pressed too hard yesterday, but I didn't expect both of us to moan so loudly. Lin Chang continued clutching his head and groaning.
Oh no, it really hurts.
Kong Jinlai waved his hand dismissively.
I didn't do anything just now.
One of the colleagues next to him, fuming, said,
why are you talking like that? He's been dizzy all day. Do you think we're deliberately doing this to scam you? Kong Jinlai explained, it's not like that, what I mean is. Just then, Feng Baobao walked by and asked, why all the yelling?
Lin Chang was still holding his head and shouting,
it hurts so much. Feng Baobao immediately told the young man standing nearby, quick, go call factory chief Xiao. At this moment, Xiao Duo and Xia Wenwen realized wasn't this Xiao Duo the same girl who had been sitting on Zhou Feng's lap last time? He smiled and greeted them, hello, are you all here to see the factory chief? Xiao Duo nodded. Xia Wenwen immediately asked, Xiao Duo, do you know him? She replied, yes, we had a meal together last time. Feng Baobao turned to Xia Wenwen and asked, who are you? She introduced herself, I'm Xiao Duo's sister-in-law. I came today to see him about something. Feng Baobao smiled and replied, oh, factory chief Xiao will be here soon. Kang Jianlai was still trying to calm Lin Chang down. We're all just ordinary people, let's be understanding with each other. When Zhou Feng came out and saw the situation, he asked, what's going on? A worker responded, Chief Zhou, Xiao Lin is feeling dizzy again. Could it be some kind of after effect? He's so young, what will he do in the future? Kang Jianlai clasped his hands together in a plea. Zhou Feng, there's really no need for this to go so far. I'm sorry, I was really wrong. Zhou Feng asked, then where are the 250 coins? He raised the bag in his hand and said, it's in here, I'll give it to you. Zhou Feng took the money and said, alright, that's enough. Get up now. Seeing that Lin Chang was still sitting, Zhou Feng turned back and told Xiao Chang, alright, you get up now. Lin Chang winked and smiled smugly. Kang Jianlai let out a sigh of relief and thanked Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng said, since the medicine isn't worth much, let's just forget about it. Just don't come yelling at my stall anymore. He hurriedly replied, alright, Zhou Feng, I'll head back first. If you have time, come over to my place. He then turned to Xiao Duo and Xia Wenwen, forcing a smile as he said, you guys go ahead and talk. I'll be leaving now. Zhou Feng saw Xiao Duo and was surprised, asking, Xiao Duo, why are you all here? And you haven't eaten yet, right? We should eat together. Xiao Duo said, yeah, sure. After that, Zhou Feng took them on a tour. As they walked, he pointed to the land in front of them and said, this spot will have a 4-story office building. Right now, Bao Bao and I are still using the dormitory over there as our office. Hearing the name Bao Bao, Xiao Duo felt a bit curious. Xia Wenwen quickly asked Zhou Feng on behalf of everyone, the name Bao Bao sounds so delicate. Is it a girl? Zhou Feng smiled and replied, his full name is Feng Bao Bao. He's the short-haired boy you all saw earlier. Upon hearing this, their friends from Beijing secretly smiled to themselves. At that moment, Xia Wenwen added, Zhou Feng, sister-in-law has something she wants to say to you. Zhou Feng responded, alright, sister-in-law, go ahead and speak. She smiled and said, our shop no longer has clothes to sell. My sister-in-law wants to collaborate with your clothing factory to help sell clothes for us. Zhou Feng immediately replied, sister-in-law, I've already noticed this collaboration and prepared everything for you. I'm just too busy these days, and I was actually planning to meet with you to discuss this matter. Xia Wenwen suddenly seemed a bit embarrassed and hesitated, saying, Zhou Feng, about the things that happened between you and my brother. Zhou Feng quickly interrupted, not letting her finish, sister-in-law, we're all family, there's no need to mention those things. Let's go, I'll take everyone on a tour. Xiao Duo smiled as she watched this scene. When the two women were left alone, Xia Wenwen whispered to her sister-in-law, Xiao Duo, that Zhou Feng is really not shy, my sister-in-law will definitely influence my brother to remarry as soon as possible. She analyzed that if they remarried, the other women would no longer yearn for him. Of course, today, she also noticed how those girls kept calling the factory manager, seemingly eager to get close to Zhou Feng. Xiao Duo simply nodded, Xia Wenwen grew more anxious, seriously, are you so slow to understand? Don't wait until you've agreed and then find out he has a mistress. Hearing this, Xiao Duo finally spoke, we're not in a hurry, we haven't discussed remarriage yet. Xia Wenwen responded, Xiao Duo, your thinking isn't quite right. Actually, I'm already married. If I were a single woman, I would also want to live with Zhou Feng. Xiao Duo was astonished, what do you mean by that? Xia Wenwen immediately explained, I was just giving an example. She leaned in close to Xiao Duo's ear and whispered, sister-in-law wants to give you some advice. Xiao Duo didn't understand what she meant, but her face turned bright red. She quickly spoke up, sister-in-law, you don't need to worry about me, I have a plan. Xia Wenwen replied, that's fine, but you need to organize everything properly. You can't do it without children. Zhou Feng had instructed a staff member to take Xiao Duo and her sister-in-law home, reminding them to ensure their safety. At this point, Xiao Duo asked, Zhou Feng, how are Wu Na and the others doing right now? I'm planning to visit them while I have some free time. Zhou Feng answered, sure, go ahead this weekend. That girl comes back every weekend, so you can visit them then. Xia Wen was very pleased upon hearing this. She thought to herself, how wonderful. A few days later, a news article in the city's newspaper reported that Zhou Feng, the manager of the Hua Duo garment factory, had launched a major discount campaign to show appreciation to the locals during the winter season. Zhou Jun held the newspaper in his hand, feeling envious. He muttered, what's so special about Zhou Feng? How did he get such an opportunity? He then crumpled the paper and tossed it into the corner of the room, grumbling with dissatisfaction. Zhou Jun was puzzled as to why his name wasn't listed in the meeting notice for Department Head Wu. At that moment, a secretary spoke up, Department Head Wu. I've noted everything from the meeting. If I've missed anything, please let me know, and I will correct it. He nodded, Then he looked around the desk as if searching for something. Department Head Wu asked again, Where's the newspaper for today? Zhou Jun quickly picked up the crumpled newspaper from the floor and held it up, saying, it's here. Department Head Wu seemed displeased and asked, what did you do to make the newspaper like this? Zhou Jun suddenly didn't know how to answer. Department Head Wu reminded him, you, Zhou Jun. At this moment, he hesitated and said, Department Head Wu, I'm really sorry. When I was cleaning the desk, I thought it was yesterday's newspaper, so I crumpled it. Department Head Wu angrily shouted, you even crumpled yesterday's newspaper? Are you trying to show wastefulness? With this kind of attitude, I can't trust you to work for me. Zhou Jun tried to calm the situation, saying, I've learned my lesson. I'll be more careful next time. Department Head Wu responded indifferently, alright, go write a self-criticism. Zhou Jun wondered, write a self-criticism? Is it really that serious? Then, unable to control himself, he asked, Department Head Wu, does it really require a self-criticism for something so small? Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Department Head Wu immediately turned around and asked, something small is being blown out of proportion? If you think I'm wrong, let me write the self-criticism myself and submit it to the director, because clearly, it's my fault, right? Zhou Jun realized his anger and quickly retorted, Department Head Wu, that's not what I meant. Department Head Wu replied, alright, no need to say more. Then he walked straight into his private room and slammed the door shut. Zhou Jun was furious, unable to understand why everything was being blamed on him. When he became famous, many shop owners came to the Hua Duo clothing workshop to seek opportunities to collaborate with Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng declared, I want to emphasize one thing, anyone who collaborates with the Hua Duo workshop is not allowed to sell clothes from other brands. If we discover this, the collaboration will be immediately terminated. He then asked, which merchants are there in the Guangmao South Market? Many people raised their hands. Zhou Feng pointed to the left and said, alright, the merchants from the Guangmao Market, please head over there to register. Next, he asked, what about the merchants from the Yishui Alley? Another group of people quickly raised their hands. Zhou Feng said, if you haven't registered yet, please go to that side to sign up. Once you complete the registration, you can leave, and if everything fits, our team will notify the shop owners. Afterwards, everyone lined up to fill out the registration forms. After a while preparing tea, Xia Wenwen and Zhang Mingming came to see Zhou Feng. Xia Wenwen said, I really want to thank you this time. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, it's nothing. Once you finish your registration, you can leave, there's no need to stay here.
Feeling it was inappropriate to linger, Xia Wenwen said, "All right, we'll leave now, you must be busy." Zhou Feng then gathered everyone to review the current work situation. He began by asking Li Bei, the head of the Huaduo workshop, how many stalls have been rented at the night market there. He answered, 2 pavilions, and they are very close to each other. If we don't make way for the Beijing costume workshop, this performance will not succeed. Zhou Feng praised him for doing very well, then turned to Feng Huilai and asked, Factory Director Feng, how are things on your side? He smiled and replied, all the systems in the workshop have been clearly explained, and the dormitories have been arranged. Zhou Feng nodded and continued, good, then I want to discuss the cooperation opportunities with everyone. If there are any disagreements, we will exchange views together. As for Mr. Liu, after the shock of being outmaneuvered by Zhou Feng, he had to be hospitalized for treatment. At that moment, Xia Xialong, the head of the Beijing costume workshop, visited him and discussed with Liu Diguang how to handle the situation. Xia Xialong proposed, Mr. Liu, I think we should organize a performance at Jiahai with more models and more diverse content than Zhou Feng's previous event. Liu Diguang asked, what about the venue? Xia Xialong replied, it will also be at the night market where Zhou Feng held his event. People will easily compare, and if our performance quality is better, Zhou Feng will fail. Liu Diguang nodded in agreement, exactly, we have the same idea. Tomorrow, when I am discharged from the hospital, I will go to Jiahai to discuss things a bit, see what Zhou Feng can still do. Xia Xialong nodded, all right. He also mentioned, by the way, the city of Jiahai is also building a new market, where many businessmen are looking to cooperate. Tomorrow, I will quickly choose an outstanding company to collaborate with us. After the performance event ends, this may also increase consumption levels. Liu Diguang agreed, if we hold the performance event at Jiahai, the collaboration fee should be around 550 to 600 coins. Xia Xialong laughed and said, you and I are quite in sync. The cost of organizing the performance event cannot be solely borne by the factory. Merchants keep taking advantage, they too need to contribute. They had agreed on a plan of action. At Jiahai, in front of the Department of Industry and Trade, Zhou Jun stood waiting and saw Ziran walk by. He immediately called out to her. Ziran was puzzled by how early Zhou Jun had arrived and wondered if he had nothing to do today. Zhou Jun replied, today, Manager Wu has assigned all the tasks to Xiao Huang. Ha, Ziran merely responded with a casual aha before continuing to walk, reminding him, you should head back early, I have to meet with the department head and will probably be back late. This made Zhou Jun surprised as he realized that Ziran no longer conveyed the same friendly affection as before. He felt dissatisfied, wondering why even she had become distant with him. After finishing her work, Ziran took a newspaper that had information about Zhou Feng. She commented, Zhou Feng, his character is not great, but his fashion sense is on point. When she stepped outside, Ziran noticed that Zhou Jun was still standing there, smiling. Ziran, are we done now? She was surprised by his question, why are you still here? Zhou Jun looked down at the newspaper and noticed an article about Zhou Feng. He then suggested, Ziran, let's go have a meal together. I'll treat you. However, Ziran declined, why would you treat me? Save your money so you can pay more when the room is divided, and get a bigger room. Zhou Jun was curious again. Why didn't the article mention the incident where the Huaduo clothing factory had randomly beaten someone? Ziran responded, wasn't it the young man from the Huaduo clothing factory who was beaten for no reason? She neatly rolled up the newspaper in her hand. All right, Zhou Jun, I'm going back now. Zhou Jun was confused and wondered why he didn't know that she liked reading the newspaper so much. Given Zhou Feng's circumstances, Ziran had started to speak well of him. The next morning, Zhou Feng and Li Bei went to meet Hua Junyi, the owner of the Guangmao Jiahai shopping center. When he saw them, Hua Junyi was surprised and asked, Factory Director Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Feng replied, we want to discuss some cooperation opportunities with you. Hua Junyi nodded in agreement, all right, let's go inside and talk. Zhou Feng emphasized, I want to make it clear that if we cooperate with the Huaduo clothing factory, we will not allow the sale of clothes from other brands. Hua Juni understood and said, I understand. You've made that clear. Then, how many cooperative stores would you suggest in the Guangmao shopping center? Too many wouldn't be ideal. Zhou Feng answered, just 2 stores would be enough. When you make money, we'll also benefit from the cooperation. Let's avoid any deceptive collaboration fees.
Hua Juni smiled happily when he saw that Zhou Feng understood the situation. He then handed the contract to Hua Juni to review and said, if there are no issues, please come to the Hua Duo costume workshop to sign the contract. Hua Juni carefully reviewed the terms, and Zhou Feng quickly finished his work and left.
Hua Juni asked, aren't you staying for a bit, Manager Zhou? Zhou Feng turned back and replied, maybe next time. There's still a lot of work to do, and I need to meet with other partners.
He added, keep in mind that cooperation is a sensitive area, and you shouldn't let competitors take advantage of you.
After returning, Hua Juni tried calling the Beijing costume workshop, but he couldn't get through.
This made him worried about Zhou Feng's warning. At the Beijing costume workshop, Xia Long answered Hua Juni's call. He asked when Hua Juni could come to Beijing to sign the contract. Hua Juni scheduled it for about 2 days later.
Xia Long informed him, we are planning to hold a fashion show in Jiahai. Hua Juni smiled and replied, that's fantastic. The Hua Duo costume workshop just held one and invited a major celebrity.
The results were very promising. Xia Long insisted that the Hua Duo costume workshop was not a formidable competitor. Furthermore, even manager Zhou Feng wasn't a good person, using their staff to promote his own brand.
Hua Juni thought, is it really that easy to be deceived?
Xia Long continued, in short, in the field of modeling, our workshop has a lot of experience and has achieved good results. However, the fee for the model performance is quite high. Therefore, in order to cooperate, you will need an additional 100 coins.
Hua Juni thought he had misheard and asked again, the fee has increased?
He recalled Zhou Feng's earlier words about bullying the customers, saying that at that point there would be no opportunity for rebuttal.
Seeing Hua Juni's silence, Xia Long asked again, hello, can you hear me?
He was startled and replied, oh, but Mr. Xia, those 100 coins. Before he could finish, Xia Long interrupted, that's the factory's decision, there's nothing I can do.
Also, this amount isn't too much, is there a problem? No problem, Hua Juni reluctantly answered.
Alright then, see you in Beijing the day after tomorrow, Xia Long said. After hanging up, he felt frustrated by Xia Long's imposing tone and muttered, arrogant, deceptive. Next, the boss took out 2 contracts, one from the Beijing costume factory and the other from the Hua Duo factory, placing them side by side to compare before making his final decision. Zhou Feng stopped by the store of Zhang Mingming and his wife, bringing along the contract to hand over to Xia Wenwen. Sister-in-law, here is the cooperation contract, please take a look. If there are no issues, we can go to the factory and sign it tomorrow. Xia Wenwen replied with a smile, oh, since we are family, there shouldn't be any problem.
Should I sign it right now?
Uncle Feng smiled and answered, no need to rush, let's agree to sign it tomorrow. That way, it will be fairer to the other cooperating stores.
Xia Wenwen nodded and said, okay, then I will follow your advice.
After finishing his work, Zhou Feng pointed upward and said, you guys continue with your work, I'll head upstairs for a bit. Before leaving, he didn't forget to stroke Xiao Duo's hair and said, alright, I'm off to work now. Xiao Duo smiled and nodded, her cheeks flushed with happiness. When he reached upstairs, Zhou Feng sought out Kong Jinlai.
He assumed Zhou Feng was there about Lin Chang's matter and anxiously asked, is that kid causing trouble again? I have nothing to do with it. Zhou Feng replied, it's not about that. Do you want to cooperate with the Hua Duo clothing workshop? Kong Jinlai asked again, the Hua Duo clothing workshop? Zhou Feng nodded, yes, that workshop.
At that moment, just as he was feeling irritated, Kong Jinlai's anger flared up, I was just tricked into paying the 750 collaboration fee with the Beijing workshop.
Now you want me to sell your clothes? Do you think I'm an idiot?
Zhou Feng explained, Mr. Kong, you can't think like that.
You've already invested in the modeling event. If you don't sell the clothes, it would be a waste. Kang Jin-lai waved his hand. Stop, are you trying to pull another stunt on me? Zhou Feng quickly grabbed his hand and said, Mr. Kang, did the Beijing clothing workshop call you in the past 2 days about organizing the modeling event in Jiahai? Kang Jin-lai froze. He wondered how Zhou Feng knew, but still denied it, saying, No, who told you that? Zhou Feng continued, the Beijing clothing workshop is involved in the competition. They often bully their clients. I severed ties with them for that reason. Moreover, I can offer some special treatment that others don't have. Kang Jin-lai curiously asked, What is this special treatment? Zhou Feng replied, I can let you sell clothes from both workshops at the same time. Kang Jin-lai was so angry that he almost wanted to leave. You're not planning to report me, are you? Essing Beijing already has a contract with me. Zhou Feng calmly responded, If I wanted to set a trap for you, that kid's recovery would probably not have been as quick. After a moment of thinking, Kang Jin-lai realized, that makes sense, but why does this sound so strange to me? Zhou Feng elaborated, Beijing hasn't focused its time on market research. You've already spent 500 coins on collaboration fees, and if they don't support you, then it's a waste, right? Kang Jin-lai said, I've spent 750, and with an additional 200 coins, it's 950 coins already. Zhou Feng responded, That doesn't matter. The issue is that even if you sell clothes from other brands, they won't be able to interfere. Kang Jin-lai pondered and realized that what Zhou Feng said was true. Seeing that his attitude had become somewhat favorable, Zhou Feng then mentioned the contract with the Beijing workshop that they had previously discussed, emphasizing that it had many limitations. This was the area Zhou Feng was familiar with, enabling him to manipulate Kang Jin-lai's mindset. Zhou Feng said, They have no authority, because if you don't sell goods, they will suspend cooperation with you. However, if your clothes don't sell, that's their problem. Kang Jin-lai directly asked for his opinion. Zhou Feng explained, If many partners are unable to sell products, they will have to reimburse the cooperation costs. Otherwise, how can the partner stores in other cities view this correctly? Kang Jin-lai wondered to himself, Is he subtly threatening me? If the Beijing clothing factory fails to sell the products, is this a warning for me? Then Zhou Feng said, Kang Jin-lai, take your time to think carefully about this matter. I will keep the cooperation quota for the Manhwa area for you. He added, What happened between us in the past shouldn't cause any awkwardness. It's just a matter of give and take. After the conversation ended, Zhou Feng left, closing the door gently before turning back. Kang Jin-lai felt that Zhou Feng was truly unpredictable. In the office, Lu Jintang was sitting and reading when he received a call. It was from Li Kongshun, the deputy mayor of Jiahai City. After their conversation, Lu Jintang called Zhou Feng to inform him, Director Zhou, just received a call from a leader who said that the Beijing clothing factory also wants to organize a model show at the night market. Zhou Feng was not surprised by this and responded, Mr. Lu, we are also planning to sell some products there. Sorry, but I'm afraid I can't support your work. Lu Jintang said, Director Zhou, just like what you did before, regarding the compensation, we will take responsibility. Zhou Feng replied, Mr. Lu, the loss is difficult to quantify. Moreover, if the Beijing clothing factory promotes itself at my booth, how should that loss be calculated? Lu Jintang replied, Factory manager Zhou, the deputy mayor directly assigned this task to me. You can't put me in such a difficult position. Zhou Feng firmly refused. Lu Jintang, dissatisfied, said, If you continue with this attitude, I will have to take back your booth. Zhou Feng then asked, Mr. Lu, since the factory was established, my only source of income has come from the Lin Shui Steelworks quota, which employs nearly 100 workers, with dozens of educated young people mixed in. Have you ever considered the pressure I'm under? I've always actively cooperated with you people. Why is it now, just because I refuse one request, that the director wants to make things difficult for me? If that's the case, I'll have to exercise my rights and not accept the remaining 30 educated young people. He slammed his hand down on the table and continued, Mr. Lu,
Do you have any opinion on secretariation assigning work to this group of educated young people?
Lu Jintang raised his voice. Zhou Feng, what are you talking about?
Zhou Feng replied, in short, I will not sign contracts for those 30 educated young people.
When Secretary Shen asks, I will have a reason to refuse.
Lu Jintang felt confused and said, Zhou Feng, these are two different matters. The work with the booth should not affect the employment of these new young people. Zhou Feng stood firm, in short, I will not sign contracts for any of the 30 workers.
If you still want to take back the booth, I will have to report this. With that, he hung up.
According to the schedule for the day, Zhou Feng gathered the shop owners for a meeting.
When they saw that everyone had arrived, Zhou Feng asked, have you all reviewed the contract?
All the store owners confirmed that they had.
He continued, is there any condition that needs to be added?
Most of them answered no, but a girl raised her hand and said, I have a suggestion. Zhou Feng immediately invited the girl to speak. The store owner said, it would be better if we could receive the goods first and pay later.
The local Beijing clothing factory works that way.
Zhou Feng explained, we can't compare ourselves to them because their cooperation fee is 500 coins, and they always require immediate payment upon receipt. We, however, offer free cooperation. If anyone runs off with the goods, the clothing factory would bear the loss. Xia Wenwen agreed with this opinion.
She said, that's right, the Hua Duo clothing factory not only has fashion shows but also advertises in the media, and the cooperation is completely free. You still want to take the goods first and pay later, why should you enjoy all the benefits?
The girl felt embarrassed and immediately explained, no, I just made a suggestion by chance.
Director Zhou, please don't mind, Zhou Feng smiled and replied, it's all right.
Well, if no one has any other comments, we can sign the contract now. The tricycle will help you deliver the goods to your shops.
You can start selling by noon. Everyone unanimously agreed and said, yes, let's sign quickly, don't delay the sales. Afterward, the stores brought the clothes back and hung them up for display.
One store owner loudly announced, on the occasion of the grand opening of the Hua Duo clothing workshop, we are offering the biggest discounts to the elders and community members.
The celebrity-style outfits are now on sale at a full discount.
After the fashion show, the products caught the attention of many customers, and soon, there were numerous people coming to inquire about purchasing. At the Baihua building, the store run by the couple Xia Wenwen was also bustling with customers. People were coming and going in droves, asking about the clothing, and some even had to squeeze through to ask about sizes and styles.
Kong Jin Lai looked at the scene with longing.
By the late afternoon, when the couple tallied their sales, they found that the newly arrived merchandise was selling well, with only 1 or 2 pieces left on the shelves. Xia Wen said to her husband, Ming Ming, please quickly call the Hua Duo clothing workshop and have them send more goods tomorrow morning.
He agreed right away.
Xiao Duo, looking at the thick wallet, asked, sister-in-law, with so much money, are you sure you and my brother didn't miscount the sales?
Wenwen smiled and replied, of course not. Customers lined up to buy.
I collected the money, and your brother helped with finding the clothes.
Wenwen counted the money and cheerfully asked, everyone, can you guess how much we sold today? Xiao Duo and Zhang Mingming eagerly asked, how much?
Xia Wen smiled and said, we sold a total of 2,198 coins. Zhang Mingming laughed heartily, this is indeed impressive. He calculated, in just one afternoon, they managed to sell 98 sets of clothes.
Xiao Duo then asked, so, sister-in-law, how much money did we make today?
Xia Wen replied, overall, we made a few hundred coins.
Let's quickly wrap things up, and we need to call the factory. The two brothers, Xiao Duo and his sibling, nodded excitedly, got it.
Feng Baobao, who was listening to the phone from a distance, happily asked, with so many sales, how much stock do we need?
Got it. Everyone will receive their goods tomorrow morning.
He thought to himself, Zhou Feng is truly no simple character.
If this continues, our team of engineers won't be enough. We'll need to recruit more. Li Bei, following behind Zhou Feng, asked, factory manager, could you elaborate on your new initiatives, like the point exchange system and the membership program? Zhou Feng smiled and said, "Let's go, we'll talk while having dinner."
Zhang Dongrun, the head of the Commerce and Industry Department, was instructed to investigate and report to Lu Jintang. He said, "Yesterday, the Hua Duo clothing factory didn't display goods at the night market, but recently some stores have started selling their clothes in the afternoons."
Mr. Lu nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You can leave now."
At this moment, he finally understood the situation and thought to himself, so that's how it is. This young man must have known about the Beijing clothing factory's plans to hold a fashion show and intentionally acted this way. He immediately called Mayor Li Kongshun and said, "Mayor Li, this is Lu Jintang from the Department of Commerce and Industry."
The mayor asked, "Director Lu, is everything going smoothly at the night market? When can we arrange the performance for the Beijing costume workshop?"
Lu Jintang replied, "Yes, Mayor Li, here's the issue. The night market just completed a performance program, so it's quite difficult for the stall owners to give up their spots, which has made things less than smooth. However, there is a vacant square in the south, and holding the performance there might also work." Before Lu Jintang could finish his sentence, Mayor Li interrupted, "The Yuming Square in the south is still desolate.
Do you think it can achieve the same results as the night market?" Lu Jintang awkwardly said, "If we could conduct some promotional activities beforehand." Li Kongshan angrily shouted, "Mr. Lu, the Beijing costume workshop has clearly requested to hold the program at the night market. Why can't you solve this problem?"
Helpless, Lu Jintang had no choice but to admit, the person in charge of the Hua Duo costume workshop refuses to give up their spot, and that is the main issue here.
Mayor Li asked again, "Can't you take back their stall?"
Lu Jintang explained, "Mayor Li, they are operating legally.
I don't have the authority to do that.
If a report is filed to higher authorities, it will put me in a very difficult position." Upon hearing this, Li Kongshan, left with no other options, could only be angry. He told Lu Jintang, "Give me their phone number. If you can't handle this, I will go negotiate myself."
After receiving the phone number, he hung up the phone.
On the other side, Lu Jintang sighed and muttered, "Zhou Feng, you're just like a shopkeeper who's busy selling goods and then gets a phone call."
He ran inside to answer the phone from Xie Xiaolong. The latter asked, "This is the Beijing clothing factory. I need you to confirm the time. When can you come to sign the contract this afternoon?" The shopkeeper angrily shouted into the phone, "I'm not signing anything."
Xie Xiaolong, surprised, thought he had dialed the wrong number. The shopkeeper hurriedly ran back outside to deal with his customers.
Not long after, the phone rang again, and when he answered, the voice on the other end asked, "Hua Juni? Who is this?" he asked in return.
Xie Xiaolong from the Beijing clothing factory on the other end replied.
Hua Juni, frustrated, yelled, "Go away! Don't call again!" and hung up.
He hurriedly ran back outside, muttering, "That damn thing wasted my time earning money."
Xie Xiaolong, feeling disrespected, became even angrier after the call. He stomped his foot and said, "Are you mocking me? Don't ever expect to cooperate with me again."
Zhou Feng received a call and told Feng Huilai to go into the workshop first, and he would come later. When he picked up the phone, he realized it was Li Kongshan, the deputy mayor of Jiahai City.
Zhou Feng laughed and said, "Ah, you're calling. I've heard of you for a long time. Your call suddenly makes me both happy and nervous."
Li Kongshan said, "Factory manager Zhou, I'm calling you today to ask why you are not cooperating with the Department of Industry and Trade."
Zhou Feng smiled and asked, "Are you mistaken? Where exactly am I not cooperating?"
He angrily slammed his hand on the table and questioned, "Stop pretending, Mr. Lu just called me and said you're not cooperating, refusing to give up your stall for the night market."
Zhou Feng asked again, "So from what you're saying, if I don't give up my stall, that means I'm not cooperating, right?" Li Kongshan shouted, "What are you trying to say?" Zhou Feng replied, "I'm just repeating what Mayor Li told me. You make decisions for the benefit of the people without caring about us. This isn't serving the people." Li Kongshan, furious, said, "What are you trying to pull? Didn't I say I would compensate you?" Zhou Feng directly disagreed with that.
Li Kongshan could no longer control his anger and shouted, "I'm immediately suspending your production, conducting safety inspections, taxes, and a lot more." Zhou Feng, unafraid, said, "Do whatever you want, just inform the relevant departments. You can't give me orders." With that, he hung up. Zhou Feng immediately called Uncle Feng Bao Bao to notify everyone to meet at the factory. When everyone had arrived, Zhou Feng said, "Li Bei, have the people in the warehouse prepare clothes for the partner stores, preferably enough for them to last through the promotional days. The quantity must be clearly confirmed." He then emphasized, "Remember to check the inventory carefully. Don't collect payment for the goods, just have the tricycle come to pick up the products." Zhou Feng turned to Feng Bao Bao and Lin Chang and said, "You two should go together and provide assistance." Zhou Feng spoke to Feng Huilai, "Uncle Feng, we will discuss the details of this matter later, this might be a good opportunity." Li Kongshan had contacted various departments, including Director Xia from the Tax Bureau, to assign tasks to him. After receiving the call, Director Xia turned to Ziran and said, "Ziran, the deputy mayor of the standing committee just called. It seems there's a major issue at the Hua Duo clothing factory. Please notify your department to carry out a tax inspection." Ziran responded in surprise, "The Hua Duo clothing factory? Isn't that Zhou Feng's?" She quickly added, "All right, I'll go right away." When Ziran arrived at the tax office, she announced, "The director has ordered us to carry out a tax investigation at the Hua Duo clothing factory." Ba Fei, the head of the tax office, appeared unconcerned as he calmly held his teacup and said, "The Hua Duo factory is newly established. What's there to inspect?" Ziran replied, "I'm not clear on the specifics, but the director has emphasized that we need to investigate thoroughly regarding the supply and marketing fees, as well as related issues." Seeing Ba Fei still standing still, Ziran urged, "Director Ba, you need to hurry." As Zhou Feng was organizing everything, he muttered to himself, "This is the only way to do it, otherwise, Li Kongshan will keep coming here for inspections. It's really annoying." He called the workers over, then went up to the stage and announced, "Those workers who haven't signed the contract, please stand up." They stood up, looking bewildered at each other, not understanding what was happening. Zhou Feng clapped his hands loudly and said in a strong voice, "I don't know who arranged for you to be placed here, but I don't care. I am a private entrepreneur with no support, and I am being asked to stop business operations for an investigation right from the start of sales. Please check it thoroughly for me. That's the responsibility of the leadership, and they don't care at all about the lives of the people." Meanwhile, Li Kongshan had instructed the driver to take him to the Hua Duo clothing factory. In the car, the driver, somewhat hesitant, asked, "Mayor Li, do we really need to go? It's just a small shop, there's no need to argue with people who lack culture like that." Li Kongshan smiled and replied, "I've heard that I shouldn't speak logically for the common people, but I want to see if such people are capable of running a business. The market is open, but if we just reject opportunities for performance like this Beijing factory, the Jiahai market will never develop." The driver guessed, "Mayor Li, you're looking towards the future and the development of Jiahai City, while they are only focused on immediate gains." Li Kongshan responded, "Hurry up, this time I want to make a deep impression on factory manager Zhou." The car of Deputy Mayor Li Kongshan quickly arrived at the Hua Duo garment factory, where Feng Bao Bao politely greeted them and asked the leaders, "Did you come for an inspection?" Li Kongshan got out of the car without bothering to greet anyone and immediately walked into the workshop to observe. Mr. Liu also arrived and, upon seeing Feng Huilai, greeted him, "Workshop Chief Feng." Huilai cheerfully shook hands and replied, "Mr. Liu." Lu Jintang said, "We are here for an inspection. The tax bureau's vehicle is on the way. We'll wait for them and then proceed with the inspection together." Feng Huilai nodded, "All right." Li Kongshan, curious, asked who the head of Hua Duo workshop was. Feng Huilai answered, "Workshop Chief Zhou is in charge, I'm just the deputy workshop chief." When the tax bureau officials arrived, the chief of the bureau, leading the group, spoke up, "Mayor Li, apologies for our late arrival, we took longer than expected preparing the documents." Li Kongshan responded, "It's fine, we've just arrived as well." Lu Jintang saw Ziran and said, "Ziran, you've come here too?" Ziran nodded.
Yes. He said, well, now that everyone's here, let's go.
Feng Huilai led the way. Mayor, leaders, please follow me this way.
Workshop Chief Joe is in a large meeting, so I'll take you in.
Li Kongshan sneered, such an arrogant attitude, so many departments are here for the inspection, yet they can't meet, clearly no cooperation in the investigation.
Feng Huilai led the inspection team past the meeting room, just as Zhou Feng's loud voice could be heard, inspection, inspection, inspection for me. If you don't want me to live, then you should just go back to your places. I won't accept you anymore. Go wherever you like.
He pointed outside, and the workers, confused, didn't understand what was happening.
Zhou Feng continued, if we don't accept you, the official workers' benefits can still be slightly improved. Now pack your things and leave. We are not signing contracts, so we absolutely cannot accept you.
The workers in the workshop also agreed, whispering among themselves. A bold female worker spoke up, the higher-ups don't think about us.
This workshop hasn't even been open for long.
Someone next to her added, that's right, if we don't compromise soon, we won't even finish making the clothes in time. These words were clearly meant for Li Kongshan to hear. After inspecting, a leader pointed to the pile of scrap materials and emphasized how their work was being handled. All of this was a serious issue. The waste isn't cleaned up on time, and the floor is covered with fabric.
Do you realize how much of a safety risk this is?
Then, he reluctantly declared a 2-day halt in operations. Next, he issued a notice regarding the need for rectification and reform, which he handed to Zhou Feng, saying all of these issues needed to be addressed. Zhou Feng took the notice, and to his surprise, seemed satisfied, unable to stop himself from smiling. He asked, it's almost time for lunch.
Would you like to have a meal in our canteen, or would you prefer to continue your inspection?
Li Kongshan signaled with a glance to the tax department official. The person understood and replied, we've decided to continue the inspection.
Zhou Feng cooperatively led him to the accounting room.
Seeing this, Zhou Jun felt a quiet sense of joy, thinking to himself, this time, Zhou Feng has clearly offended the wrong people. The three people, Feng Baobao, Li Bei, and Lin Chang, walked out to the parking area. Feng Baobao said, Lin Chang, we shouldn't interfere with that good car, but the smallest one, let's deflate its tire. Lin Chang realized that it was the car of a senior leader, so he shook his head, I don't dare to do that.
At this point, Li Bei put his arm around Lin Chang and asked, brother-in-law, you've arranged the work for him, but now these people are making things difficult for you. You can't even do this small thing for him?
In the end, Lin Chang had to agree. He instructed Bei Bro and the others to stand guard outside to carry out the plan. Feng Baobao didn't forget to remind him, Lin Chang, just let out a little air from one tire, that's enough.
Okay. Both of them secretly laughed to themselves.
After Lin Chang deflated the tire, he turned around and signaled for Feng Baobao to finish up. To his surprise, when he turned back, he couldn't see anyone there anymore. He angrily muttered, damn it, they're bullying me again.
After a thorough inspection, Mr. Liu reported, the inspection is complete, there are no issues on our side, we're ready to go ahead.
Li Kongshan checked his watch and asked, Mr. Liu, it only took 50 minutes to finish the inspection, are you sure nothing was overlooked? Mr. Liu responded with a smile, the new factory has a small workload, everything has been inspected, there's no problem. Li Kongshan's face turned serious, it's good if everything is in order. Then, he turned to the tax department and said, comrades in the tax department don't need to rush, make sure to do a thorough check. Even though it's late, work still has to be prioritized. The head of the tax department, Ba Fei, immediately replied, you can rest assured. While Ziran was checking the records, Zhou Jun proudly asked, where are the workers' contracts?
I want to check the contracts.
Zhou Feng immediately responded, are the contracts also within your scope of inspection?
Zhou Jun angrily said, what do you mean? Can't you cooperate with our work?
Zhou Feng explained, the contracts in our factory have special clauses that are different from other factories.
If you view them and disclose any information, it will affect us.
Zhou Jun became even angrier, I need to check every worker's salary, so I must see the contracts to know if anything is being cut. Zhou Feng then took out the contracts and placed them on the table, saying, "Here are the contracts." He also rested his feet on the table, reclining in a relaxed manner. Zhou Jun angrily shouted, "What's with this attitude?" Zhou Feng casually replied, "This is my office. Do you need to ask for permission just to relax? Can your superiors control me?" Zhou Jun angrily grabbed the stack of contracts and moved to another spot to review them. Li Kongshun, seeing Zhou Feng's actions, complimented, "The comrades in the tax department are very serious about their work." Zhou Jun, overhearing the compliment, smiled and said, "Mayorly, this is my job." He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, thinking, "This is a rare opportunity, I need to make a good impression on him." At this moment, Lu Jintang spoke up, "Mayorly, we'll prepare to leave now." Li Kongshun, suspicious, thought to himself, "Lu Jintang seems unusual today. He can't even handle small matters, and his attitude is strange. Clearly, he's trying to avoid taking responsibility." He stepped closer and called Mr. Lu Jintang to turn around and ask, "Mayorly, are you leaving too?" He replied, I still have a few things to take care of." The two of them stepped outside, and Li Kongshun asked, "Mr. Lu, did you and Zhou Feng make any mistakes? Why couldn't you resolve such a small issue?" Lu Jintang responded, "Zhou Feng is not an easy person to talk to, as you've seen today. We only have a professional relationship." The tense atmosphere earlier had interrupted their conversation. Li Kongshun suspiciously asked, "Really?" While waiting for the tax officials to inspect, Zhou Feng had fallen into a deep sleep on the chair. At the same time, Ba Fei and Ziran were closely reviewing the workers' payroll. Ba Fei exclaimed in surprise, "That's really high, isn't it?" Ziran suddenly asked, "Department head Ba, why is the salary at Hua Duo Garment Factory so high?" "They just paid the wages last month, I've calculated roughly, each worker received 100 coins a day." Ba Fei was confused, could it be that the salary for 2 months has been combined? Ziran confirmed, "No, the working hours are clearly stated, this is the salary for just 1 month." She thought for a moment, apprentices only receive 1 coin a day, but workers are getting 100 coins, which means that since their internship, they've been treated as regular employees. Could Zhou Feng really be that generous? Zhou Jun interjected, "Ziran, I've figured it out. Could it be that the working hours were adjusted? There must be something fishy inside." Ziran glanced at him and then lowered her head again, saying nothing. Zhou Jun, frustrated, thought, "Once again, I haven't heard any criticism about Zhou Feng." Secretary Shin had arranged this match between them, and now their attitudes have changed. As Ziran focused on the payroll, she realized, this system has many similarities with the one in the United States. Who could have established it? Could it have been Zhou Feng? As Feng Baobao walked in, she saw the group from the tax office still there and asked Zhou Feng, "Why haven't they left yet?" Zhou Feng replied calmly, "Just leave them be, let them check things on their own." Baobao continued, "Oh, right, the workers have been off for 2 days but haven't dared to go home because 30 people got fired. They're all worried they might be laid off too." Zhou Feng explained, "Well, since there's nothing going on right now, let's gather everyone for a meal. The regular workers have signed contracts, so they don't need to worry." Feng Baobao asked, "What should we eat?" Zhou Feng suggested, "You can take the tricycle to Zhiyang village and buy a few goats, then go to Heizi's house to borrow some alcohol. Today, we'll have a barbecue." Feng Baobao asked eagerly, "When do we start?" Zhou Feng answered, "First, let's get everything ready. Once everyone is out, we can start the barbecue right away." Baobao happily ran off, her voice full of excitement. At this moment, Zhou Feng turned to the tax group and asked, "How much longer are you going to be checking?" Zhou Jun replied, "Still unclear. There's definitely something suspicious inside here. I need to investigate further." He picked up a few contracts and said, "I want to review these contracts again, there must be an issue inside." Upon hearing this, Ba Fei was surprised and said, "Xiao Zhou, you shouldn't be so sure that there's something wrong, should you?" Zhou Jun replied, "Mayorly has ordered us to conduct a thorough check, so I'll stay until we find the truth."
Ba Fei immediately asked, "Why are you dragging Mayor Li into this? He never said that."
"You're shifting the blame onto him." Zhou Feng lost his composure and stepped forward, grabbing Zhou Jun by the neck, shouting, "Check, check for me. If you don't find the issue, I won't let you off the hook." Ziran quickly rushed over to stop Zhou Feng, saying, "You don't need to do this. Look at his face, he's about to suffocate." Zhou Jun said, "Zhou Feng, let me stand up." But Zhou Feng pushed his head down again. "Want to stand up? Go ahead, try standing up." Ziran, worried, called out to Ba Fei for help. "Department head Ba, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help, otherwise, Zhou Jun will be in trouble." Ba Fei tried to advise factory director Zhou, "We've already completed our inspection, and there's no issue. How about we leave first?" Zhou Feng remained silent. Just then, Feng Huilai entered and said, "Zhou Feng, once the inspection is done, let them go. They've been pulled back now." Zhou Feng had just let go, while Zhou Jun was still clutching his throat, coughing uncontrollably, preparing to defend himself. Ziran easily interrupted, "Can you be quiet for a moment?" Zhou Jun was about to say something more but was immediately silenced by Ziran's sharp tone. "Didn't I tell you to be quiet?" Ba Fei chuckled and said, "Well then, factory manager Zhou, we've finished our inspection and found no issues. We'll take our leave now." Zhou Feng replied, "Thank you, but please remember to help me collect these documents." Ba Fei seemed a little taken aback, but in the situation, his hesitation led him to agree. Once everything was settled, Zhou Feng said to Feng Huilai, "Just started the factory, and now we have to stop. It's unreasonable. I can't stand hearing about it. This news will reach Xin Yuping by tomorrow. Let's see how he reacts. We should prepare for the worst-case scenario." Feng Huilai agreed with Zhou Feng's assessment. The three of them, Zhou Jun, Ziran, and Ba Fei, walked out to the parking lot. Zhou Jun's mood was still dark, his anger lingering. At that moment, a girl ran up, calling out to Ziran as sister. Ziran recognized her and asked, Hui, right? I heard your family also started working here, is that true?" Hui nodded, "Yes, I started early. I didn't expect you'd come to inspect today. Let me walk you out." Ziran then asked, Hui, why did your family decide to have you join a private company?" The girl smiled and replied, "At first, I planned to stay for a short time, but I really like it here. They take care of food and housing, and last month I made 80 coins. Ziran asked, "What is your system like?" Hui explained, "I know about it, but I can't express it clearly. But in general, it's very good, just like Uncle Joe said, if you work more, you get more. However, the guys at our factory are really impressive. Suddenly, they're told to stop operations, and everyone is cursing loudly. There's almost no stock left to sell at the shop." Zhou Jun interrupted, "If operations are stopped, then there's definitely an issue. Otherwise, Mayor Li wouldn't have sent someone to investigate." Hui looked frustrated, "That's not the case." Ba Fei, sounding tired, spoke up, "Zhou Jun, let's not talk about work anymore." Once on the car, Zhou Jun continued, "Ziran, you saw it too. Zhou Feng is a thug, irrationally beating up workers like that. This can't be overlooked." Ba Fei immediately retorted, "Do you understand anything? A big factory like that stops for 2 days, and they're not allowed to get angry? You keep charging at them, why would they be afraid of you now?" Zhou Jun remained firm, "Ziran, I'm sure there's something wrong with his finances." Ziran calmly responded, "Anyway, I've looked into it and didn't see any issues. The workers' benefits are also very good." Zhou Jun fell silent, though he was still annoyed, feeling that she was favoring Zhou Feng. After the car had been driving for a while, it suddenly ran into a roadblock. Ba Fei angrily shouted, "Why does this old car have to break down right now?" He got out of the car to check and realized that someone had deliberately caused this incident. Ba Fei, frustrated, said, "This is so strange, who did this?" Zhou Jun asked department head Ba, "What should we do now? We can't just sit in the car all night."
Ba Fei thought for a moment and then suggested, how about we go back to the Hua Duo costume workshop and rest for the night? Jo Jun immediately disagreed, going to his place is no better than going back. It's not too late yet, there's still a ride available to the village entrance. Ziran urged, then let's hurry up. Looking around, all she could see was darkness with no vehicles in sight, and she felt scared. Why is it so dark? Ba Fei said, I heard there are wolves in these villages. Ziran asked in a panic, wolves? Are there wolves? Before they could calm down, they heard the distant howl of a wolf. Ba Fei said in alarm, oh my god, there really are wolves. Ziran, worried, asked, what should we do now? Ba Fei made up his mind, let's go back to the Hua Duo costume workshop. Ziran agreed, okay, let's go. They didn't bother leaving Jo Jun behind and quickly ran toward the workshop. Left alone, Jo Jun hurriedly chased after them. Inside the workshop, everyone was gathered around a grill, roasting goat meat, and the delicious aroma spread enticingly. Jo Feng eagerly asked, Mr. Wang, how much longer until we can eat? The chef replied and immediately got to work. Bao Bao raised his hand to check his watch. Jo Feng laughed and said, Bao Bao, your watch is nice. Let me borrow it for 2 days. Bao Bao replied, you haven't returned my medicine yet, and now you're asking to borrow my watch? Let's not even talk about it. At this moment, Li Bei threw his arm around Bao Bao's shoulder and said, hey, your attitude seems a bit tight. You should be more generous. Bao Bao immediately shrugged his arm off and said, everyone stay away, don't even think about it. Not even if I die. Jo Feng turned around and saw that Ziran, Ba Fei, and Jo Jun had returned. Ba Fei quickly explained, Chief Zhou, sorry, the tire is flat, we couldn't go. Jo Feng responded, then let's go tomorrow. It's a good chance to have some food. Ba Fei happily threw his arm around his shoulder and said, Chief Zhou, once we're in the city, I'll treat you. I'll definitely treat Mr. Zhou to a nice meal. Jo Feng nodded, alright, then it's settled. At that moment, Mr. Wang spoke up, everyone has a portion, go ahead and take a bowl. If it's not enough, we'll grill more later. Jo Jun stood alone in a corner. Hui observed him and asked Ziran, sis, why is he still standing over there? Should we go invite him to join us? Ziran called out, Jo Jun, come over and eat some goat leg. Hearing Ziran call him, Jo Jun finally moved. Meanwhile, Ba Fei naturally enjoyed the roasted goat, and after taking a bite, he exclaimed, this is really delicious. It's way better than the food at the state-run restaurant. Feng Huilai raised his glass and said, oh, Manager Ba, let's drink up together. Ba Fei replied, this is amazing, the goat meat pairs so perfectly with the wine, both fragrant and tender. He then spoke to Zhou Feng, factory manager Zhou, today we are also here for work. To be honest, we're in a difficult position as well. Zhou Feng waved his hand and smiled, oh, Manager Ba, everyone has their own struggles. Let's not mention that today, all we need to do is enjoy the drink. Now, let's have a toast. Bao Bao happily asked everyone, how about we have factory manager Zhou sing a song for us? Everyone supported the idea and cheered, yes, factory manager Zhou, please sing a song. Zhou Feng hesitated for a moment, really, everyone? Li Bei immediately said, oh, factory manager Zhou, everyone is so happy, you can't spoil the mood. Bao Bao also came over to pat him on the back and said, exactly, exactly. Finally, Zhou Feng stood up on stage and said, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll sing a song. After I'm done, Director Feng will perform for you all. When he pointed at Feng Bao Bao, everyone immediately agreed in unison, yes, yes, and after that, Director Feng should sing a song as well. Zhou Feng began singing, his voice resonating, the melody was beautiful and easy to appreciate. Everyone realized, wow, Manager Zhou is so talented, not only does he sing well, but he's also very capable. After finishing his performance, he said, I have finished performing, now it's Director Feng's turn to perform for everyone. Hui eagerly asked, Foreman Zhou, what was the name of the song you just sang? Zhou Feng smiled and replied, I named it The Mouse Loves Rice. Li Bei asked loudly, Foreman Joe, isn't that the song Old Mouse Loves Rice? Weren't you singing Old Mouse? Joe Fong laughed and replied, the meaning is almost the same. Hui, still excited, asked Foreman Joe, who sang this song? Joe Fong immediately said, oh, I sang it myself. Afterward, he felt a little shameless and silently apologized to the song's author, Mr. Yang. Hui then said, did you write it yourself? If so, you have to teach me. I'll treat you to a meal. Ziran was also very surprised, not expecting him to have such a talent. On the other hand, Zhou Jun felt even more envious, thinking that he was just boasting. When they went back to the bedroom, Hui confided in Ziran, sister, I didn't know that you and Mr. Zhou were classmates. Last time, he made me write a self-criticism, and he didn't even give me face. Ziran was also surprised by how much he had changed. Hui continued, I wasn't too willing before, but now I'm very happy. Ziran asked in surprise, why? Hui explained, Mr. Zhou said that workers who have been here for more than 3 years will receive shares in the workshop. Ziran asked in surprise, shares? Hui replied, yes, it's simple. You earn money in the workshop, and you can also make extra. The specific number of shares depends on the individual. Ziran curiously asked, so, who set the rules regarding the shares for you? Who decided on them? Hui said, all the rules in the workshop are decided by Mr. Zhou. Then the girl yawned and informed Ziran that she would go to sleep first. Ziran sat alone, deep in thought, wondering, why would Zhou Feng come up with these regulations? The next morning, Secretary Shen was reading documents with a very happy expression. Seeing this, Xu Guana asked, Mr. Shen, what's making you so happy? Xin Yuping laughed heartily and replied, next week I'll be going to Beijing to report on my work. Xu Guanai immediately added, we now have 101 educated young people in our area who have jobs. Xin Yuping nodded in confirmation, that's right, the directive has been completed, and finally, I'll be able to attend the December meeting. Suddenly, the phone rang, and he immediately picked it up. The voice on the other end asked, Secretary Shen, why did Shao Kahn get sent back by the Hua Duo clothing workshop? Xin Yuping was surprised, sent back? Really? The person on the other end explained, last night, the boy was crying and making a fuss wanting to go home, but it was too late, so I didn't want to bother you. Secretary Shen immediately asked, did it make any mistakes? The other person replied, no, the work is not easy, how could it make a mistake? And not only my niece, but also the 30 newly hired workers were sent home. Hearing this, Secretary Shen was even more astonished and asked, what happened? He then called Zhou Feng. As soon as he picked up, Secretary Shen asked, did you just lay off 30 new workers? Zhou Feng immediately replied, yes, that's correct. After confirming the matter, Xin Yuping demanded a reasonable explanation, why did you fire all these workers? Was it due to the contract terms? Zhou Feng complained, Secretary Shen, I've already suffered too much, and I had no other choice. Last night, Deputy Mayor Li Kongshun brought a team to inspect, from morning until late at night. After finishing, they even asked to stop production for 2 days. Now, the Hua Duo garment factory can't operate. With so many workers, how are they supposed to survive? He continued, you can ask the workers who signed the contracts. I have done a lot for them, helped with road repairs, and supported the Zhiyang village. I have to consider the leadership step by step. So, Secretary Shen, you can scold me, but for these 30 educated youths, I really can't bear the responsibility. Secretary Shen felt, there must be some reason behind this. It can't be that the Hua Duo factory was randomly inspected like this. He asked, why did Mayor Li suddenly want to inspect you? Zhou Feng replied, how many agencies are they mobilizing? Why are so many involved? From morning until evening, and this also relates to the positioning of the stalls in the night market. After recounting everything in detail, Secretary Shen understood and said seriously, Xiao Zhou, go back to work right away. Remember, Xin Yuping said he is the secretary of Xinan province. Zhou Feng happily replied, yes.
He called everyone to get up and get to work, earn some points.
Feng Huilai asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Feng smiled and said, "We've succeeded."
Upon hearing the news, Feng Huilai was overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief.
Ba Fei also smiled. "Suddenly restarting today, you must have received a notice from above, right?" "Congratulations." Zhou Feng responded, "What notice? Secretary Li isn't even here."
"If I were to restart, no one would know.
By then, I'll leave someone on patrol. If you don't say anything, no one will notice."
Ba Fei was startled, seeing how bold his friend was, and awkwardly laughed. Right, I guess that could be considered a method."
He teased, "You dare?" Zhou Feng only shouted once, then said, "Was it Zhou Jun yesterday? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so impulsive. After all, we are classmates. Everyone in the workshop needs to live, you must help me." Zhou Jun angrily said, "Classmate?
You can still consider yourself a classmate, but from your mouth, I can only hear disgust." Zhou Feng quickly explained, "Class monitor, I'm different from people like you, who only worry about scraping by each day.
Don't you think you should give an old classmate a chance to survive?"
Suddenly, Zhou Jun fell silent, his attitude changing completely.
He smiled and said, "Fine, I'll let you off this time.
I'll pretend I don't know anything, but from now on, you need to make the factory more organized." Zhou Feng immediately sarcastically thanked him. Then, Zhou Feng said to Feng Huilai, "Team leader Feng, come with me to call the workers in the other dorm."
Zhou Jun muttered to himself, "If you really want to make a comeback, I'll report you immediately." He quickly called Li Kongshan but couldn't get through. At that moment, the secretary answered the phone and asked, "Who is this, and which department are you from?" Secretary Shin replied, "Shin Yu Ping." Just hearing the name was enough to make her feel embarrassed. "Secretary Shin, Mayor Li isn't here.
He's gone to other departments to hand over his work." Secretary Shin asked her to let him know that she should call him when Mayor Li returns.
Back at the Department of Industry and Trade office, Ba Fei said, "Zhou Jun, the financial audit yesterday was definitely fine. You need to learn to tone it down a bit. It's not good to always try to show off in this unit." Zhou Jun, after hearing this, immediately asked, "Department head Ba, what do you mean?" Ba Fei sighed and reminded him, "A civil servant like you shouldn't speak like that. We represent our unit and cannot impose our biases on others without proper investigation." Zhou Jun responded with an "oh" and then said, "In that case, I will be more careful when speaking in the future." Ba Fei explained, "What I mean is that sometimes adding one more task is not as good as removing one. These people are already under great pressure, and if we push them further, they will retaliate against you, which would be troublesome." Zhou Jun waved his hand, still firm, "I'm not afraid of this, we are not in the wrong." Seeing that he wasn't changing his mind, Ba Fei could only sigh and walk away, leaving him be. At this moment, Mayor Li Kongshan arrived at the tax office. He asked the three of them to report whether they had discovered anything new the previous day. Ba Fei was about to give his report when Zhou Jun cut in, quickly raising his hand to take responsibility. Ziran felt frustrated with his friend's actions. Before hearing any details, Mayor Li enthusiastically praised Zhou Jun, saying he worked very diligently and seriously, truly worthy of recognition. He then asked, "Go ahead, what are the results of your investigation?" Zhou Jun smiled and replied, "This is what I'm supposed to do." Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Jun decided to retaliate and reported that Zhou Feng had unilaterally resumed operations at the workshop. Li Kongshan could not believe that he had dared to take such a risky step, so he asked, "So, does that mean you have resumed operations now?" Zhou Jun replied, "Yes, when we left, the workers were already on their way to the workshop." Mr. Li angrily said, "That doesn't make any sense, such audacity." Before Zhou Jun could add anything, he even offered to bribe me to keep quiet about this matter. This time, both Director Ba and Shen Ziran were witnesses. Mayor Li angrily shouted, "This is truly unruly, how dare you act like this in front of us?" Ziran and Ba Fei could only sigh, not knowing what to say.
Zhou Jun unexpectedly continued his accusation. Moreover, Mayor Li, while I was inspecting the finances, Zhou Feng even blatantly beat me.
He slammed his hand on the table and asked, "What? How audacious!" Li Kongshan stepped closer and asked, "What's his name?" Without hesitation, Zhou Jun answered, "Zhou Jun."
Mayor Li placed his hand on Zhou Jun's shoulder and said, "All right, Xiao Zhou, continue telling me the details one by one."
Zhou Jun nodded, "Yes, yes."
Li Kongshan added, "Don't worry, the wrongs you've suffered will be properly dealt with by me."
Zhou Jun felt a surge of joy inside. "Zhou Feng, this time, I'm really curious to see how you'll hold up."
At the secretary's office, the secretary opened the door and reported to him. Secretary Shen had just received a letter of complaint. Secretary Shen read it and, irritated, thought, "Li Kongshan, look at the mess you've caused." At the Huaduo manufacturing plant, Lin Chang hurriedly ran to call Zhou Feng, reporting that a serious incident had occurred.
At this moment, a few police officers arrived and asked, "Who authorized you to do this again?" Zhou Feng responded, "It was me." One of the officers continued, "You are the plant manager here, and your name is Zhou Feng, right?" After he confirmed, he was immediately taken away. Feng Huilai quickly ran out and asked, "What are you planning to do?"
Meanwhile, Lin Chang and the workers in the plant also expressed their anger and questioned, "What right do you have to arrest him?"
The police officers responded with a threatening attitude and warned them, "If you obstruct the execution of our duties, you will be committing a crime."
Zhou Feng asked Li Bei and everyone to step aside and calmly said, "Today, we will stop working and wait for further arrangements." He also asked plant manager Feng to reassure the workers, "Don't make a mistake." Following the two officers, Zhou Feng reminded the workers, "Everyone, step aside and don't make a mistake. Justice will be served, listen to plant manager Feng." As they left, Mayor Li was waiting outside. He spoke up, "Comrade officers, Zhou Feng is not just someone who hit someone."
The police officers replied, "That's right, furthermore, they actually did it again. This charge is not light." With that, the two officers took Zhou Feng to the police station. Feng Baobao was worried and didn't know what to do.
Mayor Li told the workers to announce a temporary halt in operations and wait for the next decision. Zhou Jun was delighted, while Ziran felt a sense of worry for Zhou Feng.
At the police station, some officers demanded that Zhou Feng confess to the crime, but he stubbornly denied it.
One officer slammed the table and shouted, "Stop making excuses.
Someone has already confirmed that you assaulted someone. What good is it to deny it now?" Zhou Feng calmly responded, "May I ask who confirmed it?"
The officer replied, "The person who was there at the time will point you out."
Zhou Feng insisted, "I really didn't hit anyone." The officer raised his voice, "You still dare deny it? The colleagues from the tax bureau specifically identified you as the one who assaulted someone." Zhou Feng retorted, "They are my co-workers, they must be siding with Zhou Jun.
Also, there are 50-60 workers at the factory, any of them can testify that I didn't hit anyone."
Just then, Zhou Jun entered the room with an aggressive attitude and asked, "Zhou Feng, what's going on? You dared to hit me then, but now you refuse to admit it?" Zhou Feng continued to deny it. "Tell me the truth, have I ever hit you?"
Zhou Jun lost his composure and said, "You're really something else. Ziran and the head of the BA department were both witnesses, and now you still won't admit it."
An officer entered and said, "All right, call your colleagues here to clarify the situation."
Zhou Jun called the two others and recounted the events. He said, "At that time, our tax bureau was conducting an inspection at the factory. I even discovered many suspicious issues and was certain we'd find something. It was because of this statement that Zhou Feng struck me."
The police immediately asked, "Ba Fei and Ziran, is this how it happened?"
Ba Fei found himself in a difficult situation and didn't know how to respond.
Zhou Feng spoke up.
"He did say that, but I truly never hit him."
The police shouted, "Shut up, I'm asking him." All the testimonies were clearly recorded.
After everything was done, Li Kongshan returned to the mayor's office. The secretary rushed in to report. Mayor Li, Secretary Shen just called you.
Li Kongshan asked in surprise. Secretary Shen?
The secretary continued. It seems urgent, definitely some pressing issue.
Li Kongshan went into the room to make the call.
When the other side picked up, Shin Yuping immediately asked Mayor Li.
On what authority do you have the power to halt production at a factory? Li Kongshan was taken aback. Could he be referring to the flower dyeing factory?
Secretary Shen angrily shouted. A private business like that, and you don't support it, but instead use your power to make things difficult for Zhou Feng, forcing them to stop production?
Are you trying to ruin their livelihood? Before Mayor Li could explain, Secretary Shen interrupted. Why are you wasting money and time just to inspect a newly established factory? Li Kongshan suddenly remembered Zhou Feng's words from the previous day. This is bad, he's targeting me.
Seeing that Mayor Li had fallen silent, Secretary Shen continued loudly.
I'm asking you for the main reason.
The mayor, Li, quickly explained. Secretary Shen, earlier the head of the Beijing garment workshop called me and wanted to organize a performance in Jiahai City.
I thought it was a good idea, so I agreed.
But when I contacted Zhou Feng, he was arrogant and refused to cooperate, hindering economic development. I followed the procedure and found several potential issues, so I requested to halt production.
Secretary Shen shouted loudly, Zhou Feng's attitude is arrogant. Explain to me what that attitude is. He continued, let me ask you, Li Kongshan, is it easy for someone not to listen to you and be considered arrogant? You may have great power, but does that mean you have the right to make things difficult for others?
They refused to let you rent the premises, and yet you went all the way to their production workshop.
Do you want their lives?
Li Kongshan felt terrified. He understood that the situation was very serious.
He tried to calm Secretary Shen, it's not like that.
Oh, Secretary Shen could not contain his anger, shouting, now they've stopped, return the 30 educated youths to them.
A series of complaints are coming in. If any serious consequences occur, how will you, Mayor Li, handle it?
Mayor Li tried to stay calm. Secretary Shen, please give me a little time.
I will handle this situation if necessary. I will make compensation if needed. If an apology is required, I will apologize. Secretary Shen asked again, what do you plan to do?
He replied, let them resume production after that.
But before he could finish his sentence, Secretary Shen interrupted.
No need for that, I announced this morning for them to resume production. I want the 30 people who were sent back to sign formal contracts with the Hua Duo Garment Factory. Li Kongshan, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't have imagined that Secretary Shen had arranged everything this morning, while he was busy sealing off the factory and the factory manager had even been taken into custody.
This time, it's really over, he thought to himself. Before he could say anything more, Secretary Shen hung up the phone.
At that moment, Li Kongshan angrily stomped his foot.
Lu Diguang, you organized that damn performance.
Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was sitting in the holding cell when a police officer came to call him. He stepped outside and saw Mayor Li there, with an entirely different attitude. As soon as Mayor Li saw Zhou Feng, he clasped his hands together and said, Factory Manager Zhou, I apologize, I am so sorry. He then shook hands and affectionately threw his arm around Zhou Feng's shoulder. That issue from before, I really caused trouble for you. Li Kongshan then suggested, if we can start over, why don't you turn the power back on at the factory?
Let's restart things. Zhou Feng asked, Mayor Li, what was the specific reason we stopped production before? Please let me know so I can be more mindful in the future. Li Kongshan paused for a long while, then admitted, it was a mistake on our part.
Your factory has no issues at all, so there's no need to worry. Zhou Feng immediately confronted him, if you say it like that, I don't feel safe at all. One word from you can cause a factory with over 100 workers to stop production.
And what's the result? Everything becomes a mistake on your part.
Now, this morning, Secretary Shen allowed me to restart, but you shut down the entire factory with just one sentence. He sighed, forget it, I won't keep the staff here.
Anyone who wants to leave can leave.
I'll dissolve the factory. Li Kongshun quickly stopped him. No, Zhou Feng, don't act so impulsively.
Let's sit down and talk.
He added, don't be discouraged, over 100 people in the factory are relying on you.
If you stop, what will happen to the others?
Zhou Feng shook his head. Mayorly, I'm really very worried. A comrade from the tax bureau even falsely accused me of hitting him, and while there are many people in the factory who can vouch for me, he still had me arrested.
You also mentioned Zhou Jun, he's the one. Do you know what kind of irresponsible things he said?
Mayor Li asked in surprise.
What did he say?
Zhou Feng replied, he said that we need to investigate something.
How can a government official speak like that?
It completely destroyed my trust in this city. Moreover, just now, he even pointed at my face and yelled, how can I continue running the factory with trust like that?
Mayor Li angrily asked, what? Who said that?
Zhou Feng replied that Zhou Jun was from the tax bureau. Mayor Li immediately reassured him, don't worry, with irresponsible people like that, I will definitely stand by your side and seek justice for you. Zhou Feng continued to express his grievances, but he also accused me of hitting him, even though there were many witnesses in the workshop who could confirm that I didn't do it. At that moment, Li Kongshun spoke up, people like him disregard the law and distort the truth. You don't need to worry about this, I will explain it fairly to you. Stay here for a while, I will call the tax bureau and ask Zhou Jun to give you a clear explanation. Don't worry, I will handle this properly. Hearing these words, Zhou Feng felt proud and smiled, waiting for the exciting drama to unfold.
Mayor Li then called Xia Xin Ming, the director of the tax bureau.
After hearing the full story, Director Xia said, if these targets were set by Secretary Shen, he will surely show up at the meeting. Given this achievement, it would not be surprising if that position belongs to Secretary Shen. Li Kongshun sighed in agreement, that's right, the girl from the Shen family will definitely be aware of the relationship between Zhou Feng and Secretary Shen and will not get involved in this matter. Xia Xin Ming then remarked, if I knew about this relationship, I wouldn't have allowed Zi Ran to investigate. However, she is also very clear about both the strengths and weaknesses.
Li Kongshun asked again, Ba Fei, is everything okay?
Director Xia replied, as a smart person who sees things clearly, you don't need to worry about this.
I will handle it properly.
Hearing this, Li Kongshun felt somewhat reassured, said a few more words, and hung up the phone.
Director Xia called Zi Ran over and asked, Zi Ran, is your hometown Lin Shui City?
She answered, yes, Grandpa, I still live in Lin Shui City.
I visit every year.
Director Xia said, all right, then.
Please contact driver Wang and go to the Lin Shui weaving factory to investigate the books right away.
It's urgent, so please go immediately. Zi Ran immediately began to make arrangements, and Director Xia gestured, Zi Ran, you can go alone.
Zi Ran nodded, okay, I understand.
Director Xia called Ba Fei over and asked, I've sent Zi Ran on a business trip.
Do you know?
He answered, yes, I've heard.
She mentioned it to me a little.
She's packing her things.
Director Xia then asked, what do you think of Zhou Jun?
Ba Fei thought for a moment, then scratched his head and said, I don't like Zhou Jun much.
I think he's no good.
He continued, all right, I've heard from other colleagues that Zhou Jun isn't honest, twists the truth, and it seems that this matter is indeed true.
Ba Fei laughed and replied, understood, Director. I've heard the same. Should I say I don't like him?
Director Xia nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhou Jun was sitting with his legs propped up on the desk, humming a tune, in a cheerful mood as he thought, I wonder if Zhou Feng is feeling comfortable in the holding cell?
Ba Fei opened the door and walked in.
Zhou Jun was startled, quickly putting his legs down and greeting him.
Ba Fei, have you come to inform me that Director Zhao wants to see me in his office? Zhou Jun then asked, what's the matter now? Should I go right away? He thought to himself, maybe Mayor Li has praised me in front of the director? I've heard the deputy position is still vacant. Upon arriving at the director's office, Jo Jun casually asked, "Director, is there something you wanted to see me about?" Xia Xan Ming asked, "Jo Jun, I want to ask you, is it true that you said, 'I'm sure I'll find something'?" Jo Jun was taken aback by the sudden question. He chuckled and replied, "It seems I did say that." Director Xia felt uncomfortable hearing such an uncertain answer. "It seems like you have something to say, but is it true? Why are you being so evasive? Are you just making things up?" Unable to continue dodging, Jo Jun finally admitted, "I did say that." Director Xia slammed his hand down on the table and shouted, "You really dared to say that? How arrogant!" Jo Jun suddenly felt a surge of fear. The director continued, "I ask you, have you discovered anything wrong in the end?" Jo Jun smiled and answered, "Director, although I haven't pinpointed the problem, I'm certain that something is off." Director Xia turned to Ba Fei and asked, "Department head Ba, you were there too. Did you notice anything?" Ba Fei replied, "Of course not." Director Xia angrily pointed at Jo Jun's face and said, "So what you're implying is that the department head Ba is incompetent? He didn't notice the problem, and only you found it strange, right?" Jo Jun quickly waved his hand to explain, "That's not what I meant." "Oh," he continued, "now I'm starting to doubt your work attitude." Ba Fei also chimed in sarcastically, "Director, when I went downstairs to call him, he had his feet up on the desk. He didn't look like a public servant at all." Jo Jun panicked and quickly explained that he was just tired from sitting too long. Director Xia then asked, "Do you have a grudge against Jo Feng, so you're deliberately abusing your power to punish him?" Jo Jun immediately denied, "How could that be? I didn't do that." Director Xia issued an order to temporarily suspend his position, pending investigation and confirmation from the relevant departments. "I'll report your situation tomorrow." "You don't need to come in tomorrow." Jo Jun stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. He never expected the matter to be this serious. He pleaded, "Director, please don't report it up the chain. It's been so hard for me to get here. Please, I beg you." Director Xie showed a hint of kindness, saying he was just threatening him earlier. "All right, if you've made a mistake, then let's see how to fix it. Have Department Head Ba take you to the department to apologize to Section Chief Joe." Jo Jun was taken aback by the director's demand for him to apologize to Jo Feng. Although he was unwilling, he had no other choice. "Fine, Director, whatever you say, I'll do it." Director Xia was not pleased with his words. "Hey, are you saying that I'm forcing you? You were wrong, you harmed Jo Feng, so don't you think it's reasonable to apologize?" Jo Jun nodded. Yes, that's only natural." "You're right," he added. "And you shouldn't have any intention to harm others. By the way, was the department head Ba there at that time? Did factory manager Joe hit you?" Ba Fei scratched his head and laughed. No, he fell on his own. It's mainly because I drank too much and don't remember." Director Xia was satisfied and called them into the office, saying, "Make sure you apologize sincerely." Jo Jun sighed and laboriously dragged his steps. Xia Xin Ming thought to himself, "It's easy to apologize and admit guilt, but now that you've admitted it, just take a temporary suspension while the investigation goes on. What you said really made no sense." Once outside, Jo Jun remembered Ziran and told Ba Fei, "Department head Ba, call Ziran up here, she was also involved at that time." Ba Fei asked Shen Ziran, "Was she there when you said those things?" Jo Jun was furious but didn't dare to retort. Ba Fei advised him, "Whether this matter is important or not depends on your attitude. The department won't make things difficult for you just because of one sentence, right?" Jo Jun replied, "We should still call Ziran up. I'll go find her. She's the only one who can help me." Ba Fei said she was at the Guangmao market. "If you don't want to go, I'll go up and tell the director." Jo Jun replied in a panic, "All right, let's go then." At the station, the police even gave me a lecture. "You guys are classmates, how could you say something so baseless? The policies are strict now, you almost caused trouble for someone." Zhou Jun tiredly said, I know I was wrong. The police handed me the incident report for you to sign, so Zhou Feng could be released.
Mayor Li even came all the way here, wanting to personally take him back to the factory.
Zhou Feng sneered, Mayor Li, are you trying to supervise me to get back to work quickly?
Li Kongshan laughed heartily, factory director Zhou really knows how to joke. Zhou Jun noticed that Mayor Li's attitude towards Zhou Feng was quite unusual, making it hard to guess his true intentions. At this point, Ba Fei said, Zhou Jun, I still have things to do. I'll head back to the unit first. Zhou Jun had no choice but to walk back alone. The weather outside was very cold, and Zhou Jun huddled in his coat, muttering to himself, I'll go back and talk to Ziran, but I can't report this upwards. On the way to take Zhou Feng back, Mayor Li gently asked, Zhou Feng, how many franchised stores does your workshop have now? Zhou Feng replied, 1 store. As long as the sales volume remains stable, the workshop will definitely hire more people. If you know anyone skilled, you could recommend them to me. Li Kongshan did not expect that he would have the intention of setting a target for him, and smiled as he asked, Zhou Feng, when will the employees who were sent back earlier be able to sign contracts? If this drags on, Secretary Shen will also be confused. Zhou Feng responded, Mayor Li, I can accept those employees, but I will need your support on a few matters, right? Li Kongshan then asked, what kind of support? If not, development will be very difficult, and if not, the introduction of employees will just become a joke. As for the recently held fashion show, is there a need to organize another one? Li Kongshan found that this young man was not simple, with a sharp mindset, and agreed. Yes, the new year is approaching, and for safety reasons, we shouldn't organize another fashion show. At this moment, Zhou Feng brought up Zhou Jun. How can someone like him still hold an important position? Our workshop was ruined because of him, I think measures need to be taken. Mayor Li nodded in agreement. Yes, Zhou Jun's mindset is problematic, his negative attitude is having a very bad influence. I suggest we expel him. What do you think? Zhou Feng smiled. Then I can rest assured. He then continued. Once this is dealt with, I hope you'll come to try the food at the workshop. The pork from the village is very delicious. Mayor Li exclaimed. All right, just hearing you say that makes me hungry. As soon as Zhou Feng returned, the workshop encountered a bit of trouble. Feng Huilai came to report to Zhou Feng. Although the new year is approaching, our current inventory is insufficient. Li Bei also spoke up. We're short on manpower. I suggest we expand recruitment to hire people with sewing experience to meet demand. Zhou Feng pondered for a moment and said, I understand, but how should we go about the recruitment? What about the benefits? The contracts? I need some time to think. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Feng Huilai advised him to rest after retiring day. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, It's fine, I'm okay. The meeting adjourned. After speaking, both of them walked out together. Li Bei didn't forget to remind Zhou Jun, tomorrow is Sunday. Zhou Feng asked, Sunday? Is there a problem? He walked in and said, Today when I went to find Duoquan, Xiaoduo kept asking about your situation, saying that if you're busy, it's okay. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and asked, Oh, I almost forgot, what shift is she working tomorrow, do you know? Li Bei replied, The morning shift. Zhou Feng decided he would look for her around noon tomorrow. He suddenly asked Li Bei, Duoquan, have you managed to flirt with her yet? Li Bei laughed joyfully, Hee, old Zhou, if you're using that word, I must criticize you. We've already started a movement for free love now. Then, he didn't forget to remind him, Zhou Feng, don't forget to eat tomorrow. Finally, he teased, by the way, Xiaoduo will definitely give birth to a lovely son for you. Zhou Feng felt a little embarrassed, but then he still smiled and said, Why are you looking at me like that? After a day of inspection, Ziran quickly called Director Xie to report the situation. She said, Director Xie, factory manager Tian has informed me that there will be an inspection of the books on Monday. Do you think that's too long?
Director Xia replied, "It's fine, there's no rush. You can go on Monday." Ziran replied, "Yes, I understand now, Director Xia.
If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have rushed back without bringing anything.
Next time, if it's convenient, I'll bring some specialties from Lin Shui for you."
Taking advantage of her trip back to Lin Shui, Ziran visited Zhang Zixin.
When her friend saw her unexpectedly, Zixin happily asked, "When did you get back?"
Ziran answered, "I just came back from a business trip visiting my grandfather, and I thought I'd stop by and see you." At that moment, Fu Dahai and Li Xiaomai also arrived. Ziran was surprised to see them so close, walking arm in arm, and guessed that they might be thinking about a long-term relationship.
As they sat down at the table, she asked Dahai, "Have you two made any plans? When are you getting married?"
Dahai smiled and replied, "I'm planning to get married at the end of the year, but I haven't set a specific date yet.
I'll let you know when it's decided." Ziran laughed and said, "No matter how busy I am, I'll definitely be there." Dahai remembered that she worked with Zhou Jun and suggested that they both join in.
They continued eating and chatting happily. Zixin then remarked, "Our class leader is impressive, even though there are no connections at home, she still managed to get assigned to the tax bureau." Ziran explained, "Actually, I did help her find a few connections. Otherwise, she would have been assigned to the Bureau of Demolition."
Zixin added, "We have quite a few classmates like you at Jiahai, such as Zhou Jun, Xiao Duo, Li Dekai, Tian Liang, Liang Liang."
"Oh, and Zhou Feng is also at Jiahai, right?"
"I've met him before." Ziran nodded, and Zixin continued asking, "Is he from Jiahai? And what's the situation between him and Xiao Duo? I'm sure they no longer have anything to do with each other, right?"
Ziran shook her head, as she hadn't spoken to Xiao Duo in a long time. Zixin went on, "Actually, Zhou Feng has been hiding a lot of things.
It's not as simple as you think.
Hu Xiaoxian from our class and her father, Hu Han, were both sent to prison by Zhou Feng."
Ziran asked in shock, "What? What happened?"
Zixin answered, "At that time, Fu Dahai and Xiaomai were there too. All three of us witnessed the entire thing, and then Hu Han was taken away by the police." Ziran fell silent, reflecting on what she had just heard.
Zixin said, "Ziran, eat your food, it's getting cold." Ziran snapped back to reality and replied, "Mm."
Her mind was racing with thoughts, wondering how he had obtained this evidence.
Had he been investigating in secret all along? It was truly terrifying.
At the library, Xiao Duo was working hard as usual when she suddenly saw Zhou Feng leading Wu Na and a few other people over. He called out, "Xiao Duo, wait a moment." Xiao Duo replied, "Everyone wait for me, I'll go ask for some time off."
On her way to the counter, Zhou Feng asked, "Aren't you going home for dinner?" She smiled and answered, "I am." "Let's go buy some food then."
They went shopping at the market together and then returned home to cook and eat. After everything was done, Zhou Feng stretched and said, "I'm so tired these days."
Xiao Duo laughed and replied, "Then let me clean up for you."
Wu Na told the two of them to continue their conversation while she did everything herself. When Wu Na went out and closed the door, leaving the two of them alone in the room, Zhou Feng immediately hugged Xiao Duo from behind.
Xiao Duo, startled, asked, "What are you doing?"
Wu Na and the others are still outside. Zhou Feng chuckled and said, "They all say you could give me a chubby little son.
Hurry up and have a baby for me."
Xiao Duo blushed and scolded him playfully, "You're such a pervert." In the evening, Xiao Duo called Zhang Mingming to let him know that she would be staying at Duo Quan's house for the night and asked him to inform her parents. Zhang Mingming thought something urgent had happened, as he was busy selling things, so he quickly hung up. After the call, Xiao Duo and Zhou Feng returned home. When they saw the younger siblings, Zhou Feng said, "Listen to me, we don't need to be too frugal.
I earn money so you all can have a better life."
At the same time, Zhou Feng also reminded Wu Yu, "But the most important thing is to study well.
You must pass the university entrance exam, understand?"
Wu Yu nodded, "Yes." Seeing that it was getting late and Xiao Duo still hadn't returned, Wuna said, let's go to the bedroom, it's getting late.
Wu Yu replied, let's talk a little more, it's still early.
Xiao Duo looked at Zhou Feng a bit shyly, her cheeks suddenly flushed red. Zhou Feng advised, listen to your sister and rest well, you still have to go to school tomorrow. The other three people created some private space for the two of them before leaving. It had been a long time since the two of them had such an intimate night together. That night, Zhou Feng couldn't get any sleep and gently said, Xiao Duo, let's figure out how to explain things to our families, then we'll remarry. Xiao Duo replied, I'll talk to my brother and sister-in-law first, then we'll discuss things slowly. Don't worry, just focus on your own matters. After explaining everything, Zhou Feng decided to visit home. He agreed, alright, let's discuss it together. Xiao Duo smiled brightly, her eyes filled with happiness. The next morning, Director Xia called a meeting to discuss matters related to Zhou Jun. He said, I've asked Zhou Jun to write a self-criticism. How could he not handle such a small issue? Someone else asked, does he have an attitude of disrespect? Clearly, he's dissatisfied with the management, so I agree with Director Xia's suggestion to expel him immediately. Director Xia immediately announced, Mayor Li called me this morning. He's angry because several contracts were lost in the workshop. Workshop Director Zhou is concerned about information leakage and is still upset. Xia Xin Ming turned to wink at Ba Fei and said, Department Head Ba, you were also present when we inspected the Hua Duo fashion workshop. Could you describe the situation at that time? Ba Fei nodded and shared, alright, Director Xia, at that time Zhou Jun had proactively requested the employment contract from the Hua Duo costume workshop, which clearly violated the regulations. Mayor Li was not familiar with our procedures, so Shen Zi ran and I invited him outside to explain. After we finished talking, when we went back in, the contract was on the floor. Zhou Jun was pointing his finger at someone else's face and declared that he was going to find something out, as if he wanted to create a problem even if there was none. With an irresponsible employee like that, I agree with Director Xia's opinion and suggest we expel him immediately. Hearing this, Director Xia said, understood, clearly. We now have a reason, so let's vote on how to handle Zhou Jun. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. Finally, Director Xia made his decision, alright then, comrades in the office, please begin the expulsion procedures for him. Afterward, he remembered and called Ziran. During the conversation, of course, Director Xia didn't mention the recent matter, simply asking her to bring him some local specialties. He also reminded her to check the textile workshop on Monday before ending the call. The next day, Xia Xin Ming invited Zhou Jun to the tax office to complete the expulsion procedure. Zhou Jun knelt down in pain and asked, why is this happening? The tax office staff around him began whispering. Zhou Jun cried, why are you expelling me? Ha! What's the reason? Director Xia shouted, Zhou Jun, stop shouting. If you don't, I'll have to call the police. Zhou Jun pointed at Xia Xin Ming and asked, what reason do you have to expel me? Explain it to me, why is this happening? Seeing that he wouldn't stop, Director Xia became annoyed and stepped outside, followed by two police officers who came to escort him away. Zhou Jun harbored resentment in his heart. Zhou Feng, Li Kongshan, Xia Xin Ming, and Xin Yuping, he believed none of them were good people. Even Shen Ziran, was she intentionally avoiding me? Or had she already discussed this with Zhou Feng? They really are a pair of scoundrels. Meanwhile, Xiao Duo woke up and curiously asked, Zhou Feng, why, with your good condition, are you coming back to find me? Are there so many women in the factory, all with such good conditions? Zhou Feng smiled and replied, you are also the daughter of the director, your condition is no worse. Xiao Duo smiled brightly. Zhou Feng suddenly ran over, hugged her tightly, and whispered, Xiao Duo, I only wish that person was you. Zhou Feng walked contentedly outside, noting that the weather was beautiful today. At that moment, Lin Nan was also strolling around and waved when she saw him. Lin Nan recalled what had happened the previous night, wondering if she and Zhang Xiao Duo were standing at the brink of remarriage. Perhaps in the future, there would be no chance for her to speak with her anymore. When Zhou Feng saw the girl coming out of the workshop, he asked,
did you just come out of the workshop? Lin Nan nodded and replied, yes. Zhou Feng said, Wu Na has already gone to school, you should head back soon too. I'll go ahead.
Lin Nan felt a pang of sadness as she realized he didn't want to say more to her. In a sudden impulse, Lin Nan called out to Zhou Feng. He was startled and turned back when he saw Lin Nan hesitating, saying, I dropped something and need to go back to the workshop to get it. Could we go together? Zhou Feng immediately agreed for her to accompany him. Lin Nan secretly glanced at Zhou Feng, thinking to herself, he still hasn't remarried, which means there's still a chance. She happily walked beside him all the way back. Meanwhile, at the Beijing clothing workshop, the weather was stormy, with heavy rain and fierce winds, and lightning crisscrossed the sky. Xia Long saw Lu Diguang approaching the workshop and immediately ran over to ask, aren't you going to rest some more? Why come here in such weather? The workshop manager, Lu, asked, how is the franchise store in Jiahai City doing? Xia Long hesitated and didn't dare to answer. Lu Diguang angrily asked, what's going on? Xia Long replied, Hua Juni suddenly decided not to join anymore. Lu Diguang furiously asked, is there really a problem? You're the channel manager, don't you know the reason? After thinking for a moment, he answered, it might be because of the fashion show. We asked the franchise store in Jiahai City to pay an additional 100 coins. Maybe that's why they refused. Lu Diguang requested him to quickly contact the next store and to closely monitor the operations at the Guangmao market. He then asked, by the way, how is the business situation at the franchise store in Jiahai City? Xia Long replied, there hasn't been a report yet. Usually, the sales report comes in when we place an order. We should be ordering in the next couple of days. Lu Diguang sat down and pondered. Jiahai had potential competitors. If the order volume from the stores increased, it would indicate that the problem wasn't too serious. Suddenly, the phone rang, it was Li Kongshan calling. Lu Diguang felt reassured, thinking he was calling to confirm the schedule for the fashion show. To his surprise, the mayor informed him that there had been occasional snow in Jiahai recently, and due to safety concerns, the fashion show would be postponed until next spring. At first, Lu Diguang thought it was a joke and laughed, saying, Jiahai is a northern city, snow is normal. But before he could finish his sentence, Mayor Li interrupted, Factory Director Lu, that's all for now. I must take my leave. With that, he hung up. Seeing that Lu Diguang seemed confused, Xia Long asked, Director, what's wrong? Lu Diguang walked around and thought. Clearly, Li Kongshan's sudden refusal must be related to Zhou Feng. He assigned Xia Long to handle the matters concerning the franchise store in Jiahai City. Go there tomorrow, investigate the market quickly and efficiently. Xia Long replied, all right, I will make arrangements to leave tomorrow morning. During the meal with Zhou Feng, Li Kongshan mentioned that there was something important to announce. Zhou Jun from the tax bureau had been dismissed. At that time, he was quite agitated. After informing the police, he even attacked them and was temporarily detained. Zhou Feng commented, it's better for our private business that someone like him was dismissed early. Mayor Li, you are truly strong, you know how to reward and punish appropriately. Li Kongshan asked, what's going on? Zhou Feng replied, in the workshop, we've decided to expand and hire more sewing workers, with plans to hire 3 people on a temporary basis, but there will be an opportunity to make it permanent. This is the new contract. The terms are clearly stated. He handed him the contract to review. While pouring wine, Zhou Feng continued, the person you introduced, after a year, I will definitely sign a permanent contract with them. You promised to help me with this. Li Kongshan was surprised, help with what? He took the glass of wine from Zhou Feng and drank it, saying, all right, I will help you make the connection. Li Kongshan thought to himself, he just flattered me and asked for help, his thoughts are really subtle. He smiled and said, by the way, today I've clearly informed Lu Diguang about the cancellation of the fashion show, the reason is simply a safety issue. Li Kongshan found him so clever that he couldn't help but laugh. During the investigation, Zi Ran was always puzzled. She didn't understand what the police chief, Tai, was thinking. You've already reported it, what more needs to be investigated? What evidence has Zhou Feng found regarding the matter with Hu Han? There's no need to make things difficult for Zhou Feng this time. It's nothing serious, just a small issue. When Ziran arrived at the tax bureau, she quickly heard the news about Zhou Jun and rushed to the tax office. Upon seeing Ba Fei sitting inside, she called out loudly, "Brother Ba." Ba Fei, noticing her urgency, said, "Ziran, you're back? It must have been a tough business trip." Ziran anxiously asked, "Brother Ba, was Zhou Jun expelled?" Ba Fei told her to close the door first, then he would explain. But Ziran couldn't stay calm. She went straight to the point. "Brother Ba, was Zhou Jun expelled or not? Answer me first." Seeing the girl was so agitated, with tears almost falling, he said, "Ziran, don't cry, calm down, I'll explain everything to you." Ziran became furious, grabbing him by the collar and demanding, "What good is an explanation if he's already been expelled? Why? Tell me, why did they expel him?" Before Ba Fei could answer, she let go of him and turned her back to prevent him from seeing her current state. She kept saying, "Do you know how difficult Zhou Jun's life is? He sends his salary back to his 3 brothers at home. If they expel him, how will he survive in the future?" Ziran couldn't hold back her tears, and they began to fall as she cried. Ba Fei broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that he couldn't blame the department head or mayorly. As for factory director Zhou, he was part of the social circle, so he should be able to handle this. He would have to rely on him this time. Ba Fei spoke cautiously, "Ziran, calm down first. This matter is more complicated than you think. It's because of factory director Zhou." Ziran suspiciously asked, "Is it Zhou Feng?" She angrily continued, "I can't believe it. Just because of one sentence from Zhou Jun, they want to make things difficult for someone." She picked up the phone. Ba Fei asked who she was going to call, and she replied, "I'm going to call a taxi." She was determined to go and ask Zhou Feng directly, but didn't stop to consider what Zhou Jun, her friend, had done to him. When Ziran arrived at the lobby, Ba Fei followed her, trying to stop her. Ziran, it won't do any good to find Zhou Feng. Things have already reached this point." A while later, Shurjian drove up. When he saw Ziran's red, swollen eyes, he immediately asked if she was okay. Ziran only mentioned the Hua Duo fashion factory before getting into the car. Ba Fei thought to himself, Zhou Feng's biggest card is Secretary Shen. If Ziran goes there, it probably won't be too embarrassing for her. In the end, it's just a matter of family relations. "Factory Director Zhou, this tough job is on you now." On the way, Shurjiang said, "Ziran, it's already evening. It might not be a good idea for you to go over and stir up trouble. Shouldn't we inform your uncle?" Ziran replied, "No need, I want to see if Zhou Feng dares to do anything to me." Shurjiang looked at Ziran, wondering whether it was really necessary to go this far just because of someone like Zhou Jun. When the car arrived, Ziran immediately got out and quickly rushed inside. As she opened the door to the room, she saw several strangers, among them a man who looked fierce, standing and smoking. He asked, "Who are you looking for?" Ziran confidently replied, "I'm looking for Zhou Feng." At that moment, Zhou Feng walked over and asked, "Shen Ziran, what do you want with me?" Ziran pointed directly at his face and shouted, "Don't you think you should be holding on to Zhou Jun more tightly? You just want to push him to the edge." Lin Chang reminded her, "Keep your voice down," but Ziran didn't care. "Don't stop me." One of the dissatisfied men asked, "What's the matter?" Li Bei, seeing her bold behavior, asked, "Hey, why are you talking like that?" Zhou Feng then called Li Bei out to handle it himself. Li Bei nodded, "Okay." Afterward, everyone left the room, leaving only Zhou Feng and Ziran. Zhou Feng said sternly, "Zhou Jun has been expelled, you should go find the one who decided to expel him." Ziran, tense, spoke up, "It was you who pressured the leadership from within, forcing them to expel Zhou Jun." In response, Zhou Feng calmly said, "The decision to expel a high-ranking official like that was made by your organization. You should find out what Jo Jun did instead of just blaming others. Ziran could not suppress her doubts. After all, it was just a statement that didn't adhere to the rules. How could it be so serious? Jo Fong could not control his desire to defend justice and shouted loudly, "Do you understand? The power you hold allows you to ask questions. Your words almost caused our factory to shut down for 3 days. It was Jo Jun who wanted us to be in a deadlock." Overwhelmed by Zhou Feng's reasoning, Ziran had no rebuttal. In the end, Zhou Feng ordered, "Get out of here immediately, don't embarrass me." Duo Quan and Xiao Duo went together to the Guangmao market. Duo Quan asked, "Why not buy from your sister-in-law's shop? Why come all the way here?" Xiao Duo smiled and replied, "My sister-in-law's shop is small, the chances of winning the color TV there are too low." After asking around, they found another shop, and Duo Quan mentioned hearing that this place sold all the products from the Hua Duo clothing factory. The two of them went in to take a look. Xiao Duo noticed a bra and asked the shop owner for one priced at 6 coins. She then told Duo Quan to choose for himself while she ran off to participate in the lottery. Duo Quan teased, "Go ahead, don't forget to save a TV for me, huh?" When Xiao Duo reached the lottery spot, she realized that with every 3 coins, she would get 1 ticket, and with 6 coins, she would get 2 tickets. She scratched off 1 ticket and unexpectedly won a pair of gloves. She continued scratching the second ticket, and to her surprise, won the grand prize, a color TV. When the shop owner heard the news from the staff, he happily ran out to check and shouted loudly. He continued to call out to everyone, "Hurry up, there's still one more left in the store." A young man asked Xiao Duo if her colleague was selling color televisions, or if she wanted, he could add some money. Xiao Duo shook her head and said that she wasn't selling any. "My family doesn't even have a TV, and right now I don't need to buy one." That evening, when she got home, Xiao Duo immediately showed her mother. "Mom, guess what this is?" Her mother quickly ran over, saw the color TV brand Panda, and happily asked, "Did someone win a color TV at the Guangmao market? Was it you?" Zhang Mingming and his wife also just arrived home, and they were equally surprised to see the color TV. Zhang Mingming asked, "The person who won the TV at Guangmao market was you, right?" Xiao Duo nodded and smiled. Her mother happily said, "It seems like an opportunity is coming your way, maybe Xiao Duo is about to get a formal job." Sing Yong Wang, however, believed that this wouldn't be easy. He said that the pressure on educated youth these days is very high. Xiaowen joked that Xiao Duo might not even need a formal job anymore. Min Ming said, "Times have changed, the economy is different now, we can earn more in one day than what my father earns in half a year." Xiao Duo curiously asked Xiaowen, "Sister-in-law, how much did you earn today?" Xiaowen laughed and replied, 100 in a day. Xiao Duo excitedly said, "Sister-in-law, I want to learn how to do business like you in the future." Sun Yongguang suggested that everyone should go out to eat together because they were also eager to see the color TV. Ming Ming opened the manual and finally managed to turn on the TV. Xia Wenwen commented that today was the happiest day in the past 6 months. Xiao Duo silently thought that this might be the reason why Zhou Feng had conveniently gifted them the color TV. After the meal, Xiao Duo escorted the couple back. Suddenly, Xia Wenwen asked Xiao Duo, "Do you mean Zhou Feng gave us the color TV?" Xiao Duo nodded, and Wenwen continued, "Zhou Feng is so good to you, do you think he wants to remarry you?" Xiao Duo shyly nodded as well. They both looked at Zhang Mingming, who asked in surprise, "Why are you two looking at me like that?" "Right now, I don't oppose it. If you really want to remarry, just choose a good time to discuss it with Dad. As long as he agrees, everything will be simple. But I also warn you, everything needs to be done slowly." Wenwen angrily shouted, "Shut up, slowly what?" She ordered him to go away. Ming Ming replied, "I'm not listening to you two talk, just avoiding punishment." Then, Xia Wenwen said to Xiao Duo, "Listen to me. Sister-in-law has a lot of experience. Take the initiative to seize a man, don't let the opportunity slip away.
Xiao Duo smiled and replied. I understand now. Sister-in-law, tomorrow I will go find Zhou Feng and ask for your support.
She immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was discussing with Feng Huilai. He said, a business without a brand will have very low profits, so we need to find a fashion manufacturing factory.
Feng Huilai asked in surprise, a fashion manufacturing factory? Do you already have a plan? Zhou Feng smiled and replied, yes, you'll understand when the time comes.
We also need to ask Secretary Shen if he knows anyone at Jingdu Television. He mentioned having connections, but Feng Huilai asked, why are you looking for the television station? Zhou Feng explained, on New Year's Eve this year, Jingdu Television will have a broadcast program.
I want to sponsor the outfits if possible.
He immediately said that he hadn't heard of this news, but felt that Zhou Feng should focus on building the company properly. Zhou Feng silently thought that he was just thinking like someone who had been in business for a long time.
He smiled and admitted that he had indeed been thinking too far ahead, not realistically.
At that moment, Shen Zili, the son of Shen Yuping, had just returned home. He immediately told the factory manager, Zhou, that he knew quite a few people at the television station and could introduce him. Zhou Feng stood up and thanked Shen Zili. He replied that there was no need for such politeness.
Secretary Shen also stood up and said it was time for dinner.
Shen Zili, feeling smug, thought to himself, everything is in my hands. When leaving, Zhou Feng waved and said, Shen brother, take care on your way. On the car, Shen Ziran curiously asked him why he was so enthusiastic with Zhou Feng.
He replied, enthusiastic? He insulted you like that, how could I actively help him?
Zhou Feng arrived at the Baihua building to meet Kong Jinlai. As soon as he saw Zhou Feng, Kong Jinlai asked, why are you here?
Zhou Feng calmly sat down and said he came to negotiate. Have you thought carefully about the franchise deal, Mr. Kong? With a cold expression, Kong Jinlai responded, there's no one in the shop, are you trying to deceive me? He angrily asked Zhou Feng why he kept seeking him out to join.
Zhou Feng explained that his location had a good storefront, and he planned to turn Kang's shop into an experimental shop similar to the one in Guangmao Market.
Business would definitely prosper. Kong Jinlai remained suspicious.
He suspected that Zhou Feng intended to report him to the Beijing clothing factory, causing damage to both sides.
Zhou Feng snapped, Mr. Kong, don't worry so much. We can sign a contract, and I can get the franchise fee back from the Beijing factory for you.
He thought for a moment, and realizing the possibility of reclaiming the fee, there was no reason not to go ahead with it. Finally, he shook hands with Zhou Feng and agreed. Changing his attitude, he slung his arm around Zhou Feng's shoulders and said, Zhou Feng, it's almost noon.
Let me treat you to lunch. Zhou Feng replied, your wife will be here soon.
Zhou Feng pondered that with just this one move, he could restrain the Beijing garment factory. Xiao Duo found Zhou Feng and hurried over. Zhou Feng said to Kong Jinlai, Brother Kong, today I won't be polite.
Kong Jinlai smiled and said, it's necessary to not be polite. At that moment, two people passed by, one of whom deliberately teased Xiao Duo, hey, isn't this the eldest daughter who just divorced the director of Zhang's department? Walking with someone and chatting.
Zhou Feng noticed they were looking for trouble, so he stepped forward and asked them to leave.
Kong Jinlai also spoke up, that's right, what do you want to do in such a crowded place? Get lost. Xiao Duo tugged on Zhou Feng's sleeve and said, let's go, don't pay attention to them. Zhou Feng didn't forget to point at them as a warning.
The three of them went to a nearby restaurant.
Zhou Feng and Kong Jinlai raised their glasses to celebrate their successful collaboration.
After returning to the factory, Zhou Feng instructed Feng Huilai to notify all the directors in the factory to come to his office. First, Zhou Feng spoke to Ma Jianjun, the foreman of the Hua Duo garment factory. Brother Ma, you need to make sure the new factory is completed on schedule. He confirmed there were no problems. Then, Zhou Feng assigned tasks to the others. The assistant should go to the city, and Director Feng Huilai would head to the Beijing fashion processing factory. Once everything was arranged, Zhou Feng spoke to Feng Weilai, informing him that they would depart for Guanghai tonight and reminded him to pay attention to things at school. Feng Weilai agreed, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. You just take care of your own business." Zhou Feng boarded the ship to Guanghai as planned. Upon arrival, Mr. C welcomed Zhou Feng. Seeing Zhou Feng's sudden appearance, he asked, "Is there something urgent?" Zhou Feng explained that he had opened a fashion workshop covering an area of 80 mu, which was currently doing quite well, and he had come to negotiate a potential collaboration with Mr. C's fashion workshop. Mr. C responded cheerfully, Zhou Feng, thank you for thinking of me while doing business and making money." Zhou Feng looked at the shirt Mr. C was wearing and asked, "Mr. C, is this shirt from the Beijing fashion workshop?" He confirmed, "Yes, that's right. This shirt is currently in fashion." Zhou Feng laughed, "It seems that our shop should open close to the Beijing Fashion Workshop's franchise store." Mr. C was surprised and asked, "Huh? Aren't we competitors? Won't that affect our business?" Zhou Feng replied, "No, since they have already opened their store, they must have done their research. We just need to sit back and enjoy the benefits." Mr. C emphasized that we needed to find someone. Zhou Feng speculated, "Perhaps it's Jiang Daihai from the Jiangshui Fashion Workshop." Mr. C, who was older, laughed, "As expected of you, you guessed it right immediately." At the Dijiang Fashion Workshop, Jiang Daihai warmly welcomed the two guests. Department Head C, President Zhou Feng, "It's a pleasure to see you again. It's been a long time since I last saw the workshop director." Jiang Daihai intimately placed his arm around Zhou Feng's shoulder and said, "Come on, let's go into the office and talk. Please, follow me." On the way, seeing the pile of disorganized goods, Zhou Feng took notice, and Jiang Daihai smiled and apologized for the mess in the workshop. Looking at the pile, Zhou Feng realized that this was the inventory. During the meal, Zhou Feng said, "Mr. Jiang, I came today to discuss fashion processing with you. I currently own a garment processing workshop of 81 mu and I want to expand the business, looking for additional processing workshops. I usually choose to collaborate with people I know, so that's why I came here. The profit per item is 2 coins. Jiang Daihai was surprised. "Really?" Zhou Feng continued, "Yes, but before we cooperate, I need to make sure that you can supply enough." Jiang Daihai confidently patted his chest, "Mr. Zhou, don't worry, my place can definitely supply enough." At this point, someone sitting next to them handed Jiang Daihai the contract and said, "Here's the contract, take a look. If there are no issues, we can consider it settled." Jiang Daihai carefully read through each clause, then immediately signed his name. He thanked Zhou Feng for giving him this opportunity. While showing Zhou Feng around the workshop, Jiang Daihai asked, "Mr. Zhou, could you give me some tips? What should I do with this pile of good quality goods?" Zhou Feng replied, "It's very simple. Just distribute it to the employees so they can take it to sell in the nearby villages. Selling it at a lower price is safer than leaving it as inventory." Jiang Daihai exclaimed, "Oh, why didn't I think of that? Thank you, Mr. Zhou, you're really clever." When the work was completed, Zhou Feng said goodbye to Mr. C and returned to Jiahai. While waiting for Mayerly to arrive, Zhou Feng pondered that with Shen Ziran, it seemed like Shen Zili would not genuinely help him, but at least there was still another path. When Li Kongshan appeared, Zhou Feng stood up to greet him. "Mayerly, I didn't expect you to arrive so early." Mayerly replied, "Secretary Shen had an unexpected matter and couldn't come, so I came early." Zhou Feng then asked the waiter to bring the food. During the meal, he said, "Mayerly, last time you mentioned temporarily hired staff being converted to full-time employees. Those with good abilities have already signed contracts." Li Kongshan smiled, "Thank you, Zhou Feng." Zhou Feng responded, "You're too polite. I needed workers in the workshop, so I should thank you for helping me just when I needed it." Li Kongshan continued, "Since it's just the two of us here, you can call me brotherly." Already familiar with each other, Zhou Feng immediately agreed. "Brotherly, let's have a drink." Li Kongshan went on to share about his investigation into the Jingdu television station. He had finally located Lu Diguang through a shady connection. Zhou Feng was taken aback when he heard this name, the person with whom he had a conflict.
Li Kangshun noticed Zhou Feng's unease and added, I won't mention your name. Afterward, I'll pretend like I know nothing.
Zhou Feng was grateful. Thank you, Brother Li. Mayor Li hesitated before continuing, however, Zhou Feng is back at your place.
Zhou Feng quickly interrupted, please don't mention it.
I had issues as soon as the workshop opened, but it's stable now. What matters is whether the people who initially helped me are genuinely committed.
Mayor Li stroked his beard, is that so?
Zhou Feng skillfully replied to avoid offending him and also not to fall out with Secretary Xin Yupeng. As they were leaving, Zhou Feng emphasized, Mayor Li, a great favor can't be repaid with just words of thanks. Mayor Li just smiled and said there was no need for such formality. Afterward, Zhou Feng saw him off to the car. When he returned, Zhou Feng let out a sigh of relief, considering the matter with the television station handled. A few days later, during a phone call, Zhou Feng called Wu Hongtuan, the head of the television station, to arrange a meeting. When Wu Hongtuan arrived at the phone call meeting and saw a young man standing there, he asked, Are you Xiao Zhou that Lu Diguang introduced?
Zhou Feng replied, Yes, I am, Mr. Wu.
Seeing Zhou Feng holding a cable, Wu Hongtuan said, You came, but why bring all this stuff?
Zhou Feng smiled and said, It's just some simple things from my hometown, nothing special.
Then, he led Zhou Feng to his home. The house was on the 7th floor, and they had to climb the stairs. Wu Hongtuan noticed that the young man reached the destination without much difficulty and said, You're in good health, just like your uncle.
The young man nodded and responded, Yes, my uncle is also healthy now.
Seeing the guest arrive, his wife looked out and greeted him.
She said, Xiao Zhou, right? Come on, it's time for dinner.
Zhou Feng politely replied that he didn't want to bother them.
During the meal, Wu Hongtuan asked, Xiao Zhou, specifically, what do you want me to do for your uncle? Would you like me to ask on your behalf?
Zhou Feng scratched his head, not knowing where to start. Wu Hongtuan comforted him, saying, Xiao Zhou, there's no need to be shy.
There's nothing to hide between me and your uncle.
Zhou Feng clasped his hands to express his gratitude and then clarified, I heard that the television station in Jingdu is about to organize a program, and I would like to perform a segment. Wu Hongtuan responded, This decision has already been made and cannot be changed. Zhou Feng then asked if he could participate in the public segment without having to appear alone. Wu Hongtuan said that wasn't possible either, as the list of performers had already been finalized. The real reason was that he didn't believe the young man was capable of performing and didn't want him to be disappointed. Zhou Feng stood up, bowed, and said, Sorry, Uncle Wu, I bothered you.
Seeing his attitude, Wu Hongtuan stood up and replied, What are you saying? I couldn't help you, and now I feel bad.
Zhou Feng comforted him, saying, It's all right, Uncle Wu, you have your own reasons. I just hope you can show me the schedule for the rehearsals, even if it's with makeup. This, he could agree to.
He then asked for the young man's full name.
Zhou Feng thought for a moment, not wanting Lu Diguang to know his real name, so he smiled and said, You can call me Zhou Shan, it sounds more familiar. After discussing everything, Zhou Feng stood up to leave. Uncle Wu, I'll be heading home now, he said. All right, take care on your way back, Wu Hongtuan replied. After seeing him off, Wu Hongtuan turned back inside and told his wife that the young man was good, with an honest character. His wife agreed, yes, Xiaozhou is not hot-tempered like young people these days, that's really rare. She also tried on the clothes Zhou Feng had gifted and praised them sincerely. The clothes Xiaozhou brought are so beautiful, you can tell they're not cheap.
Hongtuan, how do you think they look on me?
Afraid his wife wouldn't be pleased, her husband immediately complimented the outfit, saying it was really beautiful and very fashionable. Though his wife was a little plump, she spoke up, but unfortunately, it's a bit tight. Just as he was about to argue that the shirt wasn't small, but rather that his wife was too large, he received a phone call from Zhou Feng.
Hello, Uncle Wu, it's Xiao Zhou here.
Uncle Wu, I think the clothes I gave you today might not fit too well, so next time I'll bring a few more that are a better fit. He waved his hand,
Oh, no need to go through all that trouble. Zhou Feng continued, please don't think of it as a bother. In the end, he didn't refuse, saying, all right then, you can come again next time. After hanging up, he turned to his wife and informed her that Xiao Zhou would bring a few more clothes that fit better. The wife cheerfully praised the young man for knowing how to win people over. Immediately after, another call left him confused about who was calling. It was Mr. Liu. Over the phone, he asked about a request made by one of his relatives. Wu Hongtuan replied, Mr. Liu, this time I really cannot help Xiao Zhou. After hearing everything clearly, Liu Diguang immediately thought of Li Kongshan's relative, who had withdrawn his name Zhou Shan. Wu Hongtuan continued, Mr. Zhou Shan wants to join the program, but the list of performances has already been set, and we cannot add anyone else. Liu Diguang thought that this was the matter Mayor Li had brought to him, and if it didn't work out, it could cause some trouble. Wu Hongtuan emphasized again that Mr. Zhou Shan was a good person, but he could only be arranged for the next time. Liu Diguang felt irritated at that point. All right, Mr. Wu, I understand. After speaking, he hung up the phone, leaving Wu Hongtuan standing still for a moment before turning to his wife. He was still the same easily angered when things didn't go his way. The wife smiled reassuringly, that's just his nature, don't worry about it. However, if Mr. Zhou Shan has potential, I will definitely help him. At the Hua Duo Fashion Workshop, Zhou Feng informed everyone that they needed to increase production efforts in the coming time. The man across from him replied, all right, you can rest assured. Then, he said to him, if there's nothing else, you can continue with your work. I'll take my leave now. At that moment, Zhou Feng suddenly thought of something and turned back to call him. Oh right, Mr. Li, how's the progress on the outfits I requested for the host? Have they been designed yet? He replied, everything has been completed. Zhou Feng reminded him to finish everything within the next 2 days because he would be heading to Jingdu and needed to take them with him. Don't worry, we will get it done, he assured. After that, Zhou Feng picked up the phone and called Feng Baobao. Hello, how's everything on your side? Feng Baobao hurriedly explained that he had found a location, but renting it for just 6 months would be too much of a loss, and the cost of renovations was already unclear. Zhou Feng remained calm and cheerful, saying, you'll understand when the time comes. Just follow my instructions. Alright, I'll hang up now, contact me if there's anything. After hanging up, Uncle Feng anxiously asked Zhou Feng, do you think this will work? Seeing Uncle Feng's concern, Zhou Feng reassured him, trust me, as long as we don't raise suspicion at the Shanghai Costume Workshop, everything will go smoothly. By then, the entire city will be in our hands. Uncle Feng's eyes began to shine. Bravo! Alright, I will stay closely involved with everything you do. 2 days later, in the workshop manager's office, a young man reported, Manager Zhou, the outfits for the host have been completed. Zhou Feng happily said, great, pack them up so I can take them. At the train station, Zhou Feng met Uncle Wu Zhoushan. Seeing that Zhou Feng's hands were full of items, Uncle Wu reproached, why did you bring so much? Zhou Feng ruffled his hair and laughed, they're all products from our factory, Uncle, don't be so polite. Uncle Wu's face grew serious as he reminded, if you bring more things next time, I will. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Feng quickly changed the subject, oh, alright, Uncle Wu, let's head back now. I really miss the dishes Aunt he cooks. Uncle Wu laughed loudly, this kid. Zhou Feng continued, did I bring the right amount of stuff this time? Uncle Wu reminded him, the stuff last time was just right. Don't listen to Aunt He's nonsense. Suddenly recalling something, Uncle Wu asked, by the way, did you mention that all these are from your own factory? Zhou Feng replied, yes, my factory is 80 acres, even larger than your cousin's factory. Uncle Wu raised an eyebrow, I haven't heard Mr. Li mention this. I didn't know he was hiding this from me. Looks like I need to scold him a bit. Realizing he had said something wrong, Zhou Feng quickly explained, Uncle Wu, actually, my cousin doesn't want me to share this information outside. Then Zhou Feng told Uncle Wu about a previous event. Some time ago, my uncle invited a team of models to the factory for promotion and a performance.
It wouldn't be good if the higher-ups found out.
Hearing Zhou Feng's explanation, Uncle Wu understood and agreed.
To further back up his point, Zhou Feng took out a newspaper from his bag. Uncle Wu, I happen to have a newspaper with me.
This is what was happening at that time.
Receiving the newspaper, Uncle Wu glanced through it and was astonished. Wow, you Dan Dan and Nganana are also participating, Uncle Wu said. Your uncle really takes this seriously. Clearly it's necessary to avoid it because the fashion workshop is a state-owned enterprise, Zhou Feng replied.
Uncle Wu asked, That's right, what's the name of your workshop?
Yes, it's the Hua Duo Fashion Workshop, Zhou Feng answered. Uncle Wu gave Zhou Feng a thumbs up.
Nice name. Zhou Feng humbly replied, Uncle Wu, you're too kind.
After a while, they finally arrived.
Zhou Feng called out, I'm here again.
And he warmly greeted him, Is that Xiao Zhou?
Come in quickly.
I've just finished cooking. As Zhou Feng sat down, Uncle Wu said, I still have to go to work in the afternoon because the Wu Dao troupe needs to rehearse, so Auntie will take you out for a walk.
Zhou Feng quickly asked Uncle Wu's opinion. Uncle Wu, how about I go with you to the unit this afternoon? I've loved watching Wu Dao since I was a child.
Hearing Zhou Feng's request, Uncle Wu hesitated a little. Auntie, noticing his hesitation, spoke up, Dear, Zhou Shan has already suggested it. Just take him to watch.
The director isn't someone difficult to approach.
In the end, Uncle Wu was persuaded. Alright, Zhou Feng, I'll take you on a tour around the TV station. Uncle Wu placed his hand on Zhou Feng's shoulder and reminded him, Oh, and while we're walking around, if you meet anyone working here, remember to keep your distance. Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted.
Come on, don't worry so much.
Xiao Zhou is smart and quick-witted, maybe he knows how to handle it. Seeing that he made sense, Uncle Wu stopped frowning.
You're right, I'm overthinking it. Zhou Feng then asked Uncle Wu. Uncle, who is providing the costumes for tonight's party?
Uncle Wu explained that the costumes had been selected by the purchasing department from an external supplier. Seeing a business opportunity before him, Zhou Feng couldn't let it slip away.
Well, Uncle Wu, instead of purchasing them, why not let our Hua Duo Fashion Workshop provide the costumes for free for the event? Zhou Feng's suggestion surprised Uncle Wu. Why would you come up with such an idea? And he couldn't hold back either. Zhou Feng, if you provide them for free, won't you be at a loss?
Noticing that both of them were surprised, Zhou Feng hurriedly explained. Uncle Wu, actually, our workshop is about to open a store in Jingdu, so providing the costumes is also a way to promote our brand. In terms of cost, it's really not much. Seeing the logic in this, Uncle Wu decided to go along with Zhou Feng. Let's head to the TV station. At the Jingdu TV station, a staff member recognized Uncle Wu and asked, Hello, Deputy Director Wu, who is this? Uncle Wu lightly patted Zhou Feng on the back. This is my nephew. Zhou Feng greeted the staff member. Hello, sir. After the greeting, Uncle Wu reminded Zhou Feng. If you meet any celebrities, remember not to greet them casually. Zhou Feng replied, Yes, I'll remember. Then, Zhou Feng remembered his business plan. Uncle Wu, I hope you'll talk to Director Gung about providing my costumes. He replied, Okay, I understand. As they entered the area where the dancers were rehearsing, a man's loud voice directed them. Do it again. The emotion needs to be more intense. The man was Gung Yi, the director of Jingdu TV. Uncle Wu spoke up, I see Director Gung. Uncle Wu and Zhou Feng approached to greet him. Good afternoon, Director Gung. The other man replied, Good afternoon. Uncle Wu began. Director Gung, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Gung Yi quickly interrupted. Wait a moment, let's finish this rehearsal first. Zhou Feng quietly assessed Director Gung, realizing he was a careful and diligent person. Alright, that's it. Rehearsal's over, the announcement sounded, and Director Gung stood up, asking,
Mr. Wu, what did you want to talk about just now? Uncle Wu then introduced Zhou Feng. First, I'd like to introduce you to Zhou Feng, my nephew. Director Gung politely greeted him. Hello. Zhou Feng took the opportunity to greet back and introduce himself. Hello, Director Gung.
My full name is Zhou Feng, but I'm often called Zhou Shan.
Uncle Wu works in the clothing business in Jiahai City.
He's here this time with the intention of providing free performance costumes for our show.
Chief Gung wondered. What about the city before the sea? Didn't we already make a decision regarding the costumes? And even if they are provided for free, the costumes purchased earlier will still be wasted, won't they?
Feeling helpless in the situation, Uncle Wu decided to leave the decision-making power to Chief Gung, and everything would follow his lead. Zhou Feng silently felt anxious, thinking that Uncle Wu would no longer be able to help him. Immediately, Zhou Feng spoke up.
Uncle Gung, since I was young, I have been passionate about studying costumes.
Each performance definitely requires a unique style to truly stand out.
Don't you think so? Chief Gung nodded in agreement. That's right. If we want to turn something good into something great, we need to do it.
Seeing that his argument was having an effect, Zhou Feng continued to persuade Chief Gung. Moreover, regarding the costumes that have already been ordered, we can assist you in selling them, so they won't go to waste.
Uncle Wu also spoke up. Chief Gung, how about letting my nephew try his hand at this?
As for the fashion workshop, I will ask them to temporarily halt production. In the end, Chief Gung was convinced.
So when can your workshop complete this deal? Zhou Feng replied. Give me 3 days.
My workshop currently has over 100 workers, so we can complete it within 3 days.
Uncle Wu patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder and smiled. Chief Gung, once you've met my nephew, you can rest assured. Zhou Feng also made a commitment. I promise I will complete everything that has been set out.
Station Chief Gung laughed joyfully with both of them.
Ha 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 ha.
When they returned to the fashion workshop, Hua Duo noticed the worried expression on Uncle Feng's face.
Zhou Feng asked. Uncle Feng, what's wrong?
Uncle Feng sighed deeply.
The problem is that our shop has expanded too quickly. The workshop is running at full capacity, but the funds have run out. Because of that, we can't pay the employees on time.
Zhou Feng calmly rummaged through his pocket and handed Uncle Feng a 50 million deposit slip.
Oh, it's that issue? You can give the workers an advance.
However, Uncle Feng remained very anxious.
With this amount, it won't last for long. Zhou Feng remained calm.
It's all right, I asked mayorly, and we can borrow money with no interest.
Given our current situation, this is completely feasible.
Uncle Feng was horrified, and seeing that he was too frightened, Zhou Feng reassured him.
Uncle Feng, it's just bad debt.
When the time comes, the bank will come to collect and seize assets to recover the debt. But Uncle Feng still firmly refused.
No, I don't agree to you borrowing money.
If not, we'll stop production and go back to the countryside to raise fish and grow vegetables.
Zhou Feng immediately opposed. We can't stop production. Uncle Feng continued to persuade. Zhou Feng, how reckless are you willing to be?
I came here from the Motto Fashion Workshop to open this factory with you, dedicating all my efforts to you.
Why do you want to put yourself in danger now? Zhou Feng frowned. I told you from the beginning, Uncle, all you need to do is take your commission.
As for the other matters, I will handle them. Hearing this, Uncle Feng became angry. I am still the deputy workshop director.
Don't I have the right to make decisions? Yang Zichang, the workshop director, noticed the two arguing and intervened. What are you two doing?
The workers can hear everything.
You are the workshop director and deputy director. If you keep making a scene, this workshop is finished. Uncle Feng explained. I asked Deputy Director Feng to go to the bank and withdraw money to pay the workers.
Although Uncle Feng left helplessly, he reminded Zhou Feng, fine, I'll listen to you, but don't be too naive and borrow money recklessly.
After Uncle Fong left, Joe Fong remembered to ask Yang Zichang, "Oh, by the way, have the clothes for the television station been prepared?" Yang Zichang replied, "Everything is ready and stored in the workshop.
You can go with the delivery truck later to move it to our store in Jingdu City." Upon hearing this, Joe Fong turned to leave. "Then let's go check the goods." A group of workers, overhearing the commotion, turned around and asked, "Director Zhou, just now Joe Fong said."
Joe Fong immediately responded, "Don't overthink it, everyone.
I was just having a slightly raised conversation with Deputy Director Fong.
Disagreements are normal in business."
The workers could only force a smile, while working. Some other workers whispered among themselves, "I heard that factory manager Joe wants to borrow money." One female worker responded, "Private enterprises are always at risk of bankruptcy, unlike state-owned enterprises that have government protection and are generally more stable." Joe Fong walked into the production room, urging, "Everyone focus on your work, don't stop even for a minute." Mr. Li waved to Joe Fong, "Factory manager Zhou, come here for a moment." Joe Fong stepped outside and asked, "Mr. Li, what's the matter?" Mr. Li reminded him, "Factory manager Zhou, it's about the capital."
Joe Fong asked, "Huh? Did Deputy Manager Fong say anything to you?"
Mr. Li, feeling awkward, didn't know how to deny it. "No, it's not." A voice interrupted, "That was me who said it." When Uncle Fong arrived, Joe Fong immediately spoke up, "Deputy Manager Fong, if you're feeling tired, you should rest. Don't worry about the work in the factory, I'll make sure you don't miss any salary or commission."
Mr. Li quickly asked, "Factory Manager Zhou, is it really that serious?"
Uncle Fong challenged, "Try doing it yourself." In the middle of a sluggish business environment, trying to recover capital is really a dream.
Joe Fong frowned and responded, "Deputy Manager Fong, you don't need to say any more."
Mr. Li felt uncomfortable and didn't know how to mediate.
The workers, eavesdropping, seemed to think that our factory really was on the verge of bankruptcy. At a restaurant, a man asked, "Factory Manager Zhou, how many employees does your factory have now?" Joe Fong replied, "We have 112 full-time employees and 72 temporary workers."
The man stroked his chin, thinking that the scale was quite large. No wonder it was the largest fashion factory in Shinan province. Joe Fong handed a piece of paper to Su Wan and said, "This is our factory's monthly payroll.
Please check how much we can borrow." Looking at the payroll, Su Wan was taken aback.
Even the lowest paid regular workers earned at least 100 coins. Seeing the rich payroll, Su Wan felt optimistic.
"No problem, I will do my best to approve a loan within my capacity."
"You don't need to worry," he said confidently.
With that, Joe Fong asked Director C, "So how much can you lend at most?"
Su Wan enthusiastically suggested, "Factory Manager Zhou, how about I lend you around 100,000 coins?"
Joe Fong appeared dissatisfied with this amount.
"Director C, we initially invested several 100,000 just to buy land for construction. 100,000 seems a bit too little." As the waitress brought the food to the table, Joe Fong thought that he needed a larger loan. Su Wan also felt displeased, as the 100,000 coins were being criticized as too little. The waitress announced, "The dishes are served, be careful with the hot plates.
This is the chicken feet with lemongrass, please enjoy."
While picking up the food, Su Wan said, "The standard interest-free loan amount in our city is 100,000 coins. If it exceeds this amount, I will charge you the lowest interest rate of 5.4%.
Joe Fong was determined to reduce the interest rate to 5%.
"If the interest rate is 5%, I'll directly borrow 1 million coins." This sentence left Su Wan speechless.
"What? Borrow 1 million coins?"
Joe Fong replied, "Yes. This is a contract between our factory and a partner in Shanghai in the national fashion industry, so you don't need to worry about revenue or repayment capabilities." Su Wan quickly reviewed the cooperation agreement with Shanghai and realized that this was indeed a large enterprise.
After some negotiation, Su Wan happily agreed. "All right, let's discuss the 1 million coin loan.
I will assist factory manager Joe with the approval."
Zhou Feng responded, "Thank you, Director Su." Su Wan stood up and invited him. "Factory manager Zhou, don't be so polite. Let's go to the bank to complete the formalities." Before Zhou Feng had the chance to eat, he was quickly dragged away, so he quickly stopped them. "Ah, why the rush? Let's eat first." After the meal, both of them quickly went to the bank to sign the documents and affix the seal. He said, "Currently, the senior leadership is also implementing policies to support businesses and private loans in order to boost production. This is also part of the economic stimulus plan that has been rolled out in stages. This is the 1 million along with the deposit slip. You can take it." Zhou Feng said, "Thank you, Director Su." Su Wan smiled, "Factory manager Zhou, don't be so formal. Please continue with your work. I must leave now." In the end, both of them completed the loan agreement. Only then did Zhou Feng realize that his superior's policy of supporting private enterprises had its own reasons. As soon as Zhou Feng left, Su Ruan called Xiao Wang to quickly make a large calligraphy scroll to commend the workshop manager Zhou. When he returned to the Hua Duo fashion workshop, Xiao Duo was already waiting outside. She asked, "Are you done with your work?" Seeing her, Zhou Feng was confused. "Xiao Duo, why are you here?" She said, "I have something to tell you." He asked, "What is it?" Xiao Duo spoke while pulling Zhou Feng to a secluded corner, hurriedly saying, "I'm pregnant." Hearing this, Zhou Feng couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "Pregnant? Xiao Duo, really?" His voice was so loud that Xiao Duo blushed and reminded him, "Please speak quietly." Zhou Feng excitedly asked, "Is it from that time in the workshop?" Xiao Duo shyly replied, "I'm not sure which time." After that, Zhou Feng proposed remarriage to Xiao Duo, and she immediately agreed. Zhou Feng planned to take Xiao Duo home to meet his parents to discuss things, but she stopped him, wanting him to talk to his parents first. He agreed. Zhou Feng hugged Xiao Duo and promised not to let her face this alone. Xiao Duo comforted him. "It's fine, don't worry." After regaining his composure, Zhou Feng decided to take Xiao Duo out for a meal first. It was already getting late, and they only headed back after. On the way, Zhou Feng kept reminding Xiao Duo, "Xiao Duo, make sure to watch the road." When seeing her sister-in-law, Xiao Duo immediately called out. Xiaowenwen, carrying a lot of things, asked Zhou Feng, "Why did you buy so many things?" He replied, "Isn't it because Xiao Duo likes them?" Xiao Duo happily reminded him, "Go back first, the train is probably almost gone." Zhou Feng waved goodbye to everyone. "Okay, I'll go ahead then." Xiao Duo responded, "Okay, be careful on your way." Seeing that Xiao Duo was still standing there, Xiaowenwen gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "All right, he's already gone, we should head back too." Suddenly, Xiao Duo's face turned as red as a tomato, hesitating. "Sister-in-law, I have something to tell you." It took her a long time to speak. Xiaowenwen understood and told her husband to go ahead. "You go ahead, I'll go with Xiao Duo for a little walk in the night market." A little while later, Xiaowenwen exclaimed in shock, "What? Xiao Duo, are you pregnant?" Xiao Duo, embarrassed and anxious, quickly said, "Sister-in-law, please don't shout like that. Sister-in-law, lower your voice, otherwise, others will find out and spread rumors." Xiaowenwen, with a serious tone, asked about Zhou Feng. "So how did Zhou Feng react? Does he want to remarry?" Xiao Duo explained, "He's definitely buying all this stuff to nourish the baby." Xiaowenwen immediately realized that her sister-in-law wanted something from her, so she got straight to the point. "So, what do you need me to do?" Xiao Duo rambled on, saying that today he wanted to come to discuss this with her parents, but she wanted her to talk to them first. Xiaowenwen couldn't help but tease, "Oh my, you haven't even remarried yet and you're already starting to sell your sister-in-law." Xiao Duo quickly explained, "It's not like that. It's just that you have a gift for conversation, so I thought you'd do better." Wenwen replied, "All right, I was just joking. I'll definitely help with this good cause." When they got home,
Miss Zhang brought out a bowl of hot soup, smiling as she announced, "Everyone, come and eat."
During the meal, Xiaoduo suddenly asked, "Sister-in-law, how much money did you make today?"
Xia Wenwen modestly answered, "Not much, about 200 coins."
Miss Zhang was surprised and couldn't help but compare it to her husband's salary. "Oh, that must be about what your father makes in a whole month."
Xia Wenwen seemed to have already planned this, and she shifted the topic to the boy. Today, he made more than 180 coins, but Zhou Feng, the one who just opened his workshop, earned more. "I told my parents that Zhou Feng's fashion workshop, Hua Duo, was named after Xiao Duo.
He's really grown a lot now." Zhang Mingming pretended to reminisce and didn't forget to praise the boy.
"Now that you mention it, when he appeared at the fashion show, his speaking skills were pretty good.
He really is very different from before."
He agreed with this.
"Yes, indeed. But if Xiao Duo remarried into her husband's family, she might be looked down upon.
If Zhou Feng has any intentions, we could help them get back together."
Xiao Duo suddenly stood up and declared, "I'm pregnant with Zhou Feng's child." Her father was stunned, as if struck by lightning. "What?" Her words quickly made Xiao Duo defend Zhou Feng.
"Mom and Dad, Zhou Feng has really changed.
Why don't you give him another chance? Don't you know what it means to raise a daughter, especially when we've never been respected by you?"
Dad, please agree. Zhou Feng has truly changed." Her father, angry, pointed his finger around. "Enough, the two of you are only good for this much.
Xiao Duo, I can't manage your issues anymore."
At the Hua Duo fashion workshop, a girl excitedly announced, "Manager Zhou just borrowed 1 million.
Someone, surprised, asked, 1 million? Isn't our workshop about to go bankrupt?
A young man quickly cut in, saying, "I know, the manager must be planning to take the money and run."
Xiao Duo happened to overhear these conversations.
She marveled, 1 million. Manager Zhou had arrived, and Deputy Manager Feng was also present. The young man's doubts about the capabilities of a young messenger unsettled those around him.
Manager Zhou is too young. Daring to borrow money to invest in off-season production like this, what if he doesn't pay us? A fat man shouted, "The workshop is going bankrupt. We want to get paid daily." Hearing that, one person reminded them that the labor contract did not mention daily wage payments.
If anyone wanted to be paid on a daily basis, they should work as temporary workers.
He was so angry that he was about to leave. "Then I will go on strike."
Zhou Feng, with a serious expression, said, "If anyone goes on strike, I will replace a temporary worker with a permanent staff member. Even without you all, my workshop will continue to run normally."
"I don't want to argue." The fat man suddenly fell silent. Uncle Lee had to step in to ease the tension. "All right, everyone, go home.
The overtime pay isn't small either." Suddenly, a soft voice called Zhou Feng's name.
"Zhou Feng."
He was surprised to recognize Xiao Duo.
"Why are you here?" She didn't answer but instead asked, "Why do you look so tired? Didn't you sleep last night?" Zhou Feng hugged Xiao Duo and led her into the office. "Come, let's go into the office and talk." Curious and a bit worried, Xiao Duo asked, "Zhou Feng, what will happen to those employees?"
Zhou Feng placed his hand on her shoulder and smiled reassuringly.
"Xiao Duo, you don't need to worry. I'm not someone who handles things recklessly, so you can trust me."
After hearing these words, Xiao Duo felt a little more at ease.
I know you've already prepared everything, and I trust you completely." Suddenly, Zhou Feng remembered something and asked Xiao Duo, "Oh, right, Xiao Duo, what does your father like the most so I can prepare it for tomorrow morning?"
Xiao Duo replied that her father was not the kind of person to care about such things, so she told him to buy whatever he wanted. However, Zhou Feng was not a person with good intentions. Director Su said, "You all should reconsider the actions of that guy just now.
Borrowing 1 million without a second thought, and what's more, this is government money." Liang Liang turned to scold Xiao Duo, "Look at yourself, our family is in such chaos now, can't you understand that?
Zhang Mingming was fed up with Liang Liang's words.
Liang, what nonsense are you talking about?
If it weren't for Xiaowen stepping in to stop him, Zhang Mingming might have lost his temper.
Ming, don't be angry anymore, Xiaowen turned to Xiao Duo and advised. Xiao Duo, you should clarify everything with Zhou Feng to understand what exactly is going on.
Mr. Zhang slammed his hand on the table angrily and shouted, "Don't let him come here tomorrow, I absolutely refuse to meet him."
Xiao Duo awkwardly retorted, "Dad, I already have a child with Zhou Feng, we definitely have to remarry."
Miss Zhang screamed, "Look at this, she insisted on marrying that guy from the start, and now she's being so stubborn like this."
Xiao Duo refused to back down, shouting loudly, "I don't care about the past, now I only want to focus on the present. The baby is already here, and I definitely want to remarry him." Miss Zhang felt a headache coming on.
"Oh my god, I don't know what I must have owed my children in my past life, but now I have to endure all of this."
Mr. Zhang stood in front of Xiao Duo and declared, "Xiao Duo, I want you to know that even if he kneels and begs me, I will never agree to let you two remarry. Do you understand?"
Xiao Duo remained resolute in defending her love. "I won't let him into the house, he can stay downstairs and marry me right there." Mr. Zhang, enraged, pointed at Xiao Duo and shouted, "Very well, if you marry him, consider yourself without a father." With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Duo firmly said and then rushed toward the door, "No matter what, I'm marrying Zhou Feng."
Xiaowen hurried after her, "Xiao Duo, where are you going? Who are you calling? Zhou Feng?" Xiao Duo didn't answer but immediately made the call.
"Hello, Zhou Feng, prepare a few things to come pick me up tomorrow."
Zhou Feng was also surprised. "Pick you up? To take you home?"
She felt both angry and embarrassed. "Yes, to come to my house and marry me."
The next morning, Zhou Feng happily drove a tricycle to pick up Xiao Duo. "Xiao Duo, let's go home." She replied, "Yes, let's go home."
Zhou Feng pointed to the back of the vehicle, where he had hurriedly packed some gifts. "This is all I could manage for now.
If your family needs anything else, don't hesitate to let me know."
She said, "Zhou Feng, how could you say something like that?
That's already more than enough, and there's even the sewing machine. Are you planning to switch careers and work in my family's workshop? That's why I have to pull it over." He suggested bringing the items into the house first.
"Let's bring the stuff inside first, and we'll figure things out after that." As they went inside, Ming suddenly stopped.
"Huh? Inside the house?"
Seeing that her husband couldn't resolve the situation, Xiaowen awkwardly stood up and said, "Zhou Feng, there's a bit of a situation in the house right now, so it's not very convenient.
How about you just take Xiao Duo home first, and we'll handle the rest?" Although Zhou Feng seemed a bit awkward, he still felt satisfied for having married a wife. "Alright, then it seems the only thing we can do is this."
When they got into the car, they happily waved goodbye.
Brother, sister-in-law, we're heading off now. They didn't forget to remind them.
"Yes, you two be careful, and remember to visit us from time to time."
The next day, a voice called out.
"Factory Manager Zhou, a leader from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, is calling." The tone of the person sounded somewhat displeased. The deputy factory manager at Hua Duo Fashion Factory wasn't too surprised and simply responded, "I understand." On the way, Zhou Feng casually asked about the recruitment process.
"By the way, how's the recruitment going?" "It's all arranged. Everything is according to your wishes.
Workers who have worked overtime for a month will be upgraded to permanent positions,"
Li Wei reported. Zhou Feng praised, "Please ask Li to continue recruiting more temporary workers, and let the troublemakers be. Let them get through this period in peace." Li Wei replied, "Yes, I understand." In the office, Zhou Feng called Mr. Liu. "Mr. Liu, this is Zhou Feng.
I heard you called the factory looking for me." As soon as he picked up the phone, he expressed his anger.
"Zhou Feng, what right do you have to dare overturn the livelihood of the workers?" Zhou Feng calmly responded.
"Mr. Liu, those workers caused trouble on their own, affecting the factory's production. As the factory director, I have the right to dismiss those who disrupt the operations.
Is there anything unreasonable about that? Mr. Liu suddenly became furious.
If the workers are dissatisfied with something, you should have communicated with them, not just dismissed them like that.
Zhou Feng reassured Mr. Liu that the issue would be resolved properly.
As long as they don't break the law, their benefits will definitely not be inferior.
Finally, Mr. Liu calmed down and spoke more normally. All right, I will remember what you said today. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Feng sighed.
On Mr. Liu's side, he began to feel uneasy and decided to call Secretary Shen.
Secretary Shen, Zhou Feng has promised to resolve everything properly.
His attitude was quite sincere, so this can be accepted. Then, he pretended to secretly discover information about the debt. As for the 1 million loan, it needed further consideration. If Zhou Feng signed a mortgage contract with the bank, once his business encountered problems, this factory would become state property. In that case, the loan would be secured.
Let him work, he said.
At the capital's television station, old Zhou, his grandson, had arrived.
Zhou Feng bowed and greeted the two people in front of him. Hello, Director Gung. Hello, Uncle Wu.
Yes, very good. Director Wu pulled him aside and whispered, "Come over here with me for a moment."
The leader was very pleased with the clothes his grandson had brought. He smiled happily and replied, "Oh, really? That's great."
Uncle Wu had some important news for him. Well, next week, some of my friends will hold a meeting for young intellectuals to participate in rural production.
Your uncle will also be there. Zhou Feng was surprised to hear that Lu Diguang would also attend. My uncle will be there too? Uncle Wu asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Feng quickly needed a reason.
Suddenly I have a terrible stomachache. Please wait for me, uncle. I'll be back right after I go to the restroom. Seeing him run off in a hurry, Mr. Chu stroked his chin and smiled.
All right, go on quickly.
When he entered the restroom, Zhou Feng began to think. If Lu Diguang came next week, then his secret would be exposed. But right now, everything was already in motion, and no matter what, knowing wouldn't change anything. He might as well sit back and wait for the results of the performance. He felt that was not too bad at all. Luckily my intelligence still helps me avoid getting stuck.
When he saw the guy coming out, Uncle Wu teased him, "All done?"
He replied, "Yes, just finished."
"Oh, Uncle Wu, how about we discuss the lines for the skit?" On stage, a man waved his hand and called, "Zhou Feng, come here." Zhou Feng quickly responded, "Yes, I'm coming right now."
Station director Wu said the lines in the skit about eating spicy noodles and drinking fresh tea needed to be looked over again.
"Zhou Feng, try to come up with a fitting line for us." He eagerly nodded, "Yes, I think we can change it like this."
When the actors perform, they can make a very exaggerated move and say, "Look at me, wearing hua duo, in your eyes, I'm the only one."
Hearing this, both men agreed, this line isn't bad. Old Wu, what do you think? Okay, I also think it's good. Zhou Feng lowered his head and thanked them, "Success." Thank you both so much. On one side, Lu Diguang was watching TV, lost in thought. He had realized too late who this little Zhou Feng kid was, but what could he gain by doing such things? At that moment, the TV was broadcasting the Spring Festival celebration, a New Year's Eve gala by Jingdu Television. Wishing everyone a Happy New Year. In particular, tonight's costumes come from the Hua Duo Fashion Studio. Upon hearing this, Lu Diguang became furious. I can't believe I've unintentionally paved the way for that kid. On the TV, the host said, "I believe this is already the second bowl of noodles, right?" Suddenly, he stopped eating the noodles and switched to drinking beer. "Hello, sir, look at me, wearing Hua Duo clothes, only I matter in your eyes." Lu Diguang was stunned, not expecting a 3.5-year-old to come up with such bizarre ideas. The clock struck the hour, and the host happily completed his task.
tonight's celebration has come to an end. Thanks to the Hua Duo Fashion Studio for their enthusiastic support for this year's New Year's Eve. See you next year. Seeing him sigh, Xiao Duo anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" The two exchanged a loving glance, and he replied, "I'm fine, just a bit tired. Let's go to bed." Zhou Feng, embarrassed, blushed in front of the younger ones around him. "You two just keep going." At that moment, the phone rang. Xiao Duo went out to answer the call. Seeing Zhou Feng, she called him to answer the phone because the caller wanted to speak with him. Hello, Zhou Feng, someone is looking for you. Happy New Year." Zhou Feng politely responded. "Yes, Happy New Year to you too." Uncle Feng did not forget to compliment him. "By the way, Zhou Feng, I just watched the Spring Festival Gala program, you performed really well, it was very impressive. But the way I used to do things, well, it was a bit." He quickly interrupted Uncle Feng to avoid bringing up any sad topics. "Uncle Feng, it's the new year, let's just forget the past. By the way, how is your tooth? Is it okay now?" He replied, "It's already been fixed." He said, "That's good. You should hurry back. There's still work at home that needs your attention." He laughed, alright, by the way, at the Guangmao Shopping Center, boss, does your shop still have the white dress for the Spring Festival Gala? We still have it. Why are you taking my clothes? Don't pull, it's very crowded inside, but our shop has enough clothes for everyone. Hua Duo Fashion Factory, quickly send the shipment." Hearing this, a staff member from the factory anxiously said. 100 sets of clothes were sold during the Spring Festival Gala, delivered to our 12 franchised stores. But have the clothes we had before already sold out? The other person replied, "Yes, that's right." When Zhou Feng picked up the phone, it was Uncle Feng calling. "Zhou Feng, is that you?" Zhou Feng answered, "Yes, Uncle Feng, it's me. What's the matter?" He continued, "Zhou Feng, it's been less than an hour since we opened the doors, and the clothes in our stores have already sold out." Zhou Feng had anticipated this, so he asked, "Have you informed the other factories in the cities to send clothes to the stores?" Uncle Feng happily replied to Zhou Feng that he had informed the cities with high sales, and he personally went to boost production to ensure timely supply for the market. Zhou Feng said, "Right now, Uncle Feng is very busy. I will immediately arrange for the delivery. Don't worry." As he spoke, Uncle Feng signed the delivery paperwork. A worker rushed in to announce, "Vice Factory Director Feng, the northern region is running low on stock, so we will focus on delivering there." He replied, "Okay." Uncle Feng felt lucky that their factory had already ramped up production, and there was still inventory left. All they needed to do was check the quantity, and they could ship the goods. The worker excitedly said, "I didn't expect that just a small segment in the Lunar New Year program would have such a great promotional effect." Uncle Feng interrupted, "Alright, go ahead and make arrangements. Customers are waiting to buy our clothes." The worker responded, "Yes." Now, Uncle Feng saw that Zhou Feng's idea was a good one. Meanwhile, Xia Wenwen was counting money when Xiao Duo approached. "Sis-in-law, how much money do you make every day now?" Xia Wenwen smiled and held up a wad of cash to show. "I make 100 coins every day." Xiao Duo's eyes lit up. "Wow, 100 coins. It looks like my dream of becoming a big shot is about to come true." At that moment, her father suddenly walked by, clearing his throat a few times. Xia Wen defended Zhou Feng when she saw her father approach. "Dad, we don't need to be too harsh on Zhou Feng anymore. He hasn't done anything wrong." He replied, "Alright, as long as you all live well, I don't need his money." At midnight, at Lu Deguang's house, his wife, annoyed by his tossing and turning, asked, "Why are you tossing and turning in bed at this hour?" He didn't answer and instead threw on his coat and left the bed to make a phone call. "Hello, Xiaolong, it's Lu Deguang here." Xiaolong, surprised that Lu Deguang was calling so late, asked, "Mr. Lu, it's so late.
Is there something urgent? He ordered.
Tomorrow, inform the franchise stores in Shanghai to open a little earlier. After hanging up, Lu Deguang looked pleased with himself, muttering,
Zhou Feng, this time I'll see what you have to compete with me.
When the staff from Hua Duo's fashion workshop called, the young salesperson angrily shouted,
Don't ask anymore, we can't sell a single outfit. How am I supposed to do business without any new styles? The uncle on the other end of the phone could only sigh. Lu Deguang walked in and asked, How are the sales at the franchise stores?
The uncle replied vaguely, indicating that things weren't looking too good. When Lu Deguang pressed further, he learned that no products had been sold. At that moment, a young man rushed in and reported, Director, the franchise store owners are all dissatisfied and are demanding to return the goods. Upon hearing this, Lu Deguang felt exhausted.
What did you say?
The old man immediately reassured him, Factory manager Lu, please stay calm. Let's wait for another 2 days and see what happens. At the Manhwa Center, Zhou Feng was instructing Kong Jinlai on something. In a little while, remember to go over there and stir up some trouble, demanding that the Shanghai Fashion Factory refund the franchise fee and make a big fuss about it.
Kong Jinlai raised his hand in admiration. Mr. Zhou, you are truly a genius. Zhou Feng calmly replied, This is how business is done in the marketplace, there's no other way.
When the time comes, just follow my lead, and we'll strike together.
Kong Jinlai raised his hand again.
Got it, I'll follow your instructions. Meanwhile, in Shanghai City, Feng Baobao had arrived at the franchise store of the Shanghai Fashion Factory.
He asked the staff, Is Mr. Feng here? The staff member hesitated slightly, What business do you have with our boss?
When the staff member learned that Feng Baobao wanted to collaborate, he said, Wait a moment, I'll call the boss out. A moment later, the store owner appeared.
Boss, this is the person who wanted to meet with you. As soon as he appeared, the owner noticed Feng Baobao's uniform and was secretly surprised. Is he from the Hua Duo Fashion Factory?
Feng Baobao walked over to greet and introduce herself, then invited him to collaborate with Hua Duo.
The owner seemed a bit hesitant, not having thought about this before.
I just recently paid the fee to join the Shanghai Fashion Workshop, and I still have a lot of unsold stock in the store. Upon hearing this, Feng Baobao immediately offered an attractive condition.
Hua Duo, we don't require any membership fees. By the way, Mr. Feng, did you watch the performance in the capital on New Year's Eve? The owner replied. Yes, I watched it. Feng Baobao seized the opportunity. As you can see, this is just the beginning. Those people have already partnered with us and will help with promotions in the future. If you join us, our direct retail stores will temporarily close. This will be included in the contract. Partnering with us won't be a loss, will it? He was surprised, not believing what Feng Baobao had just said. What? You want to give up market share for our franchise stores?
He thought for a moment, no fees, and you're even giving up market share.
Is there a better opportunity than this?
Seeing him deep in thought, Feng Baobao decided to leave.
If you don't find this attractive enough, I will look for another store to collaborate with.
Immediately, the owner called her back.
Wait. Manager Feng, did you bring the contract? If we can sign it now, I'll sign right away.
Feng Baobao turned around, satisfied, no need to hurry, when the time comes, our factory manager, Zhou, will personally come to sign the contract with you.
Huh? Are you saying all the shops here have joined? Feng Baobao noticed the man seemed a bit confused, so she smiled brightly.
That's right, I'll also find a way to get the membership fee refunded from the Shanghai Fashion Factory for everyone.
The boss was astonished and delighted. Can you help us request a refund of the membership fee from the Shanghai Fashion Factory?
At this moment, Feng Baobao felt extremely uplifted and certain, after all, it was only 500 coins.
He happily shook hands with Feng Baobao. Good, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Let's have a pleasant cooperation.
He said and invited Feng Baobao to join a small conversation.
Anyway, it's almost lunchtime.
Today, I'm the host, so allow me to treat you, Mr. Feng. Given the opportunity for a free meal, Feng Baobao naturally agreed, laughing, yes, I have no reason to decline. He threw his arm around Feng Baobao's shoulder and led him inside, emphasizing, Mr. Feng, you absolutely must try our specialty dishes.
Sure. Bao Bao replied. After the meal ended, Bao Bao took out his phone and called Zhou Feng. Hello, factory manager Zhou, this is Feng Baobao. Zhou Feng responded and asked, how many places have you invited to join us? Feng Baobao proudly replied, 3.
Zhou Feng immediately complimented him, our Bao Bao is truly outstanding.
This responsibility is completely entrusted to you. Factory manager Zhou, now it's your turn. Alright, I'll come in 2 days.
At the restaurant, Zhou Feng happily raised his glass and said, everyone, I have clarified all the benefits that you can receive.
Once again, I want to thank you for your trust.
They all toasted.
Everyone laughed and agreed, factory manager Zhou, this is what we should do.
That's right, exactly.
Suddenly, Mr. Feng asked with concern, factory manager Zhou, we've signed a franchise agreement, so will your direct stores really stop operating?
Zhou Feng vaguely replied, of course. But upon hearing that, Mr. Feng became even more worried.
Could it be that there are other conditions?
Even if there are no other conditions, the issue of inventory quantity has made them quite upset. Speaking of this, the Shanghai fashion factory is really being unreasonable. After paying the 500 coins as the participation fee, they no longer managed anything, leaving us feeling like we had been abandoned in the middle of a market.
One of them said, I've made up my mind.
Tomorrow, I'll go over to demand a refund of the participation fee.
I can't let them bully us like this anymore.
That was all Zhou Feng needed to hear, and he immediately responded, I suggest we all go together to get our fees back, after all, it's 500 coins. Mr. Feng agreed, that's right, the more people, the stronger we are.
We can't let them continue to oppress us like this.
A few others eagerly joined in, that's right, I'll go tomorrow too. To break the tense atmosphere, Zhou Feng raised his glass and smiled, good, now, after we finish eating, we'll sign the contract first.
Everyone, let's have another toast.
The next morning, at the Shanghai costume workshop.
Has everyone gathered yet? Mr. Kong said loudly to encourage everyone. We need to stick together this time. If we have 5 or 6 people, we'll go. As soon as they entered, he immediately stated their intention, we are here to demand a refund of the participation fee.
The old man shouted, you guys are here to cause trouble. However, the group strongly held up the contract, this is the contract we signed. If you won't cooperate anymore, you need to refund our money. The manager's refusal made CN angry, and he decided to demand compensation. When they saw the uncooperative attitude, the group began to react. We've paid the money, you can't go back on your word, one person said angrily. The class supervisor bitterly spoke about organizing the fashion show and the unreasonable conditions they had to endure.
Shop owner, if you won't help us reunite, how can we negotiate?
The conversation grew tense, and their determination put pressure on the manager.
Give us our money back, we won't tolerate this any longer.
Faced with their resoluteness and unwillingness to compromise, the situation became increasingly heated. We have the right to demand a refund, you need to understand that. This is the reason they're causing a commotion and disputes. Mr. Liu definitely won't stay silent. When he collected the money, he was all smiles.
And now he's doing this? Stop talking and give me my money, an elderly man stood up and said. Mr. Liu is a fair and upright person. Alright, let's go up to the conference room and discuss this.
Eventually, the two managed to exit the chaotic situation.
Mr. Liu spoke up with a question. How do you maintain customer relations?
Even big stores like Yifeng Grand are causing trouble.
He stammered, blaming, is this the devil's work of that rogue kid Zhou Feng? While they were discussing, a knock on the door was heard, who is it? Go open the door. He went out and was slightly surprised. "Mr. Kong, why did you come down here?" Kong Jin Lai stepped in.
Mr. Lu saw Kong Jin Lai's bright smile, and he had a feeling that something was wrong.
Meanwhile, outside, the crowd was still gossiping. "Has Mr. Chow come down already? I wonder what he came down for." Immediately after, Kong Jin Lai shouted loudly, "Oh, Mr. Lu, thank you so much." "Thank you, I won't bother you any longer."
The two old men looked at each other in confusion.
"What's wrong with him?" "Not sure."
As soon as he stepped outside, Kong Jin Lai stuffed his hand into his pocket, holding something in his hand and looking very pleased. The old men hurried to ask, "Mr. Kong, what's going on? Why are you so happy?"
Kong Jin Lai proudly showed a bundle of money. "Everyone, look at this."
The old men were puzzled, wondering if he had been paid already. When they heard Kong Jin Lai confirm it, everyone cheered. "Everyone hurry to Mr. Lu's office." Kong Jin Lai added, "Go demand it back, this is the money he paid me." The old men rushed in demanding, "If you've paid Kong Jin Lai, you should pay us too."
Mr. Lu was puzzled. "Huh? When did I pay him?" It was only now that he realized something was wrong. He had fallen into a trap. The people around him interrupted Mr. Lu's train of thought. "Mr. Lu, we heard Kong Jin Lai thanking you. Are you planning to pay him but not us?"
That's right, that's right." Lu Deguang pointed at the contract and shouted, "You should take a good look, this participation fee cannot be paid.
The contract clearly states so."
Ignoring his shout, they continued to make a ruckus. "We don't care, pay us the money."
"Mr. Lu, you can't do this. Pay the participation fee." An old man, unable to bear it any longer, stood up and called for security. "What is this? Who allowed these people to come in here and cause trouble? Where's the security? Hurry up and get in here." The security guards received the order and quickly ran in to drag the troublemakers out. "What are you doing?"
A girl, using her acting skills, complained.
"Why are you hitting me?" "Oh, I've been hit."
The group immediately started accusing.
"What do you mean by this? Are you hitting women?" Another person interrupted, "Xia Long, who are you to shout like that in front of us?" Xia Long shoved the man who had spoken aside. The group of people guarding the girl heard the commotion and rushed over. "What are you doing? Are you fighting? I won't let you get away with this. Get lost."
Lu Deguan was furious at this moment.
"Zhou Feng, that bastard."
After saying that, he immediately passed out.
Mr. Lu, at this moment, the crowd also began to leave, talking as they went. Why did Mr. Lu only pay Kong Jin Lai? An elderly man in a suit said, "If he pays them all, who will sell goods for him?" Everyone said in unison, "I must get that money back." "Right, we must go all the way to get it."
Meanwhile, at Zhou Feng's location, he asked, "Uncle Feng, is there any way for a private business to acquire a state-owned enterprise in this era?" Uncle Feng replied, "Don't make trouble, be careful of being accused of embezzling state assets."
"Yes, sir."
Zhou Feng thought to himself that this era was indeed very sensitive when it came to capitalist issues, everything had to be done with caution.
He sighed.
Regarding the Shanghai wardrobe, Uncle Feng still believes that it's best to build a new Shanghai costume factory. As long as we ensure the consumption volume, the profits will definitely increase. By then, not only their modeling team, but even their clothing production workers will have to be auctioned. Zhou Feng praised, "Excellent, Uncle Feng, you're truly worthy of being my uncle."
"Uncle Feng, I have a plan to directly acquire the factory.
But we need to buy the factory in Pudong."
Uncle Feng then asked, "Why do we have to buy the factory in Pudong?" Zhou Feng calmly replied, "Because it's cheap." While they were discussing, Kong Jin Lai ran over excitedly, shouting, "Zhou Feng, Zhou Feng." He was speaking in a rush.
Lu Deguan was so angry that he had to be hospitalized.
Zhou Feng asked, "Everything went according to plan, right?" Kang Jin-lai confirmed, definitely. At that moment, I added a few more words.
He smiled and said, it's also thanks to the help of heaven.
At the clinic, Miss Liu joyfully said, Mr. Liu, you've finally woken up. In such a situation, he still asked, is Xia Long here? Call him over. Miss Liu, worried, said, you've been like this, don't talk about the factory anymore. But he didn't care, still sitting up and shouting, Xia Long, come here now. As soon as Xia Long entered, he immediately asked, what's the situation now?
Xia Long awkwardly replied, this is not looking good, they've sold all the clothing and accessories over there.
Good. Factory manager, will the model show still continue tomorrow? Lu Deguang immediately answered, of course. Tomorrow is the crucial moment, we must focus on the price war.
Xia Long quickly regained his composure, alright, we'll fight till the end. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was sitting and eating with the group of franchisees. The old man in the suit said, honestly, at that time, I was blinded. The girl who had fallen raised her bruised arm.
Look, my arm has been squeezed so hard it's almost black and blue. The fat man suddenly asked, Mr. Kong, how could you ask for participation fees?
Kang Jin-lai smiled and replied, I just gave a few explanations and paid right away.
Maybe it's because I'm an outsider, they don't value us.
Zhou Feng added, everyone, don't worry.
Zhou Feng, will definitely help everyone get the participation fees back.
Everyone agreed, the workshop leader Zhou truly has a heart. They all praised in unison, that's right.
Zhou Feng interrupted, the food has cooled down. Everyone, please eat now.
The man in the suit continued eating and said, tomorrow, Lu Deguang wants to hold a fashion show that we're not participating in. I'm really curious to see how he will sell his products.
Zhou Feng was surprised to hear this. Mr. Kong, you didn't know?
When he saw Kang Jin-lai remain silent, Zhou Feng thought to himself, this old man definitely has another trick up his sleeve.
He's probably focusing on pricing strategy. I need to act now to gain the upper hand.
With that thought, Zhou Feng stood up.
Right, everyone, I just came up with an idea.
We'll do a buy 3 get 1 free promotion to clear out the leftover Shanghai clothing stock. Another person agreed, this is a good idea, selling 3 pieces of unsold stock at once will help reduce the inventory, benefiting both sides.
The workshop manager is truly thoughtful.
Exactly, otherwise, how could they choose him as the workshop manager? Zhou Feng reminded everyone, when advertising, be sure to emphasize that the clothing from the Shanghai workshop will be priced slightly lower, almost like giving away one for free.
He was satisfied with his plan and just had to wait until tomorrow.
The next morning, at the fashion show, Feng Baobao said, the main event is right here.
Zhou Feng said seriously, Baobao, don't rush in just yet.
I'll notify the merchants to set up a stall selling Shanghai clothing right outside.
Feng Baobao laughed loudly, workshop manager, you really have great ideas.
Zhou Feng gave an important reminder before the show began, please start selling.
I understand.
Xia Long thought to himself about what would happen during this show.
We should do one last rehearsal.
Suddenly, a cough was heard, drawing everyone's attention. Xia Long was surprised to realize that Mr. Liu was present.
What are you doing here?
Your health still needs to be taken care of, you should go back to the hospital.
Lu Deguang waved his hand gently, it's nothing serious, just an old illness. I have a plan in mind.
When the MC announced that the Shanghai clothing fashion show had officially begun, the audience began to murmur in admiration at the beauty of Yu Dan Dan. Lu Deguang secretly felt pleased with himself. This time, I don't believe Zhou Feng can do anything to me.
As the show was nearing its end, the host announced, the program for today's performance is about to conclude.
Suddenly, a voice interrupted, everyone, take a look.
Shanghai costumes are being given away for free. Come and see. Are they really giving them away for free? That sounds too good to be true.
A few audience members began pushing and shoving to get closer. The host was flustered, don't go.
I haven't finished speaking yet.
Xia Long saw the situation was escalating into chaos and was about to step in to investigate when Zhou Feng appeared from behind.
Director Lu, greetings. Upon seeing him, Lu Diguang became angry. Did you set this up? Why is there a free giveaway of Shanghai costumes? Zhou Feng calmly replied, Uncle Lu, I just want to clear out some inventory at my member store. The reply made Lu Diguang furious. Don't you realize?
Your actions are harming others while only benefiting you.
Zhou Feng proposed, we could cooperate, Mr. Lu.
You could give up your brand and join my Hua Duo clothing factory. Lu Diguang coldly responded, you're trying to entice us to sell out, not cooperate. Unable to handle Zhou Feng's words, Lu Diguang grew even angrier.
He questioned, do you intend to have my model promote the Hua Duo garment factory? Lu Diguang asked.
Yes, and I promise I will share the profits with you.
Zhou Feng replied. Zhou Feng's greed made Lu Diguang even angrier.
He was truly a heartless person. Don't expect us to cooperate. Zhou Feng didn't care, turning around and walking away. Just wait and see what I will do with this nationwide refund craze. He spoke as he walked, driving Lu Diguang mad.
Isn't this blackmail?
The hostess screamed.
Blackmail? What blackmail?
Quickly call a car and take him to the hospital. Lu Diguang shouted in the meeting room. Xia Long anxiously reported, Factory manager Lu has suggested that we need to pay the member stores. Xia Long emphasized, Factory manager, that amount is nearly 400 million, there's no other way, we've been pushed to the limit. If not, we'll have to reduce employee wages to get through this tough period.
Lu Diguang responded.
The notice about the wage cuts was posted, causing discontent among the workers in the factory.
Wages are about to be cut in the factory, why cut 1/4? There's something wrong with this factory, why is this happening? Let's go find the factory manager. Xia Long yelled.
Silence. Listen to me, let's hold a meeting for management and above. The rest of you, return to work. Meanwhile, at Zhou Feng's side, Feng Baobao reported, Workshop manager, I have completed the procurement from most of the costume workshops. Good, but everyone who is important in the workshop must focus on the staff of the Shanghai costume workshop, Zhou Feng said with a smile. He held up a recruitment notice and instructed Feng Baobao to find someone to announce it. Staff from the Shanghai costume workshop who agree to come here will keep their positions and receive improved benefits. As soon as Feng Baobao left, a large number of people rushed to line up. Don't push, my shoe just fell off.
Feng Baobao and Zhou Feng stood on the sidelines chatting.
The modeling team had also arrived. Baobao, go ahead with the interview, Zhou Feng urged. A person holding a large notice loudly announced that the wages at the Hua Duo costume workshop were much higher than those at the Shanghai costume workshop. Upon hearing this, the staff at the Shanghai costume workshop immediately lost their enthusiasm to stay.
Meanwhile, at the Shanghai costume workshop, the workers continued to gossip. Any new news lately?
I heard the Hua Duo costume workshop offers much better benefits than here.
I've heard that for a while now. I really want to go there and check it out. The girl added when she saw more new staff arriving, we're planning to go to the Hua Duo costume workshop for an interview. Do you want to join us?
The girl immediately agreed, let's go, earning money is the most important thing. At the cafeteria, a chubby guy had just arrived.
Feng Baobao immediately asked, why are you just getting here now?
The chubby guy replied that a long-distance truck had just arrived this afternoon and they still had one more trip to make.
I'm so tired. Feng Baobao told the group to sit down and eat first. Waiter, you can bring out the dishes behind now. We've all worked so hard, how much of a raise did we get? At this point, the chubby guy couldn't help but laugh bitterly, saying that the raise was just a joke. Feng Baobao was surprised. Huh? No raise at all?
The chubby guy explained, right now, the wages are actually being reduced in the factory, not increased.
The pay is even lower than it was in the beginning. Another young man asked, Bao Bao, how are things on your side? Is it really as promised? Feng Bao Bao started to brag.
At our place, every bonus is 40 coins, and by the end of the month, you can get over 100 coins in total.
Everyone was amazed. Is that really true? Maybe we should do it like Bao Bao.
To make it more convincing, Feng Bao Bao added, actually, the reason I'm inviting everyone to dinner today is because I want you all to join us.
As you know, we have a new workshop, and I'm looking for people, so I thought of all of you. After saying this, Feng Bao Bao took out a contract. I have this contract for you, take a look.
Our company pays over 140 coins every month, so you have no reason not to join us.
Everyone's eyes lit up. Is it really that much?
I'll work with you. If I keep working at the Shanghai costume workshop, my family will have nothing left to eat.
Alright, we'd love to work with you, Bao Bao.
Meanwhile, at the Shanghai costume workshop, Xia Long kept receiving resignation letters.
We no longer have enough money to pay everyone.
Lu Deguang sighed and continued, we need to keep cutting salaries.
Xia Long was furious. What? Almost all the workers have already left, and now you want to cut salaries again? If that happens, there won't be anyone left in the workshop.
Helpless, he had to call Zhou Feng. Meanwhile, Feng Bao Bao had already run over to call Zhou Feng.
Boss, I've completed the task. I've gathered a team of employees from the Shanghai costume workshop to join us here.
Zhou Feng responded with enthusiasm.
Great, this time Lu Deguan will definitely have to beg me. As soon as the sentence ended, the sound of the phone ringing echoed. Manager Zhou, it's me. Manager Zhou, could you convince the sample team to come back? Zhou Feng hesitated. Uncle Lu, I'm afraid this.
Mr. Lu quickly interjected, Manager Zhou, the cooperation you mentioned before, I'm now willing to consider it.
Zhou Feng thought to himself, it's no longer necessary.
The Shanghai garment factory is no longer a competitor. With that thought, Zhou Feng replied, I'm sorry, Uncle Lu. The other party persisted, this matter.
Manager Zhou, how about we meet tonight? Zhou Feng responded, alright, Uncle Lu, but the terms for your factory should be lower than mine.
In the end, Mr. Lu had no choice but to agree. After hanging up, he sighed, finally reaching this point.
Xia Long quickly asked the manager, what are you doing? Lu Deguang trembled. The factory has come to this point. I have a responsibility and can't avoid it. I apologize and resign.
Xia Long immediately stopped him. Manager, please don't do that. He continued, don't call me manager anymore.
Prepare for the cooperation with Zhou Feng. I'm really getting old now. From here on, the Hua Duo clothing brand in the domestic fashion industry will have no rivals.
As night fell, Zhou Feng returned home. Xiao Duo heard his voice and joyfully replied, Zhou Feng, you're back.
Everything's done.
After saying that, they both expressed their affection for each other. I missed you so much, I was going crazy.
I missed you too. Xiao Duo announced that the meal was almost ready.
Zhou Feng felt so happy, there's nothing better than being at home, and the meal was already served.
During the meal, Xiao Duo asked, how's the work in Shanghai going? Zhou Feng replied enthusiastically, it's all done.
From now on, our Hua Duo clothing brand will be #1 nationwide. But that's not all, I also have the goal of taking the Hua Duo brand to the next level, making it a globally influential enterprise.
Xiao Duo looked surprised, is that for real? Can it really be that amazing?
Zhou Feng proudly asserted that it was obvious, one day, foreigners would also come to know our clothing and culture. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted the conversation. On the call, only Zhou Feng could be heard saying, let's do it. My costume business is stable now, it's time to develop other fields. I plan to venture into areas like information technology and manufacturing, and then expand the scale.
Xiao Duo teased, your ambition is no small matter. Come and have dinner, Zhou Feng replied.
He added, it may seem far-fetched right now, but as long as we try, nothing will be a problem. Xiao Duo encouraged him. Zhou Feng, you will definitely succeed.